Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 865 to Chapter 949. Xianxia's forbearance won't make Liguzi treat her well. Forbearance will only make people like Liguzi bully her even more. In the end, it's the restraint and oppression of women in this era. Ningxu returned home with his elder brother Chenli next to him. When they entered the house, Father Chen raised his pipe and hit Ningxu. Ningxu didn't have the experience of standing still and letting people hit him. He dodged in a flash. "You still dare to dodge?" Father Chen's eyes were red. Madame Li comforted from the side, "Well, old man, isn't Ermiai back?" Father Chen sat on the Kong and took a deep breath of the cigarette. He said angrily, "You are already a big girl. Don't do things that make me not know where to put my face. You still say that you are close to Liguzi." Ningxu rolled his eyes. "Dad, how can I be with Liguzi? Liguzi is clearly at Fang Yang's house and is even sleeping at Fang Yang's house. What does it have to do with me? Fang Yang's wife came to me and your mother and said that you were playing Luozi and then disappeared." Father Chen knocked on the small table on the Kong with his pipe. "I just went to the toilet and Bai Yiqiao was so nervous. Who knows what she is thinking?" Ningxu said, "I will never go to her house to learn Luozi again. If you don't go, then don't go. Luozi is only a little money. Just do the things at home well." Father Chen said. Ningxu smiled, "Thank you, Dad. Go and feed the chicken." Father Chen said. Ningxu opened the curtain and went out of the room. He picked some yellow leaves from the vegetable field at the door and cut them to feed the chicken. Chenli helped Ningxu do things. Ningxu said, "I don't think Bai Yiqiao is a bad person. Bai Yiqiao is good-looking, right?" Ningxu looked at Chenli. Chenli nodded his head honestly, "Yes, she is. Many people are saying that Fang Yong is burning incense to be able to marry the daughter of a scholar. Moreover, she is a virtuous and beautiful daughter-in-law." Pfft. Ningxu sneered. In the eyes of men, there was only color. The wife looked at the 8 characters, and the concubine looked beautiful or ugly. In Ningxu's view, Bai Yiqiao's whole body couldn't get rid of that concubine style. She was already married to Fang Yong, but she did such a thing to Chen Ermiai. In her last life, Bai Yiqiao was caught in bed and slept on the same bed with the manservant in the house. The head of the house broke her legs on the charge of adultery. In this life, Bai Yiqiao used this method on Chen Ermiai. Ningxu really couldn't figure it out. Why would such a person have the chance to be reborn? Bai Yiqiao was a genuine green tea bitch. Although she was reborn and lived a down-to-earth life with Fang Yong, but in her last life, she tried to seize the favor of the young master. The young master fell in love with her in this life. He even wanted to divorce his wife and remarry for her. The reborn Bai Yiqiao was like a cheat. She had money in business and knew that chaos was coming. Fang Yong would participate in the uprising, grow food, and buy food. She often sent food and clothes to the uprising army, causing many people in the uprising army to envy Fang Yong for having a good wife. Even the leader of the uprising army, the future emperor, had a good impression of her. But in this life, Bai Yiqiao swore to live a good life with Fang Yong and make it up to him. No one else cared. In the end, Bai Yiqiao naturally became a legendary woman. Ningxu, her mission was to take revenge on Bai Yiqiao and Liguzi. Naturally, she wouldn't let Bai Yiqiao be so glorious. Rebirth was rebirth. Why did she have to trample on others? Ningxu asked Chenli, "Big brother, what kind of sister-in-law do you want to marry?" Chenli scratched his head, "Someone who is willing to treat me well. If she looks good, that would be even better." Ningxu's mouth twitched. Without strength, beauty was a disaster, whether it was for men or women. Ningxu said some meaningful words, which made Bai Yiqiao's situation a bit awkward. The most important thing was that Liguzi was in her house. Bai Yiqiao's previous excuse was that Chen Ermiai and Liguzi had agreed to meet at her house. Chen Ermiai used the excuse of learning to play Luozi to have an affair with Liguzi. But now nothing happened between Chen Ermiai and Liguzi. Instead, she fell into a quarrel. Bai Yiqiao couldn't help but scold Liguzi in her heart for being useless. Fang Yong came back with 2 pheasants. Bai Yiqiao thought about it and told Fang Yong what had happened. Fang Yong was powerful. He lifted the tied-up Li Guozi and gave him a fat beating. The wretched Li Guozi was beaten until he cried out. Bai Yiqiao was angry with Li Guozi. She let Fang Yong beat him and didn't stop him. Fang Yong was a man of propriety. He stopped after teaching Li Guozi a lesson. He threw Li Guozi out of the yard of Fang's house and pointed to Li Guozi and said coldly, "If you dare to come to my house again, I will break your legs." Hearing that her leg was broken, Bai Yiqiao's leg reflexively turned cold. Her leg was broken in her last life, and the feeling of her skull being broken made Bai Yiqiao still terrified. Since she was reborn, she felt that it was a dream. When she woke up, she was still crawling on the ground with a broken bowl in front of her, begging the people who came in front of her to give her some money and food. She didn't want to live like that again in her life. She wanted to live a good life with Fang Yong. Fang Yong was a hunter. He hunted in the mountains all year round. His body was stained with blood and had a murderous air. With such a cold face, he was quite powerful. Li Guozi, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. He didn't dare to say anything at all. Bai Yiqiao said to Fang Yong, "Li Guozi said that he came to find Chen Ermiai. He said that he had an appointment with Chen Ermiai, but he slipped into the room and fell asleep." Fang Yong frowned his thick black eyebrows and said doubtfully, "Why did Chen Ermiai make an appointment with Li Guozi in our house?" Fang Yong was a person who fought with wild beasts in the mountains and forests. If he really didn't have a brain, how could he rise in the army and finally achieve glory? Bai Yiqiao pursed her lips and said casually, "I don't know. It's estimated that Father Chen is strict, so he can only use this method." Fang Yong told Bai Yiqiao, "Don't believe what people like Li Guozi say. Which girl in the village doesn't take a detour when she sees him? Chen Ermiai is not so stupid to have a relationship with such a person." When Bai Yiqiao heard Fang Yong's words, she was immediately unhappy. She always felt that there was an inseparable connection between Fang Yong and Chen Ermiai. After all, these two people were husband and wife in their previous life and had children. Although she was not worried, Bai Yiqiao said with a smile, "So you know Chen Ermiai very well?" "It's not that I know. If Chen Ermiai didn't degrade herself, she wouldn't have interacted with Li Guozi like this. Li Guozi is not someone a woman can entrust her life to," Fang Yong said with a smile. Fang Yong pinched Bai Yiqiao's white and smooth face. "Why do I feel that you are jealous? You are my wife. Chen Ermiai has nothing to do with me. I'm just talking about it." Bai Yiqiao patted Fang Yong's hand away and pretended to be angry. "I'm not jealous. You're jealous." Fang Yong didn't pursue the reason why Li Guozi came to his house. Fang Yong didn't ask why Li Guozi came to his house. After all, Li Guozi didn't go to the east house to touch the dog or go to the west house to steal chickens. Burglary was a very common thing. Bai Yiqiao breathed a sigh of relief and asked with jealousy, "Do you like people like Chen Ermiai?" Chen Ermiai was like a thorn in her heart. Bai Yiqiao could never forget that in her last life, Chen Ermiai was wearing brocade clothes and throwing money into her bowl. If it weren't for the death of her father, she wouldn't have fallen to the point of begging. In her last life, her eyes were high. Relying on the fact that she was the daughter of a scholar, she didn't get along well with her relatives. When she was down and out, no one helped her. In this life, Bai Yiqiao changed a lot, but the existence of Chen Ermiai was like a fishbone in her throat. Therefore, Bai Yiqiao was a little sensitive, especially when she heard the name of Chen Ermiai from Fang Yong's mouth. However, Bai Yiqiao wouldn't make a scene. She knew very well that men were tired of crazy and unreasonable women, so she questioned Fang Yong with a delicate and jealous appearance. Bai Yiqiao's appearance was very delicate and pretty. Her white skin was not like that of a peasant woman. Her body had a faintly discernible charm, which made Fang Yong like her very much. "If I can have a wife like Yiqiao, I won't care about other women," Fang Yong said. Fang Yong was really good to Bai Yiqiao. Fang Yong tried his best to do well inside and outside the house, so that Bai Yiqiao could do less. Such a charming wife, he really couldn't bear to let her be tired. However, Bai Yiqiao still helped to do things. Bai Yiqiao planned to be a loving husband and wife with Fang Yong. Naturally, they had to support each other and support Fang Yong's brilliant career. Fang Yong's mother, who had bad eyesight, was very obedient. Even if she encountered any grievances, or if Fang Yong's mother said something bad, Bai Yiqiao would endure it. After that, Fang Yong would be twice as good to her. Therefore, Bai Yiqiao was a very smart woman. In her last life, she experienced a complicated struggle in the backyard and benefited from it in this life. Ningxu had a lot of things to do at home. He did some trivial things like cooking with Madame Li. Old Man Chen and Chen Li wouldn't enter the kitchen. Cooking was something that the women did. Ningxu was thinking about how to deal with Li Guzi. Li Guzi actually wandered around the Chen family. When he saw Ningxu, he immediately licked his bare face and said some specious words. How could you abandon me at Fang Yong's house? We had an agreement. After you left, I was beaten up by Fang Yong. Li Guzi said to Ningxu coquettishly, my body hurts. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Li Guzi indifferently. Li Guzi's appearance was really unpleasant to the eyes. There were vegetable leaves on his teeth. He looks like a toad. Not to mention his appearance, Guzi Li's extremely shameless character made Sister Chen want to commit suicide at that time. Although Sister Chen is not so beautiful and stunning, her facial features are good, her figure is moderate, and she is pleasing to the eye. When Li Guzi saw that Ningxu was indifferent to his words, he was a little anxious. Li Guzi felt that he was not young and should marry a wife. Sister Chen was still good. Li Guzi knew that Chen family didn't like him, so he shouted to Ningxu across the fence, Sister, have you forgotten that we are in the same room? We made an appointment. Ningxu's expression was cold. Li Guzi really wanted to pour feces on her body all the time, and wanted to make her reputation unbearably bad. In the yard, Madame Li heard Li Guzi's mouth full of feces and her face was pale with anger. Li Guzi, if you dare to come to my house again and slander my sister, I won't spare you. Madame Li, Sister Chen's mother, hit Li Guzi with a broom. While dodging Madame Li's broom, Li Guzi shouted shamelessly, my sister and I like each other. Auntie Li, we are both surnamed Li. We are from the same family. Li Guzi's behavior attracted a lot of people to watch. Madame Li was so angry that her body trembled. I will tear your mouth. It was an eye-opener for Ningxu. How could a person be so shameless? Li Guzi was so noisy that someone must have given him advice. Ningxu stroked Madame Li's back and looked at Li Guzi. Li Guzi. Yes. Li Guzi immediately replied with a smile. Ningxu said, I never made an appointment with you in any room. It was you who went to the Fang family by yourself. There were many daughters-in-law and girls in the Fang family that day. Did you peep at them? How did you get into the Fang family's room? Ningxu was indifferent. The door was locked. How did you get in? We had an agreement. Li Guzi said anxiously, we did that. When Li Guzi said that, Ningxu suddenly felt that many people were looking at him with subtle eyes. Ningxu pursed his lips. He opened and clenched his fists. Ningxu really wanted to kill Li Guzi. Ningxu said calmly, in the Fang family's sister-in-law's house? Do you think the Fang family's sister-in-law's house is a brothel or a red light district? Why do you think we met in the Fang family's sister-in-law's house? Li Guzi, if you don't make it clear, our family will ask Li Jing to deal with this matter. Ningxu said, we have to prove the Fang family's sister-in-law's innocence. How could she allow you to enter her house? Li Guzi immediately said, Fang Yong's wife didn't know at all. We made an appointment. Son of a bitch, you have to slander my daughter like this. Mrs. Li hit Li Guzi with a broom. What kind of rotten person are you? Don't we all know that my daughter is involved with you? Li Guzi was unhappy at once. Auntie, I'm not happy when you say that. I don't care if you're happy or not. Mrs. Li hit Li Guzi's face with a broom, and Li Guzi screamed. Ningxu looked at Li Guzi silently. He was determined to pour feces on her. In order to dispel a rumor, another rumor had to be created. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Yong and Bai Yiqiao, who were walking towards him. Bai Yiqiao was wearing a pleated skirt, a brightly colored blouse, and a delicately embroidered vest. Her face was delicate, with a charming and immature feeling of being a woman for the first time. She was not inferior to those little wives of big families. She was particularly different in the grey crowd. The fabric Bai Yiqiao was wearing was not very good, but she was good at using some small accessories and embroidery to make her clothes beautiful. Many men's eyes were looking at Bai Yiqiao. Fang Yong stared at Li Guzi and said in a low voice, "Are you making trouble again?" Seeing Fang Yong, Li Guzi shrank a little. He felt that the place where Fang Yong hit him was painful again. He said in a low voice, "I didn't. I came to find Xianxia. Don't look for others. What kind of virtue do you have? If you want to make trouble again, I'll take care of it." Fang Yong said coldly. Bai Yiqiao frowned tightly. What did Fang Yong mean? Why did he care about Xianxia? Why? When Bai Yiqiao saw that Fang Yong wanted to take care of this matter, she was very dissatisfied. Her face sank. In the end, there was an unspoken connection between Fang Yong and Xianxia. Could it be that the two of them were going to be together in this life? Bai Yiqiao couldn't help but want to stomp her feet. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is a matter between me and Xianxia. Li Guzi said with a trembling voice. Bai Yiqiao opened her mouth and said, "Li Guzi, even if you and second sister have the same heart, you shouldn't make such a ruckus and ruin second sister's reputation. Then find a matchmaker to come to the Chen family to propose marriage." Ningxu rolled his eyes and said sarcastically to Bai Yiqiao, "Bai Yiqiao, are you sick? Who has the same heart as Li Guzi? I also said that you and Li Guzi have hooked up." "Xianxia, what are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her eyebrows were raised, and she looked at Xianxia sharply. "I said, if you like to be a pimp so much, why don't you go to a brothel? Who made an appointment with Li Guzi? Li Guzi clearly went to your house to be a pimp in your own house. How much did Li Guzi give you as a kickback to treat your own house as a chicken coop? Deceiving the big girls and the little girls to your house, saying that they are making a net, is simply harming the girls in the village. I didn't make an appointment with Li Guzi, but you and Li Guzi made an appointment to let Li Guzi ruin the girls in the village and earn money that goes against his conscience." Ningxu opened his mouth and said a bunch of things, making Bai Yiqiao so angry that her face turned purple, especially the eyes of the people around her. Some of the girls who had come to her house looked at her strangely and moved away from her without leaving a trace. Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Xianxia was biting like a mad dog. "Xianxia, if you talk nonsense again, I won't be polite to you," Bai Yiqiao said with a cold face. Ningxu said casually, "Who doesn't know how to talk nonsense? Aren't you also talking nonsense? You said that Li Guzi and I are in love with each other. What kind of heart do you have? I've never seen such a shameless pimp. At least the girls in the brothel are willing. How can you be so black-hearted as to harm the daughter-in-law of a girl from the same village? If you want to throw feces on her, I'll bite you hard." Bai Yiqiao said coldly, "Xianxia, pay attention to what you say. What do you mean by pimping? So many girls and daughters-in-law came to my house, but nothing happened. Why did Dogly bite you?" Ningxu shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe you made a deal with Li Guzi. Li Guzi sleeps in your house, not mine. Bai Yiqiao, maybe you and Dogly are in love with each other and insist on pulling me down as a cushion." Ningxu bluntly said, "A person like Dogly is so ugly, and there are vegetable leaves on his teeth. The vegetable leaves are all yellow. It must be from last night. Tenli facing the wind has bad breath. Who would like such a person? Bai Yiqiao, your taste is really unique." Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her whole body was trembling. The veins on her forehead were bulging. She looked at Ningxu with a particularly sharp and disgusted gaze. "Xianxia, speaking evil words can't solve the problem." Fang Yong protected Bai Yiqiao behind him. "Don't make trouble for this matter." "I don't want to make trouble." "Who is the one insinuating?" Ningxu said indifferently. "As long as Dogly comes to my house to make trouble, I think it was instigated by Bai Yiqiao. Come and tear my legs apart." Okay, don't make trouble," Fang Yong said to Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao was stunned. She looked at Fang Yong with disbelief. Now that she was being bullied, her husband protected her and Xianxia. Did the two of them have private dealings with each other? "Fang Yong, you." Bai Yiqiao turned and left. Since her rebirth, she loved Fang Yong and made up for him. She always put Fang Yong first, but in exchange, she was treated like this by Fang Yong. Fang Yong pinched his eyebrows and said to Dog Li fiercely, "If you make trouble again, I'll make you suffer. Don't think I'm joking. If you let Yiqiao get involved in this matter again, I won't let you have an easy time." After Fang Yong finished speaking, he chased after Bai Yiqiao. "Who is afraid of you?" As soon as Fang Yong left, Dog Li immediately became cocky. He turned his head and said to Ningshu, Ningshu picked up the broom and hit Dog Li's body heavily. "If you say one more word, I'll hit you until you can't take care of yourself." Old Man Chen and Chen Li came back from work. Seeing so many people gathered at the door of their house, they quickly ran back to take a look. Seeing Ningshu chasing after Dog Li, Chen Li didn't even think about it. He picked up the hoe on his shoulder and threw it at Dog Li. Dog Li was scared out of his wits and quickly ran away. The onlookers at the door gradually dispersed. Old Man Chen looked at Ningshu with a gloomy face. "Look at you. Do you still want to be a father?" "I'll deal with this matter," Ningshu said. "Deal with it? How do you want to deal with it? Your reputation is ruined. What are you going to say to your husband's family?" Old Man Chen looked irritated. "Can't you love yourself a little? Dog Li doesn't find anyone, but he comes to you and us." Ningshu said coldly, "Then I won't get married. Is it up to you to decide whether to get married or not?" Old Man Chen knocked the pipe on the table fiercely. "Do you want your father to go to the government office at such an old age? If you don't get married at the age of 17, your father will go to prison." Ningshu sighed in his heart. He forgot that in ancient times, if a girl didn't get married at the age of 17, her parents would be guilty. If a boy didn't get married at the age of 20, the girl's parents would also be guilty. This was the moral principle of the feudal society. This was the reason why the ancient society heavily favored boys over girls. Giving birth to a daughter was a waste of money. If the daughter couldn't get married, the parents would be guilty. *CK, such a world should be destroyed. The more Old Man Chen spoke, the angrier he got. He reached out his hand to hit Ningshu, but Ningshu dodged. "Father, don't hit him. It's Dog Li who is pestering my sister." Chen Li protected Ningshu. "It's useless even if you beat her to death. What a waste of money, a waste of money." Old Man Chen didn't hit Ningshu. He muttered irritably. After dinner, Ningshu washed the dishes. After everything was done, Ningshu returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate his peerless martial arts. Because there was less pollution and more spiritual energy in ancient times, Ningshu cultivated a lot of qi jin in 2 or 3 days. Today, Dog Li came to make trouble. Ningshu planned to teach Dog Li a lesson. Bai Yiqiao tried to make her have a relationship with Dog Li, so she would give her a taste of her own medicine. Even if Bai Yiqiao was on guard against Chen Ermiai, why did she set her up and let Chen Ermiai and Dog Li have such a thing happen? She simply wanted to force Chen Ermiai to death. She broke off the marriage in her last life. What did Chen Ermiai do to her that she had to treat her like this in this life? Bai Yiqiao let such a rotten person like Li Gozi defile Chen Ermiai. This move was despicable and sinister, but it was very effective. A woman whose reputation was ruined would either die or marry a rapist. It seemed that if he didn't trample Chen Ermiai into the mud, he wouldn't feel at ease. Chen Ermiai was incomparably miserable, as if she would be entangled with Fang Yong. Ningshu hated Bai Yiqiao in his heart, and Bai Yiqiao hated Ningshu even more. Even Fang Yong was dissatisfied. Why did Fang Yong help Chen Ermiai? She was Fang Yong's wife now, not Chen Ermiai. Bai Yiqiao was lying on the bed with her back to Fang Yong, silently angry and accusing him. Fang Yong sighed, put his hand on Bai Yiqiao's waist, and said, "Don't be angry, why don't you like Chen Ermiai? Chen Ermiai has nothing to do with us. Then why are you helping her?" Bai Yiqiao turned around and said discontentedly, "Chen Ermiai called me a procuress." Fang Yong said, "I'm doing this for you. Sister Chen is an unmarried girl. She is pestered by Li Guzi. In order to avoid losing her reputation, she will bite us. After all, Li Guzi is indeed in our family, which is not good for your reputation. In addition, you said that she and Li Guzi are in love with each other, so Sister Chen is in a bad situation. She is desperate and I'm afraid that she will hurt you. For her own reputation, she will definitely drag you into the water." Fang Yong said, I don't want you to be troubled by rumors. Be good, don't be angry. Fang Yong rubbed Bai Yiqiao's soft hair, if Chen Ermiai goes too far, I won't let her bully you. Bai Yiqiao curled her lips and said, I hate Chen Ermiai. You're not allowed to talk to Chen Ermiai in the future. Okay, little vinegar jar. Fang Yong said dotingly. Fang Yong kissed Bai Yiqiao's forehead. Bai Yiqiao frowned. Chen Ermiai was always a thorn in her heart. In her previous life, Chen Ermiai enjoyed glory and wealth because of Fang Yong, and was husband and wife with Fang Yong. However, that Chen Ermiai was not a worry-free person, and Li Guozi was also a waste. He couldn't even eat a woman for free. Living a new life, Bai Yiqiao wanted to continue her fate with Fang Yong. She hoped to go to the end with Fang Yong. They were engaged since they were young, and when they grew up, they became husband and wife. In this life, she had to hold on to this man tightly. She didn't want to be like her previous life, where she became someone's concubine. Ningxu stopped cultivating in the middle of the night. He got out of bed, put on his clothes and shoes, and quietly went to Li Guozi's house. The sky was dark, and there was a round moon in the sky. Occasionally, there were 2 barks of dogs and the croaking of frogs in the fields. Ningxu walked on the edge of the field. The dew was very heavy. When Ningxu walked to Li Guozi's house, his skirt and shoes were all wet. Li Guozi's house was very simple and crude. It was a thatched hut. There was basically nothing in the house. The tables and chairs were all missing arms and legs. Ningxu stepped over the threshold and walked into the house. The house was still leaking, and when he looked up, he could see the sky. When Chen Ermiai married Li Guozi, it was like this. There was not even a word of happiness in the house. The room was quiet. Ningxu walked into the bedroom. There was no one in the room at all. In Ningxu's expectation, Li Guozi was probably sleeping in some red light district again. Li Guozi was alone. He was full and his family was not hungry. Even if he married Chen Ermiai, he often didn't go home at night. He ate and drank well outside, and then found a place to sleep casually. He called a prostitute when he had nothing to do. When he ran out of money, he came back to look for money. This scum, not finding anyone, Ningxu turned around and left. When he returned home, he continued to cultivate. There would be a large-scale uprising soon. How could he live without strength and protect his family? Before Fang Yong joined the army, Ningxu must solve Bai Yiqiao first. With Fang Yong's skill and archery, he would definitely stand out in the army. Anyway, this task had nothing to do with Fang Yong. Ningxu naturally wouldn't find trouble with Fang Yong. He would deal with Bai Yiqiao in private. If Fang Yong wanted to avenge Bai Yiqiao, Ningxu would definitely fight back. Ningxu cultivated all night. The next morning, before dawn, Mrs. Li woke Ningxu up to do laundry, cook, feed the pigs, feed the chickens, and some other household chores. Old Man Chen and Chen Li went to the fields. When the sun rose, they came back for breakfast. Anyway, it was the days of facing the yellow soil and the sky. Life was very hard. Moreover, after paying exorbitant taxes on the grain, there was nothing left. The family had to work hard to save food. This year's weather. Old Man Chen sat on the Kong and snorted. He looked worried. It hasn't rained yet. If it continues, we will die. What if we can't pay the grain tax? Old Man Chen was very worried. Right now, the imperial court was rotten and evil officials ran rampant. If they didn't pay the tax, those fierce officials wouldn't be polite. They might be beaten to death. Even if they weren't beaten to death, they would lose half of their life. Anyway, it was very difficult to live. During the autumn harvest, a large-scale peasant uprising broke out. Food was related to the life and death of the people. However, the current imperial court didn't care about the life and death of the people. The burden on the shoulders of the people was too heavy to bear. In order to not starve, it was normal to raise a pole and rebel. Chen Li said, "Dad, do you want me to go to town to work?" Ningxu glanced at Chen Li. Chen Li was just going to do manual labor. He didn't earn much. Ningxu took a bite of the bread and said, "Dad, how much money do we have? Let's go buy some food. It doesn't look like it's going to rain. Food will definitely be expensive." Old Man Chen glanced at Ningxu. Let's wait and see. Maybe it will rain. If they were lucky, they would lose even more. Ningxu knew that she was a girl and didn't have much say in the family. She didn't insist that Old Man Chen take out their savings to buy food. After eating, Ningxu took the initiative to clean up the dishes and clean the table. After cleaning up, Ningxu said to Old Man Chen and Madame Li, "Dad, I want to go to town." Old Man Chen looked at Ningxu, knocked on the pipe, and said, "You should stay at home for a while. Don't run around. You were pestered by Li Guzi, so don't run around. Recently, the town hasn't been peaceful. I heard that many girls have gone missing." "You're not allowed to go to town," Old Man Chen said. Living in ancient times was really hard. Moreover, the journey to town wasn't short. It would take a day to go back and forth. Without the permission of her family, Ningxu didn't dare to leave. If she went missing like this, it would affect her reputation too much. Ningxu gave up. She wanted to go to town to buy some herbs and make some your own powder masks to sell some money and buy some food. But she couldn't go. Did she have to go up the mountain to pick herbs? After picking them, she had to wash them or wind them according to their composition. It was very troublesome. Chenli looked at Ningxu and said to Father Chen, "How about I take my sister there?" "You're not allowed to go. If I say you're not allowed to go, then you're not allowed to go," Old Man Chen said impatiently. He was worried about this year's harvest and the livelihood of his family. He was very worried. Chenli could only helplessly look at Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and did not speak. Ningxu went out of the house, picked up the bamboo basket and planned to cut the pigweed. In fact, he was going to the mountain to see if there were any herbs. If he couldn't buy it, he could only go to the mountain to find it. "Second sister, I'll go with you," Chenli said to Ningxu and took the basket from Ningxu's hand. "Big brother, don't you go to the field?" Ningxu asked. "What should be done has been done," Chenli said. Ningxu nodded and let Chenli carry the bamboo basket while he held the sickle. The grass on the edge of the field was dry because of the drought. Even the water in the stream was muddy like muddy water. The drought was very serious. Ningxu passed by Fang Yang's house. Ningxu heard voices in the yard. It seemed to be the voices of Bai Yiqiao and Fang Yang's mother. It sounded like they were quarreling. Ningxu stopped in her tracks and listened to the voices inside. "In the future, don't call those girls and daughters-in-law to the house. Do you know what other people are saying about me now? They say that our house is a chicken coop." This was Fang Yang's mother. Fang Yang's mother was young and widowed. She relied on washing and sewing clothes for people to make a living. She raised Fang Yang alone. Her eyes were also tired. Now the light was a little strong, and she kept crying. Bai Yiqiao said, "Mother-in-law, this is Chen Ermiai talking nonsense and slandering our family. She did something shameful and wanted to drag our family down. I don't want to care about who is right and who is wrong. Why did that Li Guzi come to the house? Are you a group of people at home? Who knows how Dog Li got into the room?" Bai Yiqiao said. "I've been widowed at a young age, and I've always kept myself clean. Although the Fang family is poor, we can't let our reputation be tarnished. You've only been married for a short while, and you've already caused such a commotion. It's hard to have a good reputation, but it's easy to ruin it." Bai Yiqiao curled her lips and glanced at the tearful Fang Yang's mother. She frowned impatiently and obediently said, "I understand, Grandma." When Ningxu heard these words from outside, he felt that Fang Yang's mother must be someone with a heart and backbone to be able to raise someone like Fang Yang. He was tactful and principled in handling matters. Whenever he had the chance, he would soar into the sky and transform into a dragon when he encountered a storm. Ningxu took the scythe and left. Chenli followed beside Ningxu and said, "Why did Fang Yang's wife say that to you?" "I'm going to argue with her." "What's the use of arguing? If this matter is brought up again, it won't do anyone any good." Ningxu turned to Chenli and said, "Let's go up the mountain and see if there's anything to eat. Let's get some wild fruits to eat." Most people who liked to flaunt their words were impetuous and impatient, and it was easy to be caught by others. This matter was diluted like this. If they wanted to take revenge, they had to be in an invincible position. Chenli didn't have any objections. He just kept wiping his sweat. The weather was too hot. Seeing Ningxu walk so easily, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister, aren't you tired?" "I'm tired." Ningxu used a branch to poke at the grass. He wanted to see what herbs there were. According to the growth habits of herbs, he ran all over the mountain. Chenli followed beside Ningxu. He was so tired that he gasped for breath. He asked, "Second sister, what kind of grass are you looking for?" "It's just some ordinary herbs." "You know about herbs? Don't play around. Go back. If you're late, Father will scold you again. Don't make Father angry these days." Dogly and the heavenly stems matter made Father in a bad mood, Chenli said. Ningxu saw that there were still 2 herbs missing in the basket. He said, "Let's look for more. We'll go back at noon." "Good stuff." Ningxu was surprised to see ginseng. As soon as Ningxu's voice fell, a foot stepped on the ginseng. Ningxu looked up and saw Fang Yong carrying 2 rabbits and a pheasant. Ningxu was speechless. He thought he was lucky to find ginseng, but it turned out to be the strong luck of the male protagonist. Fang Yong didn't expect to meet Chen Ermiai here. Seeing Chen Ermiai looking at him, he asked Chenli, "Why did you come to the mountain?" "I came with second sister," Chenli said, wiping his sweat. "Can you lift your foot?" Ningxu asked Fang Yong. Fang Yong took a step back. Ningxu saw the crushed ginseng leaf and suddenly felt distressed. Ginseng leaf is also a good thing. Ningxu crawled on the ground, holding the sickle carefully. He dug the ground bit by bit for fear of breaking the roots of the ginseng. Ginseng with intact roots is more valuable. Fang Yong narrowed his eyes. "This is ginseng?" "Second sister, is this really ginseng?" Chenli said in surprise. His expression was as if he had found gold. Even Chenli, who didn't know about herbs, knew the name of ginseng. "Anyway, ginseng is valuable, very valuable." Ningxu did not pay any attention to these 2 people. She was either squatting, kneeling, or lying down. She was very careful and meticulous. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. Chenli saw that Ningxu was struggling, so he used his clothes to fan Ningxu. Fang Yong stood aside and waited. After almost an hour, Ningxu finally dug out the ginseng. This ginseng was the size of Ningxu's pinky finger. The roots were dense, and the roots were intact. Ningxu let out a long breath. He was so tired that he almost collapsed. His whole body was tense for more than 2 hours. It was more tiring than fighting. "It's really ginseng." "That's great. How much would this ginseng sell for?" Chen Li's black face was red with excitement. Fang Yong raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to dig out a ginseng. Fang Yong looked at Ningxu. If he was alone, he would have missed this ginseng. To be honest, Fang Yong was also greedy for this ginseng. If he had extra income, he could buy something for each Yao, food, clothes, or jewelry. The atmosphere was very silent. Even the simple-minded Chen Li closed his mouth. There was only 1 ginseng. How could they divide it? Fang Yong coughed and said, "I didn't expect to step on a ginseng." When Ningxu heard Fang Yong say this, he knew that he wanted to get a share. Ningxu carefully wrapped up the ginseng and said to Fang Yong, "Since it's like this, everyone who saw it will have a share. But no one can say anything." To be able to come across such a thing was basically a windfall. It was a bit of money, but there were a lot of troubles. This was especially true for the people in the village. If there was even the slightest movement in each household, the entire village would know. Fang Yong nodded. "This matter is only known by our 2 families. Then how do we divide it?" "I want 70%. This ginseng was found by me. I dug it out," Ningxu said. Fang Yong pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He was obviously not satisfied with this result. Ningxu said unhappily, "Don't tell me you want to split it equally? What's the difference between this and robbery? Just because the ginseng is under your feet, it's yours." The male lead was so lucky. She ran all over the mountain and didn't see any ginseng. But he stepped on it casually. 70% is too much, Fang Yong said. Ningxu was unhappy. She had already found the ginseng, but Fang Yong stepped on it and wanted to split the money. If it wasn't for the fact that money might be stolen, especially now that the world was in chaos, if there was a ginseng at home, all sorts of people would come out tomorrow. She might even lose her life. If it wasn't for this, Ningxu wouldn't give Fang Yong any. She gave him 30% to shut him up. Fang Yong thought it was too little. He, 40%, not too much. Otherwise, I'll take the ginseng to the town and offer it to my parents. Ningxu's expression was cold. The parents were the county magistrates. Fang Yong thought about it. Indeed, if it wasn't for Chen Ermiai, this ginseng wouldn't be fated with him. 40% was acceptable. Okay, I'll take 40%. Fang Yong said. Then it's settled. We'll sell this thing later. Ningxu said, brother and I will leave first. You can leave after we're far away. Fang Yong nodded. Ningxu wrapped the ginseng in a cloth and put it in the basket on her back. She covered it with grass and said to Chenli, let's go. Chenli carried the bamboo basket and walked very carefully. When they reached home, Ningxu took out the ginseng and told Old Man Chen about splitting the ginseng with the Fang family. When Old Man Chen saw the ginseng, he was so shocked that he jumped up. Some windfalls were fatal. Ningxu said that she and her brother were going to sell the ginseng. Once they sold it, everything would be solved. Otherwise, who would ask for a piece of ginseng today and a ginseng beard tomorrow? Ningxu carried a basket. The basket was filled with the net that Chen Ermiai used to tie. The net covered the ginseng. From the village to the town, they took an ox cart. Fang Yong pretended to be very coincidental, carrying pheasants and rabbits to sell game, and sat in the same ox cart as Ningxu and Chenli. Along the way, other people also got on the bus. Ningxu and Fang Yong didn't say a word. As for Chenli, he didn't dare to speak. Once he spoke, he would stutter and sweat profusely. Poor people had never seen a treasure like ginseng before. After arriving in town, Ningxu first went to the rouge shop to put on some makeup. He thickened his eyebrows and made some pockmarks on his face. After making a simple disguise, Ningxu went to the medicine shop to sell the ginseng. Ningxu had just stepped into the pharmacy when Fang Yong followed him in, saying that he had been heaty recently and wanted to buy some medicine to clear his heat. From the beginning to the end, she did not talk to Ningxu. Ningxu haggled with the shopkeeper of the pharmacy and finally set the price at 200 taels. Ningxu was not very satisfied with this price. Although the ginseng was fresh, but after being dried, the price would definitely be more than 1,000 taels. Especially in places where the rich and powerful gathered, ginseng would be in high demand. Basically, people would have this kind of medicinal herb at home. But the shopkeeper of the pharmacy only gave 200 taels and did not give more. Ningxu and Fang Yong glanced at each other. Fang Yong nodded subtly, indicating that he agreed to sell the ginseng for 200 taels. Ningxu also agreed. 200 taels was also a huge sum of money. With the Qin family's situation, they would not be able to earn so much money in their lifetime. Ningxu asked for the silver and did not ask for banknotes. Soon, the country would be in chaos, and banknotes would be waste paper. Ningxu took the heavy bag of silver and left the pharmacy. She was afraid that someone was following her, so she went to the clothing store to buy a new set of clothes. She washed off the makeup on her face and even changed her hairstyle before leaving the clothing store. Ningxu felt like a mouse that could not be exposed to the light. It was clearly his, but he made it seem like he had stolen it. Living at the bottom of society, the world was chaotic, and people's hearts were not what they used to be. People with a little power could trample on people like him. If he did not pay attention, he would attract a fatal disaster. Ningxu would rather take more precautions than rely on luck. After secretly giving Fang Yong 80 taels, Ningxu parted ways with him. Only when he returned to the Chen family did Ningxu breathe a sigh of relief. He kept 2 silver ingots on him and gave the rest to Old Man Chen. Father, now that we have money, let's buy some food. Ningxu's Old Man Chen said, I heard in town that some places are already in chaos. They say that all the food has dried up and the ground is cracked. This year is a year of drought. I'm afraid it won't rain so easily. When chaos happens, food will be very expensive. Ningxu said. Okay, let's go buy some food. With money, many things can be solved. Old Man Chen also agreed to buy food. Don't buy a lot at once. Buy a little bit. Ningshu's Old Man Chen said. Old Man Chen took a deep breath of the tobacco and nodded, I know. Don't show off your wealth. Old Man Chen said to Chen Li, you too. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Li quickly shook his head, Father, I will definitely not talk nonsense. I definitely won't. Because of digging and selling ginseng, Ningshu was simply too tired. He said to Madame Li, Mother, I'm going to take a nap. Go, rest well. Madame Li said. Ningshu fell on the bed to rest. When he was in a daze, he was awakened by someone. He opened his eyes and saw Madame Li. He sat up and asked, Mother, what's wrong? Madame Li's complexion was a little bad. She said, Fang Yong and Bai Yiqiao are here. Ningshu raised his eyebrows, what are they doing here? Ningshu knew in his heart that they were here for the money from selling ginseng. Ningshu put on his shoes and went to the central room. He saw Fang Yong and Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao's face was white and red. She was wearing a clean skirt. Her whole person was very beautiful. She made the dark and bitter Chen family members in the room look even more rustic and sad. To be honest, Bai Yiqiao and Fang Yong were a good match. Fang Yong was heroic and powerful. Bai Yiqiao was charming and lovely. These two people didn't look like people who dug for food in the soil. To put it simply, the male and female lead had an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, one could tell that they were not ignorant and unruly people. Ningshu stepped over the threshold and entered the central room. He asked Fang Yong, what's the matter? Is the silver I gave you short? Bai Yiqiao said, the distribution of the ginseng's money is unreasonable. It should be 50-50. Ningshu smiled, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten a single copper coin. Don't be greedy. I already found out at the time, but Fang Yong stepped on it. Ningshu said, don't make a fuss about this matter. It's not good for you to make a fuss about it. If you want to make a fuss, I can't help it. No one will have a good time. Ningshu said coldly. Bai Yiqiao's expression was not worried. Every time she saw Chen Ermiai, she had an unspeakable disgust and fear in her heart. She was afraid that fate would make Fang Yong and Chen Ermiai become husband and wife like in her previous life. Ningshu didn't know what kind of face Bai Yiqiao had to come over to make trouble. She even wanted to split it equally. Split your sister, dream on, Ningshu directly asked Fang Yong, what, are you not satisfied with the distribution method? What do you want us women to say? What did you say to Fang Yong? Bai Yiqiao said with dissatisfaction. Ningshu, she couldn't even talk to Fang Yong? The distribution method was decided by me, my brother, and Fang Yong. Ningshu sneered, you don't know anything, what are you making a fuss about? Bai Yiqiao pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and finally said gently, Chen Ermiai, can we talk calmly? Mocking each other like this won't solve the problem. Ningshu also said gently, you see, you're not here to solve the problem. You're here to collect the debt. The Chen family owes you. You're always the one who's weird. Bai Yiqiao suppressed her annoyance and calmly said, I just feel that this distribution method is unfair. Your husband agreed to this distribution method, and now you're here to make trouble. Where do you put your husband? Is it fair to give you all the money? Ningshu said calmly. Bai Yiqiao was shocked by Ningshu's words. She was just angry at the Chen family for giving so much money to Chen Ermiai, and suspected that Fang Yong deliberately gave Chen Ermiai so much money. But now, what was she doing? She actually took the initiative to find an opportunity for Chen Ermiai and Fang Yong to get along and talk. She had always been avoiding repeating the same mistakes and letting Fang Yong and Chen Ermiai continue their previous life's fate. In her previous life, when she was a concubine, she was careful not to be attacked by the mistress of the house. She even had to let a man come to her room. It could be said that she had endured to the extreme. In her previous life, Bai Yiqiao was proud and arrogant, so she became a concubine of the young master of a large family. She suffered a lot before she learned to be obedient, and in the end, she was still cleaned up by the mistress of the house. In this life, she married Fang Yong. Fang Yong was a man who was responsible and tenacious. He also doted on her a lot, which made Bai Yiqiao relax a lot. After all, she was the wife, and her husband was with her every night. Bai Yiqiao felt that she should look further into the future. In the future, Fan Yong would have a high position, and there would definitely be other things. What Bai Yiqiao wanted was a pair of old hairs that would never leave each other. In her previous life, she had suffered enough of being a concubine, and the pain of snatching men from other women. In this life, she didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. Actually, she did have some money on her. She had earned it from a business partnership with others. She ran a restaurant with foreign characteristics, such as barbecued meat and hot pot. It was novel and tasty. Moreover, what she did was a disgrace to the man. Where did my ability to observe people's expressions go? Bai Yiqiao finally figured it out. The main reason was because she was related to Xianxia. Her heart couldn't help but panic, causing her to lose her usual calmness. No one could remain calm in front of their husband's previous life's wife, at least Bai Yiqiao couldn't. Especially after she got married, she found that Fan Yong was much more responsible than the oily and powder-faced young master in her previous life. In addition, she knew that Fan Yong would have a bright future, so she naturally fell in love with Fan Yong. The more she cared, the more she was afraid of losing him. Bai Yiqiao was afraid that there was some fate between Fan Yong and Xianxia. Bai Yiqiao glanced at Fan Yong. Fan Yong's expression was normal, and she didn't know if he was angry or not. Ningxu said, since Fan Yong said it, naturally it will be distributed like this. The Fang family is all decided by Fan Yong. Fan Yong smiled at Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao was a little proud in her heart. Men were all people who loved face. If she gave a man enough face and satisfied a man's face, everything would be easy to say. Then we'll disturb you. We'll be leaving first. Bai Yiqiao said. Ningxu, seeing Bai Yiqiao's appearance for a while, she was simply crazy. She quickly changed her attitude, causing Ningxu to be a little confused. He immediately understood that Bai Yiqiao was doing this for Fan Yong to see. Ningxu laughed in his heart. That's why Bai Yiqiao couldn't get rid of the pettiness of being a concubine. She used her own concubine method to deal with men. A real husband and wife would discuss and respect each other equally. However, in ancient times, this was obviously impossible. However, this method allowed Bai Yiqiao to reap a lot of benefits. In addition, there were several men later on, and they were all men with high status and power who liked her, increasing her competitiveness and advantages. Things that were snatched by others were good things. It really allowed Fan Yong to dote on her for the rest of her life and never take in a concubine. Fan Yong stood up and handed the 2 pheasants in his hands to Chenli. He said, "This is the game I caught today. I'll let you have a taste of it. During this period of time, we've been a little unhappy. We're all neighbors, so we'll see each other often. Sometimes, we even need to help each other." Chenli looked at the 2 pheasants and didn't know whether he should take them or not. He couldn't help but look at Ningxu. Ningxu nodded his head unknowingly. "I got dozens of tails for free. Eating 2 of your chickens is considered cheap." Chenli took the pheasant with a smile and said, "It's okay. It's normal for neighbors to have some conflicts. Thank you for your chicken." Ningxu was speechless. Fan Yong got 80 tails for free. Even if he hunted all the pheasants on the mountain, he wouldn't be able to sell them for so much money. Fan Yong knew how to conduct himself. He knew how to advance and retreat. Whether he came to the Chen family for money or not, he could handle it well. Sure enough, success was not accidental. Fan Yong was able to succeed in the end. In addition to excellent hardware conditions, wisdom was also essential to success. He had to know how to conduct himself. To be honest, Fan Yong was a man worthy of a woman's lifelong commitment. That was why Bai Yiqiao thought of ways to deal with Xianxia. Father Chen knocked his pipe on the table and said to Fan Yong, "This matter is only known to our 2 families. Don't spread it out." "Uncle Chen, I know. Don't worry." Fan Yong nodded and said. After Fan Yong and Bai Yiqiao left, Ningxu sighed. According to Ningxu's idea, the ginseng was not given to Fan Yong at all. However, Fan Yong appeared. At that time, he should take the money. If he didn't give it to him, he was afraid that there would be a disaster. damned thieving god. He was using his own hands to give money to Fang Yong. The autumn harvest was coming soon. The riots in various places were becoming more and more frequent. With this money, when Fang Yong joined the army, he would be able to bribe people. He remembered that before Fang Yong joined the army, he had hunted a white tiger. The tiger's skin and bones made him earn a lot of money. Forget it. Although his heart was stifled, he would just treat it as his hard work in digging up the ginseng. Second sister, do you think this pheasant should be stewed or braised? Chenli said to Ningxu while carrying 2 chickens. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Look at your stupid appearance. It's just 2 chickens. How cheap is that? One braised, the other stewed. Ningxu said. Madame Li said, both stewed. Your father's teeth are not very good. Well, both stewed. Chenli went to kill the chickens. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. There were no clouds in the clear sky. Old Man Chen was still hoping for rain to make the seedlings grow, but the field was so dry that it was about to crack. Old Man Chen no longer held a fluke heart and used money to buy food. At this time, the price of food was 10% higher than before. Because of the riots, food was very scarce. Old Man Chen regretted it. It was not that Old Man Chen, who had lived half his life, was stupid, but the poor people were reluctant to spend the little money in their hands, let alone buy food. Ningxu would occasionally follow them to the town. Because of the ginseng, Ningxu had a little right to speak at home. Old Man Chen also allowed Ningxu to make requests that were not too outrageous. Occasionally, he would meet Bai Yiqiao, who went to the town together. When Bai Yiqiao saw Ningxu, her expression was indifferent and she did not speak. She was extremely cold to Ningxu. Ningxu did not care about Bai Yiqiao at all. He did what he should do. Only occasionally, when he went to Li Guzi's house at night, Li Guzi was not at home. He did not know where he went. Ningxu suspected that Li Guzi had been dealt with. Ningxu glanced at Bai Yiqiao in the same carriage. It should not be Bai Yiqiao's doing. Bai Yiqiao had always wanted to pair her with Li Guzi. Bai Yiqiao looked at Chen Ermiai opposite her. Seeing her calm appearance, Bai Yiqiao's heart had an unspeakable uneasiness and fear. Bai Yiqiao glanced at Chen Ermiai's clothes. There were no colorful clothes. The fabric was old. There was no jewelry on her body. Her skin was a little dark. She was not very beautiful. Why did she let Fang Yong treat her well in her previous life? She remembered Chen Ermiai in her previous life. She was wearing a gorgeous noble dress. She had a complicated bun with various hairpins. She was indescribably luxurious. It was like a fishbone stuck in her throat. She would not be happy if she did not spit it out. Just like that, they went their separate ways when they arrived at the town. Ningxu went to the pharmacy in the town and bought some medicine and silver needles. After the disaster, there would be a pandemic. If something happened, he would not panic. Since it was a counterattack, they couldn't lose their lives in this chaotic world. Ningxu exchanged the silver in his hands for supplies, such as cotton, cloth, or even food. When chaos broke out, even an ingot of gold might not be able to buy a steamed bun. Even though Chen Ermiai enjoyed a high position and wealth later on, she suffered a lot. Back then, Fang Yong had joined the army and joined the rebel army. To the imperial court, he was a rebel, a traitor. There would definitely be officials who wanted to capture the traitor's family. Chen Ermiai was pregnant. She took Fang Yong's mother, who was too old to see, and fled to find Fang Yong. Halfway there, Fang Yong's mother died. In order to prevent Fang Yong's mother from dying, Chen Ermiai cremated Fang Yong's mother and took her ashes to find Fang Yong. In this chaotic world, in order to fill one's stomach, in order to survive, anything can be done. Especially a woman with a child is a moving granary. Maybe she will be killed by crazy people to eat meat and drink blood. Chen Ermiai wanted to protect herself and her child, but also to protect her chastity. Chen Ermiai's suffering was unimaginable. Bai Yiqiao only saw Chen Ermiai enjoying a high position and wealth because of Fang Yong, but she didn't expect Chen Ermiai to suffer. Chen Ermiai's family was implicated because of this. They had to pay double the grain tax to solve this matter, but the Chen family was really poor. They didn't even have a place to eat. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. At that time, Bai Yiqiao was just because Fang Yong's family conditions were not good, and he was a man who hunted for a living. He was not worthy of her, so she broke her promise. When Fang Yong became famous and saw Chen Ermiai in brocade clothes, she felt that Chen Ermiai robbed her things. Chen Ermiai picked up a bargain. However, when the reborn Bai Yiqiao became Fang Yong's wife, she did not suffer such pain, the pain of fleeing. Different people have different lives. Ningxu helplessly spread out his hands. He could only attribute it to the protagonist aura. The reborn Bai Yiqiao did everything smoothly. She had money to deal with the government. Ningxu came out of the pharmacy and met Li Guzi on the street. Li Guzi was dressed like a dog. He even held a folding fan, which was neither fish nor fowl. He was like a monkey wearing clothes. This guy was looking at the door of the brothel. Ningxu saw a money bag hanging on his waist, which seemed to have some weight. No wonder he didn't go home recently. It turned out that he had money on him. He didn't know where he got the money. Ningxu lowered his head and passed by Li Guzi. He reached out and took Li Guzi's money bag. Just then, a girl from the brothel pulled Li Guzi into the building. Li Guzi smiled wretchedly and entered the building. He didn't notice that his money bag had been stolen. Ningxu put the money bag in the basket and covered it with a cloth. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at the brothel signboard. He turned and went back to the pharmacy. He grabbed some herbs and prepared them for Li Guzi. He definitely couldn't let Li Guzi off easily. He used Li Guzi's money to buy medicine to deal with Li Guzi. After buying the medicine, Ningxu went to the restaurant that Bai Yiqiao had opened with others. The restaurant was called Xianxia. The decoration was very stylish. Ningxu walked in and smelled a spicy smell. There were many guests in the hall of the restaurant, not to mention the private rooms above. A waiter came up to greet Ningxu. "What would you like to order?" Ningxu looked at the bamboo menu hanging on the wall. "Give me 3 portions of barbecue and 5 portions of vegetables. I want to take it away." "Okay." Ningxu wanted to have a taste of the restaurant run by Bai Yiqiao, and at the same time estimate the business situation of the restaurant. It seemed that the business was good. No wonder they could open a branch and donate food and clothes to the uprising army. It was because they knew that the uprising army would succeed in destroying the dynasty. They invested early and unexpectedly obtained the favor of the leader of the uprising army, the future emperor. However, they couldn't steal the wife of an official, but they were very fond of Bai Yiqiao. This cheat was really, Ningxu was waiting for the barbecue to be done when he heard Bai Yiqiao's voice. "Chen Ermiai?" Ningxu turned and saw Bai Yiqiao coming down the stairs. He was dazed for a moment and felt that Bai Yiqiao was really good looking. "Are you here to eat?" Bai Yiqiao walked in front of Ningxu and asked. Ningxu nodded. "Yes, I've heard of Ji Xiangju's name for a long time. I'm here to try it and bring some back for my parents to try." Hearing Ningxu's words, Bai Yiqiao's eyebrows flashed with a pleased look. The idea of opening a restaurant came from her previous life when she tasted the food of the nomads in a large family. Coupled with all kinds of spices, it was satisfying and delicious. Only in this life did she want to open a restaurant. Chen Ermiai didn't even know that this restaurant was hers. "Guest, here are your takeout dishes." The waiter brought the dishes over. Ningxu was just about to pay when Bai Yiqiao said, "Put this bill on my head." "Chen Ermiai, treat it as my treat." Bai Yiqiao Ningxu was a little surprised. Bai Yiqiao actually wanted to pay the bill for him and treat him to a meal. The sun must have risen from the west. Ningxu refused. "That's not very good. I'll pay for it myself." Ningxu put the money on the counter. Bai Yiqiao saw the copper coins on the counter and a look of contempt flashed between her eyebrows. She picked up the copper coins and pulled Ningxu's hand. She put the copper coins in Ningxu's hand. "I said I'll treat you, so I'll treat you. You don't have to be polite. I know the owner of this restaurant." Ningxu, oh, so he was just pretending. The invisible pretentiousness was the most fatal. He was clearly the owner of this restaurant. Ningxu put away the money and put the vegetables in the basket. He said to Bai Yiqiao, "Thank you." "No need." Bai Yiqiao's face was rosy. This feeling of giving alms from a condescending position was really cool. Bai Yiqiao felt that she had washed away the humiliation of Chen Ermiai throwing copper coins into her bowl in her previous life. Ningxu suddenly said, "Are you the only one who came to town? Why didn't Fang Yong come with you?" Bai Yiqiao's expression immediately became vigilant. Half vigilant and half showing off, she said, "Brother Yong found a white tiger in the mountains and planned to kill it." White tiger, not only could the tiger skin and bones be sold for money, but it could also raise Fang Yong's status. When he entered the army, he would be able to kill a tiger. A real man, when Fang Yong flew to the top, it would be another story. Ningxu took the things and left. Bai Yiqiao looked at Ningxu's back. She was really worried. Even if Chen Ermiai casually mentioned Fang Yong, Bai Yiqiao felt that there was something wrong. Bai Yiqiao said to the waiter, "I'll go first." "Tell Wen Yu." Wen Yu was the son of a merchant family in town. He and Bai Yiqiao had opened this restaurant together. Bai Yiqiao didn't want to be in town. Chen Ermiai had stolen her husband from the village. Ningxu went out of the city and arrived at the place where the ox cart was parked. Chen Li was carrying a bag of grain, which was some coarse grain. As soon as Ningxu got on the ox cart, Bai Yiqiao hurriedly ran over and sat on the ox cart, gasping for breath. The ox cart moved slowly. Bai Yiqiao looked at Ningxu and pretended to ask inadvertently, "Chen Ermiai, you seem to be 15 years old. Did your family talk about marriage for you?" Before Ningxu could say anything, Chen Li said, "Father said to wait until second sister is 16. Bai Yiqiao made an O sound and asked again, "Then Chen Ermiai, what kind of future husband do you want?" Ningxu wanted to provoke Bai Yiqiao and say that he wanted Fang Yong's type, but he thought that he wouldn't be able to win in a short period of time. If word got out, his reputation wouldn't be good. In this era where reputation was greater than the heavens and chastity could crush people to death, one had to consider one's family, clan, and even one's own relatives could not tolerate a person whose reputation was damaged, let alone others. It was tough being a woman. To be honest, it was nothing if the world was destroyed. Ningxu said, "Parents' orders, matchmaker's words." Bai Yiqiao nodded and didn't speak. She turned to look at the roadside scenery. Ningxu returned home, took out the medicinal materials he bought, and slowly ground them into powder. There was no machine to beat powder in ancient times, so the powder was a little coarse. If it didn't work, he would force it to Li Guzi. In the evening, Li Guzi, who had no money, finally went home. When he came back, he had wounds on his body. Obviously, he went to the brothel without money and was beaten up. Not only was he beaten up, but he was also forced to press a usury fingerprint. Otherwise, he couldn't get out of the brothel. Moreover, the time for repayment was stipulated. If he didn't pay back the money, his hands and feet would be cut off. Li Guzi was bitter in his heart. He had money, but his money bag was gone. Which bastard stole his money? His eyes were rotten. Li Guzi, who was beaten black and blue, went home and lay on the bed groaning. In the middle of the night, Ningxu took the powder to Li Guzi's home and saw that Li Guzi was sleeping like a dead pig. There was not even an oil lamp in the room. Ningxu scooped some water from the water tank in the kitchen and poured the powder into a bowl. Then he waited for the big medicine particles to settle down and poured them into another bowl. Ningxu carried the bowl into the room quietly and put the bowl on the bedside. Then he went out of the room and looked at Li Guzi from the window outside. He was afraid that Li Guzi would not drink water. Ningxu took out the powder and lit it with a fire starter. The powder of the medicinal materials was a little moist and gave off a thick smoke. Ningxu covered his nose with a handkerchief and fanned the smoke into the room. When it was almost done, he quickly put it out. At night, the sparks were very conspicuous. Although they were all asleep, someone might get up at night and see it. Living in such an era, one must be very vigilant. Ningxu waited outside. Li Guzi began to toss and turn on the bed. Finally, he sat up from the bed. Li Guzi felt that his mouth was dry. He was ready to get up and drink water. He vaguely saw a bowl on the bedside. He took a sip and then drank it. After drinking, Li Guzi lay down and went back to sleep. But this time he couldn't fall asleep. Li Guzi felt hot and sweaty all over. He got up and went out of the room to blow the wind. Li Guzi sighed deeply. the loan sharks pressed him. If he didn't have money, they would chop off his hands and feet. Li Guzi was scared to death, and it was very painful to cut off his hands and feet. Usually, Li Guzi would cry for a long time if he scratched his oily skin. Li Guzi wiped his sweat and decided to go to Bai Yiqiao to help her. Last time, he gave her money. This time, he had to solve this problem for her. Li Guzi went to Fang Yong's house in the dark. Ningxu followed behind Li Guzi. When he saw Li Guzi near Fang Yong's house, he learned to bark 3 times. Bai Yiqiao woke up when she heard the dog bark. She was stunned for a moment with a puzzled expression. Then she heard 3 more dog barks and gently sat up from the bed. Fang Yong was a light sleeper and very alert person. Even if Bai Yiqiao's movements were light, she still woke up Fang Yong. "What's the matter?" Fang Yong asked Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao said softly, "It's okay. I'm a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Get up and go to the toilet. Go back to sleep." Fang Yong asked, "Do you want me to accompany you to the toilet?" "No need." Bai Yiqiao went out of the room, closed the door, walked out of the yard, and looked around. "Sister Bai." Li Guzi suddenly appeared, startling Bai Yiqiao. He lowered his voice and said, "What are you doing?" "Sister Bai, you have to help me this time. Last time, I helped you deal with Chen Ermiai." Li Guzi said to Bai Yiqiao. "You still have the nerve to say that. You didn't tarnish Chen Ermiai at all. You slept in the house and you still dare to mention this matter. I'm going to be implicated to death by you." Bai Yiqiao was extremely angry. That is, it's Fang Yong now. If it was that greasy-faced young master of a big family with a man at home, she would have been drowned in a pig cage and cleaned up by the mistress of the house. This matter could be considered a stain. She didn't know if Fang Yong really didn't care. Bai Yiqiao was afraid that it was a thorn in Fang Yong's heart. She didn't know when it would explode. The most unbearable thing for a man was to be cuckolded by his own woman. Bai Yiqiao didn't want to live a life of estrangement with Fang Yong because of this matter, otherwise, she would be sorry for her rebirth. Bai Yiqiao was very tired of the trash Li Guzi. She lowered her voice and said, "Don't come to me in the future. You can't do anything well." Li Guzi was afraid that Bai Yiqiao really didn't care about him. He couldn't pay back so much money. He anxiously refuted, "I don't want to, but Chen Ermiai, that dead woman actually ran away." Ningxu hid in the dark. Although he knew in advance that this matter was planned by Bai Yiqiao and Li Guzi, he couldn't suppress his inner anger when he heard it with his own ears. Ningxu tried to suppress the murderous aura in his heart. This place was not far from the Fang family. Fang Yong mixed in the mountains and forests and was very sensitive to murderous aura. Li Guzi and Bai Yiqiao were afraid that Fang Yong would find out. Ningxu also didn't want Fang Yong to find out. "Sister Bai, you can't ignore me." When Li Guzi was anxious, his body was sweating and he was very hot. When he smelled the fragrance of Bai Yiqiao's body, his body became more and more hot. Li Guzi swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice, "Can you give me 100 taels?" "How much?" Bai Yiqiao almost cried out. 100 taels, dream on." Li Guzi felt that his body was getting hotter and hotter. Smelling the woman's smell on Bai Yiqiao's body, warm blood flowed out of his nose. "I was pressed with a usury handprint. If I don't pay it back, my hands and feet will be cut off." "You won't leave me to die, right?" Li Guzi said anxiously. Bai Yiqiao said coldly, "It's none of my business. You, a trash, dare to ask for 100 taels. You think you have everything?" Li Guzi was very anxious. "If you don't help me, I will spread the news that you want to hurt Chen Ermiai everywhere. You will find me to defile Chen Ermiai and say that you will make Chen Ermiai my wife. You said that as long as I defile Chen Ermiai will be my wife. You are a bad woman, a black-hearted bad woman." Li Guzi threatened. Bai Yiqiao was not threatened by Li Guzi at all. She said unhurriedly, "Then you go and say it. Let's see who is unlucky. Fang Yong will beat you to death." Thinking of Fang Yong's fist on his body, Guzi Li's body trembled. He was afraid of Fang Yong because Fang Yong was a man who could kill wild beasts. Bai Yiqiao turns around and is going back. After a long time, Fang Yong will doubt it. If Fang Yong finds out that she and Li Guzi meet in the middle of the night, something will definitely happen. No matter how much Fang Yong loves her, he will be angry. Seeing that Bai Yiqiao was about to leave, Li Guzi hurriedly grabbed Bai Yiqiao's arm. Feeling the smooth skin through the clothes, Li Guzi's heart swayed, and even his lower abdomen tightened. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch me? When Dog Li touched her body, Bai Yiqiao's eyebrows immediately stood up, as if she had stepped on dog shit with a disgusting expression. Li Guzi was worried that he couldn't pay the loan sharks, so he asked Bai Yiqiao for money. Bai Yiqiao was incomparably heartless. Li Guzi's heart was filled with hostility. In addition, his body was so tense that he felt uncomfortable. He wanted to sleep with this incomparably arrogant woman. Even if he had to die, he would be a romantic ghost. Moreover, he slept with Fang Yong's woman, so he could take revenge on Fang Yong. Li Guzi was so angry that he covered Bai Yiqiao's mouth and dragged Bai Yiqiao to the cornfield not far away. Bai Yiqiao was terrified, but her mouth was covered by Li Guzi. There was no way to call for help. Under the stimulation of the desire, Li Guzi's strength was surprisingly great. Li Guzi looked at the woman under him, his vanity was high, and he smelled her body intoxicatingly. Bai Yiqiao's face was pale, and her heart was filled with despair. After her rebirth, was she going to be defiled by a rotten person like Li Guzi, and her happy life, and Fang Yong's happy life? Bai Yiqiao couldn't help but struggle, but Bai Yiqiao was not a strong farm woman. Her delicate body was easy to push down, and her waist was soft as if there was no bone. There was no way to break free. Li Guzi directly took off Bai Yiqiao's pants, and regardless of Bai Yiqiao's discomfort, he went straight to the point. After Li Guzi entered her body, Bai Yiqiao was stunned, as if her soul had left her body. Bai Yiqiao felt that her world had collapsed, and the beautiful life she had imagined in her mind was instantly shattered. Although Bai Yiqiao was reborn, she was a genuine ancient person. The reputation of chastity was deep in her bones. It was impossible to imagine what would happen if Fang Yong knew about it. Would she be raped in a pig cage? The most important thing was Fang Yong. Fang Yong's heroic appearance in his previous life was deeply engraved in her mind. She wanted to be the person beside Fang Yong. She wanted to stand beside Fang Yong until Fang Yong reached the peak of life. Bai Yiqiao was like a soulless wood, her eyes were shedding tears. Li Guzi was shaking on Bai Yiqiao's body. He was probably too excited, and soon told her. Bai Yiqiao was disgusted and wanted to vomit. Li Guzi's bad breath made her want to die. For a moment, Bai Yiqiao wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. She was extremely disheartened. This was the result of her rebirth. She was on guard against Xianxia. But she didn't expect that she would fall in the hands of a rotten person like Pai Lupi Dog. She never cared about Li Guzi. How dare Li Guzi, how dare he? Ning Shu hid in the darkness and just watched indifferently. The feeling of being defiled by Pai Lupi Dog was not good. Only when it happened to himself did he know how devastating and desperate it was. Bai Yiqiao, who was like a bright moon in the sky, was defiled by Li Guzi, who was like smelly mud on the ground. Fang Yong, who was sleeping lightly in the room, was awakened. Seeing that Bai Yiqiao hadn't come back yet, he opened the door to look for her. Yiqiao! Fang Yong shouted in a low voice. Li Guzi originally wanted to do it again, but when he heard Fang Yong's voice, his body suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Although he said that he wanted to take revenge on Fang Yong, when he really faced Fang Yong, Li Guzi suddenly became terrified. He was very scared. Li Guzi picked up his pants, bent over and ran away. Fang Yong went to the toilet to find Bai Yiqiao. When Bai Yiqiao heard Fang Yong's voice, her whole body shivered. She was now in such a disheveled state with mud on her clothes. How could she appear in front of Fang Yong? Bai Yiqiao tried to calm herself down. She quickly thought of a countermeasure and put on her pants. Bai Yiqiao hardened her heart and twisted her foot. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of bones cracking. Bai Yiqiao groaned in pain and then dragged her painful ankle into a stream next to the house. Now it was a dry time. There was not much water in the stream and it was very muddy. Bai Yiqiao's body was covered with mud. She was in a sorry state and couldn't get up. Fang Yong, Fang Yong. Bai Yiqiao shouted weakly, I'm here, Fang Yong, save me. Fang Yong heard Bai Yiqiao's voice and saw that Bai Yiqiao was in the ditch. He quickly slid down and pulled Bai Yiqiao. My feet hurt, Bai Yiqiao said in a nasal voice. Fang Yong picked up Bai Yiqiao and carried her ashore. He walked towards the house. Suddenly, Fang Yong stopped. Bai Yiqiao's heart trembled. She asked in a trembling voice, "What's wrong?" Fang Yong frowned and said uncertainly, "I feel like someone is watching us." "How is that possible?" Bai Yiqiao thought that Fang Yong was talking about Li Guozi, and immediately said pitifully, "How could there be someone in the middle of the night?" "Fang Yong, my feet hurt." Fang Yong shook his head. He only thought that it was an illusion. He carried Bai Yiqiao back to the house and then went to boil water for her to take a bath. Bai Yiqiao looked at the busy Fang Yong and bit her lips tightly. Her tears couldn't stop flowing. "Why are you crying?" Fang Yong saw that her eyes were red. Bai Yiqiao wiped her tears, but her hands and face were covered in mud. "My feet hurt. It must be dislocated. After taking a bath, I'll fix it for you. It definitely won't hurt." Fang Yong comforted Bai Yiqiao. "How did you fall into the ditch?" Bai Yiqiao had already thought of an excuse. "My legs were numb from squatting. It was dark and I was so sleepy that I couldn't even open my eyes. So I stepped into the ditch." "You?" Fang Yong said helplessly. Bai Yiqiao looked at Fang Yong. Her heart was filled with hatred. No one could destroy her happiness. She had been reborn once. She shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't be discredited and despised by Fang Yong. Bai Yiqiao clenched her fists tightly. At least she had passed this stage. Ningxu looked at the dazzling development of the situation and laughed silently. It seemed that Bai Yiqiao wanted to keep this matter a secret. However, Li Guozi was a disgusting blood-sucking bug. Once he attached himself to someone, he would suck their blood dry unless he killed Li Guozi. Ningxu tiptoed back home. She didn't cultivate. Instead, she lay on the bed and slept soundly. Bai Yiqiao, who had been washed clean, couldn't see that she had been violated at all. All traces had been washed away. Bai Yiqiao looked at the man who was comforting her. She would not say such a thing even if she died. Li Guozi ran back to his shabby home and lay on the bed, panting heavily. He didn't expect that he would be able to sleep with Bai Yiqiao. It felt really good. Li Guozi's brain turned. He felt that he had found a chance to pay back the money. If he threatened Bai Yiqiao with this matter, he might be able to get 100 taels. The next morning, Li Guozi went to the door of the Fang family and wandered around. Seeing that the Fang family was calm, he knew that Bai Yiqiao, this cunning woman, had hidden what happened last night. Li Guozi felt that he had caught Bai Yiqiao's weakness. "Why are you wandering around? Believe it or not, I will break your legs." Fang Yong saw Li Guozi wandering around the door, so he immediately said fiercely. Li Guozi's body shrunk a little, but when he thought about how he slept with Fang Yong's woman last night, Li Guozi suddenly laughed wretchedly. Li Guozi suddenly felt refreshed. The feeling of getting first place in the imperial examination was just like this. Fang Yong saw Li Guozi's wretched and inexplicably complacent smile. He couldn't help but frown and pick up the wooden stick at the foot of the wall. Li Guozi immediately ran far away with a grin. His figure jumped up and down as if he had lost his mind. Fang Yong walked into the room with a sullen face. Bai Yiqiao's heart suddenly thumped. After what happened yesterday, Bai Yiqiao's heart was particularly sensitive. She was very concerned about Fang Yong's mood. "What's the matter?" Bai Yiqiao stood up. Although Fang Yong set her bones last night, it still hurt. When she stood up, her body swayed a little. Fang Yong helped her sit down and said, "It's the idol Li Guozi. He wandered around early in the morning." As soon as she heard Li Guozi's name, Bai Yiqiao was so shocked that she almost jumped up from her chair. Her heart was pounding, and her voice was trembling. "Did he say anything?" "No, I will beat this guy every time I see him in the future." Fang Yong said, "You should also talk to him less." Bai Yiqiao felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing her heart, and it was going to turn her heart into a ball of meat paste. How could her rebirth life be so tragic? Then what was the meaning of her rebirth? Bai Yiqiao clenched her fists tightly. Her whole body was cold and she couldn't stop trembling. Fang Yong was going to go into the mountain, but seeing Bai Yiqiao like this, he didn't go. Bai Yiqiao said gently, "I'm fine. You can come back early at noon." Bai Yiqiao was really afraid that she couldn't control her emotions. Fang Yong nodded and left with his hunting tools. As soon as Fang Yong left, Bai Yiqiao hammered her heart and cried silently with her mouth wide open. After crying, Bai Yiqiao took out a banknote from the box in the wardrobe. This banknote was worth 100 taels of silver. Fang Yong left, and Li Guzi wandered around the gate of Fang Yong's house. Bai Yiqiao saw Li Guzi and ignored him. She went to the village entrance and took an ox cart to the town. Li Guzi hesitated for a moment and followed her to the town. When she arrived at the town, Bai Yiqiao circled around to a remote place. Li Guzi followed behind Bai Yiqiao. "Wait for me," Li Guzi said casually. When he walked into Bai Yiqiao, he stretched out his hand and touched Bai Yiqiao's face. Bai Yiqiao's face was cold and she slapped the back of Li Guzi's hand heavily. Li Guzi hissed and couldn't help but say, "So cruel. Last night we were so loving. If you want to talk about what happened last night, I'll kill you," Bai Yiqiao said gloomily. Li Guzi said indifferently, "It's okay if you don't want me to say it, but if my hands and feet are cut off and I can't live, I can't guarantee that I won't say anything." "Shameless." Bai Yiqiao trembled with anger. Bai Yiqiao didn't regret provoking Li Guzi. She only hated that Chen Ermiai had escaped. Li Guzi was the husband she found for Chen Ermiai. Of course, the worse, the better. But now this pile of mud was sticking to her body. Bai Yiqiao hated Chen Ermiai even more. "Take it." Bai Yiqiao threw the silver note to Li Guzi and threatened, "If you take the money, be honest. If you dare to tell me about what happened last night, I will never let you go." Li Guzi picked up the silver note and his eyes suddenly lit up. But he couldn't read. He licked his face and asked Bai Yiqiao, "How much is this? Is this silver note real? You'd better give me the silver." Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. The blue veins on her forehead were jumping. She said in a fierce voice, 100 taels. Li Guzi was suddenly enraptured. He put away the silver note and stretched out his hand to touch Bai Yiqiao's hand. Bai Yiqiao gave Li Guzi a slap. "Get out of here. If you touch my finger again, I'll let you take the consequences." Li Guzi covered his face and looked at Bai Yiqiao's red face. He immediately pressed her against the wall. "I've done it once. What does it matter if I do it again? Anyway, Fang Yong is wearing a green hat." Bai Yiqiao was pressed against the wall by Li Guzi. She smelled the disgusting smell on Guzi's body and his sweat fermented the disgusting smell. When he spoke to her, he revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth with vegetable leaves and shredded meat on them. Bai Yiqiao felt that her eyes were going blind. Thinking that she had been defiled by such a person and that disgusting thing had entered her body, Bai Yiqiao wished she could kill Li Guzi. Now that Li Guzi wanted to defile her, Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her whole body trembled and her eyes were red. "Get out of here. If you dare to be disrespectful to me, I will kill you." Bai Yiqiao pushed Li Guzi away and was about to leave. Li Guzi stopped in front of Bai Yiqiao and said wretchedly, "Give me one more time, or I will tell everyone that you are having an affair with me. If you dare, I will really kill you." Bai Yiqiao said coldly. "Don't be like this, a night of husband and wife is 100 days of grace." Li Guzi said shamelessly, "We are also considered a wild couple. Last night was too dark, and he was too excited to enjoy it." Now that Li Guzi saw Bai Yiqiao's delicate face, his heart was ready to move. Li Guzi raised the banknotes in his hand. "Believe it or not, I will tell everyone that you gave me money to find a wild man." Bai Yiqiao was so angry that she was stunned. She never thought that there would be such a shameless person in the world. Bai Yiqiao's heart was filled with hatred. Why was she defiled by this dog? Chen Ermiai was lucky enough to escape. Li Guzi looked at Bai Yiqiao in a daze and smiled. He reached out and touched Bai Yiqiao's small hand. Bai Yiqiao reacted and shook off Li Guzi's hand. "Li Guzi, if you want to live, then be honest." Li Guzi's face darkened and he shouted loudly, "There is a wife who is lewd and thirsty for a man. She will also give money." Li Guzi's words instantly attracted the attention of many men. Looking at Bai Yiqiao beside him, their eyes revealed obscenity as they leaned over. Bai Yiqiao's head buzzed and she almost fainted. The eyes of these men were like blades, cutting her body. Bai Yiqiao covered her face with her long sleeves and ran away. Li Guzi chased after Bai Yiqiao. As long as you give me one more time, I promise I won't make trouble again, Li Guzi said shamelessly. All the blood in Bai Yiqiao's body rushed to her head. She looked at the proud dog Li. How could a person be so rotten? If she lost a good man like Fan Yong because of such a rotten person, Bai Yiqiao felt that she had nothing left to live for. Bai Yiqiao took a deep breath, and a cold aura came out from between her teeth. Go to the inn. Okay. Li Guzi laughed. After laughing, he said, you have to give me money. I don't have money for accommodation. Bai Yiqiao covered her face with a veil, only revealing a pair of eyes outside, and went to the inn to ask for a room. Li Guzi followed them to the room and immediately leaned over. Bai Yiqiao vomited in disgust and said, can you go wash up? Wash it clean. Okay. Li Guzi was now an obedient dog. He would do whatever he was told. Calling Li Guzi a dog was an insult to dogs. Li Guzi washed up and pounced on Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao was in a daze during the whole process. Bai Yiqiao couldn't figure out why her rebirth day would be like this, because Li Guzi disrupted all her plans. Bai Yiqiao had a lot of scruples, her reputation, Fan Yong, and future glory and wealth. Li Guzi had nothing. He was barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Bai Yiqiao was a delicate porcelain, and Li Guzi was a stone. It was not worth it to use delicate porcelain to touch a stone. Bai Yiqiao cried silently. This should have been the pain that Chen Ermiai suffered. Why was it added to her? In her last life, her legs were broken and she begged for a living. Chen Ermiai wore brocade clothes and enjoyed wealth. In this life, she was defiled by a rotten person like Li Guzi. The most severe torture in life was just like this. Li Guzi sighed comfortably and lay on Bai Yiqiao's body with sticky sweat. Bai Yiqiao vomited and vomited beside the bed. Bai Yiqiao vomited and vomited. Li Guzi didn't care about Bai Yiqiao's dislike of him at all. He knew what kind of person he was. Li Guzi lay on the bed comfortably. The skin on his chest was loose, and his ribs were clear. He was ugly to death. His eyes were still looking at Bai Yiqiao's body. After Bai Yiqiao vomited, she began to put on her clothes. She looked at Li Guzi, who was naked all over, and said, I want you to do something? Yes, say it. If you are not satisfied, you can come again. Li Guzi said wretchedly. Bai Yiqiao said coldly, we are now in the same boat. If you dare to say it everywhere and let Fan Yong know, even if I want to drown you in a pig cage, you will be killed by Fan Yong. Fan Yong will shoot through your hand, your feet, and finally your head. Li Guzi's expression shrank a bit. He touched his head and asked, what do you want me to do? Chen Ermiai, get rid of Chen Ermiai for me. It's best to let Chen Ermiai become your wife. No matter what method you use, ruin her reputation. It's very bad. Bai Yiqiao said. She was defiled by Li Guzi and fell into a quagmire. She didn't know how long this matter could be hidden, but Chen Ermiai was intact. She was struggling in the quagmire, but Chen Ermiai was watching on the shore clean. Bai Yiqiao's mind was broken. She suspected that fate was deliberately playing tricks on her. She wanted Fan Yong and Chen Ermiai to continue their previous relationship, and she, Fan Yong's wife, was defiled. If Fan Yong knew about her situation, he would definitely divorce her. At that time, Fan Yong and Chen Ermiai could be together again. The more Bai Yiqiao thought about it, the more ferocious her face became. She could not fall to such a state. In her previous life, she was abandoned by a man. In this life, if she was abandoned by Fan Yong again, she would not allow it. At this time, Bai Yiqiao was still blaming others. If she didn't have the intention to harm Chen Ermiai and find a rotten person like Li Guzi, and get involved with Li Guzi, how could such a thing happen? She had already married Fan Yong. Why was she so cruel to Chen Ermiai who didn't know anything? Li Guzi couldn't help but ask, how did Chen Ermiai offend you? You have to treat her like this. Don't worry about it. In short, I want you to get rid of Chen Ermiai. Bai Yiqiao opened the door and left. Li Guzi took out the silver notes and smiled. He flicked his finger and said to himself, I didn't expect this woman to be so rich. Li Guzi put on his clothes and took the money to spend. As for Bai Yiqiao's plan to deal with Chen Ermiai, he had money first. Bai Yiqiao went to the restaurant opened by the partnership to take a bath. Then she went to the medicine shop to get some medicine for injury as an excuse. Then she took the ox cart back to the village. Back in the village, Bai Yiqiao saw Ningxu cutting grass by the edge of the field. Her face became ferocious for a moment. When Bai Yiqiao saw Ningxu, she was so angry that her body trembled. She stared straight at Ningxu. Why was she like this, while Chen Ermiai was clean? Everything she had suffered should have been borne by Chen Ermiai. Did she want to enjoy the glory and wealth of her previous life in this life? How unfair was God? Fang Yong was originally her fiancé. In her previous life, Chen Ermiai was with her fiancé. In this life, she was with Fang Yong, but she was defiled by Li Guzi. She was about to give up her position to Chen Ermiai. Ningxu turned his head and saw Bai Yiqiao with a gloomy face. He was in a very good mood. He smiled at Bai Yiqiao with a very bright smile and greeted her, sister-in-law of the Feng family. Ningxu walked to Bai Yiqiao with a basket on his back and asked, Why is sister-in-law of the Feng family looking at me like this? Bai Yiqiao looked away and brushed past Ningxu. How long can you be proud? Even if she was defiled by Li Guzi, Fang Yong would not give it to you. Ningxu smiled and went back with the bamboo basket on his back. The grass in the basket turned yellow again because of the drought. If this goes on, there will be no chicken or duck to eat in the future. The field was dry and cracked, and the seedlings had been roasted yellow. Back home, Ningxu cut the grass and fed it to the chickens. Then he tried to find a container to hold water, because the water level in the well dropped too fast. He couldn't live without water. She had exchanged water before the task, but if she suddenly took out water, it would make people suspicious. Ningxu could only store as much water as possible. Even if there was no water, he could secretly release the water without arousing suspicion. At noon, Ningxu's father Chen said, Dad, let's kill the livestock at home slowly. There is nothing to feed them. If he fed the food at home to chickens, ducks, and geese, he was afraid that Chen's father would jump. Mrs. Li said, I also think we can kill them slowly. Chen's father sighed. This year, the weather is sweating to death and waterlogging to death. I heard that there is a flood somewhere and the house is flooded. Chen's father lowered his voice. It's going to be chaotic. When there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, there was bound to be a demon. The ancients liked to compare natural phenomena with human affairs. The normal logic was that the weather wasn't good and the people didn't have enough to eat. Coupled with the severe exploitation of the imperial court, they raised the flag and rebelled. However, the ancients thought that it was a punishment from the heavens. No matter what, the current imperial court was rotten, and it was time to overthrow it and establish a new country. This disaster was an opportunity. From the looks of it, it was more like a punishment from the heavens. Damn, Ningxu was confused by himself. Chen Li said to old man Chen, Dad, what about this year's grain tax? The sky is so dry, it should be exempted for us. Wrong. Ningxu said, it will only double the exploitation. Some places are in chaos now. In order to suppress the rebellions, the imperial court needs military funds and provisions. These are all counted on our heads. Layer by layer, I'm afraid the taxes this year will be unprecedentedly heavy. Now that the imperial court was in a state of disunity, all the officials wanted to fill their own pockets. Everyone was trying their best to take advantage of the chaos to make a fortune. Heavens, how are we going to survive like this? Chen Li's face was full of worry. Use money for this year's taxes. Old man Chen said, food is so expensive now. Ningxu didn't say anything. In front of the country and the general trend, the power of an individual was so weak. However, with the money from selling ginseng, they could at least survive, so the Chen family didn't panic. There was no problem with their livelihood, so they could deal with Li Guzi and Bai Yiqiao. Now that Li Guzi and Bai Yiqiao were together, with Li Guzi's rogue personality, he would definitely get involved with Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao was the boss of the restaurant. If Li Guzi knew, he would be so happy. In the middle of the night, Ningxu went to Li Guzi's house and found that Li Guzi wasn't at home. he didn't know where he went. He probably had a relationship with Bai Yiqiao and blackmailed her. Li Guzi was just as Ning Shu guessed. He was now in the gambling house with the money Bai Yiqiao gave him. With 100 taels, Li Guzi didn't pay back the loan sharks. First, he went to the bank to exchange for silver, 8 delicacies, and played with 2 brothel girls. Well, when he saw that there was not much money left, he wanted to gamble and win it back. As a result, he had no money in his pocket. Without money, Li Guzi went to borrow money from the loan sharks and continued to gamble. In the end, he was thrown out of the gambling house. Li Guzi, who had no money, instantly thought that he hadn't paid back the loan sharks and owed another 100 taels. He couldn't help but scratch his head. He instantly remembered that his hands and feet were going to be cut off. How painful it would be. The next morning, Li Guzi returned to the village as if his boat was on fire and ran to find Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao was very upset now. Because she had done something wrong to Fang Yong, she became more and more gentle to him. Because she was afraid of being abandoned, afraid that she would be like her last life. She was afraid that Fang Yong would know the truth and be unhappy. In the past, Bai Yiqiao had a little temper, which was the interest between husband and wife, but now Bai Yiqiao didn't know how to describe it. Lowly, very lowly. Fang Yong always felt that something was wrong with Bai Yiqiao. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" When Bai Yiqiao heard this, her body couldn't help but tremble. She said with a smile, "It's nothing." Fang Yong just frowned and shook his head. "You've lost weight recently, and there's no color on your face. Just wait for me to do the things at home. Are you not feeling well?" Bai Yiqiao touched her face, suppressing the fear in her heart. She said with a smile, "It's okay. It's probably too hot. I don't have any energy." Fang Yong only thought that Bai Yiqiao couldn't stand the hot weather. He warned, "Don't stand under the sun. If you can't do the work, wait for me to do it. When I kill that white tiger, I'll buy you some good breathable fabric and make 2 sets of clothes." It was like coarse linen, very hot on the body. Bai Yiqiao looked at Fang Yong. Everything was afraid of comparison. People were the same. Li Guzi was extorting her like he was breaking her bones and sucking her marrow, but Fang Yong was really good to her. She must not lose Fang Yong. The tiger is very dangerous. If you can't kill it, run away. Bai Yiqiao said to Fang Yong with concern. When Fang Yong left, Bai Yiqiao saw that Li Guzi came to find her again. She had a feeling of fear and trepidation. When she heard that Li Guzi wanted 200 taels again, Bai Yiqiao's heart was filled with killing intent. "Didn't I give you 100 taels to pay off the usury?" Bai Yiqiao's throat was sweet and she couldn't wait to spit out a mouthful of blood. Li Guzi said, 100 taels is not enough. It's compound interest. I want to use 100 taels to gamble enough money. Bai Yiqiao was so angry that she felt dizzy. Li Guzi was a scum, a rotten person. "Sister Bai, can you help me pay back the money?" Li Guzi said, "As long as you help me pay back the money, I will immediately help you deal with Chen Ermiai and let Chen Ermiai be despised by thousands of people." "Why should I believe you?" Bai Yiqiao's heart was filled with all kinds of emotions, full of anger, indignation, fear, and sadness. Bai Yiqiao knew what kind of person Li Guzi was, but he just wanted to cheat money from her. Scum, but why would she have a relationship with such a scum? This man should be Chen Ermiai's husband. Chen Ermiai enjoyed a lifetime of glory and wealth in her last life. In this life, she should pay off her debts. "Li Guzi, don't think I don't know what you're thinking?" Bai Yiqiao said coldly. "If you don't give me money, I'll let you be cursed by thousands of people." Li Guzi threatened, "You can only believe me. If I'm better, you can be better. Otherwise, I'll fight to the death." Li Guzi took advantage of the fact that he had caught Bai Yiqiao's pigtail and threatened to blackmail her. Bai Yiqiao took a deep breath, "You solve Chen Ermiai for me first, and I'll give you money." When Li Guzi heard that Bai Yiqiao had money, his eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately said, "You want me to pay back the money? Chen Ermiai's matter needs to be considered in the long run." Bai Yiqiao had lived for 2 lives. How could she not know that Li Guzi was perfunctory? She said coldly, "If I don't solve Chen Ermiai's matter, I won't give you a single copper coin. I'm going to be cut off by the loan sharks." As long as I'm not dead, I'll tell everyone about your affair, and you're the one who found me. It's you who defiled me. Bai Yiqiao trembled with anger at Li Guzi's words. Li Guzi said indifferently, anyway, you'll be called a slut. Bai Yiqiao stared at Li Guzi, her eyes red with deep hatred. When Li Guzi saw that Bai Yiqiao didn't give him money, he actually reached out and searched Bai Yiqiao's body, which scared Bai Yiqiao. If someone saw it, it would be terrible. Bai Yiqiao said angrily, just you wait. There's still interest. The interest is 100 taels. Li Guzi rubbed his chin and said. Bai Yiqiao staggered, went into the house, and took the banknotes. Li Guzi immediately took the banknotes and ran away without a trace. 300 taels were gone. Many people had never seen such a huge amount of money in their lives. She also lost half of her savings. Bai Yiqiao wanted to kill Li Guzi, but when she thought that Chen Ermiai was not tortured by Li Guzi, she was very unwilling. Li Guzi was kept alive to deal with Chen Ermiai. Only by dragging Chen Ermiai into the quagmire, there would be no possibility between Feng Yong and Chen Ermiai. The more she was disgusted by Li Guzi, the more Bai Yiqiao knew how good Feng Yong was. She had been reborn for Feng Yong and was on par with him. This time, Li Guzi paid back the loan honestly. He still had a lot of money left, which was enough for Li Guzi to live a carefree life for a while. Bai Yiqiao waited every day for Li Guzi to pester Ningxu and splash dirty water on Ningxu, but Li Guzi didn't appear. Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. When Dog Li ran out of money, he would appear in front of her. Li Guzi was treating her as a bank. Bai Yiqiao had too many things in her heart. She was so worried that she couldn't even eat. She used to be delicate and tender, but now she was sick and her face was pale. She was under too much pressure. Feng Yong saw her like this and asked Bai Yiqiao what happened. Bai Yiqiao always said that it was nothing, so Feng Yong gave all the game to Bai Yiqiao to nourish her body. Compared with Bai Yiqiao's worries, Ningxu's life was much simpler. In addition to doing housework, he read books. Reading some medical books, Chenli asked Ningxu if he knew these words. Ningxu said he didn't know. Sometimes he went to the street to ask the person who wrote letters. Chenli had a headache when he saw the curved words. He didn't care what Ningxu was reading. Ningxu asked, "Second sister, I want to join the army." Ningxu said without raising his head, "Father won't agree. You are a man of the Chen family. You have to carry on the family line. You are dreaming." Chenli, "I'm just afraid that there will be conscription." "I may be conscripted." Chenli said, "I want to join the rebellion army." "Lower your voice." Ningxu couldn't help but say, "Whether it's the imperial army or the rebellion army, people will die. If you don't carry on the Chen family's bloodline, father will break your legs." Not everyone had Feng Yong's luck. With Chen Li's IQ, he was definitely someone who would be used as cannon fodder. Simple and honest people were not used to staying in the army. Not only did they have to face the enemy, but they also had to face the scheming of their own camp. It was impossible to imagine what Chen Li would be like inside. Perhaps he could be polished and become a wily old fox, but before that, he had to ensure that he survived. Moreover, the conditions of the rebellion army weren't good. They didn't have food to eat or clothes to wear. However, they waved the banner of justice to make the people accept them. Chen Li sighed and didn't say anything. It wasn't easy to survive in a chaotic world. He still had to go to war. He could fight for his future, but what was Chen Li for? Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums rang out. Chen Li stood up and said, "This is the sound of the government's gong." Something happened in the county office. "I'm afraid it's not a good thing," Chen Li said with a frown. After a while, Li Jing came to the door. Li Jing looked a little helpless and said to Chen Li, "Where's your father?" "Go to the village entrance." Someone from the government office came to talk about something. "Uncle Li Jing, what's the matter?" Chen Li asked. "It's about the grain tax. But it's not the time for the autumn harvest yet, and the grain is all dried up." "How can it be the autumn harvest now?" Chen Li couldn't help but say, "Even if it's not a drought, it will take 2 months to harvest the grain." Ningxu pursed his lips. It meant that the treasury was empty and the war was tense. Although it wasn't affected here, many refugees were rushing over. The gongs and drums were beating more and more tightly. Father Chen came back from the field and went to the village entrance to gather. Ningxu and Madame Li also followed. 2 bailiffs in bailiff uniforms came. One held a gong and drum in his hand, and the other held a document in his hand. Ningxu glanced at the people around and saw Fang Yong and Bai Yiqiao. They hadn't seen each other for a while, and Bai Yiqiao's spirit was a lot worse. Her face was pale, and her whole person looked very gloomy. She no longer had the complacent feeling of being superior to others. Li Guzi was a man who ruthlessly destroyed flowers. As long as a woman got involved with him, her blood would be sucked dry. Chen Ermei was like this. She was tortured to death at the age of 30. Now Bai Yiqiao was like this. Bai Yiqiao couldn't bear to part with Fang Yong. She tried to hide it from Fang Yong. She was worried about her gains and losses, and the torment in her heart could be imagined. Giving her a taste of her own medicine. Bai Yiqiao felt that someone was looking at her. She turned her head and saw Ningxu. She didn't know if it was Bai Yiqiao's illusion, but she felt that Chen Ermei had become more beautiful. Cold and calm, neither fast nor slow, made Bai Yiqiao's heart full of a sense of crisis. Bai Yiqiao's heart was very sensitive. She always felt that Ningxu was looking at Fang Yong. She couldn't help but pull Fang Yong's arm to focus his attention on her. Bai Yiqiao tightly grabbed Fang Yong's sleeve. Her expression was tense, and she was in a very nervous state. Bai Yiqiao's heart was in a mess. She cared about too many things, and her hands and feet were tied up. Fang Yong was pulled by Bai Yiqiao's clothes. He turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Yiqiao forced a smile, "Nothing." Fang Yong raised his sleeve to block the hot sun for Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao's eyes were sore. This kind of Fang Yong made Bai Yiqiao hate Chen Ermei and Li Guzi. She also hated the heavens. Why couldn't she do what she wanted? Was she living again so that she could live the life she was abandoned in her previous life? Ningxu looked away from Bai Yiqiao's body and looked at the 2 bailiffs. "Everyone come." The bailiff said, "Now let's talk about the imperial edict. Now we have to pay the grain tax. According to each family, each person will pay 3 stones. If you give money, each person will pay 4 taels of silver." The bailiff said, "It's best to pay the grain. What kind of grain does the family have? New or old grain is fine." Hearing such a heavy tax, the villagers wailed and their faces were full of panic. This kind of tax, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't be able to pay it. Ningxu was shocked. Although he knew that the tax might be heavy, he didn't expect it to be so heavy. 1 stone was almost 90 kilograms, which was 200 jin. One person had to pay nearly 600 jin of grain. Like the Chen family of 4, they had to pay 2,000 jin of grain. In ancient times, the yield per mu was very low, only a few hundred jin. Not to mention, it was a drought now, and there was no grain. As for 4 taels of silver, for the poor people, they couldn't save that much money in a year. No, they couldn't save that much in 2 or 3 years. 4 taels of silver for one person? The imperial court was really treating this like a child's play. All they had to do was talk. It was simply forcing people to rebel. The bailiff said something about loyalty and patriotism. When the country was in danger, they should pay for the country. He also scolded the rebels, saying that as long as the rebels were caught, they would be executed. The bailiff told everyone to go home and prepare. 10 days later, they would come to collect the grain and money. Ningxu couldn't help but shake his head. If the heavens wanted people to die, they would first make them crazy. The imperial court had really gone crazy, not giving the common people any chance to live. In order to survive, revolts and riots were all too normal. Bai Yiqiao turned her head and swept a glance at Ningxu. Seeing Ningxu's dignified expression, she sneered in her heart. His family had more than 100 taels of silver, but he still pretended to be frowning. It was extremely disgusting. Seeing the other Chen family members' relaxed expressions, Bai Yiqiao suddenly called out, "Big brother bailiff." Hearing Bai Yiqiao's voice, Ningxu immediately looked at Bai Yiqiao. Seeing the indescribable cruelty on Bai Yiqiao's face, he had a bad premonition. Bai Yiqiao glanced at Ning Shu and said to the bailiff, "There is a family that can pay the taxes." Bai Yiqiao pointed at Ning Shu. The Chen family found a ginseng, but it sold for a lot of money. When Bai Yiqiao said this, the surrounding villagers all stared at the Chen family. Their eyes were inexplicable as they whispered to each other. They even said that the Chen family had kept it a secret. No one could pay the taxes, they didn't even have food to eat, but the Chen family actually sold the ginseng. How much money was that? They didn't worry about scarcity but inequality. They didn't worry about poverty but chaos. Right now, the villagers just wanted to pay the taxes and live a peaceful life, and the Chen family was the breakthrough. Now, the Chen family had become the target of public criticism. When the bailiff heard this, his eyes lit up. His eyes were filled with greed. Old man Chen's face was extremely ugly. Looking at Fang Yong and Bai Yiqiao, Chenli actually wanted to rush over and hit Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao, do you have a mouth just to talk nonsense? Chenli rolled up his sleeves, his face trembling as he roared at Bai Yiqiao. Seeing this, Fang Yong hurriedly protected Bai Yiqiao behind him. Ning Shu calmly stopped the rioting Chenli. Fang Yong was also inexplicably shocked. He never thought that Bai Yiqiao would say this in such a situation. The two families had agreed to keep this matter a secret. Yiqiao. Fang Yong frowned and shouted. He couldn't understand why Bai Yiqiao would do such a thing that harmed others. Seeing Fang Yong's expression, Bai Yiqiao's heart trembled. She pursed her lips and said, "I'm telling the truth." Ning Shu let out a deep breath and said to the bailiff whose face was filled with greed, "The Chen family did find a ginseng, but the hunter Fang Yong was present. This ginseng was sold to the town's Jisher Tang for 200 taels. Bailiff Big Brother can go and verify it. Then the 200 taels will be divided between the Chen family and the Fang family." The bailiff and the villagers looked at Fang Yong and Bai Yiqiao. Fang Yong wiped his face. So Bai Yiqiao did something that harmed others without benefiting herself. He knew that this would be the result. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Shu spoke first. It was sold for 200 taels. Because this ginseng was found by Fang Yong got the biggest share, 150 taels. The Chen family got 50 taels. Ning Shu said calmly. When the Chen family heard Ning Shu's words, they were stunned for a moment and then didn't say anything. The first one to be unkind was the Fang family, so they couldn't be blamed for being unjust. When Fang Yong heard Ning Shu say that he gave the Fang family 150 taels, his face became very ugly. Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed at Ning Shu and shouted, "Sister Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? When did the Fang family get 150 taels? It's obviously your family who got the biggest share." Ning Shu spread out his hands. "See, you also admit that your family got the money." Bai Yiqiao suddenly choked. Fang Yong pulled Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao staggered twice and almost fell to the ground. Bai Yiqiao felt wronged in her heart. She also knew that she had done something wrong. She lowered her head and didn't speak. "Bailiff, Big Brother Bailiff." Ning Shu interrupted Fang Yong's words. He bowed to the two bailiffs and said, "The Chen family is willing to pay 100 taels of silver. I hope that Big Brother Bailiff can reduce the tax for each family." Fang Yong was very helpless. He cupped his hands towards the bailiff and said, "The Fang family is also willing to pay 50 taels of silver. Since it's an equal share, why can others give 100 taels of silver, why can you give 50 taels of silver?" The bailiff said with dissatisfaction. "It's not." Bai Yiqiao wanted to speak, but was stopped by Fang Yong. Fang Yong said helplessly, "It's because my family is poor. I got the money to buy some things. That's all I have left. Give me as much as you have. Hand it all over. When you go back and report it to your parents, they will definitely praise your two families." The bailiff said. Ning Shu, these words were like farts. He didn't believe a single word. In the end, Fang Yong handed over 70 taels of silver. The two bailiffs received nearly 10 jeans of silver and left with satisfaction. The villagers thanked Father Chen. Father Chen had never been respected so much before. He was proud, distressed and conflicted. So much money. That Bai Yiqiao is beautiful and gentle. I didn't expect her mind to be so vicious. As soon as he returned home, Li gnashed his teeth and said. After Bai Yiqiao made such a ruckus, the relationship between the Chen family and the Fang family dropped to a freezing point. The Chen family lost 100 taels and the Fang family lost 70 taels. As soon as the bailiff left, the two families turned around and left. Bai Yiqiao lowered her head and followed behind Fang Yong. From time to time, she raised her head to look at Fang Yong's heroic figure. She wanted to talk to Fang Yong, but feeling the heavy power of Fang Yong, Bai Yiqiao didn't dare to speak. Bai Yiqiao regretted in her heart. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have said it. What she thought at that time was that she had plenty of money, and if the Chen family didn't have the money to sell ginseng, she was afraid that they would be in trouble. Losing a few hundred taels was not a loss to her. She could earn it back in half a month, but if the Chen family didn't have this money, it would be difficult to continue. Before doing anything, Bai Yiqiao thought clearly. She really hated Chen Ermiai. Seeing Chen Ermiai, her heart felt as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at it. Fang Yong was not a stingy man, but now he didn't say a word to her. He was obviously angry. Bai Yiqiao was frightened and uneasy. Her tears fell down. Hearing the sobbing behind him, Fang Yong stopped and turned his head. He helplessly looked at Bai Yiqiao. "You're still crying?" Bai Yiqiao saw that Fang Yong was paying attention to her. She felt even more wronged and cried even harder. She wanted to vent all kinds of emotions that had accumulated in her heart. Fang Yong sighed and looked at Bai Yiqiao, who was crying and burping. "In the future, if you have anything to do, discuss it with me in advance. I have a preparation. Today, you didn't do it properly. You gave the government 70 taels for nothing and also made the relationship between the two families stiff. I know I was wrong. Fang Yong, forgive me. I will find a way to get 70 taels." Bai Yiqiao said while wiping her tears. Fang Yong sighed. "Money is a small matter." Bai Yiqiao smiled through her tears. She reached out and grabbed Fang Yong's clothes. The couple returned home. "That Bai Yiqiao is beautiful and gentle. I didn't expect her mind to be so vicious." As soon as he returned home, Li gnashed his teeth and said. Madame Li also said, "How could I think of her? Last time, she fanned the flames and said that second sister and dog Li had an affair." Ningxu drank water and didn't speak. "So much silver. 100 taels of silver." Chen Li's face trembled in pain. "Just think of it as spending money to avoid disaster," old man Chen said. "To be honest, I don't feel at ease with so much money at home. Wealth is gone, and people are happy." Ningxu also had the same idea. Since the bailiffs knew about this matter, they would definitely not be able to keep their money. They still had to feed the bailiffs, which was not something that could be settled with 10 or 20 taels of silver. If he didn't hand over the money, he was afraid that he would lose everything. If the bailiffs turned hostile and came to his house to search for the money, he wouldn't be able to keep the food in his house. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to survive. The people did not fight with the officials. There were only 2 bailiffs. There were so many people in the village, how could they not be able to defeat the 2 of them? The people were afraid of the imperial court. Giving out the money would also prevent others from coveting it. Didn't they see that the eyes of the villagers were red when they saw them? Therefore, the money slipped away after passing through his hands once. Fortunately, there was still some money left, which could last for a while. Fang Yong's wife. When old man Chen talked about Bai Yiqiao, his face was full of worry. Don't contact with that family in the future. At the critical time, you can see a person's character. Ningxu pursed his lips. If Bai Yiqiao wanted the Chen family to lose money, then let her lose money. In the middle of the night, Ningxu went to Li Guzi's house. Li Guzi was still not at home. The whole house was dilapidated and there was no trace of human life. There were cobwebs inside, and dirty clothes were stuffed in the tattered wardrobe. A person like Li Guzi was not a person who could live a good life. Chen Ermiai married such a man and suffered a lot. She was tortured to the point that she didn't recognize a ghost. Li Guzi didn't know how to cherish people. It was fine if he didn't cherish people, but he also beat women, exerted violence, did nothing, and still needed women to support him. Scum and beast were not enough to describe Li Guzi. Not seeing Li Guzi, Ningxu turned around and left. Early the next morning, Ningxu told the Chen family that he was going to the town to buy something. Now that there was no money at home, old man Chen told Ningxu to save money and not buy anything inexplicable. Ningxu took the basket and got on the ox cart to the town. Ningxu was going to find Li Guzi. Bai Yiqiao used Li Guzi to ruin Chen Ermiai's life, so she would use Li Guzi to deal with Bai Yiqiao. Now the Fang family was still calm. He knew that Bai Yiqiao was going to hide this matter and live with Fang Yong as if nothing had happened. Ningxu wouldn't tell Fang Yong that his wife had cheated on him. It was better for dogs to bite each other, and his hands wouldn't be stained with blood. Ningxu arrived at the town and went to the rouge shop to buy some cosmetics. He simply dressed up and changed his appearance. His face was full of pockmarks, and he was ready to go to the gambling house to find Li Guzi. Li Guzi had money, so he would definitely gamble. Anyway, Li Guzi didn't do anything serious. He was either in the red light district, in the gambling house, or in the restaurant to eat and drink. Ningxu walked into a gambling house. The gambling house was full of smoke and noise. It was crowded with people. The men were bare-chested and sweating profusely. In addition to the hot weather, the smell in the air was simply disgusting. Ningxu covered her nose with a handkerchief and looked for Li Guzi everywhere. He saw Li Guzi at a gambling table. Li Guzi stared at the dealer shaking the dice. His eyes were red and his face was very dark. Obviously, he had been gambling all night. He didn't have much money in front of him, only 2 pieces of silver. The dealer shook the dice for a while. Opening the goo was big, while Li Guzi bet on small. Li Guzi was so annoyed that his face was blue and his eyes were red, but he still continued to gamble and bet all the money in front of him. Ningxu covered his nose and went out. He waited for Li Guzi at the gate of the gambling house. Anyway, Li Guzi would naturally come out when he had no money. Ningxu fanned himself with his sleeves. It was so hot that the air was distorted by the heat. Not long after, Li Guzi was thrown out by the thugs of the gambling house. Li Guzi was thrown to the ground and gasped in pain. Li Guzi got up from the ground and patted the dust on his clothes. He felt hungry and was ready to go to the restaurant to eat something. Then he had to find a way to get money. Speaking of money, Li Guzi thought of Bai Yiqiao. He didn't know where Bai Yiqiao got the money. Bai Yiqiao gave him 400 taels and paid off more than 200 taels of usury. The rest of the money was squandered by him. Bai Yiqiao took the money easily. It was estimated that she still had money. Li Guzi felt that he was lucky. Bai Yiqiao was beautiful and rich. He didn't have to worry about the rest of his life. Li Guzi hummed a song and went to the noodle house to have breakfast. Ningxu followed Li Guzi and saw him enter the noodle house. Ningxu found 2 men and gave them some money. He asked them to go to the noodle house and talk later. Ningxu gave the 2 men some money. When the men saw that they could get money just by saying a few words, they went into the noodle shop and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. "If you ask me, this noodle is really tasteless," a man said. "It's not tasty. It's already good to have noodles to eat. It's already good to have a bowl of noodles to eat in this kind of weather. It's going to be even more expensive next year," the other man said. "Let me tell you, it's really not tasty. There's no oil and only 2 pieces of salt. There's not even any onions. How can you eat it?" The man put down his chopsticks. "You haven't eaten it before. Auspicious House's food is called delicious. It's extremely fragrant. It's really that delicious. I've also heard of Auspicious House. It's just that the food there is expensive. I've eaten it before. My cousin works as a servant in a large family. He follows the young master and is rewarded a bit," the man said. "It's all eaten by people from large families. Auspicious House makes a lot of money. Barbecued meat brushed with oil and sprinkled with all kinds of seasonings. TSK, that taste." The man's face was filled with reminiscence. Hearing the 2 talk, Li Guzi also felt that the noodles were tasteless. He couldn't eat it at all. With Li Guzi's lazy character, of course he had eaten Auspicious House's food. Hearing the 2 talk, he was especially greedy. He touched the money in his bag and wanted to eat a meal, but it was only 2 copper coins. He definitely couldn't eat it. Really, she had aroused his craving for food. Who opened this auspicious house? How much money does it make every day? A man exclaimed. It's the young master of the Wen family, Wen Yu. The Wen family is originally rich and is one of the top families in town. But I heard that this restaurant was opened in partnership with a woman. Woman? Yes, this woman is very low-key. I heard that she's called Bai Qiao. I heard that she's a peasant woman. I just heard that, but I don't know if it's true. Who knows, haha. Li Guzi was about to pay the bill and leave, but when he heard this, his fingers trembled. His heart was in turmoil. This restaurant was opened by Bai Qiao. This woman really kept it a secret. No one in the village knew that she opened such a profitable restaurant. Perhaps even Fang Yong, who was sleeping next to her, didn't know. Then he thought that giving him a few hundred taels was not a big deal, so it made sense. Otherwise, how could Bai Qiao have so much money and casually give him money? Li Guzi felt that the heavens were really helping him. Li Guzi threw 2 copper coins on the table and left the noodle shop for auspicious house. Ningshu followed behind Li Guzi and arrived at the auspicious residence. Li Guzi casually walked into the auspicious residence and carefully sized it up. The more he looked at it, the more imposing it was. Rich people came and went. Li Guzi touched his chin. It seemed that a few hundred taels from Bai Qiao was a small number. This was simply a hen that laid golden eggs. A waiter came up and asked Li Guzi what he wanted to eat. When Li Guzi saw the bowed waiter, he felt refreshed from his feet to the top of his head. He felt that he was also a character. He was Bai Qiao's man. Li Guzi didn't eat in the hall. Instead, he ordered a private room. He ordered whatever dishes were expensive. He ordered a table full of fragrant dishes. Li Guzi felt that the days of immortals were just like this. Li Guzi ate and burped. He wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth and prepared to leave without paying the bill. The waiter stopped Li Guzi. Guest, you haven't paid the bill yet. Bill, do I need to pay the bill? Li Guzi stared and tried to make himself look more dignified, but he looked even more ridiculous. The waiter said, Guest, you have eaten in our restaurant, so you must pay. Do you want to eat and dash and eat for free? What a joke. Do I look like a freeloader? Let me tell you, I know your boss. Do you know? I am your boss's husband. Husband, do you know that I am also the boss of this restaurant? You, a waiter, actually dare to ask the boss for money. Are you tired of living? Li Guzi straightened his back and said. He looked very proud. For a moment, he felt that if Bai Qiao was his woman, how good would it be? The waiter looked surprised. One of the bosses was indeed a woman, and she was also married. Boss Bai's husband was like this? The waiter looked at Li Guzi, and his eyes were full of suspicion and contempt. What's going on? A man came over. The man was dressed in brocade clothes, and his temperament was as gentle as jade. He walked towards Li Guzi step by step. Li Guzi felt that he had seen a celestial being. Boss, this man said that he was Boss Bai's husband. The waiter said. When you looked up and down at Li Guzi, her face was normal. Li Guzi was a little embarrassed and felt ashamed. Are you really Bai Qiao's husband? When you asked aloud. Of course. Li Guzi stammered and felt that the brilliance of the other party made him at a loss. He was good-looking and rich. He was really reincarnated. When you said lightly, today is my treat. You don't have to pay. That's good. Li Guzi was very embarrassed. He turned around and went downstairs. When you said to Li Guzi, let me see you off. How can I do that? Li Guzi was flattered. Usually, when these people met on the street, they wouldn't even give him a look. Now, they wanted to see him off. Li Guzi's vanity soared, and he became more and more determined to hold on to Bai Qiao. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had money. She could also make him a person above others and be respected by others. Ning Shu, who was standing at the entrance of the restaurant, saw Li Guzi being sent out. He raised his eyebrows and saw the man beside Li Guzi. He was beautiful, with bright eyes and delicate eyebrows. He looked like an elegant young master. Oh, this was a member of the Queen group who admired Bai Qiao. As for Wen Yu, she was born in a merchant family. She didn't wear any gold or silver, but her temperament was outstanding. She didn't look like a merchant at all. However, she looked gentle like jade, but inside, she was an old fox and profiteer. How much charm did Bai Yiqiao have to be able to make such a man fall in love with a married woman? Li Guzi said a few words to Wen Yu and ran away. Facing Wen Yu, he felt extremely embarrassed. He was suppressed by the other party's momentum. He didn't even know where to put his hands and feet. In fact, Wen Yu was testing Li Guzi in all aspects in her heart. In the face of a love rival, she couldn't help but show off her momentum. Li Guzi obviously couldn't do it. Bai Yiqiao loved her husband very much. If her husband was like this, Wen Yu shook her head. She was afraid that this man was not Bai Yiqiao's husband. It had to be said that Bai Yiqiao was cautious. She never told Fang Yong about her opening a restaurant. Her plan was to wait until Fang Yong joined the army and then give him a surprise. In her previous life, Bai Yiqiao begged for a living. She knew the importance of money too well. She didn't have any clothes to wear and froze to death in the ice and snow. Even if she loved Fang Yong, she still had some reservations. After all, she was ruthlessly abandoned by the young master of a big family in her previous life. Wen Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at Li Guzi's back. Bai Yiqiao's husband was such a person without any education. He was just a street gangster, but Bai Yiqiao's happy look didn't seem to be fake. Wen Yu said to the waiter, "Don't let him into the restaurant in the future." Wen Yu shook her head and turned back to the restaurant. In order to achieve his goal, Xianxia went to the medicine shop to buy some medicinal materials. Now there was no money at home, so he still had to make the jade face mask to sell. He just didn't know if he could sell it. Anyway, Xianxia didn't intend to buy the whole thing to an ordinary peasant woman. Xianxia also sold some rodent-killing drugs. Now it was a drought, and the crops couldn't survive. Rats ran in groups on the dry and cracked land. There was a lot of food at home, and they had to be on guard against rats every day. Moreover, rats would bite people when they were hungry. The virus in the rats would spread to people and they would be infected with the plague. After buying things, Xianxia went to the grain shop again and asked about the price. The price of grain was now several times higher than before, even for coarse grain. In the past, he could buy 10 jin of grain, but now he could only buy 2 jin at most. More merchants stored grain, intending to take advantage of the drought and riots to make a fortune. Grain would only get more and more expensive. Fortunately, he bought it and stored it before. Xianxia took the ox cart back to the village slowly. When he got home, he dealt with the medicinal materials in his hand. Father Chen watched Xianxia deal with it and didn't say anything. Now there was no work in the field. Father Chen wandered around the house every day and had nothing to do at all. From 3 meals a day, it was now reduced to 2 meals a day. Using old man Chen's words, there was no point in eating so much if they did nothing all day. They had to save their food. They didn't know what they would have to do this day. They had to wait until the next season's crops were ripe before they could harvest. But without farm work, 2 meals were enough. In addition to grinding medicinal powder and reading medical books, Xianxia paid attention to the Feng family. Bai Yiqiao and Li Guzi had a relationship for a while, but the Feng family was still calm. It could be seen that Bai Yiqiao's ability was very good. Bai Yiqiao, who had experienced the internal strife in the backyard, had many more thoughts than ordinary peasant women, and was more decisive than ordinary peasant women when encountering matters. If she was an ordinary peasant woman, she would have been caught by her husband and could only cry. She would have been abandoned by her husband, pointed at by others, and even drowned in a pig cage. Her life would have been ruined. In fact, Bai Yiqiao was not as relaxed as Xianxia thought. It could be said that she was mentally and physically exhausted. On the one hand, she had to hide it from Fang Yong, and on the other hand, she had to deal with Dog Li who came to blackmail her. Just like now, Li Guzi actually asked her for money again and even said that she was the boss of Auspicious House. Bai Yiqiao was startled. She had never told anyone, not even Fang Yong, about the Auspicious House, so where did Dog Li hear about it? What nonsense are you spouting? How could the auspicious residence be mine? Are you dreaming? Bai Yiqiao whispered. As Bai Yiqiao spoke, she looked around. She and Dogly were squatting at the foot of a hidden wall, surrounded by withered grass. Dogly laughed wretchedly. I know you are the boss of Auspicious House. Today, I went to Auspicious House to eat. I said I was your husband, and they didn't even take the money. When Bai Yiqiao heard Dogly's shameless words, she was so angry that she felt dizzy. This rotten person was worthy of being her husband. Moreover, he claimed to be her husband in Auspicious House. Dogly was such a disgusting rotten person. She couldn't imagine how Wenyu saw her. Dogly had ruined her image in Wenyu's heart. As a woman, she could feel a man's feelings towards her. Bai Yiqiao knew that Wenyu had a good impression of her, but she always pretended not to know. She didn't respond, but it was also faintly ambiguous. Bai Yiqiao subconsciously used Wenyu's good impression of her to seek benefits. For example, every time the monthly bonus was paid, Bai Yiqiao found that there was a little more money than in the account book. Even if she insisted on returning it to Wenyu wouldn't accept it. Bai Yiqiao looked at Dogly with red eyes, and waves of killing intent emerged in her heart. Boss Wen also sent me out, and personally sent me to the door. Dogly said proudly. Now I have no money on me, give me some money. Dogly was now relying on Bai Yiqiao. As for the matter of Xing painstakingly slandering Chen Ermiai, he was too lazy to do it. It was better to grab Bai Yiqiao's pigtail and ask for money. What kind of thing are you to ask me for money? You didn't do the things I told you to do, and you still want money? Do you not want your life anymore? Bai Yiqiao said coldly. Especially when she saw Dogly's natural appearance, reaching out to ask her for money, Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her blood vessels were about to burst. I don't have money, and I'm not the boss of Auspicious House. I'm a woman, so how can I be the boss of a restaurant? Bai Yiqiao directly refused, thinking about how to take Dogly's dog life. She was really disgusted by Guzili. She couldn't let Guzili off so easily. Otherwise, her suffering during this time would be in vain. She wanted Guzili to beg for death. Come on, I know you're the boss of Auspicious House. Otherwise, where did the money you gave me come from? In any case, I'm still your man. If you don't give me money, I'll tell everyone about you. I also know that you have a mole on your chest. Dogly said proudly. If I tell this to Fang Yong, or tell the people of Auspicious House, will you still be able to stay in Auspicious House? Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her face turned pale. Her stomach was churning, and she wanted to vomit. She wanted to vomit on Dogly's face. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? If Chen Ermiai was entangled by Dogly, then Chen Ermiai would never be able to be with Fang Yong again. She would have no chance to be with Fang Yong. The killing intent in Bai Yiqiao's heart became stronger and stronger. She should have killed Dogly when he defiled her. She wouldn't have given Dogly a second chance to defile her and lost so much money for nothing. At that time, she wanted to give Dogly to Chen Ermiai. Now she couldn't keep Dogly anymore. She didn't harm Chen Ermiai, but she was entangled by Dogly. Dogly stuck to her like a dog skin plaster. Sooner or later, this matter would be exposed. Only when Dogly died, the matter between her and Dogly could be hidden from the world. As for Chen Ermiai's matter, even if there was no Dogly, there was still Dog Zhao. As long as it was a man, he could defile her reputation. She became like this because of Chen Ermiai. She was already like this, so she couldn't let Chen Ermiai be intact. She couldn't lose Fang Yong, and she couldn't let her business partner, Wenyu, know that she was defiled by such a man. In front of Wenyu, such an elegant young master, she had a sense of propriety. But she was entangled with a disgusting man like Dogly. What would Wenyu think of her? Bai Yiqiao suppressed the heavy killing intent in her heart and asked with an ashen face, how much do you want this time? The last time she gave Li Guzi money, it was to buy his life and send him away for the time being. Bai Yiqiao really wanted to kill Li Guzi immediately. Looking at him was extremely disgusting. Seeing Bai Yiqiao compromise, Li Guzi immediately cracked open his mouth and revealed his yellow teeth. Thinking that his threat was useful, he thought for a moment and said, 500 taels. Hearing such a huge amount, Bai Yiqiao's face was calm. Now she was too lazy to be angry. It was not worth it to be angry with a dead person. Killing such a scum was also eliminating evil for the people. Bai Yiqiao said indifferently, too much, I don't have that much. I only have some shares in the auspicious house. When you earned most of it. Last time I gave you a few hundred taels. I have no money on me now. Then how much do you have? Li Guzi quickly asked. Bai Yiqiao said, 20 taels. In the past, she would often ask for 100 taels. When Li Guzi heard 20 taels, he immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Are you trying to get rid of a beggar?" In fact, 20 taels was not a small amount. Ordinary people might not even have 2 or 3 taels of silver a year. Li Guzi was spoiled and his appetite was getting bigger and bigger. Even if Bai Yiqiao told herself not to be angry, she was still angry at Li Guzi's shameless face. Love or not, I don't have much. Bai Yiqiao's face was cold and slightly twisted. Li Guzi immediately threatened, "Do you believe that I won't tell others about your affair? You go and say it. If I die, let's see who you ask for money." Bai Yiqiao said fiercely. Really? Li Guzi asked. Bai Yiqiao shook her head and was too lazy to say anything. Then 20 taels. Li Guzi took the money Bai Yiqiao gave him and went to the town to indulge in wine and women. Not long after Li Guzi left, Bai Yiqiao also went to the town. Ning Shu, who was paying attention to the movements of the Feng family, saw Bai Yiqiao go to the town and thought about it and followed. Bai Yiqiao first went to the auspicious house to see Wen Yu. Wen Yu looked at Bai Yiqiao's pale and thin face and asked in surprise, "Are you sick?" Bai Yiqiao sighed and said, "Recently, I've been pestered by a scoundrel. A scoundrel called Li Guzi insists that he's my husband. He loves to spoil the young women in the village. When the women in the village see him, they all take a detour. I don't know where they heard that I also have a share in the auspicious house, but they came to extort me." Wen Yu nodded. I said, "How could such a person be worthy of you? Wen Yu, do you have a house here that you don't live in? I want to borrow it." Bai Yiqiao said to Wen Yu. Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness, as if she was pleading. "There is, but what use do you have?" Wen Yu held the teacup and took a sip of tea. "I just want to teach that Dogly a lesson. If he continues to speak such nonsense, my reputation will be ruined by him. Moreover, Fang Yong will be angry." Bai Yiqiao said. "How do you want to teach him a lesson?" Wen Yu said indifferently. Obviously, she didn't put a scoundrel in her eyes. "If you really feel troubled, I'll solve it for you." "No need, I'll do it myself." Bai Yiqiao said, "I'm very grateful that you can lend me a house." She was so miserably harmed by Dogly. She must teach Dogly a good lesson. Bai Yiqiao really wanted to skin Dogly alive. Wen Yu lent the house to Bai Yiqiao. She also sent 2 servants to help her teach Dogly a lesson. Dogly, who had gambled away 20 taels, was thrown out of the gambling house. 20 taels was enough for Dogly to gamble for a while. Dogly was greedy and wanted to win a lot of money. Every time he bet, the amount of money was relatively large. Dogly thought about it and decided to go to the auspicious house to ask for money. The auspicious house was so rich. Last time, he didn't pay the bill. This time, he said that he was Bai Yiqiao's husband. He would definitely be able to get money. Even if he couldn't get money, he was hungry and went to eat something. Dogly casually went to the auspicious house. Before he reached the auspicious house, 2 servants suddenly appeared and grabbed him. He was dragged into a house with his mouth covered. Ning Shu hid not far away and watched Dogly being dragged in from the back door. Then the door was tightly closed. He was afraid that the current Bai Yiqiao couldn't stand Dogly's endless extortion and planned to deal with Dogly. What was the point of killing each other? However, Ning Shu didn't want Dogly to die like this. If Dogly died, there would be no evidence. Ning Shu mobilized the qi in his body and stepped on the courtyard wall to enter the house. This house was not big, but it also had what it should have. There was a garden, but there was not much human life. There were some weeds in the flower bed. The flowers were also luxuriant. No one trimmed them, so it was very messy. Dogly was dragged into the room. He was stripped down to his underwear and tied to the bed, unable to move. He was immediately scared out of his wits. He wanted to call for help, but his mouth was stuffed with something, so he couldn't shout at all. The door opened with a creak. When Dogly heard this sound, he was so scared that he was sweating profusely. His face twitched and he turned his head to look at the door. What entered his sight was a woman's skirt, a beautiful pleated skirt. Dog Li looked up and saw Bai Yiqiao's beautiful face. Seeing Bai Yiqiao, Li Guzi immediately whimpered, his eyes imploring. Bai Yiqiao coldly looked at Dog Li on the bed. Her eyes were penetrating. Dog Li was chilled by Bai Yiqiao's gaze and couldn't help but struggle. How does it feel to lie here and not be able to move? Bai Yiqiao asked aloud. The hand behind her back took out a thick wooden ruler. The wooden ruler was fine, but this wooden ruler was densely packed with nails. The nails penetrated the wooden ruler and hit a person's body. The nails would sink into the flesh. It could turn a person into a sieve full of holes. Woo-woo. Dog Li's eyes widened. His expression was incomparably frightened. He struggled violently and crazily shook his head at Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao just coldly curled the corner of her mouth. Do you know how long I have endured you? What kind of thing are you to treat me like this? Woo-woo. Dog Li sobbed at Bai Yiqiao with tears streaming down his face. You want me to spare you, ask me for money, and threaten me. Aren't you very arrogant? Bai Yiqiao raised the wooden ruler and hit Dog Li's thigh. Dog Li's eyes suddenly bulged out. He whimpered from his throat. His whole body trembled in pain. His body spasmed uncontrollably, causing Dog Li's eyes to turn white. Bai Yiqiao took the wooden ruler and pulled it out. The nails were covered with blood. Dog Li's thigh had several bloody holes and was bleeding profusely. Bai Yiqiao looked at the pale Dog Li and said with a smile, it's painful. The pain you put on me is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more painful than this. Her rebirth, which should have been a happy rebirth, was ruined by Dog Li, a rotten person. Being defiled by a person like Dog Li was worse than death. When facing Fang Yong, she could no longer be as confident as before. Ning Shu hid outside the window and watched Bai Yiqiao abuse Guzi Li. She hit Guzi Li with a board between his legs. That place was a man's most vulnerable place. It was badly mutilated by the nails. Guzi Li fainted directly. Ning Shu's eyes were straight. Listening to Bai Yiqiao's complaints, her whole person became Spartan. To be honest, Bai Yiqiao was the person who could shirk responsibility the most she had ever seen. Everything was the fault of others. She was not wrong. It was right for her to harm others for her own happy life. It was wrong for others not to let her harm them. What a weird way of thinking. Did the heavens give you a chance to be reborn just so you can torture others? She couldn't figure out why such a person would have a second chance in life. What did others do wrong to be hurt like this? Bai Yiqiao hit Guzi Li for a while. When she was tired, she stopped. Looking at Guzi Li, who was lying on the bed like a bloody man, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Bai Yiqiao covered her mouth in disgust and ran out. Ning Shu saw that there was no one in the room. He jumped into the room from the window and saw Guzi Li on the bed. Guzi Li was full of bloody holes. He didn't know how long he could live. Ning Shu first stuffed a fasting pill into his mouth. When the fasting pill entered his mouth, it turned into a hot current and entered every corner of his body. There was energy in his body that could support him for a while. Then he transferred a trace of energy from his dantian into Guzi Li's body. The energy could slowly repair the injured body. Ning Shu untied the rope that tied Guzi Li's hands and feet. He wrapped Guzi Li with the sheet on the bed. Guzi Li was covered with blood. Wherever he went, he would bleed. Ning Shu carried Guzi Li on his back and tied Guzi Li to himself with a rope. Ning Shu slipped out of the house. Ning Shu ran quickly and took Guzi Li to the clinic. He gave the doctor 1 tael of silver and put Guzi Li in the room behind the clinic. Ning Shu fed Guzi Li anti-inflammatory pills, but now Guzi Li couldn't even swallow water. Ning Shu ground the pills and mixed them with water. He pinched Li Guzi's chin and poured the pills into his mouth, but most of the water flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Li Guzi's face was ashen, and his breathing was weak. He looked like he was about to die. Ning Shu transferred all the qi strength in his dantian to Guzi Li. Ning Shu released his mental strength and guided the qi strength to heal Guzi Li's wound. There were many bloody holes on Dog Li's body. The energy could only stop Dog Li's bleeding. It was already good enough to stop the bleeding. The doctor in the clinic sprinkled some medicinal powder on Li Guzi's wound. Ningxu saw that it was getting late and prepared to go back. If he went back late, the Chen family would be worried. Before leaving, Ningxu paid the consultation fee and told the doctor not to tell anyone else that this person was here. He must not tell anyone else. Before leaving, Ningxu bought some medicinal herbs and took the basket back to the village on the bullock cart. Bai Yiqiao, who was disgusted by the smell of blood, even vomited bile. After vomiting, her whole body was weak and she was dizzy. Bai Yiqiao had a bad premonition in her heart. Her symptoms? Pregnant? How could this be possible? Bai Yiqiao was afraid. If she was really pregnant, whose child was this? Bai Yiqiao was angry and anxious. She turned back to the room and saw that Guzili, who was supposed to be lying on the bed, was gone. Bai Yiqiao's heart beat heavily. Her body softened and she fell to the ground. How could Guzili disappear? How could he disappear when he was injured like that? He couldn't untie the rope himself. Someone come. Bai Yiqiao shouted at the two servants at the door. Where is he? Where did he go? The two Wen family servants also looked at each other. They had been guarding and didn't see anyone go out at all. Bai Yiqiao was so angry that she fainted at once. When Bai Yiqiao woke up, she was in the auspicious house. Wen Yu was sitting beside the bed. When Yu saw that Bai Yiqiao had woken up, she said with a complicated expression, "Congratulations, you are pregnant for a month." Bai Yiqiao was lucky to see a doctor beside the bed. When she heard Wen Yu's words, it was as if someone had punched her in the head. She saw stars and her vision turned black. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Wen Yu asked. Bai Yiqiao saw that it was already so late. She quickly lifted the quilt and went back to the village. I'll go first. Thank you. Bai Yiqiao stood up and staggered twice. Wen Yu reached out to support her. Bai Yiqiao pushed Wen Yu's hand away. Thank you. I'll go first. Bai Yiqiao struggled to return to the village. It was already dark. Fang Yong was looking for her everywhere. Without waiting for Fang Yong to speak, Bai Yiqiao took the lead and said, Fang Yong, I'm pregnant. Fang Yong was stunned for a moment, then put on a face. Why did you come back so late? It's dangerous. I know. Bai Yiqiao said. Fang Yong reached out to support Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao said with a smile, I'm not that fragile. Fang Yong was still supporting Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao's face was smiling brightly, but her heart was full of shadows. This child was most likely Li Guzi. Because he was defiled by a person like Li Guzi, he was so disgusted by that kind of thing that he even ignored Fang Yong for a period of time. If it was really Fang Yong's child, this child should not be a month old. Bai Yiqiao looked at Fang Yong's happy expression and took care of her. Bai Yiqiao's heart was extremely uncomfortable. This child was not Fang Yong's at all. How could she be pregnant with Li Guzi's child? Li Guzi was such a disgusting person. Moreover, she didn't know where Li Guzi had gone. What if Li Guzi, who had escaped, jumped over the wall and said what happened between them? Bai Yiqiao felt uncomfortable and vomited very badly. Fang Yong, the new father, didn't know what to do. He could only ask his mother. The better Fang Yong treated Bai Yiqiao, the more Bai Yiqiao hated the child in her stomach. It was a bastard in her stomach. She couldn't imagine what the child of an ugly person like Li Guzi would look like. Bai Yiqiao had always been wary of Li Guzi's sudden appearance, but in the past few days, Li Guzi seemed to have evaporated from the world. Bai Yiqiao breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe Li Guzi had died long ago. After all, Li Guzi was so seriously injured. The lower part was rotten. Li Guzi shouldn't be able to live like this. She was worried about the child in her stomach and the father of the child. Bai Yiqiao wanted to solve both of them. This child couldn't be kept. She wanted to give birth to a child that belonged to Fang Yong. But Fang Yong and Fang Yong's mother cared about this child very much. Fang Yong didn't let her do anything now. He was considerate to her. She couldn't imagine what Fang Yong would do if he lost this child. Moreover, Fang Yong's mother, who had bad eyesight, went to every house with a wooden stick to ask for old clothes. She used the old clothes to make clothes for the child. The skin of the child who had just been born was delicate, and the old clothes worn by people were soft. Washing them clean and making clothes for the child would be comfortable to wear. The mother and son of the Fong family are very much looking forward to the child in Bai Yiqiao's belly, but Bai Yiqiao's heart is like suffering in a pot of oil, and she is extremely disgusted with the child who is growing up in her belly day by day. This is the product of rape. Bai Yiqiao will not keep it. Bai Yiqiao is thinking about how to get rid of the child, and it has to be worth it. Ningxu knows that Bai Yiqiao is pregnant when Fang Yong's mother comes home to ask for old clothes. Ningxu can't help but guess who the child in Bai Yiqiao's belly is. However, Ningxu sees that Bai Yiqiao is always wandering around the Chen family, so he takes the opportunity to talk to her, saying that he wants to apologize to her. Bai Yiqiao wants to apologize to Ningxu because of the ginseng last time. Ningxu knows in an instant. I'm afraid that this child is Li Guzi. Now Bai Yiqiao wants to get rid of the child and frame it on her. Ningxu, or it's a person who came out of the backyard fight, killing two birds with one stone. Since she has solved the evil in her belly, she has put the vicious reputation on her head. How could Fang Yong have anything to do with someone who killed his own child? Even if he had anything to do with him, it was still hatred. Ningxu doesn't pay attention to Bai Yiqiao at all. He closes the door of the courtyard and hides at home. He won't see you or have any physical contact with you. Let's see how you frame me. Ningxu tells the Chen family to take a detour when they see Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao is very angry when she sees that the Chen family is not fooled at all. Not long after she comes out, she will be taken home by Fang Yong. Fang Yong is worried that she will have a heatstroke and her body can't bear it. Bai Yiqiao is very upset and can't get angry with Fang Yong. Ningxu goes to the town's medical center to see Li Guzi. Li Guzi hasn't woken up yet, and the wounds on his body are festering. Ningxu feeds him some medicine again and transmits the energy he has cultivated these days into Li Guzi's body to slowly heal him. Ningxu doesn't intend to treat Li Guzi into a normal person, as long as he wakes up and is conscious. Anyway, Li Guzi couldn't live after doing such a shameful thing. Fang Yong was a man with a temper. Now that it was a chaotic world, killing a few people was nothing. Furthermore, Fang Yong was going to join the Revolutionary Army. Ningxu paid some medical fees and bought some things before returning to the village. Carrying a basket, he met Bai Yiqiao at the door of the house. When Bai Yiqiao saw Ningxu, her eyes lit up and she walked quickly. Ningxu walked over. Ningxu turned around and ran away. He just didn't talk to Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao, Ningxu circled around to avoid Bai Yiqiao and went home. Bai Yiqiao, seeing Ningxu like this, Bai Yiqiao couldn't help but hammer her stomach. Chen Ermiai was truly disgusting. Bai Yiqiao really hated Ningxu. Nothing she did went smoothly. Bai Yiqiao stood motionless under the sun. Even though it was extremely hot, Bai Yiqiao's body couldn't stop emitting waves of cold air. How could her life be like this? Yiqiao, why did you come out again? It's so hot. Fang Yong saw Bai Yiqiao standing under the sun in a daze. Fang Yong felt that Bai Yiqiao had become very strange. Was she different from when they got married? Fang Yong held Bai Yiqiao's hand. Bai Yiqiao's hand was very cold. Your hand is so cold. Are you cold? In this kind of weather, her hand was actually so cold. Ningxu opened the door a little and stuck her head out. She said to Fang Yong, who was not far away, Fang Yong, can you not let your wife hang around in front of my house? Your wife is pregnant now. If anything happens to her, it will be our family's responsibility. I'm too lazy to talk about the ginseng last time. This time, it's about a child. A life. Our Chen family can't bear such a debt. Ningxu said bluntly. If you're pregnant, why don't you stay at home and take care of the baby? Ningxu curled his lips and said. Fang Yong glanced at Ningxu and held Bai Yiqiao's hand tightly. He said indifferently, even if something happens, it won't be your fault. Yiqiao just wants to apologize. Why do you have to speak so harshly? She spoke harshly, but what Bai Yiqiao did was ugly. Well, I forgive you. Don't come and hang around. Ningxu closed the courtyard door. In front of outsiders, Fang Yong naturally protected Bai Yiqiao, but when the two of them were together, Fang Yong couldn't help but frown and say, Yiqiao, what's going on? If you have anything to say, just tell me. You're making me very uncomfortable. Even if you don't care about yourself, you have to worry about the child in your belly. Bai Yiqiao's eyes were red, and tears fell down. I feel uncomfortable in my heart, and you're still so fierce to me. Fang Yong sighed helplessly and led Bai Yiqiao home. After that, Bai Yiqiao didn't come to Ningxu. After all, no one was a fool. Bai Yiqiao knew that Ningxu was on guard against her. She stopped doing useless work and thought of other ways to get rid of the child in her belly. Seeing that Bai Yiqiao was obediently staying at home, Fang Yong was relieved. He took his hunting tools and went up the mountain. After all, tigers were not so easy to kill. Maybe it was because the weather was too hot and there was no water, but this white tiger seemed to be very irritable. Fang Yong secretly observed for a long time to observe the tiger's situation. Now that he had a child to raise, Fang Yong wanted to rely on the tiger's skin and bones to make some money. After a difficult battle, Fang Yong killed the white tiger. In order not to destroy the integrity of the tiger's skin, Fang Yong shot an arrow into the tiger's eyes. Moreover, he was very powerful and raised his fist to kill the tiger. Fang Yong carried the white tiger as tall as a person home, which attracted the attention of the villagers. Chenli Ningxu said, Fang Yong is really powerful. He actually killed a tiger. Ningxu didn't have any expression. Killing a tiger was nothing. She could also kill a tiger. But she was a lady. Ningxu was pulled by Chenli to watch the tiger. The tiger was really big, and the tiger's skin was very complete. The fur was shiny. He was afraid that it was worth a lot of money. There were also tiger bones. Ningxu didn't care about the tiger at all. Instead, he looked at Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao's face was pale and her face was thin. Her figure was extremely thin, and there was an indescribable gloominess between her eyebrows. There was no gentleness and joy of becoming a mother at all. Ningxu was once again sure that the child in Bai Yiqiao's belly was not Fang Yong's. Ningxu glanced at Fang Yong, who was skinned and boned. Fang Yong looked complacent. Killing the king of the jungle was a proof of the courage of the strong, and now his wife was pregnant. Life seemed to be very perfect. Chenli whispered in Ningxu's ear, saying how powerful Fang Yong was. He also wanted to learn martial arts and hunt. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders expressionlessly and turned to go home to make medicine. These medicines were prepared for Li Guzi. Ningxu wrapped the powder and put it in the basket. He was ready to see Li Guzi. Li Guzi had woken up, but he still couldn't move. Ningxu didn't appear in front of Li Guzi, so he didn't intend to involve himself in the matter between him and Bai Yiqiao. Ningxu went to the place where the carriage was rented and rented a flatbed donkey cart, which wasted so much of her qi. Now that Li Guzi was conscious and could speak, he naturally had to be sent to Fang Yong and Bai Yiqiao. Ningxu told the owner of the donkey cart the address and asked him to send Li Guzi to Fang Yong's house. When Li Guzi woke up, he was still glad that he had survived, but he heard from the doctor that he would be a useless person for the rest of his life, a useless person without the ability to reproduce, just like a eunuch. Because he was badly mutilated by the nails, in order to prevent inflammation, the doctor directly cut off his lower part. Li Guzi was incomparably broken. He hated that bitch Bai Yiqiao to death in his heart. At this time, someone moved his body and wanted to move him away. Li Guzi immediately said in horror, "Where are you taking me?" Li Guzi hated Bai Yiqiao in his heart, but he was a little afraid of Bai Yiqiao in his heart. The feeling of nails piercing into his flesh was terrifying. Now that he was injured, if he was caught by Bai Yiqiao, he would be dead. When his injuries were healed, he would definitely teach Bai Yiqiao a lesson. "Where are you taking me?" Li Guzi was so scared that his voice trembled. Li Guzi was a coward. Although he wanted to take revenge on Bai Yiqiao, he still felt that his life was more important. Li Guzi was carried to the donkey cart at the door. In order to prevent Li Guzi from moving, his hands and feet were tied. The donkey cart slowly went to the village. When Ningxu saw this, he hurried back. After all, he had planned for a long time and now he was finally going to expose it. Ningxu returned to the village before the donkey cart and then waited for the donkey cart to arrive at Fang Yong's house. Li Guzi was tied to the donkey cart and looked at the scene on the side of the road. This was the way back to the village. He would definitely be killed by Bai Yiqiao when he returned to the village. He was now covered with wounds and couldn't run away at all. The closer he got to the village entrance, the faster his heart beat. When they arrived at Fan Yang's house, the donkey cart stopped and the owner knocked on the courtyard door. It was Fan Yang who opened the door. The driver said, "I brought him to you." Guzili turned his head and saw Fan Yang. He was scared out of his wits. Fan Yang glanced at Guzili with a little surprise in his eyes and said, "His house is in that direction, at the end of the village." "Fan Yang, who is it?" Bai Yiqiao came over and asked. The corner of her eyes swept over the people on the wooden carriage. Her body immediately froze, and the blood on her face disappeared completely. Bai Yiqiao staggered twice. She stared blankly at Dogly on the wooden cart and said in horror, "Why are you here?" Bai Yiqiao's heart beat like a drum, as if a stick had struck her head, causing her eyes to darken and she almost fainted. When Li Guzi saw Bai Yiqiao, his eyes instantly turned red. Thinking of Bai Yiqiao's abuse of him, he could no longer play with women. He was not even a man. "Fan Yang, I'm not feeling well. Let's go in." Bai Yiqiao pulled Fan Yang's arm and pulled him into the courtyard, wanting to close the door. "Hey, didn't you say that it's fine to just drop me off here?" The coachman was a little puzzled. "Fan Yang, what happened?" A few more people came out of the house. Ever since Fan Yang killed the tiger, people often came to the Fang family to see the tiger skin, tiger whip and so on. Now there were a few people in the house. When they came out and saw Li Guzi on the flatbed cart, they asked one after another, "Li Guzi, what kind of heinous thing did you do to make others beat you like this?" "I was harmed by a poisonous woman." Li Guzi gritted his teeth and said. The onlookers all roared with laughter and said, "Li Guzi, you shouldn't have been blackmailed by a woman in a brothel alley, right? You didn't have money to pay for the prostitutes, so you were beaten up." Li Guzi's face trembled as he stared at Bai Yiqiao with hatred. Bai Yiqiao avoided Li Guzi's gaze and said to Fan Yang, "The sun is so poisonous. My stomach is not feeling well. Fan Yang, let's go in. Don't worry about him." Bai Yiqiao pushed Fan Yang into the house in a panic, looking extremely terrified. "What's wrong with you?" Fan Yang immediately asked with concern. "I have a terrible headache." "Let's go in. Don't talk to such a person." Bai Yiqiao's voice had uncontrollable tension and fear. There were more and more onlookers, and the Chen family also gathered in the crowd. Ning Shu just watched silently, peacefully as a melon watcher. Li Guzi was lying on the flatbed cart and couldn't move. He deserved it. Li Guzi was so miserable, but no one sympathized with him. He was a failure as a person. In the village, he was hated by people and dogs. Scourge, before, Li Guzi was still afraid, but now that he saw his enemy, his blood rushed straight to his head. Especially when he saw Bai Yiqiao's soft and weak appearance, and then he thought of cruelly abusing him. Li Guzi roared without thinking, "Bai Yiqiao, you bitch, you dare to harm me, shameless bitch." In the face of Li Guzi's accusation, Bai Yiqiao's body trembled. She forced herself to calm down with fear on her face. Her face was slightly distorted. She should have pulled out Li Guzi's tongue at that time, so that he could no longer speak. Why did Li Guzi appear? Who saved him? Bai Yiqiao's heart was about to burst with fear and anger. She wanted to faint at this moment. Fan Yang stood in front of Bai Yiqiao and said to Li Guzi with a cold face, "Li Guzi, pay attention to what you say. If you talk nonsense again, I won't be polite to you." Li Guzi sneered. Taking advantage of the fact that there were many people around, he said coldly, "The wounds on my body were caused by your good wife, your virtuous wife. That nail was nailed on my body. What a vicious bitch. Big brother, help me lift up my clothes." Li Guzi said to the man driving the cart. "I'll do it." Many busybodies stretched out their hands to untie Li Guzi's clothes. As soon as the clothes were untied, Li Guzi's body was densely covered with small holes. The weather was too hot, and the wounds were inflamed. There was white pus, and it emitted a foul smell. The onlookers immediately stepped back 2 steps. Fan Yang frowned, "Li Guzi, what right do you have to blame this on Yiqiao? She's a woman, how can she deal with a man like you? Yiqiao has no reason to treat you like this. If you don't make things clear today, I'll break your legs." Fan Yang said fiercely. Bai Yiqiao's face was pale. She said weakly to Fang Yong, don't listen to his nonsense. It's a waste of time to talk to this kind of person. I'm not feeling well. Let's go in. Fang Yong held Bai Yiqiao's hand and said, this matter must be made clear. I can't let people slander you like this. If this matter is not made clear, it's not good for your reputation. I don't want you to be pointed at by others. I'm not like our child who was born with a bad reputation. Fang Yong wanted to make things clear for Bai Yiqiao. This era was harsh on women, but it was also for the sake of children. No one would say anything about their mother when they saw their children. Moreover, Fang Yong would never allow others to bully Bai Yiqiao. His wife was not a kitten or a puppy. Don't be afraid. With me here, he won't dare to do anything to you. Fang Yong said to Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao shivered and her whole body convulsed. She said, the innocent is innocent. Don't worry about what others say. What innocent is innocent? Bai Yiqiao, don't pretend. You're afraid of exposing your affair, so you want to kill me and torture me. Seeing Bai Yiqiao's flustered appearance, Li Guzi said cruelly and happily. Bai Yiqiao's eyes blurred and she almost fainted. Fang Yong quickly supported Bai Yiqiao. Fang Yong didn't believe Li Guzi's words. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you even if I have to risk my life. Li Guzi saw that Bai Yiqiao's face was distorted with fear. He was extremely happy. He was tied up by this bitch and couldn't move. Now it was Bai Yiqiao's turn. She gave me money to be with her. She gave me a few hundred taels. Li Guzi said, now she's afraid of being exposed, so she wants to kill me. Nonsense, nonsense. Bai Yiqiao felt the strange gazes of the people around her. There were also men's eyes sweeping over her body, not avoiding it at all. Bai Yiqiao picked up the stick at the foot of the wall and smashed it on Li Guzi's head. Li Guzi shouted in horror, help, I'm going to kill you. Many people who were watching the show blocked in front of Li Guzi. Bai Yiqiao couldn't cause any threat or harm to Li Guzi at all. Li Guzi's courage grew. It's true. Bai Yiqiao really gave me money to satisfy her. She also said that Fang Yong couldn't do it. Li Guzi opened his mouth and talked nonsense. Because he didn't have it down there, Li Guzi resented Bai Yiqiao and resented Fang Yong. Ning Shu, the male lead, couldn't do it. Wasn't it because he had a big tool and a good job that women couldn't bear it? If he didn't have the ability to conquer women in bed, how could he be the male lead? However, it was a fact that Bai Yiqiao was defiled by Li Guzi. This was something that Bai Yiqiao could not deny. Fang Yong's face couldn't be any darker. He felt that many people were looking down at him. Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her entire body trembled. She screamed, dogly, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to chop you into mincemeat. Fang Yong's face was indifferent. His voice was light and full of danger. You have to pay for your nonsense. There's a limit to your nonsense. Xiao will give you a few hundred taels. She doesn't have that much money. To think that you are her husband. Don't you know that she is the boss of Auspicious House? Auspicious House makes so much money that a few hundred taels is nothing to her. Li Guzi laughed and pulled at the wound on his body. He immediately grimaced in pain. His face was so ugly that it was unbearable to look at. Fang Yong froze for a moment. He stiffly turned his head and looked at Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao threw away the stick in her hand and reached out to grab Fang Yong's arm. She anxiously explained, I'm not the boss of Auspicious House. I just have a little share. Every month I get a few taels of silver. You also know that. Don't listen to Li Guzi's nonsense. He wants to blackmail us. At the end, Bai Yiqiao's voice was full of pleading. Fang Yong reluctantly raised the corner of his mouth and said to Li Guzi, don't destroy the feelings between us husband and wife. I also know that Xiao has a share in Auspicious House. Li Guzi curled his lips. A few taels of silver? She gave me a few hundred taels, but she didn't even blink her eyes. Auspicious House has only been open for less than a year. How can she have so much money to give me? Fang Yong tightly pursed his lips, making his face look a bit scary and daunting. What proof do you have that Xiao gave you money and gave you so much money? The few hundred taels of silver I borrowed from the loan sharks were all paid back by Bai Yiqiao. If you don't believe me, you can ask the loan sharks. Oh right, I still have the loan shark's receipt at home. Li Guzi grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. Although he was smiling, his expression was quite bitter. Oh, right, Bai Yiqiao has a mole on her chest. Ugh. Bai Yiqiao covered her mouth and vomited. Tears flowed down her face as she screamed at Li Guzi, "You're talking nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Fang Yong, don't believe him. Maybe he peeked at me taking a bath and saw it." Bai Yiqiao cried as she begged Fang Yong, "Don't believe him." Fang Yong's expression was hard to describe. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Not only does she have a mole on her chest, she also has one on her inner thigh. It's her right leg. Li Guzi laughed mischievously. When Bai Yiqiao heard this, she was so angry that she felt dizzy. She forced herself to hold on and scanned the crowd. Countless disdainful gazes shot towards her. Bai Yiqiao saw Ningxu in the crowd. Her expression was calm, but Bai Yiqiao felt that the other party was mocking her for losing Fang Yong. "Who is it, who ordered you to frame me?" Bai Yiqiao roared at Li Guzi. "It must be you, Chen Ermiai, it must be you. You resent me for telling you about the ginseng, so you found a rotten person like Li Guzi to slander me." Bai Yiqiao pointed at Ningxu and shouted. Ningxu was baffled. He pointed at his own face, "What does it have to do with me? She was just a spectator. How did she get involved again? It's obvious that you have an affair with Li Guzi, and you're blaming me. The last time Li Guzi went to your house, he clearly had an appointment with you. Li Guzi was discovered, so he insisted that I had an appointment with Li Guzi, and that Li Guzi and I were in love with each other." Ningxu's face was full of annoyance. "What enmity do I have with you? Why do you have to sully my reputation like this? Bai Yiqiao, don't try to divert everyone's attention to my sister." Qinli stood in front of Ningxu. "Don't think that our Qin family is easy to bully." Bai Yiqiao was terrified and uneasy. She didn't know what to do. She could only beg Fang Yong over and over again, "Fang Yong, believe me, I'm really innocent, I'm innocent." Fang Yong's expression was wooden. He stood there like a fool, motionless like a piece of wood. Li Guzi coughed to attract everyone's attention. Li Guzi said cruelly, "I didn't make an appointment with Chen Ermiai, I made an appointment with Bai Yiqiao." "Shut up, I'll kill you." Bai Yiqiao pounced on Li Guzi and fiercely beat him up, causing Li Guzi to howl in pain. A woman went up to pull Bai Yiqiao away. The wounds on Li Guzi's body were bleeding from Bai Yiqiao's vigorous beating. Moreover, his abdomen was pierced by a nail. In fact, his internal organs were injured. Li Guzi was able to speak because of Ningxu's qi to repair his body. But now that he was violently beaten up by Bai Yiqiao, his internal organs were ruptured. Li Guzi's injury suddenly worsened, and the nail hole in his abdomen began to bleed again. Li Guzi vomited blood. Li Guzi looked extremely panicked. As soon as he opened his mouth, black blood flowed out. His face was ashen. Li Guzi opened his eyes wide and stared at Bai Yiqiao. "She gave me money." Li Guzi vomited blood. "She asked me to defile Chen Ermiai, and said to give Chen Ermiai to be my wife." When Li Guzi spoke, he vomited blood, mixed with blood clots. His face became more and more blue, and the blood in his abdomen was like a spring. Seeing this scene, the people who hated Li Guzi couldn't help but look away. Li Guzi was really miserable now. Li Guzi wanted to open his mouth to ask for help, but more blood came out of his mouth. Li Guzi vomited twice, his body convulsed twice, and he died. When Bai Yiqiao heard Li Guzi's words, she was stunned for a moment. Her mind was blank, and she fell straight to the ground. Bai Yiqiao fell to the ground, and her skirt was gradually soaked in blood. Bai Yiqiao had a miscarriage. Yiqiao. Fang Yong looked hesitant and struggling, and his face flashed with rainbow colors. Bai Yiqiao was lying on the ground, and there was more and more blood on her skirt. "Fang Yong." Fang Yong's mother leaned on her crutch and shouted to Fang Yong, "Get Yiqiao into the house." In the face of such a situation, Fang Yong's mother looked calm. Fang Yong reacted and picked up Bai Yiqiao on the ground. When he was about to call the doctor, there was the sound of gongs and drums. Everyone realized that today was the day when the government came to collect food. "Why are all of you standing around here? Call out all the food and money from each family." This time, there were several bailiffs and scribes from the government. The onlookers immediately dispersed and went home to get money and food. Some people had no money and no food, so they sold their children to the government and sold their children. The sound of children crying could be heard everywhere. Ningshu looked at the side and felt that it was really miserable. The people who were prosperous suffered, and the people who were dead suffered. He thought that this was already ridiculous, but the government actually accepted these children. Were they going to sell the children as slaves? Their identity documents had been handed over to the government by their parents. The sacrifice of 1 or 2 children in exchange for the survival of the entire family. The child who had been sold was terrified, crying and shouting. His parents left without looking back. Has the imperial court become so rotten? Openly buying and selling people, and then selling these children to the human trafficking market. Pluck the feathers from the goose that passes by, and soldiers pass by like combs. Fang Yong originally wanted to invite a doctor for Bai Yiqiao, but he was stopped by a bailiff. The bailiff said to Fang Yong, "I heard that you killed a tiger. The tiger skin is still there. The county magistrate has old cold legs and needs to use this tiger skin to cover them." Fang Yong's expression turned fierce for a moment. Ningshu, who was not far away, heard this and was speechless. Fang Yong did not even try to find a reason. It was so hot in the summer. Why would he need a tiger pelt to cover his legs? He just wanted Fang Yong's tiger pelt. Now, Fang Yong was known as the tiger-slaying hero. His fame spread far and wide. Everyone in the county government was coveting the tiger's pelt. Fang Yong had just suffered the biggest blow in his life. His wife had made him wear a green hat, and even the child in her belly might not be his. Fang Yong was a smart person. He thought about Bai Yiqiao's abnormality in this period of time. Even her pregnancy was not happy. Combined with what Li Guzi said, Fang Yong could think about the matter. Now Fang Yong had nowhere to vent his anger. The bailiff was greedy. 10 days ago, he got 70 taels of silver. Now he wanted the tiger skin. That flawless tiger skin was worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. There were not many tigers, and it was not something that ordinary people could get. Fang Yong felt a burst of blood pressure rushing to his head. He clenched his fists tightly. What's with your eyes? Filial piety to the county magistrate is your ancestors' merit. Give me the tiger skin quickly. The bailiff was a little scared by Fang Yong's eyes. But thinking that he was from the county government, he was not someone who dared to offend. He immediately straightened his back and asked Fang Yong for the tiger skin. Fang Yong said, "The tiger skin was left to my mother by this commoner." "Hey, you dare to oppose?" The bailiff opened his eyes wide. "Believe it or not, I will tell the county magistrate that you are disrespectful." Relying on the support of the imperial court and the county magistrate, the bailiff valiantly said to Fang Yong, "Hand over the tiger skin, or you will not be able to bear the consequences." Destroy the county magistrate, destroy the family magistrate. In ancient times, because the local officials had all kinds of power in civil affairs, taxation, justice, education, and so on, if the local officials felt that any people under their rule were not pleasing to the eye, they could find a reason to make him embarrassed, or even destroy his family. Not everyone could go to the capital to complain to the imperial court. What's more, the bureaucracy was dark, the world was chaotic, and riots were frequent everywhere. Who would care about a trivial matter? Now the bailiff was threatening Fang Yong to let him know. Fang Yong clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the subservient villagers, the terrified crying children, and his disheartened wife who was lying at home. Fang Yong could not suppress the indignation in his heart. He said coldly, "What if I don't give it to you? You're rebelling." The bailiff pulled out the knife at his waist and slashed at Fang Yong. Fang Yong dodged in an instant and even snatched the knife from the bailiff. Holding the knife, Fang Yong could not control the anger in his heart. He directly used the knife to cut the bailiff's neck. Blood spurted out from the bailiff's neck. The bailiff's expression was one of shock and horror. He held his neck with both hands and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. The commotion attracted the attention of the other bailiffs. They all pulled out their knives and surrounded Fang Yong. Fang Yong had killed the bailiff, causing the villagers to panic. The entire village would be implicated because of Fang Yong. Li Jing shouted at Fang Yong, put down the knife. Ningshu only watched silently. Fang Yong was now on the path of rebelling against the imperial court. He would join the rebel army and achieve meteoric success in the future. This was Fang Yong's path. Fang Yong ignored him and stood at attention. He held the knife tightly as blood dripped down the blade and onto the ground. His expression was cold and filled with killing intent. He raised the knife and slashed at the bailiff. Fang Yong was a hunter and was agile. He also knew some martial arts. He was not someone these good-for-nothing bailiffs could deal with. Fang Yong ruthlessly killed all the bailiffs. He even killed the county government secretary. After all, no one from the county government who came to collect grain was spared. Fang Yong's face was stained with blood. He said to the terrified children, "Go home." The children scattered in a hubbub. Some of the villagers were flustered and looked terrified. Li Jing shouted at Fang Yong, "What are you doing? How dare you kill the bailiff? If the higher-ups blame you, our village will suffer." Fang Yong wiped the blood off the back of the knife and said calmly, "I'll take responsibility for everything. Even if the county magistrate is in front of me, I'll still kill him. If that's the case, the imperial court might as well rebel. If we can't survive, we might as well do our best and wait for death." Fang Yong killed all the bailiffs and calmed down his complicated emotions. Only then did he remember the unconscious Bai Qiao. Thinking of Bai Qiao, Fang Yong's expression was rather complicated. Then, he went to find a doctor. When Fang Yong returned home, Bai Qiao's face was incomparably pale. The blood under her body was about to dye the entire bed wet. No one had boiled some hot water for her to wash. Fang Yong's mother sat by the bed. Her eyesight was not good, and it was not good for her to do anything. She vaguely saw Fang Yong return and asked, "Did you find the doctor?" The doctor took the pulse of the unconscious Bai Qiao, shook his head and said, "The child can't be saved." Fang Yong's expression was calm. As expected, with so much blood, the child definitely couldn't be saved. The doctor prescribed some medicine and left. Before leaving, he said, "The loss of blood has hurt the body. It will be difficult to have children in the future." Fang Yong pursed his lips and didn't say anything. In the room were Fang Yong and his mother, as well as the unconscious Bai Qiao on the bed. "Fang Yong, what do you want to do?" Fang Yong's mother asked Fang Yong. "Bai Qiao." Fang Yong pursed his lips tightly and told Fang Yong's mother about him killing the bailiffs. When Fang Yong's mother heard this, she stood up in fright and forced herself to calm down. "Mother, I want to join the army and join the rebellion army." Fang Yong said, "Right now, the imperial court is tyrannical and extorting taxes. The world is in chaos, and people can't distinguish between black and white. Such an imperial court will fall sooner or later. So you want to join the rebellion army?" Fang Yong's mother closed her eyes. "You can go. Pack your things and leave tonight." "But mother, if I leave, what will you do?" Fang Yong said. Fang Yong's mother said indifferently, "I'm an old woman. I've lived for so long and it's about time. If you're alive, the Fang family will have hope. Those people won't do anything to an old woman like me." Fang Yong's mother said. Fang Yong wasn't someone who could watch his mother die. If he didn't kill the bailiffs, he could still secretly join the rebellion army. But he killed the bailiffs, so the government definitely wouldn't let him go. His family might suffer inhuman treatment. "Mother, let's go together." Fang Yong said calmly, "We both have to live." Fang Yong's mother didn't have any objections. "What about Bai Qiao?" Fang Yong looked at Bai Qiao with a complicated expression. "I used to think that I was climbing up to her, but I didn't think that she didn't really want to live with me. The child in her stomach is also someone else's. She's hiding a lot of things from me. In her heart, I'm not her husband." Fang Yong flatly said, "She can't bear the suffering of wandering around with me. I'll divorce her and we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on." Fang Yong let out a long sigh and began to pack his things to leave the village. When Fang Yong was packing up his belongings, he found a box hidden in the cabinet. There were some banknotes in the box. Fang Yong just grinned and put the box back. When Bai Qiao woke up, she felt a pain in her stomach like a knife. Bai Qiao's face showed a relaxed and relieved expression. In this case, the child in her belly should be gone. Bai Yiqiao felt that her mouth was dry. She wanted to drink some water, but there was no one around her. She heard the sound of the door opening and someone came in. Bai Yiqiao immediately adjusted the expression on her face. Her eyes were red and tears seemed to be dripping from her eyelids. It was very distressing to look at her. Fang Yong walked in and saw Bai Yiqiao's pitiful appearance. Fang Yong. Bai Yiqiao shouted at Fang Yong in a hoarse voice, "I'm so thirsty. Can you give me a glass of water?" Fang Yong pursed his lips and poured a cup of water from the teapot on the table. However, the water was already cold. Bai Yiqiao took a sip and her expression became even more gloomy. Bai Yiqiao had been a woman before. In her previous life, she had been a concubine. Naturally, she knew that she couldn't touch cold things. But now that Fang Yong had poured a cup of cold water for her, Bai Yiqiao felt that her lower body was sticky. When she opened her lower body, she saw that her skirt was wet with blood. She hadn't changed her clothes yet. Bai Yiqiao had a bad premonition in her heart. With Fang Yong's temperament, he would definitely ask about her well-being and comfort her with concern. However, he was indifferent and expressionless. He must have believed Li Guzi's words. Bai Yiqiao moved her body and the lochia flowed out. The hot and wet liquid soaked her thighs. Bai Yiqiao's face became even paler. She reached out and tugged at Fang Yong's sleeve. "Fang Yong, don't be angry. I really didn't betray you." Fang Yong gave the divorce letter to Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao's pupils trembled. She took the divorce letter and looked at it. She said excitedly, "Fang Yong, don't be like this. You believe me. You would rather believe Li Guzi, that scoundrel, than believe me. I am your wife. You must believe me." Seeing the divorce letter, Bai Yiqiao only felt that everything, reputation, husband, and future glory and wealth, was far away from her. What was the point of her rebirth? Fang Yong is Bai Yiqiao's biggest goal since her rebirth. She works hard to maintain her relationship with Fang Yong as husband and wife. Not to mention that Fang Yong will have a meteoric rise in the future. Fang Yong is a responsible man who will love people. He is worthy of a woman's trust. Fang Yong said, "I killed the bailiff. In the future, I will be hunted down by the imperial court. You and I will be implicated. Let's separate like this. You can live a peaceful life." When Bai Yiqiao heard Fang Yong say that he killed the bailiff, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't care at all and said, "I'm not afraid of suffering. Fang Yong, don't leave me." Knowing that Fang Yong would have a meteoric rise and kill the bailiff, then Fang Yong would join the army. Bai Yiqiao said to Fang Yong, "There is some money in the box in the wardrobe. Take it." Seeing Bai Yiqiao like this, Fang Yong felt a little powerless and said, "I can't tolerate betrayal." Fang Yong could tolerate everything, but he couldn't tolerate Bai Yiqiao's betrayal and what Bai Yiqiao did in private. Li Guzi said that Bai Yiqiao spent money to hire people to destroy people's innocence. Fang Yong couldn't figure out why Bai Yiqiao wanted to deal with Chen Ermiai. He felt that she was hostile to Chen Ermiai, but where did this hostility come from? It was very inexplicable. Bai Yiqiao cried and said, "Fang Yong, I really didn't betray you. You have to believe me." Bai Yiqiao kept saying that she wanted Fang Yong to believe her. Fang Yong rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Have a good rest. So you believe me?" "Fang Yong, thank you." Bai Yiqiao smiled through her tears. "What I want is to be happy with you for the rest of my life. How can I be involved with a person like Li Guzi?" Fang Yong didn't speak. In the middle of the night, Fang Yong left the divorce letter on the table and left with his mother in the dark. The next morning, when Bai Yiqiao woke up, the courtyard was quiet. There was no movement at all. She turned over with difficulty and saw the divorce letter on the table. Bai Yiqiao had a bad premonition in her heart. She got up from the bed with difficulty. Her abdomen was in pain when she moved. Bai Yiqiao covered her stomach and got out of bed. She walked to the table and picked up the paper on the table. It was the divorce letter that Fang Yong gave her last night. Fang Yong put it away. She thought that Fang Yong had changed his mind, but now it appeared again. Bai Yiqiao opened the wardrobe. Fang Yong's clothes were gone. Bai Yiqiao hurriedly opened the door and shouted, "Fang Yong, Fang Yong." Bai Yiqiao searched room by room, but she couldn't find Fang Yong. Even Fang Yong's mother was gone. Bai Yiqiao sat on the ground in a daze. She covered her mouth and cried. This is the house. This is the home of the traitor Fang Yong. The voice of someone talking came from outside the courtyard, followed by the sound of knocking on the door. The courtyard door was violently smashed open. More than a dozen Yamen runners in uniform saw Bai Yiqiao squatting on the ground and asked, "Where did Fang Yong go?" Bai Yiqiao was holding the divorce letter in her hand. When she heard the words of the Yamen runner, her expression was blank. Where did he go? Bai Yiqiao was angry, panicked and unworthy. She had paid so much for Fang Yong. Fang Yong threw down the divorce letter and disappeared. Search. The Yamen runner said directly. More than a dozen Yamen runners rummaged around the room. Finally, they found a few hundred taels of silver in Bai Yiqiao's box. More than a dozen Yamen runners were like injected with chicken blood. They didn't expect that this trip would have such a harvest. Bai Yiqiao now only felt disheartened. She didn't think about anything and didn't care about anything. Even if the banknotes were taken away, her expression was wooden. She thought that she had done so much for Fang Yong, but Fang Yong was merciless. He was so cruel that he only left a divorce letter and disappeared. This Fang Yong scolded her and beat her, making her feel more pain. The Yamen runner took the banknotes. The leader said, "This is the remnant of the traitor. Arrest her." The two Yamen runners took Bai Yiqiao away without pity. Then the Yamen runner called all the villagers around the village over and arrogantly gave the order to the county government. The gist of it was that the bailiff had died in this place, and that Li Zhang and the villagers had allowed the rebel thief Fang Yong to kill the bailiff. This was a serious crime of disrespecting one's superiors, and must be punished as a warning to others. Every household between the ages of 14 and 50 would be conscripted, and both men and women would be sent to repair the dams. Many places were flooded, and the embankments were washed away. When Ningshu heard the news, he was dumbfounded. Fang Yong had escaped. He had escaped with his mother. Back then, he had said that he was a hero and that he would shoulder everything. But in the end, he had escaped. Each family had to send out 2 people, and the Chen family only had 4 people. If they sent out 2 people, 2 of them would have to leave. If Old Man Chen and Chen Li were recruited, then only she and Madame Li would be left in the family. Who would have thought that the higher-ups would be so angry that the entire village would suffer? Usually, each family would only recruit 1 male, but now, both men and women were being recruited, and 2 at that. Moreover, the place where the flood occurred was still very far from here. No one knew what would happen along the way. Although it wasn't as dangerous as fighting a war, it was incomparably tough. They used their blood and tears to build buildings and transport roads. Bones were buried in the ground. The bailiffs said that they would come to recruit in 2 days, and then took Bai Yiqiao away. When they arrived at the county government, Bai Yiqiao was locked up in prison. The prison was dirty and messy, and the environment was very bad. In addition, Bai Yiqiao had just miscarried and her body was weak. Under such circumstances, she fell ill. It was Wen Yu who found a relationship to give Bai Yiqiao money to get her out. Wen Yu saw that Bai Yiqiao's chin was sharp and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Bai Yiqiao hugged Wen Yu and cried, "Fang Yong abandoned me." Wen Yu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She patted Bai Yiqiao's back and comforted her softly, "It's him who can't see your good side, really." Wen Yu sent several maidservants to take care of Bai Yiqiao carefully, but Bai Yiqiao had been depressed and depressed. Bai Yiqiao lamented her fate. Why was it that after being reborn, she still couldn't change her fate? In the end, it happened. Bai Yiqiao was afraid that fate would play tricks on people. Could it be that she and Fang Yong were destined to have no fate? After being reborn, she still had to give up her position to Chen Ermiai. Why? It was too unfair. No woman would willingly hand over her husband to another woman. Wen Yu had been by Bai Yiqiao's side, silently caring for Bai Yiqiao, but Bai Yiqiao was immersed in her own sadness. She was unwilling to give up and didn't get a return. Bai Yiqiao couldn't see anyone else at all. After being told that they were going to be recruited, the Chen family fell into a dilemma and pain. Alas, what should we do? Father Chen seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Madame Li didn't say a word and silently wiped her tears. "Since it's a recruitment, I must go. Chenli said. Ningxu sighed in her heart. After doing so many tasks, this time she was actually going to be recruited. This was the first time in her life. I'll go with my brother, Ningxu said. She already had a plan in her heart. The two children are not by my side. Madame Li suddenly cried. Father Chen's face trembled and his eyes were red. He bit his cheeks tightly and didn't speak. Mother, sew two men's clothes for me. It's inconvenient to wear a skirt, Ningxu said to Madame Li. Madame Li wiped her tears and took out a needle, thread, and cloth to make clothes for Ningxu. She didn't even measure Ningxu's body and began to make clothes. It's too rushed. If I had known earlier, I would have made 2 pairs of shoes for you and your brother. Madame Li threaded the needle and kept wiping her tears. Father Chen bit his cheeks and said, I'll go with second sister. Chenli stays at home. Chenli hasn't given birth to the Chen family yet. Ningxu, in this world, adults can't protect themselves. How can fragile babies survive? They are really obsessed with carrying on the family line. You're already so old. If you can't walk to the dam, you'll die of exhaustion on the road. Why are you going? Madame Li cried and complained. Chenli stood up. If I don't go, who will? Ningxu began to pack up his things. He wrapped up the medicine he usually made and the dagger he exchanged to cut iron like mud. Since he couldn't avoid it, why not? Ningxu looked at Chenli. Why not get Chenli into the rebel army and let the Chen family rise? Ningxu secretly channeled Qi Jin into Chenli's body. The Qi Jin could slowly change Chenli's body. His eyes and ears would become sharper, and his body would become more agile. Ningxu said to Chenli, Brother, I have a secret martial arts manual. Do you want to learn it? Chenli, second sister, stop fooling around. Chenli said, it would be great if we could go to war. They couldn't go to war just because they wanted to. There were requirements to recruit strong men. In their situation, they could only do manual labor. Ningxu told Chenli the incantation, I saved a swordsman in town, and he told me about the secret manual. Chenli didn't believe in any secret martial arts. Instead, Ningxu said, I will protect you. Ningxu saw that Chenli didn't believe in her, so she mobilized the Qi Jin in her body and jumped over the wall. Her movements were light and agile. Second sister. Chenli opened the door and looked at Ningxu in shock. How did you do it? Didn't I say that I will practice the secret martial arts given by the chivalrous expert and you want to practice it? Ningxu patted the dust off her hands. Yes, Ningxu told Chenli the secret martial arts and how to practice it. Then, she taught him step by step how to practice it. Madame Li stayed up late to make clothes for Ningxu and Chenli. She cried as she sewed the clothes. Old Man Chen also couldn't sleep at night. He smoked tobacco all night long. The house was filled with smoke and no one could see clearly. 2 days later, Ningxu wore the clothes that Madame Li sewed for her. They fit very well and she tied the belt. Madame Li combed Ningxu's hair and tied it into a man's hairstyle. Ningxu removed the tea leaf stud earring from her ear. Then, she took out a package. Inside the package was the dry food that Madame Li had prepared for her and Chenli. It was a piece of snow-white wheat cake. The family of 4 arrived at the entrance of the village. At the entrance of the village, there were people from the county government registering for the recruitment. Every family was overwhelmed with grief. They didn't know when they would be able to return. They didn't know if they would be able to come back. Under the influence of this atmosphere, Madame Li also hugged Ningxu and Chenli and cried. She sobbed. Ningxu patted Madame Li's back and comforted her, Mother, don't worry. Brother and I will definitely come back alive to see you. My son. Madame Li hugged Ningxu and Chenli and didn't let go. Old Man Chen pulled Madame Li away and bit his cheek. His voice was choked with sobs. Ningxu said, You must let your brother live. Ningxu nodded, I know. Ningxu did not feel any resentment in his heart. In this era, girls were not as important as men. After half a day of counting, the officials sent a group of soldiers to escort these people to their destination. Ningxu looked back at the village entrance that was getting further and further away. He didn't know what his fate would be. He would rather be a dog in peace than a man in troubled times. Second sister, don't be afraid. With your brother here, you will be fine. Chenli saw Ningxu lowering her head and thought that Ningxu was afraid, so he quickly comforted her. Ningxu smiled and changed the topic. How's your cultivation going? My body feels limp and numb. I get hungry quickly, Chenli said. This was the cells absorbing energy. What are you talking about? Hurry up and leave. One of the soldiers whipped him. The attitude of the soldiers was very bad. They whipped people at the slightest provocation. There was no lack of older people in the group. After being whipped, they couldn't get up. If they couldn't get up, the soldiers would whip them. Chenli wanted to stand up for them several times, but he was stopped by Ningxu. Ningxu and Chenli shook their heads. Now was not the time. They had just started their journey. Although everyone was angry with the soldiers, they could still bear it. The commoners were the most tolerant people. As long as they had enough food and clothes, their tolerance was amazing. They would not resist until they reached a dead end. As time passed, the soldiers became more and more daring. They beat and scolded people at the slightest provocation. They basically did not let people rest and rushed on without stopping. As long as they could not keep up with the group, they would be beaten until they were full of injuries. The weather was very hot now. Escorting the able-bodied men was a tough job. Basically, only those who were ostracized by their colleagues would do this kind of hard work. These soldiers were in a bad mood and vented their anger on these people. They would whip people at the slightest provocation. Even the honest Ningxu had been whipped a few times. Seeing Ningxu being whipped, Chenli was about to explode and hurt people. However, he was stopped by Ningxu. He was only whipped a few times. When the time came, he would teach these people a lesson. There were also some people who could not bear it and wanted to run away. They were all caught and dragged behind the horses. They were dragged to death. However, these soldiers were still laughing arrogantly, deterring the dishonest people in the troop. Chenli was very strong. Ningxu saw the muscles on his arms twitching a few times. He looked like he was about to kill someone. Ningxu calculated the time when they reached the place where the dam was being repaired. She would not go and fix the dam. After walking for an unknown period of time, Ningxu's shoes were worn out. Not only were the people in the group restless, the soldiers were also abnormally irritated. Every day, they were in charge of the food and drink of so many people. If these people wanted to go to the toilet, they had to follow them. These soldiers gradually focused their attention on the women in the group. They wanted to vent their anger on these women. When it was dark, the soldiers would set up camp, and they could only feed the mosquitoes outside. Ningxu had medicine on her, so the mosquitoes did not pounce on her. Brother, save me. A woman's shrill voice sounded. Ningxu turned her head and saw two soldiers dragging a woman. Her younger brother looked young. His face was full of horror and fear, and he called out for his sister. Chenli suddenly stood up. Ningxu did not stop Chenli this time. Counting the days, they had been out for half a month. They were very far from home. Moreover, they saw a lot of refugees on the way. It was obvious that they were not far from their destination. So many refugees did not give them work and food. They insisted on dragging men from thousands of miles away to fix the dam. Were these people crazy? Or was there some benefit in doing this? Ningxu pulled Chenli. Chenli immediately said, Sister, we can't tolerate it anymore. Now they are defiling women. Next time, it might be your turn. Ningxu smiled slightly. Kill them all. Incite people to kill these soldiers. Chenli was shocked. Sister. He only wanted to teach the soldiers a lesson. He did not expect his sister to be more ruthless than him. Ningxu handed the dagger to Chenli and said, Brother, if we don't resist, we will die. Once we reach the dam, we won't be able to survive. After killing these soldiers, we will meet up with the rebel army. Ningxu said, We have been out for some time. Our speed is not slow. We are probably a few hundred miles away from home. The information in ancient times was severely outdated. Even if something happened along the way, it would take a long time for it to be discovered. This side thought that they had reached the dam, while the people on the other side thought that they were still on the way. What they needed was time in between. Moreover, these people were worthless. If they were gone, they could recruit more. Sister, Chen Li's tanned face was full of struggle. His face was trembling violently. Chen Li was sweating profusely. If he really did this, an unknown future lay in front of him. However, he was sure that he was walking on the edge of a cliff. Don't you want to fight? Ningxu said. Chen Li's body was tense like a bowstring that had been pulled to its limit. He said in a low voice, but this is rebellion. Ningxu said, the current imperial court is like a tree that has been eaten by termites. No matter what, it cannot escape the fate of destruction. Now that order is in chaos, there can be no construction without destruction. It is time to overthrow and re-establish order. Chen Li was a true ancient person. He lived in a feudal society where the emperor was the sky, so he did not dare to rebel. Even if the soldiers went overboard, he only wanted to teach them a lesson. Chen Li felt guilty when he actually rebelled. Ningxu had experienced many worlds, so he was more indifferent. It was normal for history to change, and the new to replace the old was the rule of the heavens, the cycle of reincarnation. Brother, you are just taking advantage of the situation. It has nothing to do with rebelling. Ningxu said. Chen Li, don't try to scare me. While Chen Li was hesitating, the woman who was caught by the soldier resisted violently. The soldier was very impatient. He pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the woman's abdomen, then kicked her away. The woman clutched her abdomen and fell to the ground. Blood flowed through the gaps of her fingers. Sister, sister. The younger brother stumbled in front of the woman. Sister, don't leave me. I'm scared. Sister, the soldier laughed wildly. He did not care about the dead woman on the ground. He pulled another woman and threatened, serve me well, or you will end up like this person. The woman was in a daze. She panicked and asked the people around her for help. Save me. Ningxu walked in front of the soldier. When the soldier saw Ningxu, he immediately touched his chin and laughed. Why, you want to serve me in her place? Ningxu smiled and kicked the soldier's crotch. He used a lot of force. The man who was kicked groaned. His eyes rolled and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The soldier's body twitched twice and he died. It was so painful. Chen Li, the people around were stunned. The other soldiers were furious. Impudent, are you trying to rebel? Chen Li raised the shiny dagger in his hand and shouted, everyone, these ruthless officials are treating us like animals. They want to kill us and seize our lives. I'm afraid we will be killed by them before we reach the dam. Do you want to die like this? Women will be sullied by these animals. Impudent. The soldier pulled out his sword and wanted to kill Chen Li. Chen Li awkwardly dodged the attack and then used the dagger to slit the soldier's neck. Blood spurted out. Chen Li's face was somewhat pale. However, his hands were stained with blood and a different feeling welled up in his heart. Chen Li said loudly, they are also human, they can also be killed. Give me back my sister's life. The young man pounced on the soldier. The chaos in the crowd was no longer something these soldiers could control. Along the way, everyone had accumulated too many emotions in their hearts. Even well-trained soldiers would mutiny and blow up the barracks, let alone the commoners who followed blindly. When some people resisted, the others followed suit. Coupled with the resentment in their hearts, they dealt heavy blows to these soldiers. In the end, a group of unarmed civilians actually killed more than 20 soldiers. Ningxu just watched from the side. When these soldiers died, Ningxu said, bury these people. We'll head north. The rebel army was heading in this direction. In the end, they crawled like a snail until they broke through the palace gates. When these people calmed down and realized what they had done, they were all scared out of their wits. Chen Li said, let's meet up with the rebel army. We won't be able to go back. If we go back, we'll implicate our families. Everyone did not know what to do. When they saw someone standing up to make the decision, they were terrified and uneasy. They could only accept it. Everyone worked together to bury the soldiers. Ningxu used soil to cover the bloodstains on the ground. It was dark now. Everyone sat on the ground with terrified expressions. Some people were crying softly. Chenli wiped the blood off the dagger and returned it to Ningxu. Where did you get this? I bought it. I ran to town when I had nothing to do and bought it for self-defense, Ningxu said. Brother, keep it. Chenli shook his head. I have the soldiers' sabers. Chenli collected the sabers of the soldiers and distributed the dry rations of the soldiers and soldiers. After working for a while, Chenli sat beside Ningxu. He pursed his lips and said, Sister, must we meet up with the rebel army? Ningxu raised her eyebrows. Can brother feed so many people? Chenli instantly exclaimed with a helpless expression. Ningxu meant to bring these people to meet up with the rebel army. The siblings also had some bargaining chips. Some things could not be resisted. The leader of the rebel army was the future emperor. Even Fang Yong, the male lead, did not become the emperor. Of course, Fang Yong's background could not be ruled out. With Chenli's simple mind, of course, he did not understand the difficulties. Feeding a group of people was enough to make Chenli cry bitterly. When they reached the rebel army, there would be people to worry about these things. The next day, Ningxu and Chenli led the team north. Along the way, they did not attack any county yamen because a team like theirs did not have much fighting power. Someone in the team fell sick. Ningxu had no choice but to take out the medicine he had prepared beforehand. When they passed by the town, Ningxu took the money that old man Chen had given him to buy medicinal herbs. Now that it was a chaotic world, food and medicinal herbs were in high demand. They were very expensive and might not be available. Ningxu, who really had no money, ran to the door of a rich family to promote his jade face mask. Chenli wanted to rob the rich to help the poor. Ningxu shook his head. Once the authorities were alerted, they would all die. Their group was already very conspicuous. Chenli, who had no choice, actually led the team's strong men to carry the sandbags. Ningxu, F*ck, why was her mission so difficult? Chen Ermiai married Fang Yong and also fled for her life. Now, she was still like this. Stumbling along the way, although it was difficult, at least there was no one to torture them. They could still get through it. Ningxu finally saw the fluttering flag. Although the flag was old, it was rustling in the wind, carrying an indescribable power. We're here. Ningxu said happily. Chenli let out a heavy breath. This period of time could be said to be the most confused period of his life. From a person who only knew how to follow behind his father to farm, he had to worry about the entire team's livelihood and coordinate all kinds of sudden problems in the team. If the team was tired, he had to be responsible for the chicken blood and be careful of the instructor. If it wasn't for his sister by his side, Chenli felt that he couldn't suppress these people. Now that they had arrived at the rebel army's territory, Chenli immediately understood what his sister meant. After joining the rebel army, they would let others worry about these things. They would be responsible for fighting and sieging the city. Ningxu and Chenli sat on the backs of the two remaining horses. Ningxu patted the dust off his body, turned his head and said, Cheer up. Now that we're here, our fate might change drastically. Everyone began to tidy up their clothes, tidy their hair, and straighten their chests to accept their fate. However, there was an unconcealable fear and uneasiness between their brows. If they had a choice, no one would be willing to live such an uncertain life. They were almost begging for food all the way here. The rebel army was temporarily staying in a deserted village. There were 2 flags at the entrance of the village, which were very dazzling under the scorching sun. This village was not far from the town. If possible, they could attack the city at any time. Chenli said nervously, Sister, will they accept us? They will. The more people there are, the more momentum they can build. Rebellion had to be done in a spurt of energy. A small fight would not be successful. Who are you people? Someone at the entrance of the village shouted at them. Chenli cupped his hands and shouted, We are refugees. Because we killed soldiers, we are here to seek refuge with the general. The leader of the rebel army was a descendant of a general. Because his family was killed by a traitor, it happened to be a natural disaster, so the people gathered to revolt. Wait here. That person ran into the village. Ningxu held the reins of his horse and stared at the entrance of the village. The group was quiet and the atmosphere was heavy. Occasionally, there was the sound of horses snorting. Chen Li's face was covered in sweat. His face was trembling, and he was very nervous. Not long after, people came out of the village, and there were quite a few of them. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and said to Chen Li, "Brother, get off the horse. Let's go take a look. You guys wait here. Second sister and I will go first," Chen Li said to the people behind him. Ningxu and Chen Li walked towards the group of people. When the two met, Chen Li was so nervous that his hands and feet were shaking. When he turned his head and saw his sister's calm face, he could only take a deep breath to calm himself down. Chen Li didn't know why his sister was so calm and collected. She didn't seem to have any trouble doing anything, unlike him who was in a flurry. Ningxu cupped his hands and Chen Li hurriedly did the same. "Greetings, General Liu," Ningxu said. General Liu, the leader of the rebel army, asked curiously, "How do you know my surname is Liu? Who in the world doesn't know you?" Ningxu flattered. General Liu could not help but laugh as he shook his head. "These words, I'm afraid they're all calling me a traitor." He had a valiant appearance. Because he came from a general's family, his body was well built. He wore coarse hemp clothes and straw sandals. He didn't look like the supreme commander of an army. Ningxu shook his head. Who was she trying to impress by dressing like this? Sometimes, if she overdid it, it would backfire. "Do you want to show that you share the suffering of the people?" Of course, Ningxu wouldn't say such a thing. "General Liu, this is my brother Chen Li. This team is led by my brother and this little girl." Ningxu introduced Chen Li to General Liu. Chen Li hurriedly cupped his hands. "This humble one greets General Liu." "Good, good." General Liu laughed heartily. "From now on, we'll be a family here. We don't need guests. We'll work together to survive in this chaotic world." "Yes." Ningxu watched from the side. General Liu's expression was somewhat conflicted. His smile was mixed with worry. Clearly, he was worried about the problem of food and livelihood. "Second sister, should I go call them over?" Chen Li asked Ningxu. Ningxu nodded and agreed. General Liu raised his eyebrows and said ambiguously, "You're in charge of this team?" Ningxu shook his head. "I'm basking in my brother's glory." General Liu only smiled and did not say anything. He turned his head and said to the person beside him, "Give them a place to live." "Yes, General." General Liu's guard said respectfully. Ningxu and Chen Li led a group of people into the village. There were men and women, old and young in the village. These were the family members of the soldiers. When necessary, these family members were also a fighting force. In this chaotic world, being able to stay with family members was an extravagant hope. Being able to feed a family was even more difficult. With family members, they could be hostages, and they could make the soldiers unswervingly loyal. After all, he was born in a family of soldiers. He was quite good at guessing people's thoughts. The guard led Ningxu to the place where he lived. Chen Li carefully wormed his way into being friends with the guard. Ningxu tugged at the corner of Chen Li's clothes. Chen Li turned his head to look at Ningxu. Ningxu shook his head. Chen Li stopped talking. The guard glanced at Ningxu and said, "This is where you will live." This row of houses was relatively old and there was trash everywhere. Ningxu even smelled the smell of toilets. There was also filth around. Clearly, it was the feces of some children. Chen Li frowned. He wanted to ask the guard if there was a slightly better room. Chen Li was somewhat unhappy. They had come a long way to seek refuge. At the entrance of the village, they said that they were family. But now, they were given such a place to live. Chen Li was just about to open his mouth when Ningxu stood in front of Chen Li and said, "Thank you, sir." "You can just call me Guard Zhou," said Guard Zhou. "All right. Please help me thank the general for giving us a place to live," said Ningxu. Guard Zhou and Ningxu exchanged a few polite words before leaving. Once Guard Zhou left, Chen Li asked, "Why can't we ask for a better place? We are new here. What qualifications do we have to ask for a better place? We don't have any merits. Moreover, the other party doesn't seem to trust us. They might even suspect that there are spies in our group," Ningxu said indifferently. "We are all poor commoners. There are no spies, Chenli retorted. Ningxu looked around and said indifferently, but others don't believe us. Clean up the surroundings. Ningxu and the others said, this is where we will settle down in the future. Our future is unknown. Perhaps we will have glory and wealth. Perhaps we will be buried in the battlefield. If anyone wants to leave now, I will not stop them. The nearly 200 people in the group looked at each other and discussed in low voices. No one wanted to leave because they had killed soldiers and were criminals of the imperial court. If they went out without food, they would die. All right. No one wants to leave. Clean up the rooms now, Ningxu said. The crowd dispersed. Ningxu picked up the hoe at the foot of the wall and dug a hole to bury the feces. There were flies everywhere. Ningxu took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled some in every room. Chenli led these people to work. Ningxu said to Chenli, I will look around. All right. Be careful. Bring the dagger with you, said Chenli. Ningxu nodded and went around to check the situation in the barracks. None of the people here wore armor. They were all dressed in coarse hemp clothes. Some of them were even naked, revealing their tanned arms. When they were not attacking the city, these people were lying in their homes or sitting under the shade of trees. They did not look like an army at all. However, it was understandable. After all, the military's physical training required a large amount of energy. In this place, food was scarce. They could not even fill their stomachs. Such a troop, carrying hoes and sickles, without horses or armor, was able to defeat the regular army of the imperial court. It was as if the gods were helping them. However, it also showed how rotten the imperial court was. Ningxu carefully observed the surroundings and felt that General Lu's courage was not light. Not only did he have to feed the soldiers, he also had to feed the soldiers' families. Ningxu turned around and saw General Lu talking to someone. Ningxu tilted his head and suddenly laughed. What a coincidence, an acquaintance, Fang Yong Simida. Fang Yong was talking to General Lu when he felt someone looking at him. He glanced around and stopped. General Lu turned to look at Ningxu and said with a smile, this is someone who just joined the army today. Sister Chen. General Lu called out to Ningxu. Ningxu walked over and cupped his hands to General Lu, General Lu. Then he said to Fang Yong, what a coincidence. After not seeing him for a while, Fang Yong's murderous aura was strong. It was obvious that he had been on the battlefield and probably killed a lot of people. Fang Yong's expression was surprised. He looked at Ningxu, who was dressed in men's clothing, and asked, why are you here? Ningxu smiled, well, after you left, the village was conscripted. Then we killed the soldiers on the way and then we appeared here. Fang Yong froze for a moment, I still implicated you? Ningxu nodded. That was true. You are people from the same village? General Lu was surprised, this is fate. Hee, I'm afraid it's an ill-fated relationship. Ningxu said a few words and turned to leave. He stopped someone and asked about Fang Yong. Fang Yong was already a little famous here. His martial arts were good and his archery skills were perfect. He already had some people under him. Ningxu replied with an "Oh." Fang Yong was starting to rise. Ningxu returned to the place where he lived and said to Chenli, how about we teach the peerless martial arts to other people? Maybe they will have a chance to survive on the battlefield. Brother, these people might be our Chen family's underlings. Ningxu whispered. Chenli's heart trembled. He vaguely felt something but was not sure. He nodded and said, I know. I will go teach them now. Focus on training young and strong laborers, Ningxu said. Ningxu was just about to check how many herbs he had left when General Lu's bodyguard Zhou came to Ningxu and told him that the general was looking for her. Ningxu put the things away and followed guard Zhou to see General Lu. General Lu also lived in a simple house. At this moment, General Lu was reading a book. When he saw someone enter the house, he put down the book in his hand. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, General Lu did not let guard Zhou go out. Ningxu cupped his hands in greeting and asked, what does General want from me? Ningxu consciously treated himself as a subordinate. General Lu said, there will be a siege in 5 days. You should join in as well. Ningxu said solemnly, this subordinate understands. He wanted to test their combat strength. You don't have to be so serious. General Lu chuckled. Ningshu's face was still stiff. The general is the leader of an army. There must be rules. Otherwise, how can the general lead an army? General Lu narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "You just came here. Do you have any complaints about this place?" Ningshu shook his head. "No. Don't be afraid. Just say what you want," General Lu said. "Ningshu, then you won't be angry if I say it, right?" Ningshu said. "Just say what you want," General Lu said with a seemingly angry face. First. Ningshu looked General Lu up and down. His gaze stopped at the straw sandals that exposed his feet. Being stared at by a woman like this, General Lu shrunk his feet a little uncomfortably. He coughed and interrupted Ningshu's gaze. "General, do you only have this set of clothes? Don't you have a pair of shoes that can cover your feet?" Ningshu asked. "I do. It's slightly better than this set of clothes," General Lu said a little embarrassedly. "But everyone is dressed like this. I can't wear anything special." Ningshu was expressionless. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. At the end of the day, this person was still stuck in the style of a general. Loving his soldiers like his children was what a general should do. But he was now the leader of an army. There was no one above him to suppress him. He had to establish a supreme image, and not this image. "General, everyone follows you. Other than filling their stomachs, they also have some ambition in their hearts. They want to be conferred titles, their wives and children, and protect their descendants. But you..." Ningshu's gaze landed on General Lu's feet again. "What ambition do you have for the people below you? Do they want to climb up and enjoy privileges? Special people have privileges. Even if you eat meat and the people below you eat chaff, no one will dare to say anything," Ningshu said. Generals and leaders wore special clothes. Other than being special, it was also to let their own people see them and command their own people, even though they were conspicuous on the battlefield and easy to be hit by the enemy. They did things according to their status. Barefoot and with dust on their feet, they really didn't have any sense of dignity. Even if they walked among the masses, they shouldn't ruin themselves like this. Moreover, the masses didn't care at all. As long as they could fill their stomachs, it was fine. Sometimes, the masses didn't care about the tenderness doctrine. The masses weren't greedy. They ate and drank their fill, but they were also people who cared about milk. If they couldn't fill their stomachs, they would turn around and leave. At this time, it was useless to play the sentimental card. First respect to the clothes, then respect to the people. It had been like this since ancient times. Just like in the army, Xi and Chenli could ride horses because their contributions to the army had established their positions as leaders. General Lu was stunned for a moment. Finally, he said, "I understand. You can leave." Ningshu cupped his hands. "If there is anything wrong with what this subordinate has said, please forgive me, General." "It's fine." General Lu waved his hand and let Ningshu leave. Ningshu returned to his residence. He pulled Chenli aside and said, "General Lu is attacking the city in 5 days. We also want to participate." "So soon?" Chenli was stunned. Ningshu nodded. He was a little anxious. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. Moreover, General Lu didn't intend to give them any weapons. They had to pay for it themselves. How poor was the army? But they... Chenli pointed at the people who were cultivating crookedly. Ningshu also felt very anxious. Ningshu walked over and injected a bit of qi gene into each person's body. Then, he found a knife in the house. Chenli saw Ningshu holding a kitchen knife and asked, "What are you going to do?" Ningshu said, "I can't go to the battlefield unarmed. I have to get some weapons." As Ningshu spoke, he stepped on the trunk beside the house and climbed up the tree. When he saw a suitable branch, he cut it down. Ningshu was like a monkey. He ran from tree to tree and cut the branches. When he was almost done, Ningshu asked the woman to make the branches the length of a spear. Then, he sharpened one end. Unfortunately, there was no metal spearhead. "Everyone, come here." Ningshu called his subordinates. "Now, each of you hold a wooden stick and practice stabbing and stabbing." Ningxu only hoped to do his best to protect this team on the battlefield. Ningxu held the wooden stick and stabbed it into the scarecrow's neck. He said, "There's no need for any fancy moves. Just stab the neck and eyes. Stab wherever the vital parts are. Don't stab the chest. With the sternum protecting it, the wooden spear might get stuck." Ningxu said loudly and then gave the wooden spear in his hand to Chenli. Chenli held the wooden spear and bit his cheeks. The muscles on his face trembled as he stabbed the scarecrow. Ningxu watched these people train. He went into the house to get herbs. He would definitely be injured on the battlefield. After training for an entire afternoon, someone came to deliver food in the evening. It was a coarse bread mixed with yellow vegetable leaves. Then the bread was mixed with cold water. Ningxu ate the bread. It was so hard that he almost broke his teeth. Moreover, when he swallowed it, it was very painful. Ningxu hurriedly drank some water and swallowed the cornbread that was stuck in her throat. What kind of life is this? Why is it so difficult to turn the tide of life? After 2 days of such food, the people below were somewhat dissatisfied. They complained to Chenli, "Why are we eating the worst? I heard that some people eat steamed buns and steamed buns." Chenli didn't know what to say. He looked at Ningxu. Ningxu said indifferently, "That's because they have military achievements. They have been on the battlefield and killed enemies. It's normal for them to eat well. It's good that we can eat. On the battlefield, if you can survive, you will eat the same things," Ningxu said. Although the others were indignant, they couldn't say anything. Originally, the siege was supposed to take 5 days. Suddenly, on the 3rd day, the order was given to gather, saying that the siege was about to begin. Moreover, there was an extra bread in the morning. So it was to let people eat their fill. "Isn't it 5 days?" Chenli frowned and asked. Ningxu pursed his lips. He felt that General Lu didn't trust them. He changed the time just because he said so. Chenli brought out 2 horses and gave one to Ningxu. Then, he flipped onto the horse's back. His waist was equipped with the saber worn by the soldiers, and he held a sharpened wooden stick in one hand. Chenli straightened his back. His body carried an expression of facing death calmly. Ningxu could see that Chenli was very nervous. The veins on the back of his hand that was holding the wooden stick were bulging. Before setting off, Ningxu asked the team to tidy up their appearance, tighten their belts, and comb their hair before heading to the entrance of the village. This time, Ningxu discussed with Chenli and decided to only bring 100 people. The younger ones, the older ones, and some women were left behind. Ningxu called out and headed towards the village entrance. There were many people gathered at the entrance of the village. When Ningxu saw the entrance, he almost choked on his saliva. Were they going to attack the city? Those who had hoes, and those who had rakes. All of them were farmers. Even the nervous Chenli was speechless when he saw this scene. He wasn't as nervous as before. He had always thought that his team was the worst, but now that he saw it, it was still okay. Although they were holding hoes and weren't wearing armor, their formation was still quite good. Ningxu urged his horse over and saluted General Lu with cupped fists. Today's General Lu made people's eyes light up. He was wearing a silver armor, and the red tassels on his helmet were like fire under the sun. The beard on his face was shaved clean. His face that used to be gray was now clean. He was born in a family of generals, and his facial features were handsome. He stood on the high platform, surrounded by fluttering flags, which made him look dignified and noble. Chenli's eyes were filled with respect and awe. Seeing General Lu like this, many people held their breaths. It was easier to create a noble image than to be close to the people. Moreover, it wasn't so tiring. All he had to do was act cool. People liked this even more. Ningxu turned his head and saw that the leaders of the army were all riding horses. Fang Yong was also riding a horse, and there was a group of soldiers behind him. Fang Yong turned his head and glanced at Ningxu and Chenli. Looking at the group behind Ningxu, there were many familiar faces. They were even people from the same village. Fang Yong didn't expect this brother and sister to pull the people from the village over. They had soldiers in their hands as soon as they arrived, unlike him, who had to climb up step by step. Fang Yong held the reins in one hand and a large bow in the other. He suddenly said, "Women can also go to the battlefield?" Qianli frowned. He didn't expect that the first person to question was an acquaintance from the village. He said, "Why can't women go to the battlefield? My sister's courage and strength don't lose to men." "Qianli, I'm just saying that swords and blades have no eyes on the battlefield. It's not safe for a woman to go. She should stay and manage the camp." Fang Yong said, "I don't want a woman in the army to be used by the enemy to attack and mock us." When Fang Yong said this, many people frowned. Since ancient times, power and the battlefield had always been a battle between men. There had never been a place for women. Fang Yong was just saying what most people were thinking. Qianli felt like he needed his sister by his side to help him. His sister was smarter than him, and this was her first time going to the battlefield. Qianli's heart felt weak. Qianli wanted to say something, but Ningxu said, "Carrying a spear and riding a horse to protect the country is a man's ambition and responsibility. But in this chaotic world, you and I are both people who have left the chaos. What's the difference? Who knows, you might not even see the sun tomorrow. You still have time to think about this." Ningxu almost rolled his eyes. Fang Yong squinted his eyes and didn't say anything. On the platform, General Lu said, "Let's go." The group slowly walked toward the city gate not far away. Ningxu and the others walked at the very back. They jogged to the city gate, which was shut tight. There were soldiers on the gate, ready for battle, and the sound of drums could be heard. This was the biggest city gate in Dazhou. If they broke through this gate, the entire group would have a place to rest. They would be able to replenish their food supplies. Everything would improve. Ningxu furrowed his brows. Attacking a city was much harder than defending it. They were so poor that they didn't even have a ladder to attack the city. Ningxu still didn't know how a group like that had succeeded. Did they use human lives to fill the gap? Ningxu squinted his eyes. He saw bows and arrows on the city wall, as well as a trebuchet. General Lu stood on an old war chariot. Guard Zhou stood beside him to protect him. General Zhou held a flag in his hand and waved it. Four groups of people carried a giant wooden battering ram toward the city gate. Ningxu's eyelids jumped. They were really using human lives to fill the gap. But before they reached the city gate, they were hit by a rain of arrows. One person fell, and another took his place. The others protected the battering ram until they reached the city gate safely. In an instant, screams were heard everywhere. General Lu ordered Ningxu and Qianli to replace the person who had fallen to carry the wooden battering ram. Carrying the battering ram was like a live target. There was no way they could survive. General Lu had them carry the battering ram for the first time. "Sister." Qianli frowned. If this is really the case, their team might not be able to return today. Ningxu bit her lips. If they don't do something, they won't be able to stand. All of the great achievements were built with piles of bones. Fang Yong pulled the bowstring. His aim was very accurate. He killed the archers on the city wall in an instant. The bowstring in his hand was probably very heavy. Ningxu used her saber to cut the arrows that were shot at her. Many people in the team were injured. Thanks to the peerless martial arts, only a few of them were injured and died on the spot. With a clang, the wooden battering ram fell to the ground. Ningxu waved her hand and more than 10 people followed behind Ningxu. Ningxu grabbed the rope of the wooden battering ram and tied her body to her shoulder. She used her internal strength to carry the wooden battering ram towards the city gate. People who have practiced peerless martial arts are stronger than ordinary people. Ningxu's team walked in front, but they were under a lot of pressure. The enemy concentrated their firepower on them. Ningxu watched her men fall. Her heart was bleeding. Suddenly, she felt her hair stand on end. She turned her head and saw an arrow flying towards her face. Ningxu held her saber in her hand. She was about to use her saber to cut the arrow when another arrow suddenly flew over and shot it away. Ningxu did not hesitate. She used all her strength to rush towards the city gate. She heard the whistling sound of arrows flying past her ears. She heard the sound of arrows piercing into flesh. Ningxu bit her lips until they bled. She used all of her internal strength. She groaned from her throat and carried the wooden battering ram forward. The distance between them was like a natural chasm. Chen Li, in order to protect her, was injured. "General, it seems that today's siege will be a little difficult," Zhou Wei said to General Liu. General Liu frowned. "If we continue in one spurt of energy, I'm afraid that the next time we come, we will be afraid. Now that we are in a killing frenzy, we don't know what fear is. Let's wait a little longer." Ning Shu struggled to lift the wooden plank and pay attention to the arrows. With great difficulty, they finally reached the city gate. Ning Shu exerted all his strength and rammed the gate with the others. The city gate was very sturdy. Ning Shu ignored the wounds on his body and rammed the wooden battering ram against the city gate with everyone else. The rebounding force of the wooden battering ram caused Ning Shu's internal organs to hurt. Fortunately, the city gate was finally opened. The moment the city gate was opened, the morale of the rebel army was immediately boosted. They cheered and rushed towards the city gate. As soon as the city gate was pushed open, many armored soldiers rushed out and killed the soldiers who didn't even have the time to be happy. Ning Shu held a knife in his hand. He wasn't afraid of killing people, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill them. Ning Shu held a wooden stick and stabbed it towards the opponent's eyes and throat. The person who was stabbed instantly stopped breathing. Seeing that the leader was calm, the others also held up wooden sticks to defend themselves. Although they were clumsy, they could still kill 1 or 2 people. When the city gate was opened, a large group of people with hoes and rakes surged over like a flood. Without any deliberate training, they used hoes and rakes to fight randomly, killing the old master with random punches. The troops surged into the city. How could they fight without any order? This chaos was probably only temporary. When there were enough resources, it would definitely be more than this. General Liu brought Ning Shu, Chen Li, Fang Yong, and a few other commanders to the magistrate's office. General Liu held a silver spear in his hand and directly killed the soldiers. He slowly walked towards the fat official dressed in official clothes. The official was so frightened that he wet his pants and fell to the ground. He begged for mercy, "Don't kill me. I have a lot of money and food." General Liu said calmly, "Where is it?" The official's eyes darted around. General Liu raised his spear and the official immediately said, "In the pickled vegetable jar in the courtyard. It's buried underground." "Where's the food?" General Liu asked. "Food? I sold all the food to the grain merchants in the city," the official immediately said when he saw the spear pointed at him. The official thought that the other party would let him go, but in the next moment, General Liu pierced his body with his silver spear. "Drag him to the magistrate's office and bury him." General Liu pulled out his spear and wiped it clean. Next was to settle the casualties. Ning Shu first treated Chen Li's wounds. The arrowhead was still in the flesh. Ning Shu used a dagger to pick out the arrowhead, then sprinkled medicinal powder on it and bandaged it. Chen Li was in so much pain that his tanned face turned pale. Because he used too much strength, Ning Shu's limbs and body were sore and weak. However, these soldiers were waiting for him to save their lives. Ning Shu grabbed handfuls of medicinal powder and pressed it on their wounds. "You know medicine?" General Liu asked in surprise when he saw Ning Shu treat people's wounds. Ning Shu wiped the sweat on his head. "A little. You should have told me earlier that you know medicine, Ning Shu. You're not going to let me carry the battering ram. After all, they were all people who wanted to do great things. Their hearts were as hard as steel." General Liu might look gentle, but he wouldn't even blink if he sent people to their deaths. "What medicine do you need?" "I just found a batch of medicine from the magistrate's office." "You can tell me what you need." General Liu left in a hurry. After settling down, Ning Shu was so tired that she couldn't even lift her hands. She said to Chen Li, "Brother, I'm going to rest for a while." Ning Shu leaned against the wall and closed her eyes to rest. When she woke up, Chen Li was by her side. She was wearing Chen Li's clothes. Ning Shu moved her body. Her entire body was sore. Ning Shu asked, "How many people died this time?" 30. "Sigh." Chen Li said. His face was pale because of the blood loss. "We can only train harder," Ning Shu said. War was a meat grinder. Needless to say, it was cruel. "General Liu's team is going to stay in Dazhou for a while," Chen Li said. He said he wants to develop Dazhou as the capital. This was taking control of the land. He took control of Dazhou and then gradually took over the land around it. This was good. Carrying hoes and rakes all the time wouldn't go far. They had to be disciplined. General Lu said that when we settle down, he'll reward us, Chenli said. Speaking of which, we're pretty lucky. We're in a big battle the moment we arrive. Ningxu understood. No wonder General Lu wanted them to do something as dangerous as carrying the battering ram to show their loyalty. General Lu and the others have already gone to hunt down the deserters, Chenli said. I can't go because I'm injured. If you don't want to go, then don't. It doesn't matter if the merit is small. There's still plenty of time. Ningxu didn't mind. They had just arrived and weren't familiar with the land. It wasn't good to be in the limelight. Dazhou was just a small place. There would be more battles in the future. The next morning, the people who went to hunt down the deserters returned. Breakfast was a big steamed bun with meat. The whole army ate that. Since leaving home, this was the first time Ningxu had eaten such good food. Eating it mixed with meat soup, the taste was extraordinarily good. Ningxu only ate one steamed bun and gave the other to Chenli. She had eaten the fasting pill, so she wasn't hungry at all. She ate a little symbolically. To be able to live without eating was practically a monster. You eat. Chenli didn't take it. He said, you've lost weight. Eat more. I'm full. You eat. Chenli was a bit anxious. Every time he saw his sister eat like a cat, he couldn't help but say, actually, you don't have to share yours with me. Oh, I'm not hungry. Ningxu stood up and prepared to walk around. This was Dazhou's military camp. There were all kinds of weapons and armor. Ningxu saw Fang Yong wiping his bow. She thought for a moment and walked over. Thank you for saving me. When the arrow had been shot toward her, only Fang Yong had been able to accurately deflect it. Fang Yong said, no need. Since we are from the same army, we will not leave you in the lurch. The atmosphere between Fang Yong and Ningxu was very awkward. In the past, the two families had disagreements. It was impossible to say that they didn't have a knot in their hearts. Ningxu thanked Fang Yong again and turned to leave. She would repay him for saving her life next time. General Lu took the army to the rich families in Dazhou to ask for food. He said that he wanted these people to sponsor him and support his work. If they didn't give it to him, then he would wipe out their families. General Lu only targeted the rich families. After the city fell, he didn't massacre the people in the city. First, he spoke to the grain merchants in Dazhou. If the merchants wanted to monopolize the market or raise the price of food, General Lu would create a river of blood. Then, he would slowly collect the food. He had soldiers and people in his hands. He solved everything with violence. If you didn't give him money or food, he would beat you until you gave it. At first, the people of Dazhou were scared. Later, the rebel army didn't touch the normal people, so they became braver. General Lu was going to collect money. Ningxu urged Chenli to take the group with him. There were always some benefits to following behind. After conquering Dazhou, their days were much better. Although they didn't eat meat for every meal, they didn't eat the cornbread they used to eat. The coarse flour steamed buns paired with some meat-flavored broth were not bad. They were also given some weapons. These weapons were all from Dazhou's military camp. Ningxu processed the medicine General Lu sent over. Clearly, General Lu wanted to treat her as a free doctor. Ningxu made some medicine to stop bleeding and increase muscle growth. General Lu had shaved off all the wool that could be shaved off in Dazhou. Then, he gathered a few leaders, including Ningxu, and said, I have decided to proclaim myself emperor. Chenli reflexively looked at Ningxu. Ningxu didn't say anything. After all, he was going to be the emperor sooner or later. One country, two emperors, China, he was afraid that the imperial court would be in an uproar. This was a provocation. If it were just ordinary people rioting, the imperial court would at most send troops to suppress them. But now that he was the emperor, it would be strange if the imperial court could tolerate it. Perhaps the imperial court would have already launched a frenzied counterattack, which they might not be able to withstand. When Ningshu saw that no one else was speaking, he naturally didn't say anything either. The bird that pokes its head out will be shot. Originally, the fact that he was sitting here as a woman had already caused a lot of criticism. When Qinli saw that Ningshu had his head lowered and was lost in thought, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. For a moment, the whole room was quiet. General Lu said, "If you have anything to say, you can say it." This subordinate agrees with the general calling himself the emperor. A man stood up and said. Then, 2 more people stood up. If General Lu were to call himself the emperor, they would be rewarded. No matter what, it would be an official position that would bring honor to their ancestors. Fang Yong didn't say anything. His face was calm, and no one knew what his opinion was. Qinli frowned, thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of calling himself the emperor. "Sister Chen, tell us." General Lu looked at Ningshu. Everyone immediately looked at Ningshu. Even Fang Yong couldn't help but look at Ningshu. He was a little surprised that General Lu would ask her. "Ningshu, F***ck, if I'm not careful, I'll offend people. If you have any ideas, you can say it. Let's see if you want to call yourself the emperor." General Lu said. Ningshu stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. This subordinate is actually in favor of proclaiming ourselves emperor. Proclaiming ourselves emperor can greatly boost the morale of our army. Everyone is eager to be conferred an official title. However, there is a problem. Can we fight against the regular army of the imperial court? If we call ourselves the emperor, the imperial court will definitely send more troops to wipe us out. Ningshu said, "Should we take it slow, or go against the imperial court now?" General Lu frowned. Ningshu gestured with his hand. Ningshu cupped his hands and sat down. The others also looked conflicted. Calling themselves the emperor had its advantages and disadvantages. If they weren't careful, their rebel army would be annihilated like fireworks. It would only be a line or 2 in the history books. "General, this subordinate feels that there's no rush to call ourselves the emperor. When the general leads us to conquer more land and win more people's hearts, we'll follow the will of the heavens and raise our arms to cheer. It'll be even more glorious than now." Fang Yong stood up and said. General Lu thought about it and nodded. "Let's put this matter aside for now. We'll talk about it when the time is right." After leaving the room, Ningshu let out a long sigh. Qinli and Ningshu said, "Sister, you're amazing. I didn't know anything." "Take it slow," Ningshu said. "We'll attack and occupy Ping Town in 2 days. Do you want to go?" Qinli and Ningshu asked. After experiencing blood, Qinli's subordinates were slowly becoming more valiant. On top of that, Qinli had them practice ultimate martial arts. The soldiers now were very different from before. General Lu's strategy was to use Dazhou as the center to encroach on the surrounding areas and conquer some small towns and villages. General Lu wouldn't go at all. He would just send people. There were people fighting to do this kind of thing. There were military merits and rations to be gained. If they conquered the town, they could even gain some benefits. Qinli accepted the mission to attack and occupy Ping Town. He asked Ningshu if he wanted to go. Ningshu nodded. "I'm going. Of course I'm going." Qinli let out a sigh of relief. He still needed his sister to guide him, even though he didn't know why they were so different even though they were both born of the same mother. The next morning, Ningshu and Qinli put on their armor and mounted their horses. Behind them was a team of nearly 200 people. One person carried a large flag and looked quite impressive. Qinli shouted, "Let's go," and headed towards Ping Town. When the team arrived at the city gates, they encountered a group of people who were in a panic. They were carrying a person on a stretcher. "What's wrong?" Qinli asked. "Centurion Chen, Centurion Fang was shot by an arrow," a soldier said. Ningshu was a little surprised. With Fang Yong's abilities, he could still be shot by an arrow. Ningshu got off his horse and saw that Fang Yong was unconscious on the stretcher. An arrow had pierced through Fang Yong's chest and he was bleeding profusely. "Put it down. Let me take a look." Ningshu took out medicine and a dagger from his bag. "Madam Chen, this arrow has a barb," the soldier said. They didn't dare to move. Ningxu pursed his lips. The tip of the arrow had a barb. If he pulled it out forcefully, it might even damage the person's meridians. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to survive. If the arrow was left in the body would reject the foreign object and it would become inflamed and rot. Similarly, the person wouldn't be able to survive. How did he end up like this? Chenli asked. We went to attack Li County, but we didn't expect them to have powerful archers, the soldier said. Li County was comparable to Dazhou City. It wasn't easy for Fang Yong's men to conquer Li County, and he ended up like this. Fang Yong was too eager for quick success. Ningxu untied Fang Yong's clothes, took out some wine, and drenched the dagger. He put the powder aside and said to the others, hold him down. Sister, can you do it? Chenli asked. If something happens, Fang Yong's mother will blame us. We'll do whatever we can. If he really dies, we'll take over his men. Ningxu washed his hands with wine. Fang Yong's men were speechless. Ningxu was just saying. The main character wouldn't die. Ningxu held the dagger and cut the wound into a cross. Thanks to the sharp dagger, the wound was cut neatly. Humph. Fang Yong woke up from the pain. He opened his eyes and saw Ningxu. Ningxu grinned and said, bear with it. Ningxu traced the wound and found the place where the hook had pierced. He used the dagger to pry open the flesh. Fang Yong was in so much pain that his face turned pale. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Hold it down. I'm going to pull it out. Ningxu held the arrow tightly and pulled with all his might. The arrow left Fang Yong's body. Fang Yong was in so much pain that he arched his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. It sprayed onto Ningxu's face. Ningxu wiped her face and hurriedly sprinkled medicinal powder on the wound. She used a cloth to tightly press on Fang Yong's wound. Brother, you guys go first. I'll catch up with you later, Ningxu said to Chenli, okay. Ningxu pressed on Fang Yong's chest. Blood stained the cloth red. Ningxu changed the cloth. When the bleeding was not so serious, Ningxu began to thread the needle and suture Fang Yong's wound under the horrified gazes of the others. Fang Yong was quite strong-willed. He hadn't fainted yet. His tired eyes looked at Ningxu as if he was sewing clothes. He was speechless. When the stitching was done, Ningxu tied a knot, cut the thread with scissors, and wrapped the wound. Don't let the wound come into contact with water, and change the bandages frequently. Ningxu put away his tools, slung them over his shoulder, and mounted his horse to chase after Chenli. On the way, he caught up with Chenli. Chenli asked, is Fang Yong okay? I won't die. Ningxu wiped the blood off his face and asked, do you understand the situation in Pingtown? There isn't much to gain from it. I'm relatively poor. Chenli said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to snatch this mission. It was just a demonstration to put Pingtown under Dazhou's jurisdiction. When they arrived at Pingtown, the gates were tightly shut. A group of people was watching them from the top of the city wall. Ningxu pulled on the reins and stared at the people on the city wall. Are you the Revolutionary Army? Someone on the city wall shouted loudly. Chenli's face was indifferent. Yes. You have 15 minutes to open the gates. Otherwise, we will attack by force. The people on the city wall gathered again and said something. Then, someone shouted, we can open the gates, but you can't kill the people in the town. The Revolutionary Army doesn't kill ordinary people, Chenli said. What guarantee do you have? Chenli said loudly. I can guarantee what I say. The Revolutionary Army doesn't kill ordinary people at all. You can rest assured. Chenli's words were full of twists and turns. If they weren't ordinary people or evil people, they definitely wouldn't let them go. The people on the other side discussed for a long time. Finally, the gates opened with a creak. Chenli waved his hand and rode his horse through the gates. There was no joy on his face. If it could be taken down so easily, it meant it wasn't worth it. Ningxu smiled and said, this is a good thing. You subdued the enemy without a fight. It means the people's hearts are with the Revolutionary Army. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Chenli said helplessly, I'm afraid we won't get anything out of this. There are always rich and evil people everywhere. If we kill these people, we will get something out of it, Xianxia said. The mayor of Ping Town received Xianxia and his sister. Qianli saw the mayor's oily face, fat head, and big ears. He wore silk and satin, and he was so afraid of death that he opened the gates and surrendered. Qianli wanted to kill the mayor. Xianxia pulled Qianli back. Qianli gripped his long spear and said, "Sister, look at him. He must have taken a lot of the people's money. What's the point of keeping someone like that?" "Brother, since this mayor is willing to surrender and has been in charge of Ping Town for so long," Xianxia said, "he is the most suitable person to manage Ping Town. However, we need to make an example out of him and scare him. People like that would be loyal to you if you were strong enough. As long as you were strong enough, they wouldn't dare betray you." Ping Town was close to Dazhou, so he wouldn't dare have any ideas. The more people like the mayor of Ping Town, the easier it would be for them to attack the town. Qianli thought about it and called for a subordinate to go door to door and investigate the town's evil tyrants, rich and evil people, or people who were angry but didn't dare speak out. Qianli brought people over and killed them. He wanted his subordinates to see blood. He couldn't just come here for fun. While he was at it, he took all the money. After killing people, he had to announce their crimes to the world. The fat mayor almost wet himself when he saw the Qin siblings covered in blood. He didn't dare question Qianli and Xianxia. Didn't they say they weren't going to kill anyone? Where was the trust between people? The mayor raised his hand and swore that he was loyal to the rebel army. Then, he took out all the good things in his house. There were about 2 boxes with jewelry and silver inside. Qianli smiled, revealing his white teeth. He almost scared the mayor to tears. Qianli shook the red tasseled long spear in his hand and said, "I hope the mayor can manage the town well. I hope every family can eat their fill. The mayor should know what to do." I know. Don't worry. Qianli and Xianxia took the food and silver they had plundered and left. When they returned to Dazhou, they would reward their subordinates according to their merits. "Sister, I will go alone next time," Qianli said. "You are a woman. It is too dangerous." Xianxia shook her head and said, "It's fine." With this condition, she naturally had to go to the battlefield. After the country was established, the woman would have to stay in the backyard and do embroidery to serve her husband. Usually, when a country was first established, it was the most tolerant time. They had to rely on this time to fight for some special privileges. Qianli didn't say anything. Naturally, he hoped that his sister would be by his side. One person's ideas were short, and the two of them could discuss it. It was pretty good. After packing up, Qianli went to report the situation to General Liu. When General Liu heard how Qianli had handled it, he nodded and said, "Well done. This was your sister's idea, right?" Qianli immediately smiled foolishly. He scratched his head and said, "It was my second sister's idea." "Unfortunately, your sister isn't a man," General Liu said with a bit of pity. General Liu felt that this person called Xianxia was knowledgeable and had a deep heart. If she was a man, she would definitely enter the imperial court in the future. But as a woman, in this world dominated by men, she couldn't rely on her own strength to change anything. In the end, it was a waste of her talent. Qianli also sighed. He was a man, but he didn't have his sister's brain. "Your sister has medical skills. I heard that she saved Fang Yong. How is your sister's medical skills?" General Liu asked. Qianli said, "I don't know. She just reads medical books by herself." General Liu's expression was somewhat speechless. Was medical skills something that could be learned just by reading medical books? He waved his hand at Qianli, "Go down." Qianli cupped his hands and returned to the camp. Seeing Xianxia checking the medicinal herbs, he walked over and asked, "Where did these medicinal herbs come from?" Xianxia didn't raise his head and said, "Fang Yong sent someone to deliver them. He said it was to repay the kindness of saving his life. He didn't expect Fang Yong to plunder so many good things. I thought you were angry with Fang Yong and wouldn't save him." Qianli said, "After all, he caused such a ruckus in the village." Even Qianli had a knot in his heart for Fang Yong. What Baiyiqia did was quite vicious. "Last time when we attacked the city, he blocked an arrow for me. An eye for an eye," Xianxia said without much care. Although there was a grudge, he didn't have to kill the other party. Besides, General Lu probably wouldn't let them go. There was no way to work with others in the army. Human relationships were so complicated. Chenli nodded, "You have a big heart. No wonder General Lu praised you." Ningxu just grinned, his heart calm. Ningxu obtained these medicinal herbs and prepared some medicine needed for the march. Dysentery, or heat stroke, all kinds of small problems. Ever since Ningxu saved Fan Yong and learned that Ningxu was skilled in medicine, there would be people coming to Ningxu almost every day to ask for medicine. Of course, they would not give it for free. Sometimes, they would give some money, or some strange things. Ningxu would accept all of them. Ningxu gave Chenli 2 bottles of specially made Jinchuang ointment, which could quickly stop the bleeding. He told Chenli to give it to General Lu so that the siblings could show their faces in front of General Lu. As long as they had value, they could stay in the army. When there was nothing to do, Ningxu would follow Chenli to attack the surrounding towns. Now that Chenli was the leader of 200 to 300 people, with Ningxu by his side, things became more and more orderly. Every time they besieged a city, they would first persuade the enemy to surrender and take down the towns and villages with the least amount of losses. If they encountered a stubborn resistance, they could only attack them head-on. Every time they returned to the camp, they would be covered in blood. As more and more people in the team were able to cultivate Qi Jin, the team would become stronger and stronger. It didn't matter how many people there were, as long as there were enough of them to be able to fight 1 against 10. Moreover, to ensure his own power, General Lu would not let a leader control more than 500 soldiers. General Lu used Dazhou's resources to start making armor and weapons, as well as raising war horses. Only then would their battle power be strong. Basically, the towns and villages that had been attacked near Dazhou all tacitly accepted General Lu's rule. They did not listen to the imperial court and only recognized General Lu. If there was anyone who did not agree, they would be wiped out. Of course, in order to win over the hearts of the people, he would also give them all kinds of benefits. For example, he would not collect taxes. If the army needed money, he would take it from the corrupt officials and rich merchants. When the time was right, General Lu would take almost 100,000 people to attack the big cities next to Dazhou and slowly expand their territory. General Lu was not in a hurry to proclaim himself emperor. Instead, he slowly attacked every inch of land, using battle to support battle. After all, in order to support so many people, he had to attack more land, kill the corrupt officials, and take money from the rich to support the army. Ningxu would go to every battle. Other than killing the enemy, he also had to carry a medicine box. If any important person in the army was injured, Ningxu would have to immediately treat them. Although it was tough, Ningxu clearly felt that his position in the army had increased. No one could guarantee that they would not be injured. War was so dangerous that even one's life could not be guaranteed, let alone being injured. However, Chenli was very conflicted. After a long time, he finally said to Ningxu, "Sister, you've seen so many men's bodies. How are you going to get married in the future?" Ningxu said, "With my achievements, even if I don't get married, no one will dare to say anything." "But women will still have to get married," Chenli said. "Don't tell me you want to be an old aunt?" Ningxu's lips twitched. "Given the current situation, who do you think I can marry?" They were in the middle of a war. "Why talk about marriage?" Chenli sighed. "If a woman doesn't get married, she will be criticized." "Criticized," Ningxu said calmly. "A woman's status could not be changed. If she did not get married, men would not be able to wear her down." It was a chaotic world now. Who would care about the stupid law that said a 17-year-old woman's parents were guilty if she did not get married? She did not believe that with her achievements, she would not be able to choose her own life. Every time Chenli tried to reason with his sister, she would not listen. He changed the topic and said, "Sister, it's been more than 2 years. It will be 3 years soon. Can you send a letter home? Father and mother will be worried." Ningxu was dazed for a moment. She had already stayed in this world for so long. Ningxu thought for a moment. "Let's wait a little longer." "Why do we have to wait to write a letter? What's there to wait for?" Chenli asked, puzzled. "Wait until General Lu becomes emperor. We'll write a letter to father and mother after we receive the reward, Ningxu said. Chen said, isn't the matter of becoming emperor temporarily postponed? Now that General Lu has 30% of the country in his hands, he can become emperor. Ningxu said, didn't you notice that there has been some movement recently? Ningxu felt that she was already quite stupid, but she did not expect Chen Li's brain to be even stupider than hers. General Lu had always wanted to become emperor, and now the time was ripe. Chen Li pursed his lips. I'm not a roundworm in General Lu's stomach. How would I know what he's thinking? Chen Li went out to train the soldiers. Fang Yong came over with the herbs and placed them on the table. Ningxu said, give me 10 bottles of injury medicine. Fang Yong pushed the herbs to Ningxu. Clearly, he wanted to use these herbs to exchange for them. Ningxu generously accepted the herbs and gave Fang Yong 10 bottles of Jinshuang ointment. Fang Yong accepted the Jinshuang ointment and looked at Ningxu. Sister Chen, I think you are suitable to be a military doctor. Sometimes, saving people is more effective than killing people. Ningxu smiled. Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider it. Fang Yong nodded and left with the ointment. After Fang Yong left, Ningxu rested. Her chin on her hand. How could she not know that? But she had to have military merits first. Chen Ermei was probably suitable to be a military doctor, but she could not accept looking at a man's body. Ningxu took out a notebook and ground an ink stick to record the ratio of the various medicinal powders. She also recorded the diseases that were most likely to be contracted during the war, how to treat them, and how to treat some wounds. When there was nothing to do, Ningxu would record down all the medical knowledge she knew that was suitable for the ancient army. When she possessed a body, these skills would remain in the body of the original owner. As long as she practiced diligently, she would be able to use them for herself. Recently, there had been no battles, but the air was suffused with an oppressive and joyful atmosphere. Chen Li ran in front of Ningxu and whispered, Second sister, General Lu is really going to proclaim himself emperor. I heard that General Lu has already ordered the embroiderers to rush out the dragon robes and official uniforms. That's to be expected. Ningxu did not even raise her head as she dipped her brush in ink. Chen Li sat across from Ningxu and said with some longing, Second sister, what kind of official position is General Lu going to confer on us? Ningxu somewhat helplessly put down her brush and said, no matter what position it is, it will all be the imperial favor. Big brother, in the future, be more careful with your words. I'd rather be silent than say too much. Think more in your heart. Yes, the imperial favor is vast, Chen Li said. Since he's going to proclaim himself emperor and establish the title of the country, there will definitely be civil officials. When dealing with civil officials, you have to be careful, Ningxu said. Big brother, if you have nothing to do, read more books, Ningxu said. Chen Li's expression was rather helpless. As long as these corrupt civil officials were present, Ningxu felt that she would have no chance of entering the imperial court. Her achievements would at most allow her to enjoy special privileges. It was not easy to achieve this. Not long after, General Lu announced the date of the coronation and had everyone prepare. Everyone began to get busy. They had to build a somewhat presentable imperial palace before proclaiming themselves emperor. In the meantime, General Lu led the army to attack another province. Ningxu also went. Perhaps this was the last battle before proclamation, so everyone seemed to be on steroids. They did their best in the hopes of obtaining a high position and a generous salary. Morale was high, and in less than half a day, the city was taken. On one hand, the other side had no desire to fight. On the other hand, the people on the other side, stimulated by glory and wealth, held, wanting nothing more than to kill everyone by themselves. With great rewards, brave men were bound to emerge. On this day, the weather was clear. Banners flapped in the wind, drums beat, and countless soldiers lined up neatly below the platform. The air was solemn and dignified. Ningxu and Chen Li sat on horseback, with the Chen family army behind them. Fang Yong was beside Chen Li, looking straight at the high platform. Thump, thump, thump. Amidst the drumming, General Lu appeared. He was wearing an emperor's crown and a black dragon robe embroidered with golden threads. He stood on top of the chariot like the Son of God. 8 horses pulled the chariot and slowly walked towards the high platform. General Lu walked up the red stairs step by step, steadily and slowly walking up to the high platform, looking down at the crowd. Ningxu, who was sitting on the back of the horse, quickly got down. All the generals and soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" His voice resounded through the sky, covering the sound of the drums. After the cheering stopped, there was only the sound of fluttering flags. General Lu shouted, "Everyone, rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Guard Zhou, who was beside General Lu, opened the imperial edict and read, "I have experienced many hardships, fought with the officials for many years, and finally achieved great things. Among the people, the officials worked together to promote me, saying that I am virtuous and meritorious. The way of the Emperor is consistent. Although I am blessed by the heavens, but today, under the joint efforts of the officials, I am also ashamed to accept the great deeds and the effort of moving mountains. I have many ambitions, but I want to achieve great things. Following the way of the heavens, on the 10th day of the 9th month of this year, I prayed to the ancestral temple, ascended the throne, built the Yuan army, and named the country Great Yin. Only with sincerity, with justice, with benevolence, with peace and prosperity, this is, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, Yin Kingdom." After a series of complicated ceremonies, it was time to confer meritorious service. Ningxu saw Chen Li's body tremble with excitement. Guard Zhou opened the imperial edict and read out the rewards. Ningxu listened carefully and heard that Fang Yong's reward was General of the Guard, which was a general of the 3-duke rank. The reward was quite high. Fang Yong knelt and received the armor, shouting, "Long live the Emperor." When it was Chen Li's turn, he was awarded General of the East, one of the 4 expedition generals. He was a 3rd-grade general, 2 or 3 grades lower than Fang Yong. Fang Yong's meritorious service was indeed more than Chen Li's, and his ability was outstanding. His archery was superb, and his conduct was outstanding. This was something that Ningxu could not deny. It was already very good for Chen Li to receive this reward. After all the generals were rewarded, it was Ningxu's turn. Guard Zhou looked at Ningxu and read, "There is a girl, Sister Chen, who has outstanding military service, and is conferred the title of Ningyuan Army General." Ningxu knelt down and thanked, "The Emperor's grace is vast and mighty." Everyone looked at Ningxu. Chen Li could not help but frown. Ningyuan Army General was a 5th-grade military rank. She had a lot of meritorious service, which was why she was given a 5th-grade military rank. Even Fang Yong could not help but raise his eyebrows. Her meritorious service was not limited to this. Ningxu sighed in his heart. If a woman wanted to receive the same reward as a man, she would have to pay twice, 5 times, countless times more than a man. In addition, Sister Chen will be given a red ink iron certificate. She will enjoy the salary of a princess. Guard Zhou continued. Ningxu was stunned for a moment, but with a smile on his face, he shouted, "The Emperor's grace is vast and mighty." She was the only one present who received the red ink iron certificate. To a certain extent, this thing was a gold medal for avoiding death. As long as she did not seek death, her status was extraordinary. Ningxu received the red ink iron certificate. It was engraved with her deeds, but most of them were about her saving people. Ningxu lowered his head and quickly glanced at the Emperor on the high platform. He thought in his heart that the Emperor probably did not want him to go into battle to kill the enemy. Instead, he wanted him to do what a doctor should do. After establishing a country, he would not tolerate a woman messing up the court. He could give her preferential treatment, such as the salary of a princess. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ningxu's mind as he tried to figure out what the Emperor was thinking. However, the name of the Qin family having 2 generals was quite pleasant to the ears. To a certain extent, the Yan Emperor acknowledged her meritorious service. However, he could not give her a high position. Ningxu's official position was actually empty. He did not need to go to court at all. When the court stabilized, Chen Li and the others would go to war. Ningxu did not carry a spear or a horse anymore. Instead, he carried a medicine box and saved people. Ningxu took the initiative to tell the Yan Emperor that he wanted to train a few military doctors. Sometimes, there would be too many injured people for him to handle. The Yan Emperor agreed immediately. He also said that if there were no suitable candidates, he could recommend a few. Ning Shu could only say that there were already candidates. The people recommended by the Yan Emperor were all loyal to him. He did not know if the Yan Emperor would consider the relationship between master and disciple. Ning Shu chose a few young men to learn medicine from him. However, the Yan Emperor recommended 2 young men. Ning Shu could not chase them away, so he taught them together. After teaching the basic things to these disciples, they could treat the basic wounds. Ning Shu told the Yan Emperor that she missed her parents and wanted to go home. She didn't know how the 2 elders of the Qin family were doing. She didn't know when the letter would arrive. Going home was faster than writing a letter. The Yan Emperor agreed immediately. It wasn't a big deal, so he could give her special treatment. He even sent a team to escort Ning Shu back. Ning Shu saluted and said, "No need, I can go back myself. The front lines are tight right now. There's no need to waste manpower on something as trivial as this. Wealth and honor is like walking in the night. All your glory came from your own hard work. It's better to return to your hometown with wealth and honor," the Yan Emperor said. "Your status is different now. Naturally, you're not an ordinary person." "What kind of status do what kind of things?" Ning Shu was speechless. Damn, wasn't that what she said to the Yan Emperor before? Was she going to take revenge now? "I was talking nonsense before. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Ning Shu half squatted and saluted. "No matter, I won't take it to heart," the Yan Emperor said. Ning Shu was speechless. Damn, it felt like this guy was holding a grudge. At this time, 1 or 2 palace maids came in with a tray. On the tray was a luxurious red dress. On the 2 trays were all kinds of headwear and jewelry. "If you're a woman, wear women's clothes back," the Yan Emperor said. Ning Shu saluted. "I thank the Emperor for his kindness." Ning Shu told Qinli that she was going home. Qinli wanted to send his deputy to Ning Shu, but Ning Shu refused. The next day, Ning Shu brought a group of people back home in a grandiose manner. They rushed back to the town almost as quickly as they could. After not going home for a long time, Ning Shu felt a bit homesick. In the town, Ning Shu washed up and changed into women's clothes. A maid helped Ning Shu comb her hair, put on a hairpin, and put in a luxurious dangyao. With makeup on her face, she really did have a graceful and luxurious feeling. After leaving the tavern, Ning Shu got into a carriage. The carriage was covered with gauze, and there were golden bells hanging from the 4 corners. As the carriage moved along, the clear tinkling of the bells could be heard. Such a scene was rather conspicuous in the small town, and the streets were filled with people. Ning Shu casually scanned the crowd, and actually saw Bai Yiqiao and Wen Yu in the crowd. The 2 of them were very close to each other, and it seemed that their relationship was not shallow. Could it be that Bai Yiqiao was with Wen Yu? After not seeing each other for 3 years, Ning Shu felt that Bai Yiqiao was not happy. Her eyebrows were shrouded in a heavy cloud of worry. When the group arrived at the entrance of the village, Ning Shu got off the carriage and headed towards the Qin family. Madame Li was using a dustpan to toss the beans. Ning Shu's eyes were a little sore. He didn't know if it was his own or the original owner's emotions. He opened his mouth and called out to Li Shi, "Mother." Madame Li was stunned for a moment, and looked around suspiciously. Ning Shu approached Madame Li. "Mother, I am second sister." The dustpan in Madame Li's hand fell to the ground. "It's really second sister." "It's me." "Old man, second sister is back." Madame Li turned around and ran into the house, crying and shouting at Father Chen. When Father Chen came out of the house and saw Ning Shu, he didn't dare to recognize him. With a trembling voice, he said, "Second sister?" "Ai." Ning Shu crisply replied. Madame Li suddenly cried and wanted to hug Ning Shu, but when she saw Ning Shu's clothes, she retracted her hand. Ning Shu hugged Madame Li. Madame Li cried fiercely, but Father Chen was impatient and told her to shut up. Ning Shu told him what happened when he left home. When Father Chen learned that Chen Li was a general, his thin and old face suddenly became red. "Then is your older brother married? He needs to have children to carry on the family line." Ning Shu. Madame Li listened to Ning Shu's story. While listening, she clasped her hands together and kept praying for Bodhisattva's protection. There was still a team at the entrance of the village. Ning Shu took out the money, and Madame Li said that she would prepare delicious food for them. Father Chen lit incense for his ancestors and was very happy. Ningshu also saw Father Chen pinching his own thigh. After pinching it, he laughed and strolled out of the house. In less than half a day, the whole village knew about it. There were also some people in the village who followed Chenli, and they also became successful. Ningshu sent some letters to the families of the soldiers under his command. For a time, the whole village was filled with firecrackers. Ningshu asked Madame Li about Bai Qiao. Speaking of Bai Qiao, Madame Li's expression was indifferent. It seems that after separating from Feng Yong, she followed the boss of Auspicious House. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. She really was together with Wen Yu. The two of them got married? Ningshu asked. I don't know about this. Madame Li said, Bai Qiao didn't have that fate. Now that Feng Yong also came out, his rank is higher than your older brother. Ningshu nodded his head. She didn't have that fate. Madame Li said. Ningshu smiled. Now that Feng Yong had risen in the chaotic world, the glory and wealth had nothing to do with her. Because before Feng Yong left, he wrote a letter to divorce Bai Qiao. Bai Qiao had always wanted to trample Chen Ermiai into the mud. Now that she was a general, she was given an iron certificate and glory and wealth. She didn't know how Bai Qiao vomited. Bai Qiao was shocked when she found out that Chen Ermiai was sitting in the three-horse carriage. The matter of Chen family and Fang family had spread crazily throughout the town. Bai Qiao didn't expect that the Chen family in this life would be better than in her previous life. That silly Chen Li actually became a general. A family with two generals. Oh, Chen Ermiai, a woman, could also become a general. She thought that she could change her fate and be together with Feng Yong. But fate favored Chen Ermiai even more. From a madam to a female general, she was given an iron certificate and enjoyed the treatment of a princess. Why? Why? Could it be that Feng Yong and Chen Ermiai still wanted to be together? Bai Qiao's hands tightly pinched her skirt. Her knuckles turned white. She absolutely wouldn't allow this to happen. She and Li Guzi had an inexplicable relationship. It must have something to do with Chen Ermiai. Feng Yong, Feng Yong. When she said this name, Bai Qiao's heart ached. Her biggest concern after her rebirth was Feng Yong. She couldn't let go of Feng Yong. She should have been happy with Feng Yong. Bai Qiao took a deep breath, opened the cabinet and began to pack things. When you walked in and saw Bai Qiao packing things, she couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Feng Yong." "He can't do this to me," Bai Qiao said firmly. Wen Yu's expression was a little worried. She said, "Feng Yong has already divorced you. If you go find him like this, you're just asking for humiliation." Bai Qiao took a deep breath. "Feng Yong and I can't be separated like this. Feng Yong is my everything." Wen Yu didn't expect that she had accompanied Bai Qiao for nearly 3 years, but she didn't enter her heart. He resisted the pressure of his family and planned to marry an abandoned woman, Bai Qiao. Moreover, she was an abandoned woman who had lost her virginity. But Bai Qiao didn't agree. She only had Feng Yong in her heart. "Wen Yu, thank you. You are a good person. You will meet a woman who truly loves you. Her body and mind belong to you," Bai Qiao said. "I'm not worthy of you." Bai Qiao apologized to Wen Yu, then took the package and left. Wen Yu grabbed Bai Qiao's arm and asked in a low voice, "Are you really going?" Bai Qiao pushed away Wen Yu's hand and said, "Wen Yu, I know you are good to me, but being moved is not a feeling. You will meet a girl you really like." Wen Yu tightly pursed her lips. "Do you think Feng Yong will marry you again?" "No matter what, I love Feng Yong," Bai Qiao said firmly. Wen Yu's face was unwilling for a moment, but finally said, "Then I wish you happiness. Even if I meet you in the future, I will pretend that I don't know you. We are strangers." "Wen Yu, I am sorry." Bai Qiao hugged Wen Yu's waist, and tears wet Wen Yu's chest. Before leaving, Bai Qiao made such an ambiguous move. Bai Qiao inquired when Chen Ermiai would return to the capital. After staying at home for 2 days, Ningshu took the 2 elders of the Chen family and some family members of the soldiers in the village to the capital. Ningshu also compensated some soldiers who sacrificed their lives. Father Chen and Mrs. Li have long wanted to see Chen Li. When Ningxu said that he wanted to go to the capital, the two of them did not object. They slaughtered all the domestic animals at home and gave them to the guards who escorted Ningxu back. They also held a banquet for the whole day and invited the whole village to eat. Ningxu took the two elders to the town to buy good clothes and some jewelry for Mrs. Li. When there was nothing to do, he asked Mrs. Li to apply a facial mask. When it was close to departure, the two elders almost didn't sleep all night, but the next day, they were very energetic as if they had eaten a big tonic pill. The three of them sat in a carriage and went to the capital. Father Chen and Mrs. Li have never been far away from home. At first, they were very novel, but after a long time, they couldn't stand it. The two of them were carsick. Ningxu gave the two of them a bag of medicine to wake them up, so that they could smell it when they felt uncomfortable. When they were halfway there, a guard came to Ningxu and said, "General, someone is following us. They have been following us all the way." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "Go and ask who it is." The guard soon returned. Ningxu said, "It was a woman who said her surname was Bai. She said she was going to the capital to find someone." Ningxu almost laughed out loud. Bai Yiqiao wanted to go to Dedu to find Fang Yong. Ningxu was gloating in his heart. With Bai Yiqiao going, he reckoned that there would be trouble. So Bai Yiqiao is a green tea bitch. In the years when Fang Yong left, there were also men who cared about her. Once she had a good goal, she immediately kicked Wen Yu away. Bai Yiqiao's heart was big, she felt that only Fang Yong was worthy of her. In fact, she looked down on Wen Yu. Wen Yu was just a merchant. Although she was rich, she couldn't let people bow and bend their knees to her. They were all unwilling to give up and felt that they deserved better. "Don't worry about it." When they arrived at Dedu, Ningxu placed the two elders in the house given by the Yan Emperor. The two elders of the Chen family had never lived in such a big house in their lives. There were also servant girls serving them. Every day, they felt like they were dreaming. Because Qinli was not at home, Ningxu accompanied the two elders. Bai Yiqiao followed the team to Dedu and inquired about the place where Fang Yong lived. Because Fang Yong was busy fighting, there was only Fang Yong's mother in the big house. Bai Yiqiao wanted to visit Fang Yong's mother, but was refused. The old lady basically didn't go out. Bai Yiqiao had no way to see the old lady. Originally, she should have been the owner of this house. She had money to buy a house, but the meaning was different. Bai Yiqiao waited for half a month before Fang Yong and Qinli returned in triumph. Bai Yiqiao stood on the street and looked at Fang Yong on horseback. She thought of her previous life, which was also so heroic. When the army entered the city, the people lined the streets to welcome them. Some young women also threw money bags at unmarried men like Fang Yong and Qinli. Bai Yiqiao held her handkerchief tightly. She didn't know how many people were thinking about Fang Yong. As soon as Qinli returned home, Madame Li hugged Qinli and cried for a while. Then at the dinner table, Father Chen quickly asked Qinli to get married. Qinli didn't have the heart to get married. It was the most intense time of the war between the two countries. Facing the pressure of his parents, Qinli could only ask Ningxu for help. Ningxu opened his mouth and said, "Father, Mother, now that Gij is the Western general, there are many people who are willing to marry Gij, but it's not easy to find a good wife. You choose first. Gij has no opinion, right, Gij?" "Yes, you look at each other first," Qinli said again and again. But then it was about Ningxu's marriage. He said that he wanted to marry Ningxu to what kind of family? Ningxu didn't say anything and was expressionless. Anyway, it's none of her business. As soon as Fang Yong returned home, he was told by his mother that Bai Yiqiao came to find him. Hearing Bai Yiqiao's name, Fang Yong frowned and just told his mother to ignore it. But Bai Yiqiao came to the gate of the house almost every day to find Fang Yong. In addition, Fang Yong was the best candidate for a son-in-law. His family conditions were simple. He had no brothers and only a mother. Too many people coveted Fang Yong. Bai Yiqiao was a little flustered. She also spent some money to spread the word that she was Fang Yong's wife. But Fang Yong still ignored her. Even if he met her, Fang Yong also ignored her. Bai Yiqiao was almost singing a one-man show. She deeply analyzed how much she loved Fang Yong in her heart and how innocent she was. "So, you have to forgive me." Or she tried to be affectionate with Fang Yong. She hoped that Fan Yong could remember the happy days of the two of them and Fan Yong's heart would soften. But Fan Yong was still expressionless and didn't have any reaction. Fan Yong was a man with strong ideas. People with strong beliefs will not be shaken. The other party didn't respond. Bai Yichao was a little anxious. She even accused Fan Yong of being a rich man and abandoning his wife. She was a copy of Chen Shimi. Bai Yichao was very persistent. She used a lot of methods, showing weakness, threatening, pretending to be pitiful, self-mutilating, and even hanging in front of Fan Yong's house. Anyway, it was quite lively. It added a lot of jokes to the people of the capital. Ningshu almost moved a stool to sit in front of Fan Yong's house to watch the show. Now in the war, Ningshu basically didn't follow. It was her disciples who ran on the battlefield. Even if these people got high positions, she also had a share. Faith power wouldn't be little. Ding, mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice sounded in his mind. He had been in this world for a long time. Counting the days, Chen Ermiai was now 18 years old. Leave. He nodded. His head buzzed and he returned to the system space. Ningshu felt very tired. He first laid on the bed and slept. War could destroy everything. Every time he fought and killed people, it was the most tiring. Exhaustion came from his soul. Ningshu lay straight on the bed, closed his eyes, and chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart, calming his mind as he slowly fell asleep. When he woke up, he was refreshed and no longer felt tired. After waking up, Ningshu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb the soul power in the system space. When he was almost done cultivating, Ningshu opened his eyes. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him, staring straight at him. Ningshu was shocked, but his expression was indifferent. It would be a joke if he was scared in his own territory. The person who came was Chen Ermiai. Chen Ermiai's soul was much dimmer than before. Clearly, she had already paid the reward. Ningshu was a little surprised and asked, "You haven't gone back yet?" Chen Ermiai bowed to Ningshu and said, "I wanted to see you before I go back and thank you." Ningshu returned the greeting and politely said, "No need to thank me. You and I each took what we needed. I also wanted to complete the mission. It's good that you are satisfied. No matter what, I still have to thank you." Chen Ermiai bowed again. "Really, there's no need," Ningshu said. Chen Ermiai smiled. Her originally tired and old face slowly became youthful. Clearly, she was going to go back. Her figure gradually disappeared from the system space. Ningshu couldn't help but smile. Although it was to complete the mission, hearing the person who entrusted it to him still made his heart feel very comfortable. Ningshu opened the status panel. He wanted to see how much he had gained this time. There should be a lot of faith power. At least he had made a contribution. After going to the battlefield so painstakingly, he should have a lot of points and attributes. Ningshu now wanted to gather 20 million to become an advanced mission taker and go to a higher level world. He needed to find materials to construct a world. If he succeeded in constructing a world, he wouldn't have to worry about being obliterated. He would have his own world. Just thinking about it made him excited. Number, 2333. Name, Ningshu, Intermediate Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 11. 15/4 million soul, 310 health, 81 wisdom, 264 charm, 10 luck, 99 spirit, 170 faith, 3414100 strength, 182 aptitude, 79 merit, 13045 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, trash fighting technique, beginner level peerless martial arts, beginner level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skills, master ghost catching skills. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor items, Calm Halo, Faith Halo, Amulet 5, Upgraded Amulet 2. Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for a Lifetime, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Savior, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, to fulfill Chen Ermiai's wish, to take revenge on Bai Yichao and Li Guzi. Quest completion rate, 100%. Obtained 4 million credit, 80 attribute points, 1000 faith power, and Chen Ermiai's blessing. Ningxu smiled. His harvest this time was really good. He now had 15 million points. If he did 1 or 2 more missions, he might be able to become a high-level mission enforcer. 80 attribute points, the highest in history. He could add it to any attribute points he wanted. There was no need to be as stingy as before. Serial number, 2333. Name, Ningxu, intermediate mission taker, age, 27 credit points, 150,000 soul points, 31010 health points, 8110 wisdom points, 26410 charm points, 10 luck points, 9920 MP, 17010 faith power, 3515 martial points, 18210 qualifications, 7910 merit, 13045 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, trash fighting technique, absolute martial arts entry, beginner poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, ghost catching skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor items, Calm Halo, Faith Halo, Amulet 5, Upgraded Amulet 2. Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for a Lifetime, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Saving Savior, Zhu Xunyang's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing. Ningxu looked at so many halos. They didn't seem to be of any use. He asked 2333, what's the use of these halos? 2333 explained, those who give you their blessings will generate the power of faith in you. They will contribute to your power of faith. Ningxu said, oh, so they can generate faith power. Ningxu sat on the sofa and said, let's see how Chen Ermiai goes back. Okay. A screen appeared in front of Ningxu. Chenli and Chen Ermiai appeared on the screen. Chen Ermiai was reading a book and flipping through some herbs. Chenli asked, sister, there are so many men waiting for you to choose. You're not young anymore. Father and mother are dying. Which one do you like? Brother will help you get him. Chen Ermiai didn't care at all. What kind of men are they? These men want to rely on me for glory and wealth, but they feel that marrying me will hurt their self-esteem. They look so wronged. Chenli nodded helplessly. The halos on your body are really unbearable for men. Especially now that Chen Ermiai's medical skills were getting better and better. Almost all the generals would fight for her, but no man would fight for her to be their wife. Oh, men are useless, and they blame me for being capable? Chen Ermiai sniffed the herbs. Men want to rely on me for glory and wealth, but they want me to satisfy their self-esteem? If you don't get married, you'll become an old lady. Do you want to be pointed at everywhere you go? Chenli said. A maverick will always be criticized. Men are unhappy that the merit is given to a woman like me. Women are jealous that I can control my own fate, but they can't. They slander and attack me to express the depression in their hearts. Chen Ermiai said indifferently. Chenli was speechless. He couldn't argue with her at all. Chen Ermiai was satisfied with her current life. No matter how good a man was, she wouldn't care if she was tortured to death by Li Guzi. Some things were ingrained in men's bones. Chenli was speechless. He took out a portrait and said to Chen Ermiai, look at this. It's the son of the Minister of Personnel. He's a famous scholar in Dadu. Chen Ermiai glanced at the portrait and thought for a moment before nodding. I've seen him before. I think it was at a banquet. Chen Li's eyes lit up. What do you think? Oh, he said in public that I'm a shrew, a demoness with bloody hands. Whoever marries me will be committing a sin, Chen Ermiai said. Chenli, F***ck, Chenli threw the portrait on the ground. I won't let him go, the bloody female devil. I'll show him who's the real devil. What about this? Chenli took out another portrait, Prime Minister Li's eldest son. I heard that he's interested in you. He even tried to get close to me and asked about your situation. He's not bad. He's going to take over his father's position in the future. He's currently in the Ministry of Rights. I heard that he's a talent with a bright future. Chenli said. Heard? What you hear might not be true. Chen Ermiai's expression was cold. Then have you heard? He has a confidant. But his father has given him a death order to marry me. Now the wars are endless, and the military officials are gaining power. Prime Minister Li wants to marry me. You said that young Master Li wants to marry me home and worship me like a clay bodhisattva. Then he will be loving with his confidant. Brother, you've walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's not easy to have such a life. Brother wants to give you to such a person. Chen Ermiai's expression was helpless. Chen Li, F asterisk CKF asterisk CKF asterisk CKF asterisk CKF asterisk CK. Chen Li threw the portrait on the ground and stomped on it, F asterisk CK. But sister, men and women should marry when they're of age. Father and mother. Chen Li's expression was also very helpless. Since these embroidered pillows won't work, why don't you choose from the military? But these men aren't good people to entrust my life to. Am I going to marry just for the sake of others? I'm not willing. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid that in the backyard, I'll only see my husband. Chen Ermiai said, I paid a huge price to escape from the backyard, but you guys are trying to send me back. Chen Li looked at his sister's red eyes and sighed, up to you. I won't force you. Really, it's good to have someone to dote on you, just like your sister-in-law. Chen Li said, your sister-in-law dotes on me a lot. She's very heartwarming. Chen Ermiai fiddled with the herbs, good women are easy to find, but good men are extinct. Chen Li, Chen Ermiai said without sincerity, maybe I can meet a man I'm willing to marry. Chen Li was expressionless, no one is perfect. You always magnify other people's flaws. How can you meet a good match? Then tell me, which of these men you mentioned is worthy of me tolerating them? Chen Ermiai asked. Chen Li was speechless. I have something to do in the army. I'll take my leave first. Chen Li turned around and left. Chen Ermiai rolled her eyes and continued to fiddle with the herbs. The matter between Bai Yiqiao and Fang Yong had never been resolved. Bai Yiqiao had always considered herself as Fang Yong's wife. It really caused a storm in the city. Even when he went to court, the Yan Emperor asked Fang Yong about it. Fang Yong said that they were husband and wife, but their marriage had already been annulled. It was none of their business. Fang Yong's mother was so annoyed with Bai Yiqiao that she began to look for a wife for Fang Yong. Bai Yiqiao also had some thoughts in her heart. Fang Yong had power and influence, and he also had soldiers in his hands. It was very easy for him to kill a commoner like her. If she made a big deal out of it, Fang Yong wouldn't dare to kill her to cover up the truth. She could also announce that she was Fang Yong's wife, killing two birds with one stone. However, no matter how many methods Bai Yiqiao had, she couldn't shake Fang Yong, who was as immovable as a mountain. Moreover, Fang Yong's mother wouldn't agree. At that time, after Bai Yiqiao's miscarriage, because of excessive blood loss, it was difficult for her to give birth. Now that Fang Yong's identity was different, there was no point in her working hard to build a career without descendants. Using her own body to build a career and property to protect her descendants. Without descendants, what was the point of playing? Fang Yong's mother was very displeased with Bai Yiqiao, who didn't know what was going on. Sometimes, Chen Ermiai would also join in the fun. She was very bad-hearted. Whenever she had nothing to do, she would wear luxurious clothes and sit in a luxurious carriage in front of Bai Yiqiao. Bai Yiqiao was so angry that her face turned white. Every time she saw Chen Ermiai like this, Bai Yiqiao's heart would scratch, as if a rake was raking her heart over and over again, bringing out wounds one after another. Bai Yiqiao really wanted to pounce on this woman and scratch her face. Don't think that she didn't see the pride on her face. However, Chen Ermiai had guards around her, and she was also a general. Bai Yiqiao could only endure it. Her heart was bleeding, and she watched her leave. It wasn't that Bai Yiqiao didn't think about dealing with Chen Ermiai. In private, she spread rumors that Chen Ermiai was shameless, but soon those who spread the rumors were imprisoned. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy could be destroyed with brute force. It was so simple and crude that Bai Yiqiao vomited blood. People used their power to suppress people. Why didn't they use the rights they got from surviving a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? When Bai Yiqiao was depressed, she met Wen Yu in the capital. Seeing Wen Yu, Bai Yiqiao's heart was full of grievances and she wanted to tell Wen Yu. Bai Yiqiao was used to having grievances. Wen Yu comforted her. During this time, Bai Yiqiao's heart was full of bitterness. However, she saw Wen Yu choose a hairpin from the stall and insert it into a woman's hair bun. The woman smiled at Wen Yu. Bai Yiqiao instantly felt a surge of anger from her heart. She felt betrayed. Wen Yu kept saying that he liked her and loved her, but now he was with someone else. Subconsciously, Bai Yiqiao hoped that Wen Yu would keep his chastity. Even if he didn't marry for the rest of his life, his heart would be on her. She never thought that other women would give Wen Yu happiness. It was enough to love her. Bai Yiqiao was a Mary Sue green tea bitch. Wen Yu turned his head and saw Bai Yiqiao staring at him. He was stunned for a moment. The woman next to him asked him what was wrong. Wen Yu was just a little stunned. He turned his head and said nothing to the woman. Then he left with the woman without looking back. He walked away calmly. He said that he wanted to treat her as a stranger. Now he really treated her as a stranger. Ignoring her like this made Bai Yiqiao feel even more uncomfortable than mocking her. Did this mean that Wen Yu really didn't have her in his heart? The most heartbreaking thing in the world was that something that would always belong to her was gone. Bai Yiqiao felt that Wen Yu's love would always belong to her. She could make Wen Yu love her and engrave it in his heart. But how could Wen Yu be so calm now? Bai Yiqiao even doubted whether Wen Yu really loved her. But could Wen Yu fake the 3 years that he had been by her side? Bai Yiqiao wanted to rush up and question Wen Yu. Did he love her or not? But when she saw him lowering his head and talking to the woman beside him with a gentle expression, she couldn't move her feet. That gentleness used to belong to her. Bai Yiqiao felt that she had been abandoned by the world. Everything that belonged to her was gone. God was really unfair. Bai Yiqiao's face was twisted with resentment. Ning Shu turned off the screen. Because of greed, he didn't get anything. There was nothing waiting for you in place. How could it be possible to get all the benefits? He didn't know if Chen Ermiai found someone she liked in the end, but with Chen Ermiai's situation, it wasn't easy to find someone. Chen Ermiai didn't seem to be ready to get married. As long as he was happy. To be able to give so many points and attribute points, it meant that Chen Ermiai was still very satisfied with the mission. Ning Shu took out the Ultimate Martial Arts secret book from the bookshelf. There were more and more Qi Jin patterns in it, and it needed to slowly form a world. But she couldn't even find the origin of the world. The road ahead was long. She put the secret book on the bookshelf and opened the chat system. She heard a ding-dong sound. Someone asked to talk to her. Ning Shu saw that it was number 6457. Ning Shu, was this Xianxia? She was very sensitive to this number. This person was someone who killed her once. Their hatred was as deep as the ocean. Ning Shu didn't understand why Xianxia was so insistent on talking to her. She didn't understand what Xianxia wanted to do. The two of them had already shed all pretense of cordiality. What was the point of this? It was undeniable that Xianxia was full of malice towards her. Xianxia could apologize and stab her with a knife when the time was right. If the time was right, he would kill her. It was rare to see such a shameless person. It seemed that she had to be prepared to not show mercy when she met Xianxia. A wolf was eyeing her covetously. This feeling was really uncomfortable. She had to kill the wolf completely. Ning Shu directly rejected Xianxia's request to talk to her. She didn't want to talk to Xianxia at all. Every word was worth points. What a waste. Ning Shu looked to see if anyone else had sent her a message. None. Looking at her empty chat interface, she felt that she didn't have many friends. It was just that she hadn't met a like-minded friend. There was no rush. She would meet someone eventually. Ning Shu closed the chat interface and opened a book from the bookshelf. Just as she was about to read, System 2333 suddenly coughed as if it had tuberculosis. Cough 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 cough. 2333 coughed. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and asked, "You're poisoned? Let's do a system quest for the next quest, okay?" 2333 Ning Shu said. Ning Shu closed the book and asked, "What system?" "Haha, I got a beloved concubine system. As you know, I need data and luck to perfect myself. I need to perfect the data." Ning Shu's face was indifferent. "What does your leveling up have to do with me? Leveling up is useless, so why waste it? I just don't want to work for you." Xianxia really despised the useless 2333. Don't be like this. We're all girls in a brothel. If we're too weak, we'll be taken advantage of. We have to help each other. 2333 quickly said. It doesn't matter. There's no benefit for me if you become stronger. Xianxia said calmly. Basically, 2333 would only appear once per mission. 2333's function was to notify her to leave the world. No matter how high the level of a timer was, it was still a timer. 233, 3333, 2333 said, don't you want to know who the uncle and the silver-haired man are? When I become stronger, I can invade the super AI and you'll know everything you want to know. Io, you're amazing, brother. Invading depends on who they are. Who cares who they are or what their relationship is? Even if they're gay, it's none of my business. When you're strong enough to invade the super AI, I'll probably be able to beat those too. Xianxia sneered. When he became stronger and reached that level, he would naturally know who they were. Who needs 2333 to sneakily infiltrate the circle? What's the point of that? When she was weak, why didn't the system help her? Now that she had some value, the system was like this. This made her very unhappy. Although only people with value had the right to be looked at, they were one. The system didn't teach her well. Feelings were formed through time. Xianxia felt that he didn't have any feelings for the system. It was just that they were tied together by necessity. If you want to do a quest, then I'll do it. 2333 was silent for a while. Finally, he sighed, if you don't want to, then forget it. I won't force you. Even if you force me, I won't do it. Xianxia opened the book and calmly read. The system space was quiet. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. Xianxia finished the book without any psychological burden. He did what he needed to do. As for whether the system was angry or not, Xianxia didn't care at all. The system ignored him to the point where it didn't even do basic work. Sometimes when it asked him about a quest, he didn't even respond. You still want to level up? Dream on. Even if he wanted to level up, it had to be her willing help. She had the final say on what quest to do, not whatever he wanted to do. The system was just a support, Without the system, even if it was the lowest level system, Xianxia didn't care. Xianxia picked up the shower head and hummed a tune as he watered the potted plants. Then, he heard a ding from the chat system. Xianxia opened the chat system while watering the plants. It was a message from Xianxia. There was also a message asking her to meet at a restaurant in the virtual space. He also said that fighting was prohibited in the virtual space. He wouldn't do anything to her, but he had something to discuss. Xianxia, Xianxia closed the chat system expressionlessly. Why did she have to go? She didn't even want to see Xianxia. Sooner or later, she would kill him. With Xianxia's cunning, even if fighting was prohibited in the virtual space, he would still find a way to hurt her. It wasn't Xianxia's style to get beaten up when she knew that he had bad intentions. Xianxia closed the chat system. After a while, another message came. It was still from Xianxia. Xianxia said that he had something important to talk to her about. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and clicked on the system exchange store. Since she had made up her mind to kill Xianxia, now was the time. Xianxia browsed the system store to see if there were any items that could deal with Xianxia in his soul state. Moreover, it had to be done secretly. Fighting was prohibited in the virtual space. If she was discovered, she wouldn't have a good ending. Xianxia's gaze stopped on the soul nail. The soul nail would be nailed into the soul and absorb the soul power of the person. The soul power would be absorbed by the soul nail. It was a kind of thing that could rob the soul power of others. It felt quite evil and was very expensive. It required 1,000 merit points and 2,000 faith power. The product introduction was very, very attractive. As long as you are in the soul state, you can't escape the soul nail. Moreover, the soul power in the soul nail could be used by the user. This soul nail was equivalent to an energy converter. However, it required 1,000 merit points and 2,000 faith power. She could afford it, but did she have to spend so much to deal with Xianxia? Xianxia felt his insides hurt when he saw how expensive the spirit spike was. Merit and faith power were the hardest to obtain. Sometimes, a single mission might not even give you any merit points. Although the faith power was slowly increasing, it was still 2,000 points, 1,000 merit points. Mei Ziqing was trying so hard to earn merit points to become a super mission enforcer. Damn it. Was Xianxia worth it? Who did he think he was? Even if she wanted to kill him, she shouldn't pay such a high price. She couldn't afford it. Ahem. 2333 said, Ningxu, I suggest you don't touch the spirit spike. Mission enforcers who touch it are mostly useless. What do you mean? Ningxu asked. The spirit spike can steal another person's soul for your own use. It's very simple and easy to obtain. As long as you have a soul, you can strengthen yourself. 2333 explained, mission enforcers only need to fulfill their clients' wishes to obtain soul power. But with the spirit spike, it's different. You can steal another person's soul power as you wish. This feeling is addictive. Some mission enforcers will kill people in the mission world to obtain soul power to strengthen themselves. 2333 said, in the end, they will be wiped out. There's one more thing. After the client donates his soul power, this power will first be purified. But if he directly absorbs the power of the soul nail, this soul will be tainted with emotions and all kinds of resentment and impurities, which will greatly damage his mind. Ningxu's heart trembled. When he saw this thing, he felt it was very evil. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Ningxu frowned and said, if this thing is so dangerous, why put it in the exchange shop? Why not? Merit and faith power are good things. Everyone needs them. You couldn't resist the temptation of power and chose this method. If you don't have enough willpower, you deserve to be killed. The strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. The world is fickle and full of flowers. If you don't even have the slightest bit of willpower, how can you become an outstanding mission enforcer? 2333's words were very cold. This is your choice. What does it have to do with the spirit spike? Alright, she was really speechless. Ningxu looked at the soul spike. The soul spike was just a tool, and since it was a tool, it must have been made by someone. Ningxu didn't believe that the soul spike couldn't purify the impurities in the soul. He had purposely left such a flaw to trick them. And it was so damn expensive, it felt like the higher-ups didn't really care about these mission enforcers. They didn't even care if they died. If he failed, he would be obliterated. He wouldn't even have the chance to start over. Ningxu closed the system exchange mall. Life was full of pitfalls. It was not easy to complete the quest, but he still had to pit his own people. You can't play like this. The closer one got to the top, the fewer people there would be. After going through layers and layers of selection, the number of people standing at the top was very few. The air above must be very fresh. Ningxu really wanted to climb up and see the scenery above. Ding dong, another message came from the chat system. Ningxu opened it and saw that it was from Xianxia. Ningxu suddenly felt helpless. It was rare for someone to be so persistent. What was Xianxia trying to do? Was he trying to take revenge or was he after something from her? No matter what Xianxia was trying to do, Ningxu didn't plan to play with him. Ningxu grinned and directly blocked Xianxia, never to see him again. On the other side, Xianxia was notified by the chat system that the message had failed to be sent. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and then closed the chat system. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. If the other party could come over, it would be good. If not, it didn't matter. He was just casually trying. Ningxu said 2333, let's look at the next mission enforcer. 2333 stuttered for a while, you really don't want to do missions with the system? No. Ningxu said crisply, I'll wait until I'm in the mood. You're not doing the mission for me. You can also get points and attribute points. Why are you so against it? 2333 asked. Ningxu smiled and said, I'm not against the mission. I'm against you. 2333 suddenly acted cute and said, Ningxu, don't be like this. Can't you take a stand? Stand firm. Ningxu was still smiling and said, just like me. I've always despised you. My stance has never changed. You're just a piece of trash. 2333, a figure slowly appeared in the space. It was a girl who was about 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing a brocade dress. Although the material was a little old, Ningxu could tell that the material was not bad. She also had a hairpin on her head, but the style was old-fashioned. It didn't suit her age at all. This girl was pretty. She had delicate features, white skin, and cherry lips. One look and you could tell that she was a beauty. However, the cowardice and timidity between her eyebrows reduced her beauty from 9 points to 4 points. Even at this moment, she still lowered her head. She looked very uneasy. Ningxu bowed and said, "Qing Qian greets Miss." Ningxu took a deep breath. It was the ancient world again. To be honest, Ningxu didn't like the ancient world. It was too restrictive for girls. It was a huge hindrance to completing the mission. Ningxu returned the bow and said, "You need to counterattack." "Yes, I want to counterattack." Feng Qingqian raised her head. Ningxu said, "I'll give you 70% of my soul power. I don't want to be compared to others. I want my body and my parents. I hate them." Ningxu saw that Feng Qingqian was getting emotional. He comforted her and said, "Tell me slowly. I'll only understand what you want after you tell me clearly." Feng Qingqian took a deep breath. She looked at Ningxu with her beautiful eyes and said, "I want my body. I don't want her to take over my body." Ningxu saw Feng Qingqian's reaction and decided to see what the plot of this world was like. This was the story of the King of Assassins. Yingsu was a female assassin. She looked cold and noble. She looked down on the world. In the end, she was betrayed and buried in the sea. Then, she transmigrated into the body of Feng Qingqian. When she woke up, Yingsu found out that this body was drowned. Then, she found out that the mother of this body was killed by the legal mother. Yingsu squinted her eyes. Her eyes flashed. She covered her chest. She complained that the original owner of this body was useless and bullied by others. She said, "I'll live well for you. I'll make those evil people pay you back 1,000 times. Why would I want you to help me live?" It was so frustrating. She felt that the original owner of this body grew up just to contribute her body. No one would be willing to do that. Out of humanitarianism, Yingsu decided to take revenge for this body and her mother. So the King of Assassins started the story of bullying scum to reach the peak of life. At the same time, she gained a powerful and black-bellied man who doted on her. The two of them looked at the scenery together. And now, this person was the original owner of this body. She died before she was 16 years old and gave her body to Yingsu's child. Feng Qingqian wanted to give her soul to take back her body. The existence of the original owner, Feng Qingqian, was to set off Yingsu's existence. The original owner was weak and infatuated. Yingsu was cold and unparalleled. The original owner was timid and had low self-esteem. Yingsu was cool and arrogant. The original owner was disliked by her fiancé. Yingsu attracted the attention of many men. Feng Qingqian was dead, but people still compared her. Whenever they saw the beautiful Yingsu, they would say, "Hey, why is she different from the rumors? Interesting. Woman, you have successfully attracted this king's interest, blah blah blah," in terms of Feng Qingqian's psychological shadow, and there was no good person in the entire Feng manor. Her father was a scumbag father. Her mother was a flirtatious slut who tortured the concubine's daughter. Her sisters were green tea bitches who always wanted to steal her man. The servants bullied the weak and feared the strong. The servants bullied the masters. In short, there was no good person in the entire family. When the Feng family was cleaned up, the concubine's mother, who was originally dead, came back to life. Her mother's identity was noble. She was a princess of a country. Her father's identity was even more powerful. She wasn't a child of the Feng family. No wonder the Feng family bullied her. When the parents came back, they doted on the suffering child to make it up to the child. But the child was already dead. She wanted the moon but couldn't take the stars from an imposter wearing her own skin. How big was Feng Qingqian's psychological shadow? Feng Qingqian didn't appear when she was alive. Now that she was dead, she appeared. So Feng Qingqian hated her parents. Although the Feng family didn't treat her very well, they still gave her food. She grew up, but her biological parents didn't care about her. Her mother faked her death when she could remember. She wanted to find her man. Ningxu, who had accepted the plot, Ningxu turned to look at Feng Qingqian. He didn't know what to say. So your wish is to take back your body? Ningxu asked. Feng Qingqian nodded. That evildoer was using his own skin to make trouble. Feng Qingqian bit her lips and said, if possible, I hope to protect the Feng family. Without the Feng family, I don't know where to go. Didn't the Feng clan bully you? Ningxu raised an eyebrow. In Poppy's view, the Feng clan was just a bunch of dregs. Feng Qingqian shook her head. I'm not a child of the Feng family. Father, it was General Feng who took in my mother and me. After my mother died, General Feng didn't chase me out. I know I'm weak and useless, Feng Qingqian said. But the Feng family is where I've been living for 15 years. Feng Qingqian being bullied in the Feng family was her own business, but it was not Yingsu's turn to use her name to beat the Feng family into a mess. Poppy was a proud and arrogant person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If she wanted to deal with someone else, they would definitely want to deal with her as well. Over and over again, it was all too normal for her to want to kill the other party no matter what. They hated each other for a reason. Ningxu thought Feng Qingqian was very kind in her bones. Or, she could tell right from wrong. In ancient times, a woman without a family or clan would be treated like a slave or a prostitute in a brothel. Can you help me? Feng Qingqian asked Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Yes, but you need to use your soul power to do that. Are you sure you want to do that? I'm sure. Feng Qingqian nodded. Then, her body slowly disappeared. After Feng Qingqian left, Ningxu opened the system's exchange store. He exchanged for fasting pills, water, and some basic medicine. Then, he said to 2333, enter the mission. In a small yard in the backyard of the Feng family, the yard was a bit old. A woman was wet and there were traces of moss on her clothes. Her hair was messy and her face was pale. She was lying on the bed alone. She didn't even have anyone to change her wet clothes. At this moment, the woman's fingers trembled. Her eyelashes trembled. Her eyes moved slightly. Then, she suddenly opened them. Her eyes were very cold. They were like the stars in the night sky. Yingsu frowned. When she frowned, her temperament was very cold. She had an indescribable coldness. She was already dead. That man deliberately got close to her. In the end, he plotted to kill her. Sure enough, men were all liars. That was the only time she trusted a man. She didn't expect to end up like this. Yingsu felt her head hurt. The memories of this body flooded in. Yingsu couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. The original owner of this body she was killed by someone just like that. A bright glint flashed in Poppy's eyes. Since he had the chance to live again, he would have to live a different life in this lifetime. First, she had to deal with the servant girl beside her. Yingsu heard the footsteps at the door. She sat up. Her back was straight. Her eyes were sharp. People didn't dare to look at her directly. If they met her eyes, they would feel a chill down their spine. The servant girl, Ji Tao, walked in and saw the miss who was already dead sitting up. She was so scared that she screamed. Shut up, Yingsu said coldly. Her eyes were very cold as she looked at Ji Tao. Ji Tao stopped screaming and stammered, little miss. You. How did you live? She had just gone to inform madam that the miss had stopped breathing. But now the miss was alive. Ji Tao, who do you think is your master? Yingsu said coldly. Ji Tao felt that it was strange. What was the miss doing? It was strange. Ji Tao said carelessly, Miss is naturally this servant's master. Miss, now the husband, impudent. Is this your attitude towards your master? Yingsu raised her eyebrows, which made her look especially fierce. Yingsu hated this kind of disloyal and unjust person the most. Don't think that she didn't know that Ji Tao wanted to climb up the social ladder. She would run to the main courtyard when she had nothing to do, just to please the daughter of the first wife. Miss, Madam and Second Miss are coming over now, Jitao said. This servant will help Miss change her clothes. As Jitao spoke, she reached out to take off Yingsu's wet clothes. Jitao wanted to tidy up the Miss before Madam came over. If Madam saw her like this, as a servant, she would definitely be punished. Jitao still wanted to change places and serve a different master. She was not capable, so how could Madam think highly of her? Yingsu used to be an assassin. She hated it when people got close to her. When she saw Jitao casually reach out to touch her, she immediately grabbed Jitao's hand and pulled it hard. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Jitao was caught off guard and her wrist was broken. Her face suddenly turned pale and she screamed in pain. She repeatedly shouted, "Hand, hand, hand, my hand." Jitao's hand was limp. A trace of disgust flashed in Yingsu's eyes and she let go of Jitao's hand. Jitao held her wrist with one hand and questioned, "Miss, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why did he break her wrist for no reason?" "I hate it when someone touches me," Yingsu said coldly. Jitao was burning with anxiety. Coupled with the pain on her wrist, she couldn't help but shout, "Miss, are you possessed by a ghost? What time is it now?" "You are possessed by a ghost." Poppy stood up, walked in front of Jitao, and gave Jitao 2 slaps. "Who do you think you are?" At this time, footsteps came from outside the room. Then, a madam wearing a brocade dress walked in. Madame Feng was over 30 years old and maintained herself well. Beside her was her daughter, Feng Feiyan. Feng Feiyan was very beautiful. The clothes on her body were also carefully tailored. The jewelry was also carefully selected. When matched with the clothes, she was like a woman shrouded in the red clouds. Beautiful and bright, Madame Feng saw that Yingsu's clothes were wet and there were water plants on it. Her hair was messy. She couldn't help but frown and say sternly, "Look at you. Hurry up and change your clothes. Fourth sister, you are so wet. If you are seen by others, your reputation will be ruined." Feng Feiyan looked up and down at Yingsu. She looked very arrogant. "Hurry up and change your clothes." Madame Feng said, "Your maid serves you like this." Madam, you have to make a decision for this servant." Jitao knelt on the ground and cried. This servant was going to change the young miss clothes, but the young miss broke this servant's wrist and gave this servant 2 slaps. "It's not that this servant didn't serve you well." Yingsu's expression became colder and colder. She looked at Jitao with even colder eyes. In her heart, she completely gave up on Jitao. Usually, she neglected the original owner. Now, she actually betrayed her master for glory. Madame Feng saw Yingsu's unruly appearance. It was completely different from the previous Feng Qingqian. She couldn't help but say, "Are you possessed? And what's with your eyes? My mother is asking you a question. Why aren't you replying?" Feng Fian couldn't help but ask. "Help the 4th miss change her clothes." Lady Wang waved her hand and called for the servant girls behind her to help Yingsu change her clothes. Poppy's eyes turned cold and he used his martial arts to knock down these servant girls and old women. His movements were clean and neat, and his moves were also very vicious. If it wasn't to pinch their necks, it was to break their arms. Madame Feng looked at the room full of maids and grannies. She frowned. "Feng Qingqian, I think you're really sick. Did water get into your brain when you fell into the water? Who is the one who caused me to fall into the water?" Poppy said coldly. "Feng Qingqian, what do you mean by this? Could it be that someone pushed you down?" Feng Fian couldn't help but ask. "Feng Qingqian, you're just a concubine's daughter. How dare you speak to my mother like that? You don't even greet her when you see her." Feng Feiyan berated Yingsu. Poppy straightened his back and said, "I will not bow to a woman with a venomous heart. I will kneel to the heavens and the earth, but I will not bow to a woman like that." Madame Feng had a headache and rubbed her forehead. "I think your brain isn't clear. Fei Yan, call more servant girls and grannies over. Tie this girl up. We can't let her go crazy," Madame Feng said to her daughter. The servant girls and grannies in the room couldn't get up. "Call another doctor over and check Feng Qingqian's brain." "Yes, mother. Daughter will go now." Feng Fei Yan snorted at Poppy. She lifted her skirt and was about to step over the threshold. Poppy said coldly, "There's nothing wrong with my brain. The ones with problems are you too." Poppy gave Madame Feng and Feng Fei Yan a sweeping kick, tripping the two of them to the ground. Madame Feng had never suffered like this. She fell to the ground and held her waist, unable to get up. Poppy sneered and patted his hands. He said coldly, "Don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I will make you suffer." Feng Fei Yan quickly got up from the ground and helped her mother up. She shouted at Poppy, "Feng Qingqian, are you crazy? How dare you treat your mother like this?" Madame Feng's waist hurt. She bit her lip and said to Feng Fei Yan, "Let's go." The group of people left the dilapidated courtyard dejectedly. "Young miss, you. Ji Tao was stunned. "Are you crazy? From today onwards, you are not my person. If you want to climb up the social ladder, then climb up the social ladder," Poppy said with a cold face. Although it was the same body, because of the change in the soul, the temperament of the whole person was different. Clearly, the face was the same, but at a glance, it was not the same person. "Get out. Don't hang around in front of me. Otherwise, the next time I will break your leg," Poppy scolded Ji Tao. A fierce murderous aura rushed towards Ji Tao. Ji Tao's body was cold. She looked at Poppy as if she had seen a ghost. She turned around and ran out of the room. As soon as Ji Tao went out, Poppy's body relaxed. This body was really bad. It was very uncomfortable after 2 rounds of punches. He was flustered and short of breath. Poppy opened the wardrobe and found a relatively clean set of clothes. He changed the wet clothes on his body. He felt a little tired and planned to lie on the bed and rest for a while. After he had rested, then he was going to plan his new life. Poppy had just closed her eyes for a while when she suddenly sat up. She held her head in her hands and was in extreme pain. She felt that her head was going to explode. An inexplicable force wanted to squeeze her soul out of the body. "What are you?" Poppy bit her lip and said. "What kind of lonely soul are you?" "I am Feng Qingqian. How dare you take over my body?" Ningxu was really speechless. He did not expect that he would be one step too late. Poppy's soul had already entered Feng Qingqian's body. And Ningxu found that although Poppy's soul was not very strong, it had a strong murderous aura. And the resentment was very strong. It made her soul seem to be very aggressive. Ningxu had seen souls before, but he had never seen a person with such a dark soul. An assassin had a lot of blood on his hands. It did not matter if the person was good or evil, he would kill. How could a person who could become the king of assassins be a good person? Ningxu could not merge into Feng Qingqian's body for a long time. The murderous aura in her soul made her soul very uncomfortable. Ningxu used his mind power and slowly merged his soul into the body. Poppy held her head and was in extreme pain. She gritted her teeth and said, "Feng Qingqian, you are already dead. Instead of living like this, why don't I live for you and live a bright life?" Poppy felt as if her head was about to explode. Her brain felt like it was being pricked by countless needles. She was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. And there was a force that was trying to separate her from her body. Fear rose in Poppy's heart. It had not been easy for her to be reborn. She did not have to kill again and again every day. To be treated as a killing machine by others, she had to start a new life anew after being reborn. Poppy held her head in her hands and gritted her teeth as she said with great difficulty, "Feng Qingqian, I will help you live the rest of your life. I will not let anyone bully you. A phoenix bathes in fire and starts a new life, alright?" If not for the fact that she had just merged into this body and had not completely merged with this body, with Poppy's personality, she would not be speaking so nicely to Ningxu. Ningxu just chuckled softly, "This is my body, my life. How I live is my business. That is your life. What has it got to do with me? If I give up my body, I will die. Why should I give it up?" Ningxu's brows were tightly knitted together. She felt as if her soul was being tainted with a wave of resentment, which made her feel irritable. Waves of icy cold energy surged into her soul, piercing her soul until it hurt. Poppy's soul was rather tough and his will was strong. As a killer, killing was like eating a meal. He was used to it. Without a strong will, he would not be able to become the king of killers. Poppy saw that Ningxu did not know what was good for her and could not help but say, "If not for me, you would have been killed by others." Pfft. You say it as if I give up my body, I will be able to live. Ningxu could not help but laugh out loud. You are such a shameless wandering ghost. You snatched someone else's body and still want to take credit for it. I would rather die myself than for you to take over my body. If I die and you use my body, would I live? As Ningxu said that, she was chanting the clear heart mantra in her heart, dispelling the haze and resentment in her soul. Poppy's face was cold and the veins on his forehead were popping out. He was determined not to give up his body. Do you think I want to enter your body? Do you think I have a choice? If I had a choice, I would never enter the body of a weakling like you. Poppy said coldly as he endured the pain coming from his soul. Ningxu said indifferently, then you can leave this body. The original owner had lived for so long, and this body seemed to have been specially prepared for Yingsu. The original owner was ignored by the Feng family, and this became the reason for Yingsu to take revenge on the Feng family. The whole world is filled with little bitches, saying that my fate is in my own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. What exactly does the heavens owe you? She opened a brothel, established an assassin camp, and created bombs in the era of cold weapons. Her journey was smooth sailing, and she unified the entire continent with her man. It was as if the heavens had given her a cheat code. She was even more heaven-defying. The heavens must be blind to allow someone like you to transmigrate and be reborn. Ningxu merged with Ningxu's body, but he had no way of driving Poppy out of the body. Poppy's soul had a murderous aura that made Ningxu feel very uncomfortable. After a while, Poppy let out a sigh of relief. Her head no longer hurt, and her body was weak. Her whole body was like she had been pulled out of the water. She lay on the bed without moving. Since you and I can't do anything to each other, then so be it. Poppy said to Ningxu. Sooner or later, she would be erased. Ningxu also had this idea in his heart. She had to take back the ownership of this body. Okay. Ningxu said coldly. He then began to chant the clear heart spell in his heart. Ningxu could feel that there was a soul that he could not see clearly next to him. It was looking at him with vigilance like a tiger watching its prey. This battle of the body made Poppy feel very tired. She was also very hungry. She could not help but shout, "Someone, come and bring me something." The sky was already dark, and Poppy had broken the servant's peach. Poppy shouted a few times, but no one answered. Poppy said to Ningxu sarcastically, "Pfft, you still can't bear to part with this body. Look at what kind of life you are living. Although you are a young lady, you are ignored. You are neglected like this. When you are hungry, you don't even have anything to eat. It is really sad for people to live like you. Ningxu, if there is no one, can't you find something to eat?" Ningxu could not help but say. It was just a few steps to the kitchen. Sad. Poppy's tone was a tone of sadness and anger. At the same time, it had a very disgusting emotion. Ningxu, an assassin who had developed such an arrogant personality. Did no one want to beat her up? Sometimes, she thought too highly of herself. Poppy had no choice but to get up and find something to eat. She went out of the room and looked around the somewhat shabby courtyard. She sneered, which young lady lives in such a courtyard? If he remembered correctly, Feng Feiyan's courtyard was called elegant and exquisite. Ningxu did not speak. Their temperaments were different, so they looked at things in different ways. Feng Qingqian was a person who was not good with words. Her mother had passed away. Her father was also a general. He was a rough man and spent most of his time in the military camp. In the residence, Madame Feng was in charge. Did you expect a mistress to treat a concubine's child as her own? Only a crying child would have milk. Feng Qingqian did not say it herself. Did she want Madame Feng to force things into her hands? If she did not say it, Madame Feng would pretend that she did not see it. At this moment, Poppy felt that Madame Feng was a vicious woman who mistreated a concubine's daughter. Poppy went to the kitchen, stole some things to eat, and returned to the courtyard. Poppy lay on the bed to rest. Ningxu thought about it. While she was asleep, he fought for the control of the body. Ningxu slowly took control of the body. He did not expect that he would really take control of the body. Ningxu opened his eyes and clenched his fists. It was really comfortable to have a physical body. To be honest, two souls squeezed in one body was like squeezing in a narrow glass bottle. It was very uncomfortable. Feng Qingqian, what are you doing? She only took a nap for a while, and this woman took advantage of the situation to take control of the body. Poppy wanted to take back the body aggressively. Ningxu felt that he had lost control of the body in a short while. Poppy was proud in her heart. A weak person like you still wanted to take her body. Even if you took the body, you would still live a life of being bullied. What's the point? Poppy hated this kind of silent person who only knew how to cry after being wronged. She would rather betray the world than let the world betray her. She was so black-bellied and vengeful. Those who hurt her and made her uncomfortable, she would kill them even if they were far away and return it 1,000 times. Ningxu lost control of the body. He could not help but say, "This body is not yours. You can't keep occupying it. I want to come out too. Stay in the body and watch how I live. I have to fight for what I have to fight for. Living like you is no different from dying." Poppy laughed coldly. Ningxu listened to Poppy's domineering words and did not say anything. She still could not win Poppy's soul. Poppy's soul could not be said to be very strong. It was just that the resentment and evil aura within it, and there were also some negative karma. Ningxu did not want to touch it at all. Although these things were wrapped around Poppy's soul, but it made her soul very aggressive. These things were very harmful to the soul. Ningxu had been a Maoshan Taoist and had transcended before. Ningxu silently chanted the transcendence incantation, and the incantation slowly melded into Poppy's soul. But the effect was not very great. Although the evil aura dissipated a little, but compared to Poppy's body, it was just a drop in the ocean. What Ningxu wanted to transcend was the soul that was wrapped around Poppy and had no consciousness. These could not even be considered as souls, and were only wrapped tightly around Poppy by instinct. Although Poppy was like a cow, her soul was exceptionally heavy and she could not even sleep well. She could use the excuse that she was an assassin and had to maintain a vigilant heart to explain. Ningxu did not stop chanting the incantation. It was these things that made Poppy's soul aggressive. But without these things, Poppy's soul could not be said to be very strong. And she had even passed through the spatial barrier, which expended a lot of her soul. Not knowing if it was because Ningxu was dealing with the evil aura, Poppy had a good night's sleep. When she woke up in the morning, she stretched her back and was in high spirits. Ever since she was 10 years old, she had not had such a good night's sleep. In order to live, she killed animals, killed people, went through cruel training, just to live. Now that she had been reborn, she did not need to live that kind of life anymore. They were in the same body after all. Ningxu could vaguely sense what Poppy was thinking in her heart. She had killed someone and still looked so aggrieved. "I just want to live," was she supposed to say, "You've suffered, you've suffered?" Since it was to live, there was no need to be so pretentious. No one had an easy life. Ningxu looked at Poppy, who had changed into neat clothes and was practicing martial arts in the yard. He could not help but ask, "Why haven't you gone to pay respects to your official mother yet?" Feng Qingqian was a concubine's daughter. She had to greet her mother every morning. Even though she didn't have much presence, she only saw the other sisters talking and laughing. She basically didn't say anything. However, he had also expressed his attitude. When Poppy heard Ningxu's words, he gave a cold laugh and said, "Now, even your mother might not be able to get up. She'll need 100 days to recover from her injuries." Ningxu was stunned. "Did something happen before she came? You fought with mother and beat her up?" Ningxu's tone was displeased. With Poppy's personality, he would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. Let's not talk about the fact that Lady Feng is an elder. Beating up my official mother is unfilial. What will others think of me in the future? In this feudal society, women who lost their reputation were either sent to the family temple or killed to prove their innocence. Poppy's actions were practically challenging the feudal system. Moreover, he was so arrogant that he did not kneel before the emperor. It was as if he would kneel to the heavens, kneel to the earth, and not to the man. So what if the ancient emperors were so arrogant, the male lead still felt that he had a personality? I pampered him, and he could do whatever he wanted. It could only be said that the male lead was blessed by the heavens. Pedantic and stubborn, Poppy said coldly. Her expression was one of disdain. No one can control what I do. No one can control my fate. What others say has nothing to do with me. Living in the mouth, you will be disturbed by the mouth. I don't know what your life was like in the past, but my life was like this. The 3 cardinal principles and the 5 constant elements, and there was a clear hierarchy, Xianxia said. Could one person shake the system that everyone recognized, because it was recognized? If someone wanted to challenge or jump out of the system, they would be punished and condemned. Not everyone could have Poppy's good life. In this era, more women lived like this under the system. Hence, Xianxia didn't like the ancient world. It was too restrictive for women. Also, Xianxia knew what he was capable of. There was no way he could change it. Change couldn't be done overnight. Even though society had developed until now, there were still many male chauvinist cancer in life. They thought that women should have children and do housework. They had no personality and were like inflatable dolls. They didn't complain and disregarded the value of women. It could be seen that some ideas were deeply ingrained. Xianxia smiled. These men should all go to hell. It would be best if they couldn't find a woman in their lifetime. And her mission was to counterattack for someone. Once the time was up, she would leave. Haha, sad. This is a pitiful woman who relies on men to survive. Sad woman, dying for a man. So sad. She doesn't have any sense of self. A bunch of women in the backyard fighting for men. Poppy was even more disdainful. She used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on her face and neck. Xianxia didn't know what to say. The suppression and restraint of the era on women was tacitly acknowledged as such a way of survival. Who would be willing to suffer in silence? Don't use your luck to look down on other people's misfortune. Not all women could be a couple for life. Ancient times were crueler than imagined. These women in the backyard, if placed in the modern era, which one of them wasn't an elite in the office? Were the women groomed by the ancient nobles really just for men? Yes, yes, you are the best. You can crush all the pedantic and wooden ancient people. Poppy ignored Xianxia and began to change her clothes. She took a few pieces of silver from the box. Poppy took men's clothes and her hair stood up. She looked like a handsome young master. Xianxia asked again, "Are you going out? You should be going to pay respects to the D-mother now. No matter what, you have to go see the D-mu and apologize." Ha ha ha, apologize? What a joke. Poppy's face was full of disdain. Feng Qingqian, are you crazy? She has already bullied you and you still want to go up and apologize. You let that woman flaunt her seniority. Are you cheap? No wonder you live like this. Who can you blame for this? I really want to kick you out of my body. You might as well die like this. You have already shed all pretense of cordiality before going up to be beaten. You deserve to die cheap. You deserve to be killed. Poppy took the silver, climbed over the backyard wall and went out. Cheap? Xianxia just smiled. He wasn't angry at all. Not everyone had the right to be willful. Even if you wanted to deal with someone, you had to stand on the side that was reasonable. Poppy didn't care about reputation, but she cared. The original owner cared. Especially with Feng Qingqian's delicate and sensitive mind, if she encountered such a thing, her life would be ruined. Especially since Feng Qingqian was engaged to a prince. When she married into the royal family, she would have to be careful. She represented the royal family's face. Without a good reputation, no matter what she did, she would be attacked. Wherever she went, there would be people pointing at her. Not everyone could meet a man who would tolerate and pamper her, who would always be right about everything she said. It was like a brainless yet powerful man. Xianxia admired him for being so unbridled and arrogant, but nothing happened in the end. Everyone had different lives. Xianxia glanced at Yingsu's soul and chanted the spell to purify Yingsu's soul. Yingsu was wearing men's clothes. She held a fan in her hand. Feng Qingqian's bones were small. No matter how a woman dressed, she couldn't dress up as a man. However, Xianxia was full of vigor. When they passed by the brothel, Xianxia wanted to go to the brothel to take a look. Xianxia curled his lips. It was as if one didn't go to the brothel in ancient times, it wasn't transmigrating. With his own worldview, he could do whatever he wanted in this world without being beaten to death. Xianxia later opened a brothel. However, it was a modern clubhouse. He could earn money and collect information. Xianxia wanted to go in. However, when she touched the few pieces of silver in her pocket, she frowned. The original owner had money every month. Why did she only have so little money? She was so useless. Xianxia glanced at the brothel and turned to leave. She had more important things to do this time. In the Feng family, there was no one who belonged to her. She wanted to cultivate people who belonged to her and were loyal to her. Xianxia went to the place where slaves were sold. She locked people in cages or tied them up with ropes. There was a sign in front of their chest. They were sold like animals. This was the cruel life of ancient times. People who didn't have families or clans to protect them were like this. The Feng family didn't chase Feng Qingqian out. They gave her a place to live and food to eat. Otherwise, Feng Qingqian would be one of those tied up and sold. When one didn't have absolute power and power, one could only adapt to life. No life was perfect. Feng Qingqian didn't know how to please people. She would definitely be ignored. Even if she wanted to fight for something that belonged to her, she had to have reason and evidence. She had to make sure that no one could find a stain. Xianxia always said that Feng Qingqian was cheap. Xianxia also wanted to use violence to solve it. In a world where violence could be used, Xianxia wouldn't be polite. He would use violence to solve it. However, in such a world, it was just tears. Next time, he would change to a simpler world where he could fight and kill. He felt that the quests were getting harder and harder. There were too many things to consider. Xianxia felt that his intelligence wasn't enough. There were many aspects that had to be considered in order to successfully counterattack. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Bored to death, he watched Poppy choose her slaves. In any case, she could choose very powerful killers who were temporarily at a low point in their lives. Or perhaps, they had a grudge against the female lead because she had bought them and they would be loyal to her. Poppy had taken a liking to a pair of siblings. The siblings were locked in a cage, and the man's eyes were cold and vigilant as he protected his sister. Poppy then asked the merchant, "How much for these two?" 10 silver taels. Poppy did not have 10 taels of silver on him at all. With a cold laugh, he said, "Which family's slaves are so expensive? I only want men, not women. Customer, these two people have to be sold together. Otherwise, they won't sell. How about this?" 8 taels, Xianxia said. These two were simply slow sellers. Every time she saw the man's cold, wolf-like eyes, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. 3 taels. 7 ounces. 4 taels. 5 taels, I'll sell them for 5 taels. Poppy used 5 taels of silver to buy the siblings and said to them, "Follow me, and I can achieve what you want. Follow me, and you will have the power to take revenge." Poppy could see the resentment and hatred in the eyes of this pair of siblings. The siblings looked at each other and asked suspiciously, "How can we trust young miss?" "You don't need to doubt this," Poppy said firmly. He was very confident, and people couldn't help but be convinced. The siblings looked at each other, and then knelt on the ground with a plop. "From today onwards, young miss is our master." Xianxia, the female lead, was just so cool and domineering. Releasing a bit of her domineering aura, she successfully subdued 2 little brothers. She just needed to show off. Xianxia expressed his dissatisfaction. How could she be so special? The siblings were from another country. The man was called Pei Yuan, and the sister was called Pei Jin. Poppy gave a few taels of silver to Pei Yuan and said, "Find a place to settle down first. 2 days later, I will give you a large sum of money. Pei Jin will come back to the Feng family with me." "Feng family?" Pei Yuan was stunned for a moment, and his expression was a little ugly. "Is it Feng Chong? Then young miss is from the Feng family?" Pei Jin quickly asked. Poppy narrowed his eyes. Do you have a grudge against the Feng family? Pei Yuan knelt down and said to Poppy, thank you, young miss, for saving us. We will definitely return this money to you. Please forgive us for not being able to serve and follow young Mississippi. Poppy's expression did not change. Tell me, what happened? Our father died indirectly because of Feng Chong. Pei Yuan said. In short, it was a war between two countries. Pei Yuan's father lost the battle and was condemned by the emperor. In addition, there were colleagues fanning the flames, and it developed to the point of treason. Pei Yuan's father was directly beheaded, and the siblings' mother led the enemy away, allowing the two to survive. They were chased all the way and were caught by human traffickers when they were on the verge of death. Poppy heard this and said faintly, I have never regarded myself as a member of the Feng family. My situation in the Feng family is not much better than yours. Only by standing at the peak of power can you achieve your wish. Revenge requires strength. Poppy said. When the time comes and you want to take revenge, I will definitely not stop you. Our goal is the same. The Pei siblings looked at each other. Pei Yuan took the silver from Poppy. I hope young miss can do as you say. I only hope that young miss will not stop us from taking revenge. I won't. Pei Yuan took the silver and disappeared, and Pei Zhen stayed behind to be Poppy's maid. Ning Shu, F***ck, they lost the battle and blamed part of the blame on the Feng family. It was their country's emperor and ministers who killed their family. Even if they knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Feng family, they still could not get over it and transferred part of the hatred to the Feng family. However, the siblings helped the male and female lead unify the mainland in the end, and they tried their best to take revenge on their former country. Ning Shu saw that Poppy accepted Pei Zhen so casually and wanted to take Pei Zhen back to the Feng family residence as a maid. Why did Poppy have such hostility towards the Feng family? Even if there was hostility, it should be towards the original owner. She picked up a body for free and vowed to take revenge for the body's original owner. Now Ning Shu told her not to take revenge. He would probably scold her for being cheap, hee. It felt like the Feng family was Poppy's beginner's village. All kinds of brainless people went to find trouble with her, and then she solved them with a wave of her hand. If she could not solve it, there was a strong man to help her solve it. Sigh, Ning Shu sighed, then silently chanted an incantation. Taking back control of the body as soon as possible was the most important thing. Ing Su brought Pei Zhen back to the Feng family. Pei Zhen saw that Ing Su's courtyard was a bit old and was a bit surprised. Pei Zhen was also a young miss in the past. The house she lived in was much better than this courtyard. She asked, does young miss live in a courtyard like this? That's right. As you can see, the Feng family has not treated me well. Ing Su said without much care, coming here, you want to change your name. What name do you want to change? Would young miss please bestow a name? Pei Zhen cupped her hands. Let's call you Pei Lan. At this time, Ji Tao, who had her hand broken, ran over. She quickly saluted and said to Ing Su, young miss, His Highness the Second Prince is here. Do you want to go take a look? The general has also returned. Ing Su saw Ji Tao's casual salute, and her face could not help but sink. She did not appear before, but now she had run in front of her. What are you doing here? Didn't I say that you were no longer my servant? Scram. Ing Su said fiercely. Ji Tao bit her lip and said, this servant was born young miss person. This servant will die young miss ghost. Madam told me to take care of young miss, so I will definitely take good care of you. A trace of mockery flashed through Ing Su's eyes. I already have people serving me. I don't need you at all. You can leave. Ji Tao glanced at Pei Lan standing to the side and asked, who is she? How can she appear in the Feng manor? Her slave contract is not in the Feng manor. Young miss, she will be punished by the madam. She is my person. No one can punish her. Ing Su said arrogantly. Pei Lan saluted Ing Su, this servant thanks young miss for your concern. Ji Tao's expression was a bit ugly. Thinking of how her wrist had been broken by the young miss, she was very fierce to her. The young miss was useless, yet she blamed her. Ji Tao still remembered the madam's orders and said to Ing Su, young miss, quickly change your clothes. The general and His Highness the Second Prince are waiting. If they want to wait, then let them wait. Just tell them that I will not go. Yingsu said calmly. Ji Tao looked like she had seen a ghost and said, "Young miss, have you gone crazy? The general and His Highness the Second Prince are waiting for you. How can you not go?" Poppy gave a cold laugh. Just because they're looking for me, I have to go? Don't think that I don't know that the Second Prince is secretly in love with this body's older sister. Only an idiot like the original host didn't know anything. Ningxu was speechless. Don't forget that there's still a soul here. Poppy gave a cold laugh and said to Ningxu in his heart, "So this is your man? So disgusting." Ningxu pursed his lips. Who the hell knew that Feng Qingqian, a concubine's daughter, would be engaged to the Second Prince? Moreover, she would be his legal wife. Could it be that it was to give Poppy another chance to perform? Ji Tao looked at her young miss in a daze. Ever since she woke up after falling into the water, her young miss had been very abnormal. It was as if she had lost her mind, and now she was saying such things shamelessly. Miss was really crazy. Just go and tell them that I'm not going. Poppy took a sip of tea and said without a doubt. Young miss. Ji Tao still wanted to persuade her. If she allowed her young miss to be like this, she would be punished by the madam. When would she be able to leave this courtyard? Either way, she didn't want to serve the fourth young miss. Also, the fourth young miss would hit her for no reason and even broke her wrist. What disloyal and unrighteous. She was just trying to make a living. Thinking like this, Ji Tao was too lazy to care about Poppy. She turned and left the room to report. But not long after, Ji Tao ran back and anxiously said to Poppy, "Young miss, if you don't go, the general will be angry. If you neglect the imperial family, the Feng manor will be punished by His Majesty." Poppy was still expressionless. What does it have to do with me? Since they're looking for me, then come to this courtyard to find me. What, is this courtyard too shabby and can't be seen? Ji Tao was stunned and looked at Poppy in disbelief. Young miss, they are men. How can they enter the inner courtyard? I don't want to go. If they can't come, then forget it. Poppy sneered. Ji Tao shook her head and turned to leave. She didn't want to serve the fourth young miss anymore. Originally, the fourth young miss had a quiet personality. Saying that she was quiet was a compliment. Among all the young misses in the Feng manor, she had the least sense of existence. What future did she have with this kind of master? Also, she could feel that her master didn't like her. Why don't you go? Ningxu couldn't help but ask. Was it really okay to be this cool? Why should I go? I'm not someone who can come and go at a whim. Poppy's expression was cold. Ningxu, not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the room. Immediately after, someone walked into the room. Walking in front was a middle-aged man with a long beard, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky build. He was quite tall and sturdy. Next to him was a young man. He was wearing brocade clothes and a jade crown on his head. His face was smooth and his appearance was dignified. His entire body had the noble aura of the imperial family. At this moment, he was sizing up his surroundings and furrowing his handsome eyebrows. Poppy saw Feng Chang and the Second Prince and couldn't help but sneer. My shabby courtyard is able to welcome two distinguished guests. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Poppy's words were full of sarcasm. Feng Chang couldn't help but glare. What are you doing? Why aren't you going to the front hall? Feng Chang's voice was very loud. Look at yourself. His Highness the Second Prince is still waiting for you. Feng Chang scolded Poppy. Pei Lan, go pour some tea for the distinguished guests. Poppy ordered Pei Lan. My apologies, my courtyard doesn't have any good tea. The Second Prince frowned and said, no need to prepare tea. General Feng, I've come this time to talk about something. I want to annul the engagement with the fourth young miss. Why? This engagement was decreed by His Majesty. How can Your Highness the Second Prince annul the engagement just like that? Does His Majesty know about this? Feng Chang asked in a loud voice. He shook his head. Your Highness the Second Prince, you can't annul the engagement so hastily. General Feng, I'm really not suitable for the fourth young miss. This kind of marriage is too absurd. The Second Prince couldn't help but say. He really didn't like this Feng Qingqian. Poppy sneered, annul the engagement? He was simply a scum. You don't like me and I don't want to like you. Since you want to annul the engagement, how can that be? Even if it's annulled, I'll be the one to divorce you. Poppy stood up, looking very fierce. Second prince, it's me, Feng Qingqian, who will divorce you. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Poppy raised his head slightly. He was as proud as a phoenix soaring in the 9 heavens. He was dazzling and beautiful. The cowardice and inferiority between his brows were gone. The second prince looked at Poppy in a daze and then realized that this woman, Feng Qingqian, actually wanted to divorce him. A woman divorcing him? Poppy became the first woman in history to divorce a man. She raised her chin slightly, looking at the second prince as if he was nothing. When she said that, everyone in the room was stunned. General Feng's mouth opened slightly, then he cupped his fist and apologized to the second prince. My daughter spoke arrogantly. Please forgive her, Your Highness. I will discipline her well. Tisk, discipline? I have never disciplined her. Poppy heard Feng Chang's words and her face was full of sarcasm. The second prince looked like he had been fed sh*t. His face was green. He flicked his sleeves and said coldly, General Feng, I cannot accept such a woman. Feng Qingqian, speak properly. Feng Chang scolded Poppy. Do you really want the second prince to break off the engagement? So what if he breaks it off? Such a fickle man, I, Feng Qingqian, do not want him. Does father want me to marry such a person? Father, are you going to sell your daughter for glory and wealth? The sarcasm on Poppy's face was blinding. It made the second prince turn green. It was an ugly sight. Even Feng Chang, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was stunned. He repeatedly apologized to the second prince. Who do you think you are? How dare you divorce me? The second prince gritted his teeth. Feng Qingqian, just you wait. Ningxu? Degree? Ningxu was stunned. She used all her strength to fight for control of the body. When a woman divorced a man, the main character was not afraid of the world. She had personality and could make men fight for her. But when a supporting character did so, it was disgraceful. If Poppy was allowed to break off the engagement, she would chase Poppy out of her body. When the original owner came back, she would lose her reputation. No one would dare to accept a woman who had her marriage annulled by the royal family. Ningxu could not understand. Poppy was so arrogant. Why wasn't she beaten to death? Ningxu felt like there were countless needles in her head. She gradually took control of the body. But her soul was entangled with layers of resentment. An extremely cold aura entered her soul. This was the reason why Ningxu did not want to fight with Poppy for the time being. Being entangled with such a thing would mean that he would be plagued with negative karma. But in such a situation, he had to stand up. Feng Qingqian, are you crazy? How dare you snatch the body? Yingsu shouted angrily. At the same time, she wanted to squeeze Ningxu out of her body. Being bullied like that, what are you doing popping out here, you weakling? Poppy shouted. Scram back to where you came from. I'll take care of this. Ningxu's head hurt so much that the veins on his forehead bulged. He ignored Poppy's shouts and bowed towards the second prince and Feng Chang. Qingqian greets your highness the second prince and father. Second prince snorted, Feng Qingqian, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will charge you with treason and insubordination. Ningxu endured the pain in her head and said, I spoke arrogantly before because I was shocked by your highness's sudden cancellation of the engagement. Humph. The second prince's face was still very ugly. Ningxu said calmly, does your highness know that your highness is here to cancel the engagement? He doesn't know. If you cancel the engagement with me, I can compensate you, the second prince said. Feng Chang shook his head at Ningxu. Ningxu said, this marriage concerns the reputation of the Feng family and the royal family. If your highness cancels the engagement for no reason, Qingqian's reputation will be ruined. Does your highness want to force Qingqian to die? Ningxu said coldly. This? The second prince hesitated. I don't mean that. If his father knew that he forced his fiancée to die, he was afraid that he would be punished. Plus, the Feng family had military power. He wanted to marry a woman from the Feng family, but this woman was not Feng Qingqian. Plus, Feng Qingqian was a concubine's daughter. Has Qingqian done anything to disgrace the royal family, disgrace the family, or disgrace your highness's reputation? Ningxu asked. Never, the second prince said. He felt that her cowardly appearance was not likable. Then is it that Qingqian's appearance is without salt that your highness cannot bear to look at? Ningxu's voice rose slightly as he stared at the second prince. The second prince looked at Ningxu. He had a delicate face. He was a beauty. A moment later, he said, Miss Feng is not without salt. Ningxu's voice was filled with confusion. Then why does your highness want to cancel the engagement? Does your highness know that once Qingqian's engagement is cancelled, Qingqian will not be able to speak of her in-laws for the rest of her life? She will lose her reputation. How will Qingqian live? The second prince's expression was not good. In the end, he said, Miss Feng is good, but this prince's heart already belongs to someone else. Ningxu almost couldn't control the disdain on his face. Men were really king cheap things. They made all kinds of rules and made women look like they were the heavens, but they also felt that these kinds of women were boring. Oh. These women were all made from the same mold. They were like wooden people. They liked women with personality. If a woman had a bit of personality, they would say that she didn't abide by the virtues of a wife. *CK, go die, his head hurt. Poppy was roaring again to fight for control of his body. Ningxu felt that his soul was extremely uncomfortable. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Ningxu took a deep breath and said, It is not impossible for your highness to cancel the engagement. However, this matter must be explained clearly to the emperor. Qingqian is not only doing this for her own reputation, but also for the reputation of the entire Feng family. There are also the women of the Feng family. If because of Qingqian, the marriage of the sisters in the family is delayed, Qingqian's death will not be enough to atone for her sins. Father cannot be ridiculed by the world because of this. Ningxu said calmly. Want to cancel the engagement? How could it be so easy? Even if it was cancelled, he would not let you have it easy. In this era, a woman's reputation was very strict. If a family had a woman who disgraced the family's reputation, it would affect the marriage of the entire family's women. Ningxu now wanted to tie up the entire Feng family and tie up Feng Chong. Want to kick him out and marry the Feng family's daughter of the first wife? Keep dreaming. Feng Chong cupped his fist and bowed to the second prince. Your Highness, please reconsider. This marriage concerns the reputation of the two families. The second prince frowned tightly. He originally thought that he could successfully cancel the engagement. However, the other party was not in the wrong. Canceling the engagement for no reason, he was afraid that his imperial father would not be able to explain it. If it really went to his imperial father, even if the engagement was successfully cancelled, his imperial father might not agree to him marrying the Feng family's daughter of the first wife. The other princes all wanted to rope in the Feng family. All kinds of thoughts flashed through the second prince's mind. In the end, he locked his target on Feng Chong. It would be good if he let the daughter of the first wife marry in his place. If it really didn't work, he would do something to ruin Feng Qingqian's reputation. At that time, it would be natural to cancel the engagement. Ningxu sensed that the second prince's eyes were filled with malice. Even now, he still did not dismiss the idea of canceling the engagement. He did not know what he would do in the future. Facing the second prince's deep gaze, Ningxu decided to make the first move. This era was too harsh on women, but it was very forgiving to men. No matter what happened, they could be easily forgiven. Even going to a brothel could be said to be romantic. Get lost. The second prince didn't achieve his goal, and he was in a bad mood. Damn, he would rather face the woman who just jumped up and said that she wanted to divorce his woman. This way, he could legitimately break off the engagement, and the other party's reputation would be tarnished. He was the weaker party, and the Feng family was the one in the wrong. It wasn't impossible to use Feng Fian to replace Feng Qingqian. Everything was afraid of reason, especially the Feng family. It wasn't something a prince like him could casually bully. The second prince turned to look at Ningxu, and deliberately provoked him. Feng Qingqian, this prince already has a woman he likes. I hope to break off the engagement and be together with the woman I truly love. Ningxu bowed expressionlessly. Qingqian will remember. What woman he loved? He just felt that her status as a concubine's daughter wasn't high enough. There was a difference between the status of a concubine and a concubine. He despised her for not having any status or weight in the Feng family. When the time came, he couldn't let the Feng family stand on his side. Wasn't it just coveting the supreme position? The second prince saw that Ningxu didn't have any expression, and couldn't help but leave. Second prince, I will send you off. Feng Chang glanced at Ningxu, and sent the second prince out of the courtyard. Once the two left, Ningxu couldn't hold on anymore. He sat on the chair, and his entire body was covered in sweat. The moment he relaxed, Yingsu snatched his body back. Ningxu didn't argue with her. He looked at the black aura on his soul. This black aura shuttled back and forth in his soul, making him feel very uncomfortable. These things could evoke negative emotions in his heart. Ningxu's heart was very irritated now. Ningxu chanted the exorcism incantation to get rid of the black aura on his body. Feng Qingqian, you're really... Yingsu was so angry that she swept the tea set on the table onto the floor. You're really so cheap that there's no cure for you. You can't bear to part with a man like this. Are you going to rely on your pure kindness to make the scumbag change his mind? Poppy absolutely loathed Ningxu. Someone like you, and you still want to risk your life to live on. Everyone can bully the weak. Ningxu coldly retorted, you are the cheap one, your whole family is cheap. If I was a bit weak, I would have given up my body. If I was weak, I would have died. If I wasn't like you who didn't know when to stop and act recklessly, I would have died. I say, you are treacherous, vicious, petty, and vengeful. Then why don't you just die? A person like you will only harm others and yourself, go die. Mother **Ker, why do you deserve to live while others deserve to die? Ha ha ha, Feng Qingqian, you dare to be mean to me now. If you have the ability, why don't you shout at that second prince? You cower in front of the second prince. He has already come to break off the engagement and you still act like you respect men. Disgusting, Yingsu coldly mocked. I don't dare to do anything to the second prince. His father can kill the entire Feng clan. Ningxu retorted. As if everything would be fine if you divorced the prince. Without the female lead halo, you would definitely die. In this era where fame was greater than life, that was why there were so many dead women. Kill them to prevent them from harming the other women in the family. What's the difference? We are all humans. My life is up to me and not the heavens. Ningxu faintly said, yes, we are all humans. Then why do you want me to give up my body and let me die? Double standards shouldn't be too serious. As long as it was beneficial to her, it was right. Feng Qingqian would rather die and rot than letting Su take over her body. You are already dead. Why did you come out? Can't you rest in peace? Yingsu said irritably. Someone suddenly came out and interrupted her rhythm of doing things. Aren't you also a ghost? Why don't you rest in peace? Ningxu asked back. Ningxu didn't bicker with Yingsu anymore. She focused on chanting spells to get rid of the black energy on her body. At the same time, she had to save up her power to fight the second prince for the body. The second prince didn't hold back anything good. In this era, the most effective way to deal with a woman was to ruin the woman's reputation. The man didn't have to do it himself. The family couldn't tolerate a woman with a ruined reputation. Damn, bitch, Feng Chang, who went to send the second prince off, came back. He said to Yingsu, go to the front hall. I have something to tell you. I'm not going. Yingsu crossed her legs and held a teacup to drink tea. Feng Chang was confused. Why did she change when she came back? Feng Chang said with a cold face, I think you have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. You dare to divorce the second prince. When the emperor blames you, the Feng clan can't handle it. Haha. Yingsu said calmly, what does that have to do with me? Where did all the rules you learned go? Feng Chang frowned. Even if he was a rough person, someone who didn't care much about etiquette, he couldn't stand Yingsu like this. Is this how you talk to your father? Raised but not taught. I can't even eat my fill now. What rules and etiquette are you talking about? Yingsu said sarcastically. As the fourth young miss of the Feng clan, I live in a courtyard like this with no one to serve me. You even want to sell me to the royal family to seek glory and wealth for the Feng clan. At least feed me well. You want the horse to run and not eat grass. How can there be such a good thing? Yingsu said calmly. As Yingsu said this, she said to Ningxu in her heart, you are an idiot who doesn't know how to fight for it. You are being sold and still count the money. Ningxu ignored her and sped up the purification of his soul. This kind of thing was a ticking time bomb in his body, but the purification effect was minimal. Ningxu found that using this kind of spell to purify the resentment was very slow. It didn't have much effect. Feng Chang was once again choked by Yingsu's words. He glared at her. Where did you hear these shameless words from? Am I not living in a broken courtyard? Did the Feng clan not neglect me? Yingsu asked back, now you want me to marry such a fickle man. For the glory and wealth of the Feng clan, you really can do anything. What nonsense are you talking about? The Feng clan's glory and wealth were obtained by the Feng clan from the back of a horse. As for your marriage with the second prince, it was set by your mother and noble consort. The veins on Feng Chang's forehead bulged. My mother is already dead, and you still blame this on my mother. A dead person can't jump out to confront. You can say whatever you want. Yingsu acted as if she had a grudge against the whole world. Feng Chang, stay at home and reflect. Feng Chang turned and left. Yingsu didn't care. Anyway, she wouldn't let the Feng clan send her to a political marriage. Her life must be decided by herself. She wasn't that weak and easy to bully Feng Qingqian. Not long after Feng Chang left, servants and maids moved things over. It was some brand new furniture and a dressing table. There were some jewelry and hairpins on a few trays. The servant next to Lady Feng bowed to Yingsu. This is a gift from Lady Feng to Mississippi, thank you, Yingsu said without sincerity. It was probably for Feng Chang to see. She just wanted to use her marriage in exchange for the Feng family's wealth. Power was to protect the people she wanted to protect. If she had to sacrifice to protect the glory and wealth, she would rather not have it. Power was to protect, not to sacrifice. Now, she had to sacrifice just to give something, No matter what the Feng family did, Yingsu was full of sarcasm and malice. The servant's face was very ugly. She called for people to put down the things. Yingsu said faintly, I've gotten used to using old things over the years. I'm not used to using such good things. Send them back. Ningxu, hey, are you crazy? You keep saying you want to fight for what you deserve. Now that it's sent over, you want to refuse, Ningxu couldn't help but say. She was really unreasonable. Yingsu's expression was cold. She didn't like the Feng family's things. Didn't they want to rely on these things to make her stay with that fickle man for the rest of her life? The Feng family looked down on her too much. In the modern era, what kind of jewelry had she not seen? As the king of assassins, how could she not have money? Yingsu never cared about money. Even in the ancient era, she could still make money. When the servant heard a concubine's daughter refuse the things sent over by the head wife with such an attitude, she was so angry that her face turned green. But the other party was the master, so she couldn't say anything. She said with a stiff face, "Fourth miss, this was sent over by the general and lady." "Oh, they sent it, so I have to accept it." "Okay, I accept it," Yingsu said faintly, "put down the things. You can leave." The servants put down the things. Their faces were a bit ugly. They worked so hard to move things over, but they didn't even get a tip. The servant left with the servants. Looking at the servant's appearance, she probably had a lot to say in front of Lady Feng. Ningxu was very speechless. The king of assassins was so cool. He didn't need to care about the ways of the world and didn't need to consider other things. If you don't accept it, I'll make you accept it. If you still don't accept it, I'll kill you. Peilon, keep these things well. Take them to the shop and sell them. Yingsu grabbed a bunch of jewelry from her makeup box. "Miss, this is a gift from Madam. Is it really alright to sell it?" Pei Lan asked. Poppy said, "We need money to increase our strength. Since the items have been delivered, we will be in charge of them." "Yes." Pei Lan began to pack up the jewelry. Ningxu said, "What right do you have to pawn these things? Fundamentally speaking, these things still belong to the Feng family. Now that they were sent over, it could only mean that she had the right to use these things. These things were all registered." "Haha, why can't we use it when they sent it over?" Poppy said coldly. Ningxu was speechless. Using the Feng family's money to cultivate forces to deal with the Feng family, Ningxu was really disgusted by Poppy's matter-of-fact attitude. Ningxu looked at Poppy's soul with a heavy gaze. He had to think of a way to eliminate the aggressive resentment on Poppy's soul as soon as possible. Poppy was so unscrupulous. Was she not relying on her ability to occupy the body for a long time? Ningxu wondered if the power of the spell was too low, so it was not effective on the things on Poppy's body. Some things were tightly wrapped around her body and could not dissipate. Ningxu felt like a foolish old man trying to move a mountain. Trying to snatch Poppy's body by force would only result in her soul being tainted. Ningxu did not want her soul to be tainted by these damned things, as tainting it would affect a person's will, and affect their emotions as well. If he could not control his emotions, he would be in a lot of trouble when doing missions. Ahem. 2333's voice suddenly sounded in Ningxu's mind. "Ningxu, I have an idea. Do you want to hear it?" "Speak." Ningxu raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he saw 233 being so proactive. He was probably trying to coax him into doing some mission in the system so that he could complete his data. "Karma can be eliminated with merit," 2333 said. "But seeing that this killer has quite a lot of karma on him, it would probably require a lot of merit." Ningxu was suddenly conflicted. Merit was not easy to get at all. Doing good deeds was not easy, and there might not be merit. Was he going to use the merit on Poppy? Was he going to eliminate Poppy's karma? Originally, he was being pointed at his nose and scolded as a stupid C*NT and called a weakling. He even had to use the merit that he had painstakingly earned to eliminate Poppy's karma. Damn it, he was not going to do this mission anymore. Ningxu first used some merit to dissipate the black aura on his body. Suddenly, a string of golden light rushed into his soul and the black aura on his body melted like snow. In a short while, his soul was clean and clear and he felt refreshed. It was good stuff indeed. Ningxu looked at Poppy's soul and felt conflicted. He really did not want to use the merit on Poppy. "My soul is protected by merit. She should not be able to attack me." Ningxu asked 2333. "Probably not. With great merit, no one dares to mess with you. But I don't know about these vengeful spirits that have no consciousness," 2333 said. "The spirit orb is very violent. It should be trying to swallow Poppy's soul." "Soul pearl?" Ningxu was a little curious. "It wants to devour her soul." If I had not suppressed it, it would have rushed out. Otherwise, your soul and Poppy's soul would have been absorbed by the spirit orb," 2333 said. "The spirit orb likes to swallow all kinds of souls. Great merit, those with karma and all kinds of vengeful spirits. Wait until I take over the body." Ningxu began to fight for control of the body. "Feng Qingqian, you are starting to act up." Poppy held her head, feeling as if it was going to explode. "What is it that you are not satisfied with? I can just finish it for you. Why do you have to be so persistent?" "Miss, what's wrong?" Pei Lan looked at Poppy's pained face and her eyes were red. She gritted her teeth so hard that her gums were bleeding. Ningxu slowly fought for control of the body. With the protection of merit in his soul, the black aura on Poppy's body did not affect him much. "Miss!" Pei Lan shouted. Ningxu looked up at Pei Lan. Pei Lan was shocked by Ningxu's gaze and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Keep these things first. There's no need to sell them. We'll talk about it later." Ningxu used a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Pei Lan looked confused. Earlier, Miss had said that she was going to pawn these things. Now, she was saying that she was not going to pawn them. Why was she acting so differently? Ningshu saw that Pei Lan was standing there motionless. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there a problem?" "Didn't Miss just say?" "I was just saying. This is not a good time to sell things," Ningshu said calmly. She looked at her clothes in the bronze mirror. She straightened her clothes and went to find Feng Chang. "Miss, where are you going?" Pei Lan was baffled. How could Miss be like this? Why did she seem like a different person? "Pack your things. I have something to do." Ningshu turned and left. "Yes." Pei Lan looked confused. Ningshu went to Feng Chang's study. There were 2 guards at the door. The 2 guards stopped Ningshu. Ningshu said kindly, "Can you help me pass on a message?" As a general, there must be something important in his study. For example, a map of the country. In ancient times, maps were important strategic information. A guard went in. After a while, Feng Chang came out and went to the front hall. Ningshu followed behind Feng Chang. In the front hall, Feng Chang did not look too good. He ignored Ningshu. He picked up the tea on the table and drank it slowly. But he was a rough man after all. He drank a cup of tea in one gulp. Ningshu bowed to Feng Chang. "Daughter greets father." What is it?" Feng Chang said. Ningshu said, "Father, after I fell into the water, my mind is not very clear. Sometimes I say things that I don't understand. Please don't blame me." Feng Chang raised his rough eyebrows and asked, "What is wrong with you? Have you seen a doctor?" "Father, it's nothing. It's just indirect mania," Ningshu said calmly. "Feng Qingqian, do you want to die?" Poppy roared. He tried to control his body. Ningshu felt a slight headache, but it was bearable. "When did you get this problem?" Feng Chang asked. "Don't tell anyone about this problem. It won't be good if the second prince finds out." "I understand," Ningshu bowed and said, "Father, I feel that the second prince wants to break off the engagement." "With the Feng family around, he won't do that," Feng Chang said. Ningshu said, "The second prince feels that his daughter's status as a concubine's daughter is not worthy of him, so he wants to break off the engagement and marry the Feng family's daughter of the first wife." Feng Chang glanced at Ningshu. "Don't spout nonsense. Indeed, your daughter's status is not good enough for a noble like the second prince," Ningshu said. "It seems that the second prince is determined to break off the engagement. Your daughter also wants to break off the engagement with the second prince. This marriage was arranged by your mother and the second prince's mother, noble consort do His Majesty also agreed," Feng Chang said. As a concubine, how could the original owner's mother have anything to do with the noble consort in the palace? Unless the noble consort knew that the original owner's mother was a princess of another country. Ningshu asked, "How did concubine mother know the noble consort and even have an engagement with the noble consort?" "Your mother saved noble consort Du's life by chance. Noble consort Du said that she wanted to repay the debt of saving her life, so she arranged the marriage," Feng Chang said calmly. Hearing this, Ningshu wanted to laugh out loud. What debt of saving her life? Ningshu didn't believe a single word. Noble consort Du really wanted her son to marry a concubine's daughter from the general's manor? Didn't she see that her own son disliked her? She was thinking of ways to break off the engagement. Ningshu pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Father, I want to break off the engagement. Can father let your daughter see His Majesty?" "Why do you have to break off the engagement?" "Noble consort Du won't let the second prince break off the engagement with you. You can rest assured," Feng Chang said. Ningshu could only helplessly say, "But the second prince doesn't like your daughter. What if he tarnishes your daughter's reputation in order to break off the engagement? At that time, your daughter's reputation will still be ruined and you will be abandoned. You will implicate the Feng family and father. It can't be that bad, right? This won't do him any good." Feng Chang thought about it in his mind. People who fought on the battlefield weren't really stupid. The twists and turns inside could be understood with a little thought. If your daughter's reputation was tarnished, the second prince would be the victim and the Feng family would be the one in the wrong. At that time it would be reasonable for the second prince to ask to marry another woman from the Feng family. Feng Chang's face trembled and said, "When you see His Majesty, what are you going to say?" "Of course, your daughter wants to fulfill the second prince's love and let them be together," Ningxu said matter-of-factly. "Feng Chang? I see that you haven't recovered from your intermittent mania. Go back and stay well. Don't talk about this anymore." Feng Chang waved his fan-like hand at Ningxu. "Father!" Ningxu shouted. "Go back," Feng Chang said firmly. His body was full of the iron blood and majesty of a soldier. Ningxu could only bow and leave. Along the way, Yingsu was noisy. "It's just a man and you want to fulfill their love. Feng Qingqian, I have never met someone as disgusting as you. Just abandon this kind of man," Yingsu said coldly. Ningxu smiled. "You are also one of the most disgusting people I have ever met." Back in the courtyard, Ningxu said to Pei Lan, "Young miss, the things have been ordered. This is the list." Ningxu nodded and took the list. Yingsu desperately tried to fight for control of the body. Ningxu felt that she was gradually losing control of the body. In the end, she completely lost control. She was the female lead after all, the one who was loved by the heavens. When this body was taken over by Yingsu, she had great luck and everything went smoothly. But when it was her turn, she immediately became an evil stepmother. Once Yingsu took over the body, she immediately said to Pei Lan, "Sell everything on this list." "Young miss?" Pei Lan was really a little confused. This repeated over and over again, she didn't know what to do. "Young miss, do you really want to sell it?" Pei Lan asked. Yingsu slapped the list on the table. "Why keep it? Sell it all." "Okay." Pei Lan wanted to take the list on the table. One hand pressed on the list. Pei Lan turned to look at the owner of the hand in confusion. "No need to sell it." The other party smiled. "Pei Lan? Young miss. Are you selling it or not?" Pei Lan suppressed the irritation in her heart and asked in a low voice. Sell it all." The other party's face was twisted as she said through gritted teeth. "Pei Lan? Then young miss, I am really going to sell it?" Pei Lan asked again to confirm. Was her master crazy? "No need to sell it. Keep these things first. I will tell you when it's time to sell it." Pei Lan was also a little angry. Her tone was impatient. "Young miss, are you selling it or not? Can you give me a definite answer so that I can prepare?" Pei Lan didn't know what to do. She said she would sell, and then she said she wouldn't sell. Ningxu said to Yingsu, "If you dare to sell these things, I will take you down with me." She wanted to use this money to develop? Impossible. "Feng Qingqian, are you crazy? I have money and you have money. Why are you like this?" Yingsu said irritably. "I like to go against you." Ningxu said. If these things were sold, how should he answer when asked in the future? Should he say these things were sold, and the assassin group established was not something Feng Qingqian could control? She might betray her. The Pei siblings were hostile to the Feng family. They were making dowry for someone else. "You're crazy." Yingsu waved weakly at Pei Lan. "I won't sell for now." Pei Lan, "Yes, young miss." Pei Lan stood still, waiting for Yingsu to change her mind. "Young miss, you really won't sell?" Pei Lan asked. "I won't sell." Yingsu felt that it was getting easier for Feng Qingqian to snatch the body, but it was much more difficult for her to fight for it. Was she really going to disappear? Although she disliked this body, she couldn't leave it. If she left, she didn't know if she could live. Pei Lan sighed and said, "I will go prepare food for young miss." Not long after the second prince came to cancel the engagement, there were rumors in the capital that the fourth young miss of the Feng family was sick and was not suitable to be a daughter-in-law of the imperial family. The second prince wanted to spread more erotic rumors, but thinking that Feng Qingqian was still his fiancée in name, he didn't have the courage to color his hair. Ningxu was speechless when he heard the news. Could it be that this guy couldn't become the emperor in the end? He didn't have enough breadth of mind and vision. At the very least, he should have some ruthlessness and tolerance. But this guy didn't have any of that. Tsk, Feng Qingqian, look at your man. Yingsu said sarcastically. You treat a man like this like a treasure. Ningxu, not my man, tidy up. We're going to the palace. Feng Chang came over and said to Yingsu. I'm not going. Yingsu said lightly. Feng Chang didn't care. He just thought this guy's intermittent mania was acting up again. He ordered Pei Lan, help your young miss freshen up. Yes. Pei Lan bowed. There was an uncontrollable hatred in her voice. Now that her enemy was right in front of her, she couldn't suppress the emotions in her heart. Hurry up and pack up, or I'll get someone to drag you into the car, Feng Chang said. Poppy's face was filled with unhappiness. After tidying up, he followed Feng Chang out of the manor and met the daughter Feng Feiyan on the veranda. When Feng Feiyan saw that her father wanted to take this concubine's daughter out of the residence, she asked somewhat unhappily, Father, where are you taking her? Why aren't you taking me? Be good. Father has matters to attend to in the palace. Feng Chang said gently. Of course, he doted on his daughter. Poppy was watching from the side, his face full of contempt and mockery. Fourth younger sister, mother was pushed to the ground by you. Why didn't you go and check on mother? Feng Feiyan questioned Yingsu. At the same time, she was complaining to Feng Chang. Poppy sneered and simply ignored Feng Feiyan. What kind of attitude is this? Feng Feiyan's face was ugly. Father, look at him. A concubine's daughter doesn't even greet your own daughter. He has no manners at all. What manners do I know? He didn't teach me any manners at all. Sorry, I won't greet you. Poppy's face was cold. No matter how one looked at him, he was arrogant and condescending. Feng Feiyan was so angry that her face turned green. She stomped her feet and shouted at Feng Chang, Father, look at him. Be good. If there's anything, wait until father comes back. Feng Chang said. Feng Chang brought Poppy to the palace to seek an audience with His Majesty. They waited outside the palace. Feng Chang said to Poppy, Second Prince insists on breaking off the engagement with you. When you see His Majesty, you know what to say. Of course I know. Poppy said. A eunuch came out of the palace and said, General Feng, His Majesty summons you. Feng Chang brought Poppy into the palace. Feng Chang knelt on the ground to greet His Majesty, but Poppy stood upright and looked straight at His Majesty. Feng Chang turned his head and saw Poppy like this. He was shocked and quickly said in a low voice, Kneel down to greet His Majesty. Poppy sneered, plop. Ningxu knelt on the ground and felt pain in her knees. This subject's daughter greets His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Ningxu shouted in a clear voice while kowtowing. Feng Qingqian, will you die if you don't come out? Poppy lost control of her body and immediately roared. Feng Chang let out a sigh of relief. It was better to break off the engagement. She had this problem from time to time. Even if she married Second Prince, her life would probably be abandoned. What did General Feng come to Fainshan for? The emperor looked at the memorial and asked. The emperor was now middle-aged. His face was indifferent, neither happy nor angry. This? Feng Chang was somewhat hesitant. My beloved subject, just say it. The emperor put down the memorial and raised his eyebrows. Feng Chang cupped his hands and finally sighed. This subject came to ask His Majesty to break off the engagement between Second Prince and this subject's concubine's daughter. Oh. The emperor raised his eyebrows and said in a dangerous tone, What, Zhen's son is not good enough for your daughter? Feng Chang quickly kowtowed, Second Prince's status is noble. His appearance is heavenly. It is this subject's daughter who is not good enough for Second Prince. My beloved subject Feng, Zhen does not want to hear these words. The emperor focused his gaze on Ningxu who kept kowtowing on the ground. Tell me, why do you want to break off the engagement? Ningxu shrank back, answering His Majesty, this subject's daughter knows that her status is low and does not gain Second Prince's favor. Moreover, Second Prince already has a woman he likes. He hopes the subject's daughter can withdraw. Second Prince has already gone to Feng family to break off the engagement. This subject thought that Qing Qian is indeed not good enough for Second Prince, so I brought it up and asked His Majesty to make a decision. Feng Chang kowtowed and said. Who is the woman that second prince likes? The emperor flipped through the memorial without much care. His fingers leisurely plucked a string of round and clear jade. This subject does not know. Feng Chang said. Since this marriage was set by Imperial Concubine Du, go and call Imperial Concubine Du and second prince over. The emperor ordered the eunuch beside him. After a while, Imperial Concubine Du arrived first. When she saw Feng Chang and Ning Shu, she glanced at Ning Shu and saluted to the emperor. Imperial Concubine Du, Feng family now wants to break off the engagement, saying that second prince has a woman he likes. The emperor said. Imperial Concubine Du was wearing a graceful and luxurious palace dress. She was over 30 years old but still had a beautiful face. When she heard the emperor's words, she froze for a moment. She looked at Ning Shu and immediately said, this subject's concubine likes Feng family's girl. Second prince does not have any woman he likes. Imperial Concubine Du said to Feng Chang, General Feng, this marriage was set by this concubine and Xianxia's mother. Now that Xianxia's mother has passed away, we should follow the wishes of the deceased. Nyang, although the marriage is between the two families, it's still a couple's life. His Highness has already said that he doesn't like Xianxia. Besides, Xianxia is a concubine's daughter after all. She doesn't know how to follow the rules. I'm afraid that she will bring shame to the imperial family. Feng Chang said helplessly. If it wasn't for the second prince spreading rumors, he wouldn't have come to break off the marriage with the imperial family. With the childish tricks that the second prince played at the age of 16 or 17, people of Feng Chang's age could tell what he was thinking at a glance. Rules can be taught slowly. If you don't understand now, wait until you get married and understand each other, then you will naturally be able to help each other. Noble Consort Du said, I will definitely love Xianxia as my own daughter. Imperial concubine likes her so much? The emperor raised his eyebrows. His expression was indifferent. No one could tell what he was thinking. Imperial Concubine Du laughed, Xianxia and Xianxia's mother are close friends. Now this child has lost her mother at such a young age. Xianxia must love her more. The emperor curled his lips and didn't speak. Emperor, the second prince is waiting outside the hall. A eunuch came in and bowed to the emperor. Let him in. When the second prince came in and saw Feng Xianxia, he was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that a concubine's daughter from the general's manor would be here. Xianxia greets imperial father. The daughter of the Feng family said that you have a girl you like. Now she wants to break off the marriage and let you be with the girl you like. The emperor said indifferently. The second prince knelt down, imperial father, Xianxia already has a girl I like. It's, Emperor, Su'er doesn't have a girl he likes. Imperial Concubine Du interrupted the second prince and forced a smile. The second prince didn't understand. But when he saw his mother's sharp eyes, he knew that his mother was angry. He obediently kept quiet. Emperor, Xianxia has something to say. I want to speak with Emperor alone. Feng Chang said. Imperial Concubine Du turned to look at Feng Chang. Her expression was very bad. The emperor nodded, okay, you can all leave first. Ning Shu stood up. He felt that his legs were numb and left the palace. Xianxia, if you've been wronged, you can just tell Ben Gong. There's no need to make a fuss about breaking off the engagement. Noble Consort Du took Ning Shu's hand and said bitterly, if Su'er bullies you, you can tell me first. I will definitely protect you. Concubine Du said. Ning Shu grinned. It was too abnormal for an imperial concubine to be so attentive to a concubine's daughter from the general's residence. She must have some ulterior motive. Most likely, she was targeting this body's princess mother. I hate it when people touch me. Concubine Du's hand was flung away. Concubine Du looked at the person who suddenly turned hostile. Second prince next to her saw the arrogant look on her face and said with a cold face, Feng Xianxia, I hate your behavior. Who do you think you are? Su'er. Concubine Du called out to second prince. She turned her head and said with a trembling face, Xianxia, people who have to live their lives quarreled. Listen to aunt, don't make things out of hand. Breaking off the engagement is not good for your reputation. When did you become my aunt? I don't have an aunt. Yingsu sneered. Concubine Du's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She was very angry to be scolded by a junior, and a concubine's daughter from the general's residence. Emperor, His Highness, go in. Miss Feng, come with us. The eunuch came out and said to the three. When the three entered the hall, concubine Du met the emperor's unfathomable eyes. She couldn't help but guess. The emperor coughed and said lightly, since the two children don't want to be together, then forget it. Concubine Du wants to take care of a friend's child. There's no need for an engagement. You can let this child be your adopted daughter. This? Concubine Du quickly said, after all, the engagement of these two children is a well-known thing. It's not good for Xianxia's reputation to break off the engagement like this. When did these two children get engaged? You want to take care of the child of an old friend and take care of her as your own daughter. The engagement is simply a joke. The emperor said with a cold expression. Concubine Du's face was ugly, and second prince breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to marry such a woman. Thank you, Emperor. Feng Chang knelt down to thank the emperor. Seeing Yingsu standing upright, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He pulled Yingsu to kneel down and pressed his fan-like hand on Yingsu's head to kowtow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yingsu, concubine Du took a deep breath and bowed to the emperor. Xianxian knows. Xianxian is Xianxian's adopted daughter. The emperor grunted and waved his hand. The people in the hall retreated out of the palace. Concubine Du coldly snorted and turned to leave. Second prince followed to concubine Du's bedroom. Once in the bedroom, concubine Du first took a sip of tea. The tea was cold. She was so angry that she directly smashed the teacup. Second prince succeeded in breaking off the engagement. He was quite happy. Seeing concubine Du like this, he couldn't help but say, Mother, don't be angry. You're very happy? Concubine Du glanced at second prince. Second prince nodded honestly, I'm not satisfied with Feng Qingqian. She's a concubine's daughter, and she's so timid. Just looking at her makes me sick. Idiot. Imperial concubine Du slapped the second prince. The second prince covered his face in shock. Mother. I really want to beat you to death, you idiot. I painstakingly planned for you, and you're just a hindrance. Concubine Du was so angry that her whole body was trembling. This Feng Qingqian is not a concubine's daughter of the Feng family. She's the child of the eldest princess of the Qiyan country. The current emperor of the Qiyan country is her uncle. I arranged this marriage for you. Feng Qingqian's temporary identity is a concubine's daughter of the general's manor. It can help you hide your edge among your brothers and make your father feel that you don't have any ambition. When you marry Feng Qingqian, you can try to get in touch with the Qiyan country. With the support of the Qiyan country, your chances of ascending the throne will be higher. How could I have thought that you would be so unwilling? If you had asked me in advance, the engagement wouldn't have been broken off now. Concubine Du was so angry that her heart hurt. Second prince was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and said, But mother, you never told me. Second prince's heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. His nose was sore. The happiness from before had all turned into disappointment. Who would have thought that the concubine's daughter of the general's manor is the eldest princess daughter? I will definitely make Feng Qingqian accept me again. Second prince quickly said. Although the Qiyan country was small and stood aloof from worldly affairs, its citizens were all proficient in poison. That was why it was able to survive among the many powerful countries. No need to go. It's impossible between you and Feng Qingqian. Concubine Du couldn't help but rub her forehead. She looked exhausted and was very disappointed with Second Prince. The second prince opened his mouth. He went from heaven to hell. He thought he could marry the Feng family's daughter of the first wife after breaking off the engagement. He didn't expect to lose the watermelon and pick up sesame seeds. Mother, I will make Feng Qingqian accept me again. She has been engaged to me for so many years. No one will want her. The second prince clenched his fist. Imperial concubine Du shook her head. Since she wants to break off the engagement with you and risk her reputation, it means she doesn't want to marry you. Your father won't agree. I'm afraid that old man Feng Chang told your father about Feng Qingqian's background. In order to cut off our thoughts, he directly gave Feng Qingqian to me as a foster daughter. You and Feng Qingqian will never be together again. Imperial concubine Du wanted to slap the idiot again. It's okay if you're stupid. You're my son. Do you really think I will find you another concubine's daughter? Imperial concubine Du said coldly. The second prince was more disappointed than Imperial concubine Du. Feng Qingqian's weakness of being timid and not having her own opinions had now become a strength. When they got married, he would have the final say. The second prince sat on the chair in a daze. He was extremely regretful. Finally, he complained, why didn't that Feng Qingqian tell me she is the princess daughter? Did she deliberately not say it? I'm afraid she doesn't even know her own background. Imperial concubine Du sighed, more than 10 years of planning was ruined by you. Any random person from the Qiyan country is a poison master. Mother, I can't accept this. The second prince roared. So what if you can't accept it? Before you do anything, think about your father. He sits on the high platform and can see everything clearly. Imperial concubine Du waved her hand, leave the palace first and let me have some peace. Imperial concubine Du didn't want to see him at all. On the other side, Xianxia was pushed into the carriage by Feng Chang as soon as she left the palace. They returned to the Feng family at the fastest speed. Then he said to Xianxia, stay in the courtyard. Don't run around. What right do you have to imprison me? I can go wherever I want. You can't control me. Xianxia said with a cold face. Feng Chang looked at her as if she was sick again. He didn't mind her at all. Just stay at home. F*ck, did she think that she was crazy? Feng Qingqian, that B*tch, was talking nonsense. General, it's time to eat. Qingqian is here too. Let's eat together. The Lady Wang came out of the house. When she saw Xianxia, her face stiffened. Then, she gently invited Xianxia. Poppy sneered. Who knew how much he hated her in his heart, yet he could still invite her with a smile. What a hypocrite. I can't afford to eat exotic delicacies. I'd rather go eat my coarse wild vegetables. Poppy said, deliberately making fun of him. Madame Wang could no longer maintain her expression. She couldn't help but look at Feng Chang and say, then I'll have the servants send the food to your room. Don't be like this. You can just ignore me like before. Don't pretend to be virtuous. I feel tired for you. Poppy waved his hand and brushed past the Lady Phoenix. There was no need to mention how ugly the expression on the Lady Phoenix's face was. Feng Chang said to the Lady Phoenix, Madam, don't pay attention to her. Just pretend that you didn't hear anything she said. It's fine as long as General doesn't blame me. Qingqian is a sensitive person who doesn't like to talk. She doesn't say anything usually. I have to manage the Feng family. Sometimes, I can't help but neglect her, the Lady Phoenix explained to Feng Chang. Qingqian became abnormal after she fell into the water. Do you want to find a Taoist priest to exorcise her? Look at her. She's a completely different person from the Qingqian of the past. She doesn't know when to stop. The Lady Phoenix wouldn't forget that she was pushed to the ground in front of the servants. How could she manage the back residence with dignity? It's fine. I believe you. Feng Chang entered the room first. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, you don't even do basic favors? Was it good to be so cool? Hee hee, a weasel paying a visit to a chicken with bad intentions, Xianxia said coldly. I'm afraid I'll have indigestion if I eat with such a hypocritical woman. How is she hypocritical? Xianxia asked. Did she have to curse at her to not be hypocritical? Didn't she care about her image? Feng Qingqian, your official mother is torturing you so much and you're still speaking up for her. Torturing a concubine's daughter. Hypocritical and vicious. Xianxia was full of mockery. You're really an ancient person. Pedantic and pathetic. Xianxia, you mean that the Lady Phoenix isn't magnanimous enough? Xianxia asked. She can't even tolerate a concubine's daughter. What magnanimous is that? Such a woman is even praised for being good at managing the household, Xianxia said coldly. Ning Shu, magnanimous, she was not magnanimous. From the Lady Phoenix's point of view, her husband returned in triumph with a pregnant woman who gave birth to a concubine's daughter. Others weren't magnanimous. Su was cruel and merciless towards her love rivals. She was ruthless and merciless. She killed these shameless B****s who tried to get close to her man. She wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. Why wasn't she magnanimous now? The double standard shouldn't be too serious. As long as it was beneficial to her, it was right. You're so magnanimous. Does that mean you can allow your husband to have other women? Ning Shu asked. How is that possible? My husband can only be loyal to me. If he can't even do that, he doesn't deserve to be my husband. Feng Qingqian sneered. I only want a man whose body and mind belongs to me. Ning Shu was too lazy to talk to her. It didn't make sense. Su was an extremely selfish person. Whatever she did was right. Ning Shu started to control his body. Ning Shu realized that every time he controlled his body, he would enter a period of fatigue. This body was in a state where it would change owners. In Feng Chang's words, his intermittent mania had become more serious. Feng Qingqian, you're starting again. Can't you stop? Su shouted. Ning Shu clenched his fists and moved his neck. He said calmly, I have to come out for some fresh air. Miss, the main yard has sent food. Do you want to eat? Pei Lan asked. Okay. Ning Shu nodded. A maid came in with a food box. She placed a few plates of delicious food on the table. Ning Shu picked up his chopsticks and picked up the food. He sniffed to see if there was anything extra. Ning Shu ate slowly. He chewed and swallowed slowly. Since he came to this world, this was his first meal. Drinking the hot soup and warming his stomach, this meal made him feel blissful. The bliss of being alive. Ning Shu finished eating. The maid who brought the food put away the plates. Ning Shu wiped his mouth and said, Thank Mother for me. The maid was stunned. She bowed and said, I will remember. After eating her fill, Ning Shu stretched lazily and began to take a stroll in the courtyard, turning a deaf ear to Poppy's roar. Pei Lan looked suspiciously at Ning Shu, who was taking a stroll. Were her eyes playing tricks on her, or was there really something wrong? She felt that her master had changed into a different person. This cold and distant look was not the master who had the temperament to look down on the world. What was going on? Pei Lan was very conflicted. She did not know if she should tell her master about her brother. Now, her brother had asked her to ask her master about her future plans. Her master said that she would give money to develop, but now, her master did not mention it at all. She said that she would sell jewelry before, but for some reason, she did not sell it. Pei Lan thought about it and walked to Ning Shu's side. She hesitated and asked, Young Miss, brother wants to ask what young Miss is going to do next. Ning Shu stopped and suddenly asked, If you are strong, will you seek revenge on the Feng family? Pei Lan was stunned and then said, Didn't young Miss say that you will not stop us from seeking revenge? Ning Shu pulled the corner of her mouth. Why do you want to put this kind of national hatred on the Feng family? Even if there is no General Feng, there will be other generals who will defeat your father. Hating the Feng family was a bit strange. According to this logic, Pei Lan should hate the emperor. After all, it was the emperor who started the war. Hating only the Feng family was just to letting Su and the brother and sister have a common goal, so that the brother and sister would follow Su wholeheartedly. If I say let you go far away, will you be willing? Ning Shu asked. Pei Lan immediately knelt on the ground and said as if she was making an oath, Young Miss has already bought my brother and me. We are Young Miss people in life and Young Miss ghosts in death. We swear to be loyal to Young Miss. Ning Shu just smiled casually. If I don't allow you to seek revenge on the Feng family, will you still be loyal to me? This? Pei Lan was speechless and did not respond for a long time. Her mind was a bit muddled. She did not know if the young miss said it casually or deliberately to test her loyalty. Pei Lan did not know how to answer for a while. Ning Shu did not want Pei Lan's answer. Now, because of her, Su did not have enough money to develop an assassin group. The Pei siblings were born because of Poppy, and without Poppy, they would not be able to rise to prominence. To put it bluntly, they were Poppy's little brothers. After taking a walk for a while, Ningxu prepared to talk to Feng Chang about changing rooms. Soon, that arrogant Wang with a different surname would appear. Prince Xian was a prince with a different surname and was feared by the royal family. Moreover, he was of the same seniority as the current emperor. Even someone like the second prince would have to address Prince Xian as Imperial Uncle Xian. Prince Xian had his own army and the current emperor really wanted to kill him, but he was just so awesome that he couldn't be killed no matter what. To be honest, Prince Xian's character was similar to Poppy's. It could only be said that they were from the same family. Not long later, Prince Xian would be entering the capital to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. The emperor took advantage of the fact that Prince Xian was away from his vassal state to look for assassins to assassinate him. Prince Xian was injured and ended up in Poppy's courtyard. Poppy had saved Prince Xian while he was at it, and from then on, Prince Xian kept a close eye on him. When he had nothing to do, he would visit Prince Xian's room at night to act like a hooligan and take advantage of Prince Xian's words. Poppy had a strong character. When faced with Prince Xian's provocation, she would not be at a disadvantage and insisted on getting back at him. Prince Xian looked at her dotingly as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws. As time went on, Poppy was helpless against this shameless man. Moreover, he would send her people and money at the drop of a hat. When she was wronged in the Feng clan, he would immediately run over to protect her and use his power to suppress her. He reprimanded Feng Chang as someone who was dim-sighted and Lady Phoenix as a vicious woman. In short, the two of them abused scum and displayed their affection, blinding the eyes of passers-by. Ningxu's lips twitched. If he were Lady Phoenix, he would want to kill Poppy even if he had to perish together with her. It was a pity that the difference in their strength was too great, and she ended up losing her reputation. To be honest, those who could become the matriarch of a clan and the mistress of a clan all knew their limits. Why would they bother with a concubine's daughter for no reason? A concubine's daughter was not a concubine's son and still had to share the clan's assets. Preparing a dowry for a concubine's daughter and marrying her off could help the clan rope in other clans. Feng Qingqian's living conditions were caused by her personality. Moreover, Feng Qingqian, a concubine's daughter, was actually engaged to the second prince. Moreover, she was the princess consort. The other sisters in the residence were jealous and isolated her. Feng Qingqian knew this as well. However, the moment Poppy came, she listed everyone in the Feng residence as an enemy and even treated herself as a messenger of justice. Ningxu stood outside the study and waited for Feng Chang to come out. She did not have the right to enter Feng Chang's study. What's the matter this time? Have you recovered? Come and talk to me after you've recovered, Feng Chang said directly. Ningxu was speechless. Your daughter has recovered, Ningxu said. Ningxu did not stand on ceremony and said, Father, I would like to change to another courtyard. That courtyard is a little leaky. Feng Chang threw a glance at Ningxu. Are you telling me that the Feng clan is harsh on you? Father, I don't think so, Ningxu bowed and said. She wanted to avoid Prince Xian who was injured and hiding in the courtyard. I would like to renovate that courtyard. It's a little damp. Ningxu said, I actually know about my background. I've always been grateful to you for giving me a place to stay. Oh? Feng Chang raised his brows in surprise. When did you find out? Your mother told you. Ningxu did not say anything. Feng Chang drank a cup of tea, thought for a while and said, Go and squeeze with Fian. With Feng Fian, Ningxu said awkwardly, Father, I pushed mother to the ground when my illness acted up. Now, second sister probably doesn't like me and won't let me stay. You. Feng Chang pointed at Ningxu. You've called her mother for so many years. No matter how irrational you are, you can't do such a thing. You don't want your reputation anymore. The person you pushed was my wife. I'm sorry. Ningxu bowed and bowed. Ningxu said, Father, can we find another place? Second sister probably won't be willing to squeeze with me. There's a garden. Just stand there. Feng Chang walked away with his hands behind his back. Father, Ningxu called out to Feng Chang. Feng Chang turned to look at her. What's the matter? Ning Shu, he made it sound as if she had many troubles. Father, it'll be the Empress Dowager's birthday soon. There will be a lot of people in the city. Father, you have to send more people to patrol the residence. Feng Chang made a sound of acknowledgement. Ning Shu went back to the courtyard to pack up and prepare to move. Poppy kept roaring in her head. Feng Qingqian, you're actually apologizing? You deserve it. You deserve to be bullied. You should just die. Poppy shouted angrily. I was kind enough to teach the people who bullied you a lesson. Now you're apologizing. What right do you have to live? People like you don't have the right to live. Poppy sneered. You live a lowly and pitiful life. Things belong to the capable. It's the same for your body. A weakling like you doesn't have the right to live. Only the strong could live. This was a strong reason to snatch things. Only the strong could live. I agree with this. Ning Shu tilted his head. Feng Qingqian had offered her soul for a counterattack, so the person who had to get out of this body now was her. Do you like to scold people like this? Ning Shu said calmly. As if you're strong because you dare to say anything? Poppy snorted. Daring to speak is also a kind of ability. Someone like you who can't even be beaten with a stick deserves to be bullied. Ning Shu only chuckled. Let me tell you, dogs that don't bark bite the hardest. Sigh, why did you call yourself a dog? Ning Shu returned to the courtyard and asked Pei Lan to pack up and move to the orchid garden. She did not want to provoke Prince Xian. The orchid garden was considered good because the courtyard was full of orchids. Ning Shu focused on staying there. Ning Shu told Feng Chang that she wanted to go out for a walk and get some fresh air. Feng Chang stroked his coarse beard and said directly, You're sick and don't run around. Ning Shu was speechless. However, Ning Shu went out to buy a cinnabar pen and some cinnabar. Poppy's situation was because she was possessed by a malicious spirit. She had to be dealt with by the Maoshan Taoist priests. 2333 said that merit could remove Poppy's negative karma, but she would not use the merit she had painstakingly obtained on her. She could not make ends meet on a mission. Moreover, the spirit orb coveted Poppy's soul and wanted to devour her soul. It was probably because of the negative karma on Poppy's body. It was not good to use merit to remove it. Ning Shu wore a veil and bought the tools to draw talismans. She did not stay on the streets and returned to Feng Manor. Feng Qingqian, what are you doing? Poppy looked at Ning Shu writing and drawing on the paper. Don't tell me you're going to exorcise a ghost. Correct, it's exorcism. Ning Shu silently chanted the incantation, gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth at the tip of the cinnabar brush. However, it was not easy to successfully draw a picture. Every time he drew halfway through, his body would become extremely tired. Feng Qingqian, you can't be thinking that you can chase me out of my body with these Taoist lies, right? Dream on. Poppy tried hard to seize control of the body. However, she found that it was extremely difficult. Moreover, the golden light in the other party's soul made her soul feel very uncomfortable. She did not know what the golden light was. Feng Qingqian, do you have to do this? Feng Qingqian panicked when she couldn't get her body back. Feng Qingqian, what good will it do you to chase me out of your body? Of course there are benefits. Ning Shu heard footsteps outside and put the things away. Didn't you say that only the strong can dominate the body? Now, I'm going to get your soul out of this body. Ning Shu said indifferently. Poppy was stunned and immediately said, You are not Feng Qingqian. Feng Qingqian would not do something like this. You and I are both outsiders. What right do you have to chase me out of this body? You have no right. Only the strong can dominate the body. Ning Shu smiled. Pei Lan walked in and saw the young miss looking at her. Her lips curled up. She did not know why, but Pei Lan shivered. It was summer, but she suddenly shivered. Young miss, Xiao Chui is here to deliver something. Pei Lan bowed to Ning Shu. Xiao Chui was a servant who did chores. When she walked in, her eyes rolled. Ning Shu bowed. Greetings to the fourth young miss. This is what the second prince asked me to deliver to you. Ning Shu looked at the item in Xiao Chui's hand. It was an exquisite pouch. It was very colorful and every stitch was drawn with a peony flower. Xiaochui held the pouch as if she was holding a flower. Ningxu's nose twitched. He smelled a light and elegant scent from the pouch. Ningxu and Pei Lan nodded. Pei Lan accepted the item. Xiaochui looked at Ningxu eagerly. Ningxu tipped Xiaochui and Xiaochui left happily. Ningxu opened the pouch. There was a jade pendant inside. It was half a jade pendant. It was obvious that the jade pendants were a pair. The other half should be in the second prince's hands. There was also a piece of paper in the pouch. It was a letter written by the second prince. Ningxu glanced at it. It was nothing more than an apology. Sorry about the cancellation of the marriage. Then, he said some sweet words that seemed to be true but were not. Ningxu could not help but want to roll his eyes. The second prince really thought that he was in high demand. He probably knew that this body had a princess mother and an emperor uncle, and wanted to redeem himself. You want to redeem yourself? Also, he had a servant secretly send it over. He probably did not have good intentions. He probably wanted to have a private conversation with her. Ningxu put the jade pendant and the letter in the pouch. Then, he tied the pouch and gave it to Feng Chang. After Feng Chang finished reading the letter, he raised his rough eyebrows and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. I will take care of it." "Thank you, father." Ningxu bowed and smiled slightly. If the second prince knew that this letter was in Feng Chang's hands, who knew what expression he would have? The second prince treated everyone else as fools. He insisted on cancelling the marriage. Now that he had cancelled the marriage, he knew that his fiancée had a noble status. Then, he wanted to redeem himself. He directly told others that he wanted to use them. Damn, you are the only smart person. Everyone else is retarded. After that, Feng Chang punished Xiaochui, who had delivered the letter, and sold her. With such a servant girl, if other people wanted to communicate with the young ladies in the matter, they would be given some benefits. How would the young ladies of the Feng family live? Ningxu did not receive anything else from the second prince. Ningxu stayed in the orchid garden peacefully. When he had nothing to do, he would draw talismans. Poppy wanted to fight for control of the body at every moment, but she did not succeed once. Feng Qingqian, what right do you have to keep occupying this body? Poppy could not help but roar at Ningxu. Only the strong can occupy it, Ningxu said lightly. You are not Feng Qingqian at all. You do not have the right to occupy this body as the owner, Poppy said. Why was the other party getting stronger and stronger? There was a strange force that wanted to eject her soul from this body. Only the strong can occupy it. You. Poppy was so angry that her soul was about to explode. In the end, her voice softened. There is no meaning in us hurting each other. No, it is very meaningful. Ningxu said with a smile. Poppy did not say anything else. She gathered her strength and started to fight for control of the body. Ningxu took the talisman and chanted a spell. He put the talisman on his forehead. Poppy suddenly screamed. Her voice was filled with pain. Stop, Feng Qingqian. I asked you to stop. Ningxu's body exploded with thick black gas. In the end, the talisman on Ningxu's forehead was corroded and turned into black ash. Ningxu could not help but shake his head. The talisman was indeed too weak. It could not take down Poppy in one go. Feng Qingqian. Poppy's voice was very weak. Why do you have to kill me? I can leave this body. You help me find a body. From then on, we will not have anything to do with each other. Poppy saw that Ningxu knew some Xian techniques, and with the attack just now, Poppy felt a little weak. She felt that there was no chance of winning, so she took a step back. And the power of the talisman just now felt like it was going to tear her soul apart. It was a pain that went deep into her soul. Feng Qingqian, I think we can talk, Poppy said. Now, Poppy put Ningxu on the same level and wanted to talk. Before this, she was always high and mighty. What's there to talk about? There is only one body and one soul. Either you get lost or I stay, Ningxu said as he wiped his sweat. After the torment just now, his body was very weak. Ningxu thought about it and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. After all, Poppy already knew that she was not Feng Qingqian. Hey, Feng Qingqian. Poppy saw that Feng Qingqian was ignoring her, so she tried to fight for the body. But she was hurt by the golden light in her soul. Poppy was very annoyed. What the hell was this? D*MN, this golden light could automatically attack and defend. Could it be that this girl was also a transmigrator and wanted to fight for the body with her? Shameless and shameless. She even pretended to be Feng Qingqian. Ningxu cultivated a little bit of Qi Jin in his energy center and stopped cultivating. He clenched his fist and felt that his body was stronger. He took out the talisman and continued to draw. Feng Qingqian, let's talk. Poppy saw that Ningxu was playing with this thing again and couldn't help but say, why do we have to be so hostile? We can work together. You can take Feng Qingqian's body and help me find a body. How about that? Ningxu held the cinnabar pen and asked, why should I help you? Poppy might be easy to talk to now, but if he really helped her find a body, the first thing she would do would be to kill him. Poppy believed in paying back 1,000 times. Do you think I am so easy to talk to? Ningxu smiled and said, didn't you say that I am easy to bully? Now I will listen to you and learn. I will not be a good person. Poppy, Ningxu no longer paid any attention to Poppy. Holding the cinnabar brush, he activated the energy within his body and smoothly drew out a piece of talisman paper. When Poppy saw the paper, his soul shook. He said angrily, Feng Qingqian, do you really want to die with me? If you're so vicious, I won't let you off even if I die. Ningxu formed a hand seal and placed the talisman on his forehead. Feng Qingqian, I will die with you. Poppy roared ferociously. He didn't care about his life and rushed towards Ningxu. Ningxu chanted the incantation and felt Poppy's soul clashing heavily against hers. Even her soul felt like it was about to crumble. Ningxu was having a hard time, but Poppy was having an even harder time. The power of the talisman and the injury from the golden light of virtue caused his soul to become a lot weaker. It roared in pain and groaned for a long time before it stopped. It wasn't clear whether it was because he was afraid or because he was gathering his strength, but he didn't make another sound. Ningxu wiped away his sweat and put the things away. Outside, Pei Lan asked Ningxu, Miss, it's lunchtime now. Do you want to eat? Ningxu grunted in acknowledgement. Pei Lan came in with a lunchbox. Seeing that Ningxu's face was a little pale, she asked, Miss, are you okay? I'm fine. Ningxu picked up his chopsticks and ate. Pei Lan stood to the side, stealing glances at Ningxu from time to time. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. The miss now didn't look like she was going to do anything big. She was completely different from the miss before. She locked herself in her room every day and didn't know what she was doing. She didn't even let her in. Did she not trust her? What was the meaning of leaving them hanging like this? Couldn't she give a definite answer? Ningxu finished his meal and wiped his mouth. He asked Pei Lan, what is it? Miss, Big Brother just wants to know what Miss's plan is. Pei Lan finally spoke her mind. They had followed Miss because Miss said she had the power to help them take revenge. But until now, Miss hadn't done anything. Big Brother didn't even have money to eat now. Last time, Miss had given him a few taels of silver. It was already not easy for Big Brother to persevere until now. What was the situation? Could he explain it clearly? His attitude changed again and again. It was very confusing. Ningxu's expression was cold. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about it. She had set up an assassin group and a brothel. As a woman, Poppy was such a scourge to women. Not to mention giving a homeless woman a place to stay. Under Poppy's domineering aura and the protagonist's aura, these daughters could give up their modesty and dignity. They would prostitute themselves in the brothel and under the bodies of men, all for the sake of their master's great cause. Oh my, this was too touching. When Pei Lan heard Ningxu say that he hadn't thought about it yet, a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. Pei Lan knelt on the ground. Ningxu said, Miss, Big Brother and I aren't afraid of hardship or tiredness. If you have any instructions, please tell us. We'll go through mountains of swords and seas of fire to achieve Miss's wish. Ningxu's expression did not change. I've said it before. I haven't thought about it yet. If you can't wait, you can leave. Miss, this. Pei Lan's expression was rather helpless. Put away the plates, Ningxu said calmly. Pei Lan got up from the ground, put away the plates, and carried the food box out. Her expression was a little hesitant. It was obvious that her heart had wavered. She didn't know whether she should stay or leave. As the Empress Dowager's birthday approached, the capital became lively. The Emperor sent more people to patrol. Feng Manor also sent more people to patrol. Prince Xian came as well. Prince Xian could have come, but he stopped an army of close to 1,000 people outside the city. His excuse was that they were going to exterminate bandits along the way. Prince Xian also knew that the Emperor did not like him and did not dare to come alone to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. Even at the risk of being suspected by the Emperor, he had to bring people along. If he really did not have enough people with him, he might not be able to leave the capital. After all, the Emperor did not like him. Bringing people along would make the Emperor wary. Ningxu did not sleep at night. He sat cross-legged on his bed and cultivated. In the middle of the night, he could faintly hear the sound of tiles on the roof moving. Clearly, someone had stepped on it. Ningxu was speechless. She had already moved to another place. Why was she still able to follow him here? The plot was really messed up. Poppy, who had disappeared without a trace previously, was now trying her best to fight for control of the body. Poppy's soul power had probably become stronger after recuperating for a period of time. Ningxu guessed that Poppy had merged these unconscious spirits into her soul. That was why she had the power to fight for control of the body with Pei Lan. Now that Prince Xian had appeared, Poppy had started to fight for control of the body. Clearly, she wanted the male and female leads to meet. Poppy saved her energy and did not even say a single word to Ningxu. She gathered all her strength, wanting to snatch the body back. Ningxu saw a black shadow flash past the window. Poppy's soul in her body was going berserk again, coming at her aggressively. Ningxu let out a cold laugh. He was determined not to let the two of them meet. Ningxu recited the incantation and pasted a talisman on his chest and another one on his forehead. At the same time, he used some merits. Under the dual attacks, thick black vile aura was emitted from Ningxu's body. Poppy's pained bellow rang out in his mind. Feng Qingqian, I won't let you off. I'm going to destroy this body. None of us will be able to live. Ningxu let out a cold laugh. All right then, let's perish together. Ningxu's nose twitched. He smelled a strong stench of blood, as well as a murderous aura. Ningxu circulated the force in his body and jumped out of the window. He did not wish to meet Prince Xian at all. Who is it? Ningxu, who was patrolling, shouted. Ningxu stepped out from under the tree's shade and said, It's me. I'm going to look for Fodder. You guys patrol properly. Ningxu went to the main courtyard. It was already midnight, and the Feng residence was very quiet. Everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. When Ningxu went to look for Feng Chang's expression was one of displeasure. His illness acted up in the middle of the night? Father, someone snuck into our residence, Ningxu said. Feng Chang put on his coat. Don't spread the news. Regardless of whether or not someone has barged into the residence, don't spread the news. That was right. If the Emperor were to find out that they had taken in the injured Prince Xian, he would suspect that the Feng clan was in cahoots with Prince Xian. Feng Chang led the team to patrol and arrived at the orchid garden where Ningxu stayed. He turned on the lights and saw traces of blood on the floor. Feng Chang waved his hand and got someone to search the room. Prince Xian, who was holding on to his wound, frowned. He gritted his teeth and fled the Feng residence. Many people were chasing after Prince Xian. He had wanted to flee out of the city and join up with his army. However, the city gates were already closed. He could only sneak into a commoner's house and hold a lady hostage to treat his wound. In the storyline, it was Poppy who treated Prince Xian's wound. As an assassin, he would definitely know how to treat wounds. In the end, Poppy even dealt with the bloodstains in the house without batting an eyelid. It was this calmness, as well as the fact that Feng Xingjian did not show any signs of weakness, that attracted King Xian. However, the lady whom Prince Xian had kidnapped had never seen such a scene before. She was so scared that she was in a daze, not knowing how to treat his wounds. Prince Xian's countenance turned increasingly pale. Moreover, there was poison in his wound, causing it to bleed incessantly. The emperor was really vicious. Prince Xian looked at the woman who was so frightened that she was trembling. He was so infuriated that he could only flee once again. Feng Chang got someone to clean up the bloodstains in the room. Everything was done quietly without alerting anyone else in the residence. When Feng Chang returned, Ning Shu asked, "How did you know that someone went in?" "I was thirsty in the middle of the night, so I got up to drink some water. I saw several figures flashing by the window, so I got scared and came to find you, father," Ning Shu said, as if he was telling the truth. "Father, why don't I go somewhere else? I'm scared. The bloodstains have been cleaned up. I don't think they'll come back. Go back and sleep in peace." Feng Chang waved his hand. "Keep this matter to yourself, okay?" "Yes." Ning Shu nodded his head. "But what if they still come back?" Feng Chang said directly, "If you're really scared, then stay in the front hall for the whole night. It'll be daybreak soon anyway." Ning Shu was speechless. Feng Chang did not go to sleep. Instead, he picked up a teacup and drank tea. There was a worried look on his face. After all, once things got lively, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Ning Shu sat on the chair and looked at Feng Chang. Feng Chang and Ning Shu had a dazed look on their faces as they asked, "How's your health recently? Still manic?" "It's all right. I'm not that manic anymore. I reckon that I'll be fine in 2 days," Ning Shu said, gritting his teeth. Feng Chang nodded and put down his teacup. "Do you want to look for your uncle? Since you already know about your background, have you thought of returning to the Red Flame country?" "But daughter doesn't know uncle." "I don't know anyone from the Red Flame country," Ning Shu said. The Red Flame country was so far away. Even if she wanted to go back, she would have to wait until the princess mother came back to find her. If she ran over like this, she might not even be able to see the emperor's uncle. If she ran over and said that she was the eldest princess's daughter, he would only think that she was crazy. "Father, daughter wants to stay in the Feng family," Ning Shu said. Feng Chang nodded. "If you want to stay, then stay. When you have nothing to do, go visit your mother and apologize to her. These are all matters of the inner residence. You coming to me directly has already made your mother unhappy." Ning Shu knew that she was in the wrong, but Madame Wang did not like her. If she went to find her, she would not pay attention to her. She could only come to Feng Chang. Ning Shu nodded. "Daughter understands." Sigh, it would be strange if Madame Wang did not have a knot in her heart. She only hoped that after she left, her princess mother, who was searching for a husband, would appear and take the original owner away. Madame Wang was the master of the inner residence. She could easily make people suffer without being able to say anything. "Apologize to your mother properly. I will find time to tell her about your background. She probably won't hold it against you. In the future, don't go crazy so easily. Think before you speak. You are now a daughter of the Feng family. Your every action is related to the family," Feng Chang said. Ning Shu nodded. "Daughter, try not to go crazy in the future." Feng Chang put down the teacup. "You stay here. Father is going to take a nap. Tomorrow, I still have to go to the palace to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday." "Oh right, you are noble consort Du's adopted daughter. You also have to attend the banquet. Do you have clothes? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" Ning Shu smiled. "Not at all, father. The original owner did not have any good clothes." Feng Chang said, "Oh, that's right. You just broke off the engagement. You should stay at home. You don't have to go." "Ning Shu, then why did you say that?" After Feng Chang left, Ning Shu also returned to Orchid Garden. He entered the room. Although the bloodstains on the ground had been cleaned up, there was still a bloody smell. Ning Shu checked the entire room. After making sure that there was no one else in the room, he sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Feng Qingqian, what do you want? Yingsu's weak voice sounded. Her heart was filled with an indescribable sense of loss. It was as if she had missed out on something extremely important. This made Yingsu feel extremely uncomfortable. Feng Qingqian, we can work together. You help me find a body and I will leave this body. It is meaningless for us to fight like this. It will only hurt both of us. Yingsu calmly negotiated with Ningxu. She also did not scold Ningxu like before. Ningxu asked, why should I help you? If I help you, you might take revenge on me. Why should I raise a tiger? Yingsu pointed to the sky and swore. I, Yingsu, swear to the heavens that as long as you help me find a body, I will not take revenge on you. Ningxu smiled. He did not believe a single word. Yingsu was a modern person. She did not believe in any punishment from the heavens or retribution. Yingsu did not even take her own oath seriously. She did not take it to heart. He was afraid that while Yingsu was making an oath, she was thinking about how to take revenge on her and pay her back double. Ningxu merely smiled. Don't take others for fools, especially someone like Poppy who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If others offended her even the slightest bit, she would cut the weeds and dig up the roots, not to mention how ruthless she was. She treated Yingsu so badly. It would be strange if Yingsu let her go. To deal with this kind of person, she must be completely exterminated. It was impossible to help Yingsu find a body and leave a bomb for the original owner. With the original owner's ability, she would be crippled in one round. Feng Qingqian, I have already made an oath. You should be relieved now. Feng Qingqian said to Ningxu. Ningxu lightly said, without any binding oath, you want me to run errands and find a body. I am actually not as cheap as you think. Ningxu closed his eyes to cultivate. No matter how Yingsu called him, he ignored her. The next morning, Lady Feng's mama delivered a set of clothes and some jewelry. The mama said with a stiff face, "Fourth young miss, these are the clothes that Lady Feng sent over. Fourth young miss, please wash up and go to the palace together to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday." Ningxu gently said, "Thank you mama for making this trip." "Help me thank mother." The mama nodded with a stiff face. Looking carefully, there was disgust and contempt for Ningxu in the depths of her eyes. Ningxu did not care about this mama's attitude. No matter how angry she was still the fourth young miss of the Feng family. Even if she scratched her heart and lungs, there was nothing she could do. The maidservants brought over by the mama helped her wash up and dress up. After dressing up, Ningxu looked at the person in the bronze mirror. She was very beautiful. The original owner's body was a beauty. Yingsu later became so beautiful. If her foundation was not good, how could she attract so many men? After all, men used a woman's appearance to decide whether or not to dig deeper into her inner beauty. Ningxu left the Feng manor with her hair in a heavy bun and a hairpin in it. Feng Chang and Madame Feng were waiting for Ningxu. When Feng Fian saw Ningxu, she mocked, "Fourth younger sister is really delicate." She made father and mother wait. "Alright, Fei Yan is leaving." Madame Feng swept a glance at Ningxu and called for Feng Fei Yan to enter the carriage. Feng Fian glared at Ningxu, but Ningxu didn't care. Ningxu wouldn't bother to bicker with a girl who was younger than him for this kind of conflict between little girls. Ningxu moved her neck and apologized to Feng Chang, "Your daughter is late." "Alright, pay attention to your etiquette at the banquet. If there's anything, just let me know." Feng Chang urged his horse away. Ningxu got on the palanquin and walked at the back of the group. There was a box in the palanquin. It was clearly a birthday gift that the Feng family had prepared for the Empress Dowager. During the entire banquet, Ningxu didn't have much of a presence. He basically didn't speak, so basically no one paid attention to Ningxu. However, there was one person who kept looking at Ningxu with a deep gaze, as if he had something to say. The second prince kept signaling Ningxu with his eyes, but the other party simply ignored him. The second prince even wanted to talk to Ningxu alone. However, the other party didn't respond at all. This made the second prince very depressed. The jade pendant that he sent last time was also sent back. There was also a piece of paper. The handwriting was very messy and coarse. It said, "Your Second Highness, this official already has a wife and a family." At that time, the second prince's face turned green. "Who wrote this for that old fool Feng Chang?" Feng Chang's reply almost made the second prince vomit out the food he ate last night. Who the hell loved Feng Chang? Thereafter, he tried to pass things to the Feng residents, but they were all returned. Even when he tried to pass things to the Feng clan's first daughter, Feng Fian, he was unable to pass them. Moreover, Ning Shu didn't leave the residence, making it so that the second prince couldn't find a chance to speak to Ning Shu, let alone flirt with him. The second prince's eyes were cramping up, but Fang Xingjian didn't even look at him. Ning Shu scanned the entire banquet without leaving a trace. When he saw that Prince Xian was present, his countenance was very pale. However, this didn't affect Prince Xian's peerless grace. As the male lead, Prince Xian's grace alone could suppress the brilliance of everyone present. He was like a shining body, attracting people's attention wherever he went. Judging from his situation, he probably wasn't in a good state. Ning Shu took a glance and then retracted his gaze. He didn't want to have anything to do with Prince Xian, nor would he be nosy enough to deal with Prince Xian. The moment he met Prince Xian, Poppy's soul went on a rampage. Clearly, he wanted the male and female leads to meet. Ning Shu wouldn't let the two of them meet. If the two of them were to meet, then the world would be turned upside down. The two of them would stir up chaos in the entire land and then eventually succeed in unifying the land. "Alright, you guys are the most amazing." Ning Shu lowered his head and chanted an incantation silently, suppressing Poppy's soul that was going on a rampage. Poppy's voice was filled with great resentment. "Feng Qingqian, you be *tch. I'll fight it out with you." Ning Shu turned a deaf ear to him and managed to hold on until the banquet ended. Even after the banquet ended, the second prince still didn't find a chance to speak to Ning Shu. The anxious second prince had no choice but to stop Ning Shu's sedan halfway. "Sworn sister." The second prince called out to Ning Shu through the sedan. "We're brother and sister. Brother has yet to give you a meeting gift. There's a restaurant up ahead." "Sworn sister, please get down from the sedan. Sworn brother will treat sworn sister to some tea." The second prince heard a cough coming from the sedan. Then he saw a pair of fair and tender hands slowly pulling aside the curtains. The second prince was still feeling a little nervous. He gulped and stared at the curtains that had been pulled aside. A face emitting black aura suddenly appeared before the second prince's eyes. There was a piece of talisman stuck on the forehead, and the talisman was slowly turning black. An eerie and terrifying face was smiling strangely at him, silently calling out, "Your Highness." "Ghost." The second prince instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud and ran off frantically, shouting that there was a ghost as he ran. Ning Shu let down the curtains and calmly said to the sedan bearers, "Let's go back." With Ning Shu's talisman, the rampaging Poppy finally calmed down. When they returned to the Feng Manor, Ning Shu prepared something to expel Poppy from this body. Ning Shu released his mental power and scanned Poppy's situation. Poppy's soul was a little weak now, but there was still a thick black aura around him. It was a thick resentment. Poppy sensed that someone was spying on him and immediately shouted, "Feng Qingqian, is that you? What do you want? Do we have to hurt each other like this?" Feng Qingqian said weakly. "I know you are not Feng Qingqian. We are not the original owners of this body. You can use this body and help me find a new one. Then, we can forget everything that happened between us." Ning Shu held the talisman between his fingers and coldly said, "I don't believe you. I don't believe a single word you say. Feng Qingqian, do you have to kill me?" Feng Qingqian's heart had a bad feeling. She could feel how serious the other was. Why? Did he have to kill her? Ning Shu pasted the talisman on his forehead and then formed hand seals with his fingers. He ignored Poppy's angry curses and gradually wanted to squeeze Poppy out of this body. Poppy roared and refused to leave the body. She shouted sharply, "Feng Qingqian, if you continue to pursue me like this and won't let me go, I won't let you have it easy either." As Poppy said that, he used a power that would destroy both jade and common stone to seize control of the body. Ning Shu immediately felt as if her head was going to explode, the green veins on her forehead popping out like a series of writhing earthworms. The strong pressure caused Ningshu's eyes to turn red and bloodshot. His eyeballs looked as if they were going to explode. Feng Qingqian, stop. Otherwise, we'll perish together. Poppy's voice was abnormally sinister. Otherwise, I'll destroy this body. Neither you nor I will have a place to rest. Ningshu bit his lips and took out another talisman and pasted it on his forehead. He formed hand seals and ignored Poppy's threat. Poppy saw that Ningshu was unmoving like a mountain. She understood the pain of fighting for a soul too well. She reckoned that the torture in the 18 levels of hell was nothing more than this. His resolute attitude caused a sense of fear to grow in Poppy's heart. Poppy had always thought that she was different from the rest. She had yet to start a career after coming to this world, living a life of freedom and no longer killing. She wanted to live for herself and live the life she wanted. But she did not expect that such a person would suddenly appear and insist on chasing her out of this body. He did not even care when she cooperated with him and was bent on killing her. What was wrong with him? The talisman on her forehead turned black and faded. Ningshu pasted another one and used some merit. This time, no matter what, he had to chase Poppy out of the body. If he dragged it out for too long, it would be easy for changes to occur. Moreover, the male lead, Prince Xian, was still in the capital. He had to eliminate Poppy as soon as possible so that the two of them would not have the chance to meet. Ningshu increased his strength. Poppy's strength was somewhat unable to withstand it. A sense of panic surged in Poppy's heart. If she lost her body, would she gradually dissipate? Feng Qingqian, Feng Qingqian. Poppy's voice had an almost undetectable pleading tone. It was probably because he had never begged anyone before. Even when he was pleading now, it had a kind of high and mighty feeling. Ningshu felt as if his soul was being pricked by countless needles. His entire body was drenched in sweat as he struggled to stick the last piece of incomparably complicated talisman paper. The talisman paper was flickering with flowing light, and one could tell at a glance that it was extremely powerful. This was Ningshu's final trump card. Ningshu bit his finger and drew on the talisman paper. Then, he placed the talisman paper on his forehead. Ah! Feng Qingqian screamed. She felt a strong force trying to squeeze out her soul. A gust of wind blew in the room, blowing the windows back and forth, making crackling sounds. "Miss, what's wrong? Do you want this servant to come in?" Peilon shouted from outside the room. No need to come in," Ningshu said, gritting his teeth. Feng Qingqian was about to be squeezed out of the body, but she used all her strength to drag Ningshu's soul. Ningshu felt as if he was about to be pulled out of the body as well. Ningshu cast the spell. In the end, Poppy was still pulled out of the body. Her soul was not protected by a physical body. When it appeared in the air, her soul shivered. "Feng Qingqian, you..." Poppy's face finally changed. She could not help but beg Ningshu, "Feng Qingqian, I have already left this body. Help me find another body. We can work together." Ningshu wiped the sweat from his eyes and said to 2333, "Give me the soul pearl." Instantly, a pitch-black soul pearl appeared in Ningshu's hand. It was like a black hole that could swallow everything. This soul pearl had swallowed the soul of a ghost king. It had also swallowed the Nining flame. Now, the soul pearl was even purer. It felt cold in his hand. If he held it for a long time, he would feel a piercing pain from the ice. The moment the soul pearl appeared, Feng Qingqian's soul shivered. It was as if she was facing the most terrifying thing in the world. Her soul started to tremble instinctively. "Feng Qingqian, don't be like this. We can work together." Feng Qingqian's voice was anxious. "I know how to make guns, bombs, soap. I know a lot of things that this era doesn't have. We can work together and earn a lot of money. We can break through the shackles of this era and reach the peak of power." These things allowed Poppy to succeed. She successfully became one of the two emperors. Together with Prince Xian, they were called the two emperors. It was only because she was the female lead. If it was someone else who had mastered so many skills, they would have been caught long ago. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Ningshu held the soul pearl. He could not be bothered to talk to Poppy. He wanted to settle this as soon as possible. If the main character encountered any danger, there would be an expert to save her. Feng Qingqian, you. When Poppy saw the soul pearl, her soul shivered violently. Although she did not know what this thing was, an uncontrollable fear rose in her heart. Poppy turned and was about to float away when Ningxu threw the soul pearl at Poppy. The moment the soul pearl came into contact with Poppy's soul, it trembled slightly and started to absorb Poppy's soul. Poppy struggled hard but was unable to break free. In the end, she shouted, "Tch, I curse you to die a horrible death. You'll be lonely for the rest of your life. You're a pitiful worm who is bullied by others." Ningxu's expression was calm. He did not take this curse to heart. Don't forget that she had the conviction halo that could resist all curses in the world. "Sorry, I'm going to disappoint you." Poppy's expression was deranged. She looked at Ningxu with eyes filled with venom. Her face was filled with unwillingness. She was going to die before she succeeded. She should have been able to shine in this world. In the end, such a person appeared and caused her to fail. No matter how unwilling Poppy was, in the end, her soul was absorbed by the soul pearl. After absorbing the soul pearl trembled slightly. Ningxu reached out his hand and the soul pearl flew back into Ningxu's hand. Ningxu plopped down on the chair. His entire body was limp. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Ningxu opened his hand and looked at the soul pearl. He released his psychic power to explore what was inside. But he could not find anything. It was dark and he did not know how deep it was. It was an endless darkness. And this thing seemed to be absorbing his psychic power. Ningxu quickly retracted his psychic power. Bang! There was the sound of a foot stepping on the roof tiles. Ningxu immediately asked 2333 to put away the soul pearl. He raised his head and stared at the roof. "Who, which thief?" Ningxu shouted coldly. Immediately after, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion jumped into the room through the window. The moment the old man came in, he scanned the entire room. Finally, his gaze stopped on Ningxu. The old man's face had a puzzled look. He stared at Ningxu and looked left and right. Then he pinched his fingers, like a charlatan, calculating again and again. As he calculated, he looked at Ningxu, as if something was bothering him. This old man did not have any wrinkles on his face, and his complexion was extremely good. He had the air of a transcendent being, looking like an otherworldly cultivator. At that moment, the old man had a conflicted and puzzled look on his face. "That's not right. The purple light is surging towards the sky from this direction. The Son of Heaven is here." The old man looked at Ningxu again and shook his head. "No, it's not this girl." Ningxu just looked at him silently. This old man should be Poppy's master. He did not know if he could tell that Poppy had great fortune, or if his personality was right for him, but he insisted on making Poppy his disciple. This old man was someone with real ability. He knew the art of divination, and also knew some health-preserving techniques. After becoming Poppy's master, he taught Poppy quite a few skills. Ningxu could not help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, he had not chattered with Poppy and had decisively kept Poppy's soul. Otherwise, this master who had come to rescue him would have saved Poppy, and he would have cried his eyes out. In the future, he must be decisive when doing things. If he did not succeed, he could not be complacent. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. "Old mister, it's not good for you to barge into a girl's boudoir like this," Ningxu said with a cold expression. "Pay." Lan was clearly outside, but why was she not making a sound? The old man knitted his long eyebrows tightly. "Girl, you. Forget it. I'd better go somewhere else to look." It was clearly this place where the purple light was surging towards the sky. The old man shook his head in puzzlement. "Purple light surging towards the sky, are you sure? Shouldn't it be the Yin energy surging towards the sky? The purple light meant that Poppy had the destiny to become an emperor. You only saw the purple light surging towards the sky, but did you not see the negative karma surging towards the sky? Farewell. I won't see you out," Ningxu said indifferently. The old man jumped out of the window with a puzzled look on his face. Ningxu quickly opened the door and saw Pei Lan sleeping on the ground. Suddenly, a small stone was thrown over and hit Pei Lan. Pei Lan, who was sleeping, woke up. "Miss, what's wrong with me?" Pei Lan opened her eyes in a daze. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. This acupoint sealing skill was not bad. He should learn it when he had the chance. "It's nothing. You just lay on the ground and slept." Ningxu turned and went back into the house. Pei Lan furrowed her brows in confusion. Ningxu stretched his neck, feeling rather tired mentally. So, he laid down on the bed to rest. Since he had gotten rid of Poppy, the biggest problem in his body, it was time to relax. From the moment she entered this entire world, her mind had been extremely tense, and she had to be on guard against Poppy, who was in the same body as her at all times. He also had to prevent the Poppy from stealing his body. Ningxu told Pei Lan not to disturb him. After resting for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Ningxu opened his eyes. In front of him was a magnified face, staring straight at him. Moreover, it was staring cross-eyed. "Old mister, don't tell me you still want to be a flower thief at your age," Ningxu calmly said. "Was there anyone else in this room before?" the old man asked. He didn't see wrongly, nor did he calculate wrongly. It was this place that was filled with purple energy. How did it disappear without a trace? However, he was certain that it wasn't the girl in front of him. There wasn't any purple light on her body, but there was a faint purple light. He guessed that she was related to the imperial family. That purple light was very strong and very obvious. He could see it with a single glance. Ningxu was a little speechless. He was clearly a cultivator from outside the continent, so why did he want to find someone with a purple light that was filled with purple light? Could it be that his disciple had unified the continent? So what benefit did he get? If there weren't any benefits, why was he so active? "What are you looking at me like that for?" The old man saw this girl staring at him with a strange expression. He couldn't help asking, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is this girl not like a normal person?" If it was a normal person, they would already be shouting and screaming. How could they be so calm? "I am a normal person. I just want to ask if my maid fainted again?" Ningxu asked. The old man nodded. "That's right. Why do you keep saying you are looking for someone with a purple light that is filled with purple light?" Ningxu casually asked. The old man shook his head. "It's nothing. I just want to see what Son of Heaven looks like." Ningxu only chuckled twice. "I don't see anyone with a purple light that is filled with purple light." Ningxu's lips curled. "Old mister, please leave. If you are treated as a flower thief at this age, you won't be able to protect your integrity in your later years." The old man stroked his beard and couldn't help but sigh. He jumped out of the window again and threw pebbles at Pei Lan as he left. Pei Lan crawled up from the ground with a stunned expression. She didn't know why she was lying on the ground again. Ningxu sat on the bed. It wasn't that she didn't want to take this old man as her master and wanted to learn his pressure point technique, but this old man clearly had a request and wouldn't accept a disciple like her. What he wanted was a disciple with a soaring destiny, a disciple that could accomplish great things. Ningxu didn't believe that there weren't any benefits. She just didn't know what benefits there were. "Young miss, you're awake?" Pei Lan entered the room and walked to Ningxu's bedside to ask, "Does young miss want to eat now?" Ningxu grunted and let Pei Lan prepare the meal. While they were eating, Pei Lan kept staring at Ningxu, looking like she had something to say. "Speak. What is it now?" Ningxu asked. "It was nothing more than money." "Young miss, have you forgotten something?" Pei Lan knelt down. "Didn't young miss say that you want to build a power that can protect yourself, a power that can help young miss reach the peak? Why hasn't young miss done anything yet?" Pei Lan's words were interrogative towards the end. She was clearly dissatisfied with Ningxu's lack of action. Ningxu glanced at Pei Lan and felt that Pei Lan was already rebelling. She had submitted to Poppy, and now that Poppy was no longer around, it was normal for Pei Lan to have other thoughts. "I have my own plans for this matter. Put away the dishes." Ningxu waved his hand at Pei Lan. Pei Lan's expression was a little unhappy. She did the work of a servant every day. When would she have the strength to take revenge? Staying in the Feng manor, she felt that Feng Chang was more and more cunning. They had no way of taking revenge at all. Going alone was just sending themselves to their deaths. The siblings had placed all their hopes on young Miss, but she did not seem to be keen on pursuing power at all. She was obediently being the Feng family's young Miss. Pei Lan pursed her lips and tidied up the dishes on the table. After Pei Lan left, Ningxu put away the makeup box on the dressing table. She also put away some of the expensive jewelry and some of the silver. Originally, Ningxu did this just in case, and also to guard against Pei Lan. He did not think that Pei Lan would really sneak into the room at night to look for things. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and silently watched Pei Lan take out an oil lamp and touch it here and there. Damn, people really had different lives. Poppy could get a lackey just by showing off, but when it was her turn, the lackey wanted to steal her things. Oh my god, the luck in her body was rapidly decreasing. To be more accurate, it was Poppy who had the luck. Once Poppy left this body became an insignificant side character. Pei Lan felt around for a while but didn't find anything. She became more alert and immediately turned to leave the room. Pei Lan felt a little uneasy. The jewelry was clearly still on the dressing table during the day, but now it was gone. When Pei Lan passed by the bed, she raised the oil lamp to see if the person on the bed had woken up. In the end, when the light shone on the bed, a faint face appeared, staring straight at her. Pei Lan was so frightened that she almost screamed and threw the lamp away. Miss. Pei Lan fell to her knees and said calmly, Miss, I came in to see if you were asleep. Do you need anything? I'm fine. What are you doing here? Ningxu's expression was cold. I just came to see you. It's autumn now and the weather is cold. I came to see if you kicked off your blanket. Pei Lan's voice was trembling. Since you don't have any orders, I'll take my leave. Pei Lan took the oil lamp and ran out in a panic, closing the door behind her. Ningxu, haha, Ningxu got off the bed and prepared to look for Pei Lan. She wouldn't keep Pei Lan by her side. Without the domineering aura of a main character, she wouldn't be able to suppress the Pei siblings. She wouldn't pay attention to people with ill intentions. Ningxu went to Pei Lan's room. There was a faint light in Pei Lan's room. Ningxu pushed the door open and found that there was no one in the room. Ningxu frowned. Pei Lan couldn't have run away, right? 2333, turn on the tracking system, Ningxu said. It would be a waste not to use something that cost 5 merit points. A red dot appeared in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu followed the system's instructions and finally found Pei Lan in the fake cave in the garden. Pei Lan was curled up in a ball. When the light from the lamp in Ningxu's hand shone on her, she immediately stood up and ran. Ningxu grabbed her collar and said, Why are you squatting here in the middle of the night? Don't tell me you're pooping. Pei Lan didn't know what Ningxu meant by poop. Now that she was grabbed by the collar by Ningxu, the bad feeling in her heart became even worse. She tried her best to break free from Ningxu's grip, but she was dragged by him to Orchid Garden. After returning to Orchid Garden, Ningxu closed the door and sat on the chair, looking at Pei Lan indifferently. Strictly speaking, it was Poppy who had bought Pei Lan. She was not Pei Lan's master, but Pei Lan had offended her by trying to steal something. She seized the opportunity to get rid of Pei Lan. Pei Lan knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Why did you steal? Ningxu asked. Pei Lan raised her head and looked at Ningxu. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't speak for a long time. Ningxu wasn't in a hurry. After all, he wasn't the one kneeling. She sat on the chair and drank water. It was quite comfortable. Your servant knows that I'm letting Miss down by doing this, but us siblings can't wait any longer. We want to have the power to take revenge. Pei Lan said as she cried. Ningxu said, stealing gives you the power to take revenge? Incomprehensible? As expected, they were born because of the female lead. When the female lead became stronger, these people could rise up. Now that Poppy was dead, this Pei Lan had other ideas. Now, she actually wanted to steal her things. Big Brother doesn't have any money on him anymore. Big Brother has been waiting for young Miss orders, but young Miss hasn't done anything yet. Pei Lan said, back then, young Miss said she would give us the power to take revenge, but, Ningxu, no money? Can't a man earn his own money to support himself? Oh, he couldn't be bothered to work hard, so he just stole things and sold them to make a name for himself. No one else could come up with such logic. She let you escape the status of slaves, but now she couldn't fulfill their wishes, and it became her fault. It was also Poppy who had taken on all the responsibilities and bragged so much that this pair of siblings had such high expectations of Poppy. But she was not Poppy, and she did not have the heart to set up some assassin group, or some brothel. Miss, please forgive me. Pei Lan kowtowed to Ningxu, your servant will never have such thoughts again. Ningxu grinned and went to find Lady Wang, saying that he wanted to sell off his maidservant. Ningxu couldn't go find Feng Chang for this kind of inner courtyard matter. Feng Chang's temper wasn't very good. If he went to find him for such a small matter, he would be scolded again. Lady Wang was very cold to Ningxu. When she heard Ningxu say that he wanted to sell off his maidservant, she asked for the reason. Ningxu said that the maidservant stole things. Lady Wang had a servant call over a servant and said to Ningxu, this maidservant is yours. Also, the slave contract is not with the Feng manor. You can deal with it yourself. When Pei Lan heard that Ningxu wanted to sell her off, she immediately knelt at Ningxu's feet and begged, Miss, don't sell this servant. This servant was really wrong. She never wanted to go to that dirty slave house again. She was sold like an animal without any dignity. She was also the daughter of a general, but she had been wronged in the slave house. That was why the hatred in her heart was so strong. She wanted revenge at all costs. Now that she was going to return to the slave house, Pei Lan couldn't help but tremble. She realized that life in the general's manor wasn't all that good. If there was no comparison, there was no comparison. But Ningxu's expression was indifferent. He wouldn't keep this kind of person by his side. She was loyal to Poppy, and she wanted to get revenge on the Feng family. Only someone with a screw loose would keep their enemy by their side. Miss, you didn't keep your word. You broke your promise. Pei Lan saw that Ningxu was indifferent and couldn't help but shout, Miss, you promised me and my brother. That's why my brother and I are so loyal to you. Are you going to abandon us like this? You are nothing more than slaves bought with money. What right do you have to question me? Ningxu said with a frown. The more they gave, the more they promised, and the more they wanted. Because Poppy had promised a beautiful future, Pei Lan was unwilling to just obediently be a maidservant of the Feng family. If she wanted revenge, she had to have the power to get revenge. Ningxu waved his hand and had the servant take Pei Lan away. Pei Lan cursed Ningxu, cursing Ningxu for not having a good ending. Ningxu, they were all cursing her like this. TSK, Ningxu said to the servant, sell her far away. Don't let her stay in the capital. Fourth miss, don't worry, the servant said. Pei Yuan would earn his own money to buy his sister back, but the price wouldn't be cheap. These two people existed because of Poppy. Without Poppy, they wouldn't have been able to rise. To put it bluntly, they had hitched a ride on the main character and reached the peak of their lives. After dealing with the matter, Ningxu bowed to Lady Wang and was about to leave the main courtyard. Lady Wang said indifferently, you can't have no one to serve you. If you have a suitable candidate, you can promote one to be your personal maidservant. You don't need to tell me. Ningxu saw that Lady Wang clearly didn't want to be close to him, so he thanked her and left. Ningxu returned to the orchid garden and saw the servant Ji Tao waiting for him at the door. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and walked over, asking, why are you here? Ji Tao bowed, this servant is Mrs. Personal Servant. I must be by Mrs. side to take care of Mississippi. The servant girl suddenly appeared. Ningxu rolled his eyes and curled his lips. What did she do before? Ji Tao saw that Ningxu did not speak and had a strange expression. She quickly said, because this servant's hand was broken, I have been recuperating. Now that my hand is almost healed, I came to serve Mississippi. Oh, it takes 100 days to recover from a bone injury. You should go back and recuperate, Ningxu said calmly. He did not say anything about recuperating. Ji Tao knelt down, Miss, this servant will serve Miss well in the future. Please give this servant another chance. Ningxu said, do what you should do well. I don't expect you to be loyal. These servant girls were just workers. It was normal for people to want to climb higher. Yes, this servant will remember. Ji Tao immediately cried tears of joy. Ningxu said again, now go and sweep the courtyard. Be a cleaning servant first. A personal servant girl had to be chosen carefully. How could it be decided so casually? A personal servant girl knew her own situation very well. She knew it better than her parents. But she was said to be the closest person. Ningxu still planned to test Ji Tao. After all, Ji Tao had been serving Feng Qingqian. He did not know how Feng Qingqian would deal with this servant girl when she came back. When Ji Tao heard that Ningxu demoted her to be a servant girl, her face fell. In the end, Ningxu bowed, this servant understands. Ningxu nodded and waved his hand to let Ji Tao go out. Then, he took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Feng Qingqian's body had problems after the battle between Ningxu and Poppy. Especially Poppy's body had a thick yin energy. The damage to the body was not ordinary. Ningxu could only cultivate and slowly repair this body. Otherwise, Feng Qingqian would die early when she came back. Ningxu stayed in the Prince Manor and did not step out. However, a major incident had happened in the capital. Prince Xian had attempted to assassinate the emperor. Right now, he was being arrested by the entire city, and the imperial guards were searching through each and every house. This made the atmosphere in the capital quite tense. It was not that Prince Xian had personally assassinated the emperor. Instead, the emperor would occasionally pull the vassals who came to the capital to present their birthday gifts into the palace for a chat, singing, dancing, drinking wine, and looking at beautiful women. The enchanting dancers suddenly pulled out their shiny swords and slashed at the stunned vassals. 2 of the vassals were stabbed in their vital points and died, while several others were injured. The dancers brandished their swords and pierced toward the emperor. Some of the other dancers even shouted loudly toward Prince Xian, "Master, retreat first. Your subordinates swear to protect you with their lives." They blabbered on and on about how they were extremely loyal even in the face of death. Then, the tokens on their bodies unintentionally fell out. On the tokens, there was the word Prince Xian written in capital letters. Prince Xian's countenance turned grim. A few dancers surrounded him and dragged him away in the name of protecting him. When Prince Xian turned and saw the emperor who had been stabbed in the thigh, he was infuriated. So what if he had been stabbed in the thigh? If he had been so capable, he would have stabbed in the heart. With such a crooked aim, it was just to pin the crime of regicide on him. Relying on his powerful physical, light, strength, Prince Xian killed the dancers who were pestering him and escaped from the palace. The emperor's thigh was wrapped in bandages. He was infuriated and swore to capture Prince Xian. The entire city was on high alert and the city gates were closed. Even Feng Chang had been given orders to find the renegade. Feng Chang could only leave early and return late to look for the culprit. Ningxu felt a little speechless. The emperor's actions were just short of saying, "I'm going to frame you, and the one I'm going to frame is you." Even the vassals who were with him were unlucky. The emperor probably wanted to deal with these vassals who he did not like and had ceded their territories. Ah, how sinister. However, this had nothing to do with Ningxu. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would guide his chi force to every corner of his body, allowing it to slowly heal his body. However, Feng Chang and the others did not manage to capture Prince Xian. An old man rescued Prince Xian and brought him out of the city, allowing Prince Xian to successfully meet up with his people. Feng Chang and the others were punished by the emperor for failing to capture Prince Xian. Feng Chang was fined half a year's salary. Feng Chang was not in a good mood, causing the Feng clan's servants to be very careful. It was as if they were treading on thin ice, not daring to get on his bad side. Ningxu looked at Feng Chang's worried expression and consoled him, "Father, it's just half a year's salary." Which official's family did not have a shop? How could a small amount of salary be enough to support a large family? Feng Chang threw a glance at Ningxu. That's a woman's view. Who says that I'm feeling heartache over the salary? It's just that Prince Xian has escaped this time around and we can't take this lying down. There'll be more trouble in the future. You're clearly feeling heartache over the salary as well. Ningxu sighed. Now that there were many countries, the world would be divided after being united for a long time and united for a long time. However, the process of unification would be a little difficult. Now that Poppy had been absorbed by the Soul Pearl, there were no firearms that surpassed the current era. It would be a little difficult to unify so many countries just by relying on a spear and a staff. Without great talent and strategy, it would be a little difficult. In any case, war was accompanied by pain and destruction. After destruction, new life would be born. The ones who suffered would be the powerless commoners. Feng Chang did not know if Feng Qingqian would be able to see the unification in her lifetime. If there was a war, it would affect the Feng clan's interests. If something were to happen to Feng Chang, the Feng clan might decline. This was why Feng Chang was so worried. To be honest, Feng Chang should be thinking about the next successor of the Feng clan and nurturing the next successor. However, Ningxu only thought about these things. After all, he was not considered a member of the Feng clan. Moreover, he was a woman. If he were to interfere in such matters, Feng Chang would probably open his eyes wide and glare at him. Ningxu was more concerned about one thing now, and that was when the princess mother of this body would appear. If the princess mother appeared, the life of the original owner should be better. Could it be that the princess mother would not appear after the female lead, Poppy, died? He felt that this mother was Poppy's mother, not Feng Qingqian's mother. Ningxu was too lazy to worry about the outside world. He cultivated in the orchid garden every day. If he had nothing to do, he would write medical books and unique martial arts. If someone used what he wrote in the future, it might even generate the power of faith. When the original owner came back, he could learn on his own. It was important to have a skill, especially when chaos was about to begin. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Ningxu waited for the original owner's princess mother. In the end, he waited for the princess mother's voice. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? Ningxu nodded. Leave. Ningxu's head was dizzy for a moment. He returned to the system space. Since he could leave the mission world, it meant that the mission this time was completed. However, Ningxu was more regretful that he did not see Feng Qingqian's mother. He deeply suspected that this girl was really dead. If she was Poppy, then she was alive. Only Poppy could trigger this character? The princess mother had never appeared before. Now that Poppy had transmigrated into this world, Emma had appeared with the image of a compassionate mother who was filled with guilt. She loved and spoiled Poppy so much, it made up for his lonely and cold heart as an assassin, and he had the care of his family. All the hardships that Feng Qingqian had suffered in the past had been compensated to Poppy. Ningxu couldn't help but shed tears of sympathy for Feng Qing. Ningxu opened his attribute panel to see how many points he had earned this time. Serial number 2333. Name, Ningxu, Intermediate Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 150,000/3000000. Soul Value, 320 HP, 91 Wisdom, 274 Charm, 10 Luck, 119 Spiritual Power, 180 Faith, 515 Combat Power, 192 Aptitude, 89 Merit, 13045-100 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Level Peerless Martial Arts, Beginner Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skills, Master Ghost Catching Skills. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Halo, Faith Halo, Amulet 5, Upgraded Amulet 2. Halo, Mother of the World, Queens. Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for a Lifetime, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Savior, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Feng Qingqian's wish was to take back her body. Quest completion rate, 100%. Obtained 3 million points, 40 attribute points, 2,000 faith points, minus 100 merit points. This time, the mission points were relatively low. Although he had only snatched the body, he had lost 100 merit points. The gains do not make up for the losses. Sigh, sometimes, there would be no merit at all in several worlds. This world used up 100 points in one go. His heart ached so much that his whole body was trembling. It's not a waste for you to have these merits. 2333 said, it's good to have merit on you. The rules of the world will treat you better. After all, people with merit are all good people. This explanation was more acceptable. She was a kind person. Heavy fog, Ningxu distributed the 40 attribute points. Serial number, 2333 name, Ningxu, intermediate mission taker, age, 27 points, 150,000/3000000 soul value, 320 HP, 91 wisdom, 27410 charm, 10 luck, 11910 spiritual power, 18010 faith, 351520000 combat value, 19210 aptitude, 89 merit, 13045-100 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, trash fighting technique, beginner level peerless martial arts, beginner level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skills, master ghost catching skills. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor items, Calm Halo, Faith Halo, Amulet 5, Upgraded Amulet 2. Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for a Lifetime, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Savior, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing. Ningxu said, let's see how Feng Qingqian went back. To be honest, with Feng Qingqian's personality, if she didn't try to make some changes, her life would still be the same as before. Whether she lived a good life or not depended on herself. A screen appeared in front of Ningxu. Not long after Ningxu left, Feng Qingqian's dead mother came back to life. Feng Qingqian followed her mother back to the Red Flame Kingdom. However, Feng Qingqian's attitude towards her parents was rather cold. This had always been a thorn in Feng Qingqian's heart. When she had nothing to do, she would study the things that Ningxu left behind. In addition, everyone in the Red Flame Kingdom was proficient in poisons. Feng Qingqian had an old man as her master and studied poisons every day. Poison and medicine were closely related. Feng Qingqian's personality was quiet and dull. She was very patient and learned things quite quickly. However, Feng Qingqian's personality was still the same. She was quiet and didn't have much of a presence. A leopard can change its spots but not its nature. A person's personality was already like that, it couldn't be changed anymore. It was fine as long as she had the ability to protect herself. Poppy looked down on Feng Qingqian because she didn't have any abilities. She was quiet and dull and was a soft bun. If a person didn't have any abilities, they would be full of flaws. The current Feng Qingqian could save people and kill people. She was quiet and dull and steady. Ningxu turned off the screen and sat cross-legged on the sofa to absorb the pure soul energy in the system space. When the cultivation was over, Ningxu touched his own soul. He felt that his soul was getting stronger and stronger. In the past, it had felt like soft cotton to the touch, but now it felt like a bouncy jelly. The texture was much denser. However, it still wasn't that strong. It was like a jelly that could be pierced by something sharp. When the soul was really strong, it would be invulnerable and could even regain a physical body. Ningxu was a little curious. Was the body of the school doctor pure soul or had he regained a physical body? If he was a physical body, wouldn't it be dirty to wear the same clothes every day? Wasn't he a neat freak? Ningxu stopped his train of thought that was running further and further away. He asked 2333, is it better to stay in a soul state or to regain a physical body? The physical body is too restrictive. Mission enforcers are all souls. 2333 said, it's just a body. That seemed to make a lot of sense. Then here came the question. How was he supposed to have sex in a soul state, spiritual sex? Mission enforcers also have couples, right? Then how do they have sex? No, how do they communicate? Ningxu asked. 2333's voice was full of disdain. Mission enforcers are above the vulgar pleasure of sex. Ningxu was a little speechless. Why was he discussing this with 2333? However, he was still curious. Is there any other elegant way to communicate? Don't tell me there's nothing else other than sex? 2333 grumbled. The love I see is all about sex. Ningxu retorted. The ultimate goal of men and women was reproduction. Love, heart-wrenching, sweet talk, romantic pursuit, they were all men selling their mating ability. The ultimate goal was reproduction. In order to reproduce smoothly and create more offspring, there was also the pleasure of mating. 2333, let's change the topic. 2333 said. Ningxu nodded. Okay. But you haven't told me about the elegant way to communicate? Actually, mission enforcers in a couple can enter the same mission world and enjoy the normal life of a man and a woman. 2333 said. Huh. Ningxu's voice was full of disdain. This is the elegant way to communicate? Ningxu was too lazy to argue with 2333 anymore. He took out the secret book of the ultimate martial arts. The book was getting heavier and heavier, and it felt heavy in his hand. Ningxu flipped through the book page by page. In the future, he would leave behind a peerless martial art in every world. Maybe someone would cultivate it. If they cultivated Qi Jin, they would contribute a portion of faith power to the peerless martial art. Ningxu held the fantasy of the ultimate martial arts. If it could really form a world, what kind of world would it be? Would it be a low-level, mid-level, high-level, or even a super realm? Every realm has its own evolution, and its laws are constantly perfected. When it comes out, it will be a super realm. Why don't you go to heaven? I want to immediately become a super AI. 2333 said. Ningxu curled his lips and put the book on the shelf. It was not easy to form a realm. It needed the power of the origin. What she needed was a realm where people could live, not a space that could only store things. If she had a realm, it would contribute a lot of faith to her. Moreover, the realm was closely related to her. Only by forming a world could she truly escape the shackles of the mission enforcers. Erasing the mission enforcers was equivalent to erasing all life in a realm. Destroying a realm was a great sin. But when the time came, there would definitely be a new punishment. Until now, Ningxu had not even seen the 5 types of world origin, let alone forming a world. As for how to obtain the power of the world origin, Ningxu was even more confused. Should he go to the virtual space to see if there was anything to exchange? It would be even better if he could exchange for it. Ningxu stood at the entrance of the passage and said to 2333, let's go to the virtual space. In the blink of an eye, Ningxu was standing on the quaint green flagstone street. Ningxu headed straight for the trading hall in the virtual space. In addition to the official trading hall, there was also the black market. With so many mission enforcers gathered together, it was also a different form of competition. Another form of a world where the strong were respected. Ningxu first went to the trading hall and looked at the huge display screen hanging on the wall. There were all sorts of quests and items being traded. There were people setting up stalls in the trading hall. Ningxu looked at the stalls one by one and saw all kinds of strange things. Ningxu took a fancy to a pot of flowers. The flower was white and only the size of a thumb, but it was very delicate. The smell was quite elegant, and it smelled a bit like the agarwood that Ningxu smelled in the consultation room. It calmed one's mind and soothed one's soul. When he asked about the price, he found out that it cost 20,000 points and 2 merit points. Goodbye, I'm not buying any more. Damn, you can go to heaven with just a pot of flowers. It's really convincing. Ningxu had only lost 100 merit points in the previous mission. He didn't have that many merit points to spend on a pot of flowers. These merits and faith power were reserved for the promotion of super mission enforcers, and he had no idea how to earn them. Ningxu only had 10,000 merit points because of that plane. She had saved the world, but it was only 10,000. Ningxu really wanted to see if destroying a world would deduct all her merit points. Her character would probably be negative and she would be burdened with negative karma. Just thinking about it made him scared. Boss, give me this flower. Ningxu was still complaining that the flower was too expensive when he heard a female voice. Ningxu turned and saw the smiling Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing took the flower and handed it to Ningxu. For you. Thank you, but no need. This is too expensive. Ningxu asked, don't you need to earn merit points? Mei Ziqing was working hard to earn merit points to be promoted to a super mission enforcer. Spending 2 merit points to buy a pot of flowers was a waste. Just like in the previous world, she didn't get any merit points and instead lost 100 merit points. Ningxu was like a resentful woman, complaining about her loss of merit points. I went to participate in another mission that's about to shatter. The reward is okay. I can be promoted after one more mission. 2 merit points won't be a problem. Mei Ziqing stuffed the pot of flowers into Ningxu's hands. For you. I don't think it's a good idea to accept a reward for nothing. Ningxu said, how about I pay for whatever you like? She and Mei Ziqing were just acquaintances. It wasn't appropriate for her to accept something so expensive. She should return the favor. Mei Ziqing glanced around and finally settled on a string of bells on the stall. This bell required 3 points of faith power. Ningxu paid for it generously. She could earn points of faith power every time, but merit points weren't available in every world. Mei Ziqing was about to put it down when she heard that it cost faith power. But seeing Ningxu pay for it, she said in surprise, I remember that you're only an intermediate mission enforcer. How can you pay with faith power? When I'm doing missions, I sometimes get a little faith power, Ningxu said. Mei Ziqing raised her eyebrows. Her expression was a little strange, but she didn't say anything. She hung the bells on her waist. As she moved, the bells let out an unusually pleasant sound, refreshing one's mind. Ningxu carried the pot of flowers and left the trading hall with Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing asked Ningxu, are you here to trade something? I want to ask about the world's origin, Ningxu said. Mei Ziqing shook her head. This thing is too precious. Not many people in the virtual space have it. Only the experts above have it. Even super mission enforcers don't have it? Ningxu asked. Ningxu thought about it in his mind, wondering if he had anything that could be exchanged for the world's origin. After thinking about it, he didn't have anything valuable on him. Did the soul pearl count? However, Ningxu didn't want to exchange the soul pearl. The soul pearl had contributed greatly in 2 worlds. He couldn't bear to part with it. Are super mission enforcers very powerful in your heart? Mei Ziqing asked. Ningxu nodded. Yes, they are quite powerful. Sometimes, numbers don't necessarily represent ability. Levels don't necessarily represent ability, Mei Ziqing said. But when you reach the top, you can enjoy some benefits. Mei Ziqing sighed. Super mission enforcers can't control their own fate. The world is so dangerous. Super mission enforcers can also disappear completely. I'll take it one step at a time. Ningxu didn't really care. He had been to so many worlds, seen so many worlds, and experienced so many lives. Originally, he should have died. But to have such an opportunity, he had profited. If he could live, he would do his best. If he really disappeared, damn, how could she disappear? Ningxu felt that Mei Ziqing knew a lot and invited her to a restaurant for a meal. However, once he entered the restaurant, Ningxu saw a familiar face. Panchen, a rock spirit. At this moment, Panchen was staring at the mission enforcers walking in and out of the restaurant. His delicate face was full of desire. Obviously, he coveted the mission enforcers' souls. Panchen was a rock. Wasn't he taken away by Uncle? Why was he here? Those green eyes looked as if they wanted to absorb all the souls in the room. He was probably afraid of something and could only look at the mission enforcers while drooling. Ningxu and Mei Ziqing looked at each other and decided to leave the restaurant quietly. 2 beauties. Panchen saw Ningxu and Mei Ziqing. His eyes lit up and he rushed to them. I'm eating. I don't have any points. Can you treat me to a meal? Panchen looked a little shy. I want to taste what you're eating. Panchen was shy every time he saw him. Killing people and sucking their souls was really annoying. Moreover, this guy didn't have any karma. Even if he destroyed a plane, it wouldn't matter. Why was he so heaven-defying? Panchen sat with Ningxu and Mei Ziqing shamelessly. He took the menu and ordered a table of dishes. Then, his eyes moved back and forth between Ningxu and Mei Ziqing. He looked at them as if they were food. Ningxu asked, why are you here? Was it really good to leave such a person in the virtual space? It was like a wolf in a sheep pen. I'm just walking around. Panchen smiled. Panchen looked very delicate. He looked like a clean and gentle college student. He was very harmless. He would even blush if they talked too much. But this was just a facade. Pan Chen's dishes were all served. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. It tastes good. You guys eat too. Ningxu picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He was paying for it. He couldn't not eat. Ningxu ignored Pan Chen and asked, "Do you know who has the world's origin?" Mei Ziqing shook her head. Even if they had it, they wouldn't advertise it. Is it very rare? That was true. Pan Chen ate and looked at Ningxu and Mei Ziqing. He asked, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing," Ningxu said. Pan Chen stretched out his clean and slender hand and placed it on Ningxu's shoulder. He even pressed down on Ningxu's shoulder as if he was checking the texture of Ningxu's soul. Ningxu moved his shoulder and avoided Pan Chen's hand. "Are you sure you want to do this?" If he wanted to absorb soul energy, he would have to see if he could run away. "Your soul is very good," Pan Chen praised Ningxu politely as if he was praising the taste of the foie gras. Ningxu's face twitched. Ningxu was thinking about his chances of winning against this guy. The probability of winning was so low that it was negligible. "Why are you here?" Mei Ziqing asked Pan Chen. Pan Chen smiled shyly. "There are so many souls here." "Mei Ziqing, get over here." An indifferent voice rang out. When Pan Chen heard this voice, his face fell. He turned to look at the uncle in a black windbreaker at the door. Pan Chen put down his chopsticks and walked towards the uncle dispiritedly. Pan Chen was very uncomfortable. He didn't want to pay attention to the uncle, but he was wary of the uncle's strength. It was very, very difficult for him to gain sentience. Ningxu looked at the two of them and silently imagined a love story between a perverted beast and a shy woman. The uncle glanced at Ningxu and Mei Ziqing and left with Pan Chen. When he left, Pan Chen was still looking around, unable to move his eyes away from the mission enforcers. Once Pan Chen left, Mei Ziqing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This thing can only be controlled by the first-generation mission enforcers. Wherever he goes, it's a disaster." Ningxu pursed his lips. In the end, he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could just throw the stone around and play with it. What was there to worry about? Ningxu chatted with Mei Ziqing for a while. He didn't ask about the world's origin, but he was sure that the transaction hall didn't have it. The black market might have it, but it was very likely that it would be eaten by the black market. Its safety couldn't be guaranteed. With his current strength, he still wasn't strong enough to protect it. Anyway, this path was very long. He could only pay attention to the world's origin in the mission world. Moreover, there were 5 types of world's origin. It was very difficult to get one. No wonder it was so difficult to build a world. After dinner, Ningxu and Mei Ziqing parted ways. Ningxu prepared to go to the black market. "I suggest you don't go now. Wait until you're stronger. At the very least, wait until you're a high-level mission enforcer. Not everyone can enter the black market. The minimum requirement is a high-level mission enforcer," 2333 said. Ningxu was speechless. Discrimination, Ningxu could only say helplessly, "Then I won't go shopping. Let's go back to the system space." Ningxu's head was a little dizzy. When he returned to the system space, Ningxu put the flowers Mei Ziqing gave him on the coffee table. The entire system space was filled with an elegant scent, which made people feel extremely comfortable just by smelling it. Ningxu took out a book from the bookshelf and slowly read it. When he was done, he put the book back on the shelf and sat up straight. He said to 2333, "Let's see the next mission enforcer." 2333 coughed and said, "Do you want to be a pampered concubine system?" The previous world was ancient. "I don't want to do ancient missions," Ningxu said tiredly. "Let's talk about it next time." 2333 was a little disappointed. "Okay." Ningxu sat on the sofa and waited for the mission enforcer. A woman gradually appeared in the space. Her facial features were decent and pleasing to the eye. She had the looks of an average person. This woman's face was pale and her body was slightly swollen. She looked very young. Ningxu estimated that she was around 25 years old. Her eyes were dull and dull. Her hands were in front of her, like she was hugging a baby. However, there was nothing in front of her. Ningxu cleared his throat and said, "Hello." However, the woman didn't react. Ningxu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Hello." The woman looked at Ningxu, but she didn't say anything. This was the first time Ningxu had met a mission enforcer like this. In the past, he had met people who were filled with hatred, sadness, and regret. However, he had never met someone who was as disheartened as this woman. Her whole body was lifeless. He didn't know what she had experienced. Ningxu asked, "Are you the one who wants to counterattack?" "It doesn't matter. Why was I brought to this place after I died?" Zhang Ning said. From the beginning to the end, her arms didn't move. She was still hugging a baby. "What counterattack? I have nothing to counterattack. What can I change?" Zhang Ning said with a frown. Ningxu took a deep breath and decided to read the story of this world first. The person in front of him was called Zhang Ning. She was an ordinary woman without any amazing talent. She was just an ordinary woman. However, she was a little older than Ningxu thought. She was 28 years old. She met her husband, and Jinwei, through a blind date. And Jinwei was an employee of a state-owned enterprise. He also had a house. In the eyes of outsiders, he was quite well off. Zhang Ning was old. Her parents were very optimistic about Jinwei. They took a 100,000 yuan betrothal gift and married Zhang Ning to Jinwei. They got together without any emotional foundation. Zhang Ning was a full-time housewife at home. A year later, she gave birth to a daughter, Nan. Zhang Ning suffered from severe postpartum depression after childbirth. In addition, she gave birth to a daughter, which made her mother-in-law unhappy, and the family ignored the child. Zhang Ning, a new mother, was under great psychological pressure to take care of her child. She was physically tired and emotionally volatile. Sometimes she was hysterical for no reason, and sometimes she cried silently. And Jinwei was very impatient. "I've raised you. What else do you want? Do you know how hard I work?" Zhang Ning knew that she was ill, but her mother-in-law said that she was really precious. Which daughter-in-law was like her? She gave her good food and clothes, but she still had depression. It was strange. Her mother-in-law loved to gossip. Her father-in-law never took care of things. Her husband was indifferent. The whole family was full of desperate cold violence. She was mentally abused and tortured. When Nan was half a year old, Zhang Ning could not escape the mental cancer of depression in such an environment. She was in pain and despair. Holding her infant daughter, she climbed to the top floor of the community. Zhang Ning wanted to leave the world with her child. Her child would also experience what she had experienced. Postpartum depression brought her serious sleep disorders. She could not sleep all night. She never had a good sleep. Zhang Ning was tired and anxious. She could no longer bear it. Nothing could support her to live. Her spirit had been completely destroyed. Standing on the edge of the balcony, Zhang Ning saw the family scolding her as if she had done something heinous. Her husband's face was cold and gloomy. Zhang Ning jumped down resolutely with the child in her arms. Ningxu received the plot. He opened his mouth but could not say a word. Zhang Ning came to this point because no one supported her, no one understood her, and she was isolated and desperate. The most fundamental thing was that the family did not care about her daughter-in-law at all. Zhang Ning felt inferior and blamed herself. She had repeated suicidal thoughts and attempts. Ningxu glanced at Zhang Ning, who was quiet and silent, and asked, "What's your wish?" Zhang Ning turned her head and asked, "What can you do? What do you think of the result?" There was always a wish for her to fulfill. Zhang Ning's face showed a strange look. "What do you know? Do you understand my pain? And my Nan? Ningxu sighed, "So you don't want to counterattack? Okay, I'll give you all of my soul power." Zhang Ning said with a smile. "Then what is your wish?" Ningxu asked. "What do you think I need?" Ningxu frowned. Zhang Ning didn't care about anything now. "To make your daughter happy?" Ningxu probed. "What kind of happiness can a woman have? She can only marry and have children. She is ignored and trampled on by others. Zhang Ning was expressionless. Ningxu felt somewhat helpless. Even though society had developed to this day, women were still an existence that was looked down upon. How many husbands truly respect their wives? Men were really disgusting. Then what do you want? Ningxu asked. She didn't really want to take this mission. She was just a bystander, and her heart felt particularly heavy. It was so heavy that Ningxu felt a shadow in his heart. This was the current state of women's existence. You are a full-time wife. You work 24 hours a day. You are a mother. You are a wife. You are a daughter. You are a daughter-in-law. You are an alarm clock. You are a chef. You are a driver. You are a maid. You are a teacher. You are a waiter. You are a nanny. You are a nurse. You are a handyman. You are a guard. You are a consultant. You don't have a week off. You don't have sick days. You don't have annual leave. You work day and night. You have to follow orders, but the reward is, what do you do all day? If you have a job, then you still have to do the work above. Ningxu, haha, do you want to counterattack? Ningxu asked, chanting the clear heart mantra in his heart. This kind of life was torturous. A failed marriage was enough to make people lose the confidence and courage to walk into the siege again. To be honest, Ningxu had an uncontrollable anger in his heart. Okay, counterattack. Chen Ning said. Her arms were bent as if she was holding a baby. Then, what is your wish? Without a wish, how could she counterattack? She had to have a goal. Without a goal, how could she counterattack? Who knew what she wanted in her heart? I just want to be free. If your counterattack can help me end this pain, then counterattack. Chen Ning didn't care about anything. She just wanted to be free from her current soul state. She was a soul, but her consciousness was still there. The pain that was carved into her soul, if she could choose, Chen Ning's soul would be destroyed. Mental cancer was more destructive than physical cancer. You are sick. You are mentally ill. 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu, we reject this mission. Why? Ningxu glanced at Chen Ning and asked in surprise. Someone has already counterattacked for her, but they all failed. 2333 said. Ningxu was even more surprised. This mission is so difficult. The most torturous things in the world are trivial things. Some quest takers killed everyone in the Yin family, and some even killed Chen Ning's family. Ningxu thought, Mother Kerr, how difficult was this mission? A marriage failed several quest takers. Ningxu let out a long sigh. I've decided to give it a try. What kind of world have I not seen? I don't know how this mission was assigned to us. You have to think carefully. If you fail, you will lose a talisman. Talismans are merit points. 2333 dragged his voice. Why don't we do the beloved concubine systems mission and destroy the system to complete my data? No, I have to try. Ningxu said. How could he know if he could do it without trying? Since when was the mission easy? The client didn't sacrifice their soul for the quest taker to travel the world. Okay then, as you wish. 2333 didn't say anything else. Are you sure you want to sacrifice all your soul power to counterattack? Ningxu looked at Chen Ning and asked again, once this mission is successful, it can't be changed. I think you need to think about it. The price of using all of her soul power was a bit high. She had her soul origin, but without soul power, she would not have the advantage of reincarnation. Very few people would give up all of their soul power. Ningxu felt that Chen Ning did not know the importance of soul power, or maybe she did not care at all. However, Ningxu still felt the need to remind her. Chen Ning turned around and looked at Ningxu. Her eyes were dim and empty. Thank you. I will give you 3/4 of my soul. Are you sure? Ningxu asked. Chen Ning nodded. Then what is your wish? Ningxu asked. I don't have any wish. Chen Ning said as her body gradually disappeared from the system space. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu took a deep breath and opened the exchange store. He wanted to exchange for fasting pills, but he found that the exchange button was grayed out. He could not click on it at all. Ningxu asked, "Why can't I exchange for these ordinary things?" 2333 said, "This is an extremely peaceful world. There is no shortage of food, clothing, or medicine. The AI system is locked. You cannot exchange for these things." Ningxu was speechless. It was a peaceful world, but Ningxu had a bad feeling in his heart. Ningxu closed the exchange store and calmed himself down. He said to 2333, "Enter the system space." "Okay." 2333 replied. Ningxu felt dizzy for a moment. She felt as if she had squeezed into a body. When she had completely merged with the body, she heard the cries of a child rising and falling. He also smelled the smell of disinfectant. He should be in a hospital. Ningxu felt pain in his abdomen. It was very painful. When he moved, there was a rush of heat. His whole body was covered in sticky sweat. Ningxu opened his eyes and saw a child in the crib next to the bed. The child's face was red. This should be the original owner's child who only lived for half a year. Ningxu wanted to move, but the pain in his abdomen was unbearable. Was it a C-section? Ningxu was speechless. So this was when the original owner gave birth? My dear mother, I still have to go through confinement. Ningxu felt extremely uncomfortable and weak. You're awake. Grandma Chen Ning came back with water. Ningxu said coldly. He put the kettle on the bed and looked at the baby in the crib. Chen Ning's mother-in-law looked young with curly hair like instant noodles. However, she didn't have a pleasant expression when facing her daughter-in-law who had just given birth. The mother-in-law picked up the child from the crib and muttered, "Why is it a little girl?" Then, she did something that made Ningxu almost jump up. She lifted the child by one of his legs and shook him slightly. Make your move, make your move." She meant that the next child would be a boy. The child had just been born not long ago, so his entire body was soft. Even his neck had not yet grown hard, and he was incomparably fragile. Just like that, he was grabbed by the ankle and fell down. His little face was red from suffocation, and he howled loudly. Ningxu was so angry that the incision on his abdomen was split open. He struggled to get up, but the pain made Ningxu's whole body tremble. The newborn child's digestive ability was poor and he would vomit milk. Now that the child was shaken twice, the milk powder and milk in the stomach all flowed out, choking his nose and flowing all over his face. Only then did Grandma Chen Ning pick up the child. Ningxu struggled to get up and took the child. He rolled up the corner of his hospital gown and wiped away the vomit. Some of it flowed into his nose. The child was coughing so hard that his face was blue and purple. "Oh, what's wrong with her?" Grandma Chen Ning asked beside him. Ningxu's heart was suddenly filled with uncontrollable anger. Who was this person? Ningxu bent down, sucked the child's nose, and gently sucked out the filth that flowed into the child's nose. If it went into the child's throat, it would choke him to death. Ningxu turned the child over, gently patted the child's back, and then pressed the beeper on the bedside. After a while, the nurse and the doctor came. Ningxu told them about the child's situation. The doctor scolded Grandma Chen Ning, which made Grandma Chen Ning's face turn pale. "This is my granddaughter. How could someone treat her granddaughter like this?" Even if Ningxu had the support of the calm halo, his heart was burning with anger. The doctor took the child for a checkup, and Ningxu's hospital gown was stained with blood. The incision was split, and it needed to be stitched again. Ningxu's abdomen was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. It was as if someone was forcibly pulling open his wound. It was really painful. Ningxu was pushed into the operating room. Perhaps his soul was stronger than before. Even with anesthesia, Ningxu could feel the needle and thread piercing through his flesh. It was a dull and painful feeling. Ningxu had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to cry. It was this body that was wailing tiredly. After the sewing operation, Ningxu woke up and said directly to the nurse, "Give me a pain stick." Not even a pain stick? Did he want to die from the pain? The mother-in-law next to the bed couldn't help but mutter, "You gave birth to a little girl, and you still have so many problems." The blue veins on Ningxu's forehead jumped, and he ignored her. The mother-in-law said again, "Save as much as you can." Jinwei doesn't earn money easily. Now that he has a girl, he will have a second child in the future. He had just given birth, and now he was going to have a second child. Only when he was in it did Ningxu truly feel the pain. It made him unable to rest during his confinement, and he poked where it hurt. He was physically and mentally exhausted after giving birth to a child, but he was treated like this, and he was even said to have given birth to a money-losing thing. He belittled and attacked people. Women not only had to face the contempt and oppression of men, but they also had to face the humiliation of being a woman. They had to humiliate women to please men. The 3 obedience and 4 virtues were all made up by women themselves. They degraded women to the ground to please men. Only in this way could you get the love of men. You had to take care of men in every possible way, and you had to treat men as if they were the sky. Fighting with the same sex, fighting to the death, and being incomparably tolerant of men. Ningxu took a deep breath. Give me a pain stick. The mother-in-law's expression was very bad, and she kept muttering. Ningxu fell asleep tiredly. This body was really too tired. It was normal to suffer from postpartum depression. Depression, emotional violence, and mental dismemberment. Because of pregnancy and childbirth, the body's hormones changed, and endocrine disorders caused emotional changes. They lost interest in everything, cried bitterly, had low self-esteem, and were so tired that even the brain's reaction was slow, and it was difficult to think. That was why there was the saying that pregnancy made one stupid for 3 years. At noon, Jinwei came to the hospital to see Ningxu after work. Jinwei was wearing glasses, thin and tall, but there was no expression on his face. Jinwei was not very handsome. At most, he was just average, and he did not look like a burly man. When he walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, Ningxu felt a chill run down her spine. This was a selfish person. Marrying Chen Ning was just a casual feeling of marrying someone, and it didn't matter who he married. This man didn't care about Chen Ning at all. His wife had given birth, but he was still working. If she questioned him now, she was afraid that this man would say, "How can I support you if I don't work?" Anyway, he acted as if having a job was so great and looked down on her. If you can't support your family, why did you marry a wife and have children? The Yin family just needed a daughter-in-law to carry on the family line. They didn't treat Chen Ning as an equal, especially since Chen Ning didn't do anything at home and relied on Jinwei to support her. Jinwei saw that Ningxu was staring at him, and his eyes were a little sharp. He asked uncomfortably, "Does it still hurt?" "What's the pain?" "There's a pain stick." Jinwei's mother immediately said, "You don't know how to be thrifty at home." Jinwei pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He looked at the baby in the crib and touched the baby's face with his fingers. There was a little joy on his face. Jinwei stayed in the ward for a while. He raised his wrist to look at his watch and said that he was going to work. He also told Ningxu to have a good rest. Cold man and cold in-laws, this family was indifferent and selfish. No, this indifference was only directed at Chen Ning, the daughter-in-law. Chen Ning's existence was to give birth, raise, and take care of the baby. She also had to solve Jinwei's physical needs. Other than that, she didn't have her own life and didn't need any independent life. In this marriage that outsiders thought was suitable, only Chen Ning could understand the pain in it. Ningxu silently chanted the mind-clearing mantra in his heart. He calmed down a little and then began to cultivate the ultimate martial arts. However, the spirit energy in modern times was scarce, and in a hospital where patients gathered, the spirit energy was even less. Ningxu cultivated for a whole night and only managed to cultivate a little bit of Qi Jin. This was with the help of the martial arts value and the ultimate martial arts. There was so little spirit energy. Ningxu used all his Qi Jin to repair the wound in his abdomen. It was really painful. To go to the toilet, he had to get up slowly. He didn't dare to use his abdomen at all. Ningxu didn't expect that he would be so weak one day. This body had suffered from postpartum depression, tinnitus, loss of appetite, and little milk, but Jinwei's mother still insisted that Ningxu breastfeed her. She said that the milk powder was a few hundred yuan a can and that the milk was not enough for the children to eat, so she refused to feed them milk powder. Ningxu just wanted to curse, but he didn't have any money in his hands. She had never received Jinwei's salary. Even when she wanted to buy groceries, she had to ask his mother for it. The economic foundation determined the superstructure. If one's economy could not be independent, how could one be independent with dignity? Ningshu tried his best to eat more every day. Moreover, the food was bought from a small restaurant outside the hospital. It was uncertain if the hygiene could be guaranteed, but it was not nutritious and the soup was very bland. How could there be enough milk in this way? To think that a virgin like her would suddenly have to relieve herself to breastfeed the child, this was so shameful that Ningshu really wanted to cover his face and run away. Now, she really regretted accepting this mission. Ningshu suddenly understood the pain and torment involved. Some mission enforcers had directly killed this family. After the child was born, and Jinwei's father came to the hospital to take a look. Then, he went back to play chess and cards with the old man in the neighborhood. And Jinwei's mother was not too willing to take care of the little girl, so Ningshu hugged the child and slept with her. Last time, Ningshu really saw the indifference and cruelty in this woman's bones. She actually treated her own granddaughter like this. She was also a woman. After staying in the hospital for 3 days, and Jinwei's mother, her mother-in-law, wanted to let her leave the hospital. After 3 days, the stitches could not be removed. And Jinwei's mother rushed to bring Ningshu home to do her confinement. Staying in the hospital was a waste of money. Ningshu lay on the bed and ignored her. The doctor said that she could only leave the hospital after the stitches were removed. Only then did she give up on the idea of leaving the hospital. However, her mouth kept muttering about how much it would cost. She didn't know if it was because Jinwei's mother's actions last time scared the child, but Nan kept crying and crying all night long. This made the people next to her have opinions. And Jinwei's mother was even more impatient and directly scolded the child for being a troublemaker. Ningshu asked her to change the diaper or wash the child's butt, so that the urine would not stain the child's skin. But she was not willing to do either. Ningshu suspected that this child was not her granddaughter. What kind of heart did she have to ignore and be impatient with her own granddaughter? This was a child that was related to her by blood. Was it because Nan was not a boy? What era was it now? People like Jinwei's mother were the malignant supporters of feudal thinking. When Jinwei came to see Ningshu and the child cried until Jinwei's head hurt. And Jinwei did not even stay in bed with her. Every time Jinwei came to the hospital, Jinwei's mother told him to go back. She said that he had to go to work the next day and could not be too tired. So, Jinwei's daily routine was like completing a mission. He just came to the hospital to take a look. Ningshu took a deep breath. Her head was dizzy as she lay on her side to coax the child. She silently chanted the clear heart mantra, hoping to calm the child's frightened heart. Ningshu's tears fell as she chanted. She did not want to cry, but the tears fell. Her sad and depressed mood was like a dark cloud that could not see the light of day, shrouding her heart and unable to be dispelled. Ningshu curled the corner of her mouth and tried to smile. Even if she wanted to cry with a smile. The exhaustion of her body had already infected her mind and soul. Despair was like a virus, invading her body and soul. Ningshu chanted the clear heart mantra and gently patted the child with one hand. The child sobbed, but at least she fell asleep. After the child fell asleep, Ningshu closed her eyes and began to cultivate. No matter what, the most important thing was her own body. Without a healthy body, everything was useless. Her body was drenched in sweat. Especially now that it was summer, she had not taken a shower since the C-section, so her body was full of the smell of sweat. And Jinwei's mother was not willing to wipe the child's butt. How could she wipe the sweat on her body for her? How could a mother-in-law serve her daughter-in-law? It was a beautiful dream. On the 6th day after delivery, Ningshu removed the stitches and could be discharged from the hospital. And Jinwei came to the hospital to pick up Ningshu and her mother. Ningshu wore 2 more clothes, a coat, and a hat to cover herself. She was the one who suffered from the disease of confinement. Others didn't care at all. Back home, Ningshu made water to wipe the sweat on her body. Then she began to do the confinement. She planned the future while she was doing the confinement. At home, Ningshu once again saw the neglect of the family. A pregnant woman like her should eat some soft, easy to digest and nutritious food. But what the Yin family ate, they gave her a bowl of rice and vegetables. Ningxu sneered, picked up the bowl and chewed carefully. She could not wrong herself. On the second day of discharge, Chen Ning's mother's family came over to deliver some gifts, such as eggs and pork legs. Chen Ning's mother sat by the bed and looked at the baby in the crib. She said to Ningxu, "It's okay. Take care of your body and give birth to a second child." Ningxu was speechless. Giving birth was so tiring. She was physically and mentally exhausted, and she was talking about giving birth to a second child. Was she really his biological mother? "We'll talk about it when the time comes," Ningxu said lightly. "You're my daughter. I'll definitely love you. But women still have to give birth to a boy to have status at home," Chen Ning's mother said. Ningxu let out a long breath. They were all women. Didn't they know that giving birth to a child was harmful to the body? For example, after being stabbed, these people were anxious to discuss how to stab again next time. At least wait until the wound healed and the body forgot the pain. Under such circumstances, Ningxu's heart was stifled. "Mom, do you have money? Lend me some money." Ningxu changed the topic. Chen Ning's mother frowned. "What do you need money for? Jinwei doesn't have money. The Yin family doesn't have money to give you. Your brother is dating now. He's preparing to get married. The money is used to decorate the new house," Chen Ning's mother said. Ningxu grinned. This was a woman. After marriage, she was an outsider in her mother's family and in her husband's family. Neither side had a foothold. "Daughter, take care of your body. You have to tell your mother-in-law what you want to eat." Chen Ning's mother didn't want to talk about money. After 3 years, the wound has completely healed. Give birth to a son for the Yin family. Ningxu lay on the bed and didn't speak. Chen Ning's mother thought for a while and put 200 yuan beside Ningxu's pillow. She said, "Buy whatever you want to eat." "Thank you," Ningxu said lightly. Chen Ning's mother talked to Ningxu for a while. Seeing that Ningxu didn't respond, she left. Before she left, she touched the child's face. When Jinwei came back at night, Ningxu said to Jinwei, "I want to drink pig trotter soup. There's not enough milk for the child." Jinwei didn't say anything and went out of the bedroom to talk to his mother. Jinwei's mother immediately said loudly, "We don't have any pig trotters at home. My mom just sent some eggs and pig trotters over this morning. Why are there no more?" Ningxu said to Jinwei, who had just entered the house. Jinwei frowned and sounded a little annoyed. "Mom, just do some for her. She's making so much noise as soon as she comes back. It's really unsettling. Work is tiring, and when she comes back, she still has to face these trivial matters." In reality, Jinwei was also reprimanding Ningxu for being a busybody. Ningxu's expression didn't change, but he was laughing in his heart. Behind every chuckle were countless galloping grass mud horses. "She gave birth to your children, and you're still behaving like this when you just want a bowl of soup." A man who was spoiled by his parents, cold and selfish, was a straight man with cancer. Other than work, he basically didn't know how to do anything when he came back. He could really be said to be able to open his mouth and stretch out his hand for food. Just because of work, it was as if everyone had to give in to him, as if work was a big deal. "I let you take care of the children at home, do the laundry, cook, and clean, but when I went to work, you couldn't even do it for a day. There was no such thing in the past. Back then, I had to work for 3 days after giving birth. Now, I'm lying in bed and still have to eat this and that," Jinwei's mother said unhappily. There was some impatience between Jinwei's brows. Clearly, he was a little dissatisfied with Ningxu, who had started the topic. She was so troublesome all the time. In Jinwei's heart, his wife should settle everything so that he could go to work without any worries and go home to have a good rest. Ningxu ignored Jinwei and coaxed the child. Only when her emotions were stable could the child feel safe and not cry every day. She would also be relaxed. There was a bowl of pig trotter soup for dinner, but there wasn't much meat, just a little fatty skin. There was no lean meat. Ningxu smiled and took the bowl out of the room. When he reached the dining table, he saw a pot of pig trotters and hind legs in the middle of the table. Ningshu poured a bowl of soup into the pot and scooped up a bowl of meat. At the dining table, the Yin family stared at Ningshu in a daze. Ningshu picked up a piece of meat with his fingers and stuffed it into his mouth. And Jinwei frowned. What are you doing? Eating. It doesn't make sense for you to eat meat while I drink soup. Otherwise, everyone should stop playing. Ningshu licked the oil on his fingers. You're really... And Jinwei looked at Ningshu, whose face was covered in oil, with disdain. He was very dissatisfied with Ningshu, who was causing trouble. Chen Ning, the elders are still at the table. How can you do this? And Jinwei's mother looked dissatisfied. If there were guests and you were like this, the Yin family's face would be lost by you. Even if you don't have face, the Yin family still has face. Ningshu didn't use chopsticks. He picked up the meat with his hands and ate. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, he said, "Believe me, when I see you eating fish and meat, I can only drink soup. I really want to flip the table. Maybe I will flip the table next time." Zhang Ning, are you crazy? How dare you talk like that? And Jinwei's mother was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She felt that her dignity was being challenged. Actually, do you know that I'm sick? Ningshu had a strange look on his face. I have severe postpartum depression. Maybe I will do something uncontrollable. Actually, flipping the table is a small matter. I'm just afraid that I will do something harmful. Ningshu tilted his head and said with a smile. Ningshu was smiling at Jinwei. Ningshu's smile contained a bone-chilling coldness. Although his face was smiling brightly, it made Jinwei's heart skip a beat. He actually had a thought in his mind. His wife was really sick. Why are you making a fuss? Do you have to make a mess at home? The father-in-law, who usually didn't care about the family matters, spoke. He looked at Ningshu and said, as a daughter-in-law, you should act like a daughter-in-law and work hard to create a stable and peaceful family. Ningshu cracked his mouth and smiled silently. This kind of stability and peace was maintained by making others suffer grievances and sacrifice. Once there was a demand, it would be a murderer who destroyed the harmony of the family. The father and son were the same. They both expected others to handle things well. If there was any grievance, they would endure it. They were the emperor. This kind of peace was maintained by sacrificing some people, and Chen Ning was the one who was sacrificed in this family. Dedication and sacrifice were not respected. They thought that this was what they should do. What were they protecting? Ningshu covered his heart. I'm so sad and angry. I want to flip the table. As Ningshu spoke, he lifted the table with his hand. When he lifted it, the bowls and chopsticks on the table slid to the side. And Jinwei's parents' faces turned green. And Jinwei reached out to pull Ningshu away. Ningshu let go of his hand and the table shook. The soup on the table splashed, making the dishes on the table a mess. And Jinwei's mother was closer to the soup bowl. When Ningshu lifted the table and put it on the table, the soup in the bowl splashed on her. She immediately jumped up and quickly took a piece of paper to wipe the soup off her body. Chen Ning, I think you've taken the wrong medicine. How dare you do this? And Jinwei's mother stared angrily at Ningshu with her eyes wide open. The dress she was wearing was very expensive. At the same time, it was also somewhat unbelievable. Chen Ning's personality was not bad. She basically had no major problems. She was also very active in her work. Even when she was pregnant, she would do some light work. But now, it was really unbearable. At the same time, she was very angry. When was it her turn to make a scene in this family? Chen Ning, what's wrong with you? What's the point of making a scene like this? And Jinwei frowned tightly and felt very embarrassed. What are you thinking? I really regret marrying you. Ningshu said, I also regret marrying you. You eat meat, I drink soup, and I have to feed the baby. I'm so angry. I'm so miserable. Ningshu took the bowl on the table with both hands and smashed it on the ground. Suddenly, the porcelain and soup splashed. Ah! And Jinwei's mother screamed. She was shocked by Ningshu's sudden action. And Jinwei dodged the shards and looked at Ningshu impatiently. When are you going to stop being unreasonable? Wah, wah, wah. In the bedroom, Nan Nan also burst into tears. Why don't you go and see the baby? And Jinwei said to Ningxu. The baby was woken up by you. Ningxu picked up the plate on the table and smashed it on the ground. It was you who woke her up, but you insist that I woke her up. Ningxu took his bowl and scooped up the last bit of meat in the bowl. He took the bowl back to the bedroom and closed the bedroom door, leaving the few people in the living room with ugly expressions. Ningxu put the bowl on the bed and slowly coaxed the baby. The baby gradually calmed down, probably because he smelled his mother's scent. In addition, Ningxu was in a very good mood now. The baby seemed to be aware of Ningxu's happy mood. He rubbed against Ningxu's arms and stopped crying. Ningxu coaxed the child while eating meat. When Jinwei came in, he saw Ningxu with his mouth full of meat. His appearance was extremely ugly. Ningxu glanced at him, completely ignoring Jinwei's disdainful expression. She had not been able to exchange for a fasting pill for this mission. Cultivating a peerless martial art required energy. If she did not eat her fill, how would she have the energy to cultivate? What's more, Ningxu had to heal the wounds on his body with the little bit of qi jing he cultivated. He also had to send some of it to the child's body to strengthen the child's body. If the child was healthy, he would not fall sick easily. Chen Ning, you shouldn't have done that. And Jinwei walked to Ningxu's bedside and said, You are my wife. You have to consider my reputation in everything you do. Your behavior just now made me very embarrassed. They are my parents. You should respect them. Ningxu swallowed the meat in his mouth. They're not my parents. I didn't grow up eating your rice. How can you talk like that? Since you married into the Yin family, my parents are your parents. And Jinwei looked dissatisfied. You didn't grow up eating the Yin family's food. But since you married into the Yin family, you're eating the Yin family's food. You are now being raised by the Yin family. You can't be so willful. And Jinwei said, I hope today's incident will not happen again. Ningxu raised his head, tilted his head and stared straight at Jinwei without saying a word. I'm talking to you. And Jinwei said. Ningxu covered the child's ears with one hand and pressed the child into his arms. Then, slap. Ningxu reached out his other greasy hand and slapped Jinwei. And Jinwei's face was slapped to the side, and his glasses fell to the ground. And Jinwei seemed to be stunned by the slap and did not react for a long time. Ningxu looked at his hand in disbelief and apologized with a crying face. Honey, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. Does your face hurt? I'm sorry. I don't know why I did it. My mind was blank when I hit you. You must forgive me. Ningxu squeezed out 2 drops of tears. And Jinwei turned his head, and his nostrils were trembling with anger. Chen Ning, did you do it on purpose? No, I didn't do it on purpose. Ningxu shook his head and blinked his eyes desperately. Tears came out of his eyes as he grabbed the corner of Jinwei's clothes. You must forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose. You have to believe me. You have to believe me. If you don't believe me, I feel so bad. Ningxu reached out his foot and kicked Jinwei's bedside lamp to the ground. Immediately, glass and plastic shards were scattered all over the floor. When he kicked, Ningxu tried his best to cover the child's ears. The other side was against his stomach, so he did not scare the child. And Jinwei stared at Ningxu dumbfoundedly, then looked at the mess on the ground. You're simply a lunatic. I'm sorry, Jinwei. My heart hurts. Don't do this to me. I can't control myself. I'm so sad, so sad. Ningxu opened his mouth and howled. And Jinwei's face trembled. The half of his face that was slapped by Ningxu was red. And Jinwei glared at Ningxu and slammed the door. Ningxu wiped the tears from his face and hummed a song to the child. Bang! The bedroom door opened again. And Jinwei's mother rushed in angrily. She pointed at Ningxu and scolded, Who do you think you are? How dare you hit your husband? Ningxu covered the child's ears and looked wronged. Grandma, I didn't do it on purpose. Sometimes I can't control my behavior. I'm really sick. You. And Jinwei pointed at Ningxu and saw the shards on the floor. Is the lamp free? How long has it been used? You're a prodigal woman. You broke the plate and the lamp. Do you want to tear down this house? Ningxu shook his head. No, I can't move the sofa. Grandma, take me to the hospital. I think I'm very sick. Maybe I accidentally killed you. You know, I can't control myself. Ningxu carried the child and walked 2 steps towards Jinwei's mother. Jinwei's mother immediately retreated. Her voice trembled as she said, "Don't scare people. I'm telling you, don't be a demon." Ningxu took 2 more steps towards her. Jinwei's mother immediately retreated 2 steps. Ningxu felt wronged and said, "Grandma, I've never lied. I feel so tired. The world in my eyes has no color. Your face is so ugly, twisted, fierce and ugly. You're a vicious old woman. Are you scolding me in a roundabout way?" Jinwei's mother was furious. "What, you don't believe me?" Ningxu immediately raised his eyebrows and looked very irritable. "You're an old witch. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me?" Ningxu walked step by step towards Jinwei's mother. Ningxu walked towards Jinwei's mother with an indifferent expression. Jinwei's mother was a little frightened by Ningxu's appearance. She swallowed, but she didn't want to lose her dignity as a mother-in-law. She pointed at Ningxu and said, "Chen Ning, I'm telling you, don't pretend to be crazy." "I'm not pretending to be crazy," Ningxu said with a miserable expression. "Mother-in-law, you have to save me. I'm in so much pain." "You." Jinwei's mother was stunned by Ningxu's behavior. "Chen Ning, I'm telling you, if you continue to be like this, I'll ask Jinwei to divorce you." "What did you say?" Ningxu looked at Jinwei's mother with an expressionless face. "Who did you say you want Jinwei to divorce?" Ningxu stared at her. "I didn't hear what you said." Ningxu walked quickly to Jinwei's mother. "What did you say?" "I." Jinwei's mother turned and ran out of the bedroom. Ningxu rolled his eyes. She bullied the weak and feared the strong. That was why kind people were often bullied. If they were fierce, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Ningxu locked the bedroom door. When the door was closed, Ningxu hissed. His wound hurt a little. Ningxu fed the baby milk and placed him in the crib. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. He had to cultivate more qi jing to repair his body. He couldn't do it without martial arts. He was afraid that this family would tie him up as a lunatic in the future. If he wasn't comfortable, no one would be able to live well. Ningxu wouldn't be like Chen Ning, crying silently and enduring silently, hoping to receive the care of a cold-hearted husband. She couldn't suffer alone. It was better if she wasn't good, if everyone wasn't good. Jinwei's mother, who was scared away by Ningxu, said to her husband, "This daughter-in-law is really turning the world upside down. She even called me an old witch. I was really deceived by her back then. I didn't expect her to be such a person." Jinwei's mother was so angry that her face turned green. Chen Ning wasn't like this in the past. Chen Ning used to be very obedient. "Don't tell me you think you can be so smug just because you gave birth to a little girl." Jinwei's mother complained to her husband endlessly. "That's enough. Don't talk so much. I'm annoyed." Jinwei's father said angrily. Jinwei's mother immediately shut her mouth, looking a little wronged. Jinwei's mother then looked at Jinwei, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "You have to teach your wife a lesson. Which family's daughter-in-law is like this? She even dares to hit her husband. What else does she want from us?" Jinwei pursed his lips tightly. Half of his face that had been slapped by Ningxu was a little swollen. He looked impatient. "At first, you guys said that Chen Ning's character was not bad, that you could marry her and take care of her family. I listened to you guys, but now Chen Ning is like a crazy woman." Hearing her son scolding, Jinwei's mother also felt wronged. How would I know that she was like this? After she got pregnant, her nature was exposed. She had been pretending before. She felt that after having a child and gaining a foothold in the Yin family, she started to be arrogant and despotic, Jinwei's mother said. Jinwei thought for a moment. "Tomorrow is the weekend anyway. Take her to the hospital to see if she's really crazy. And Jinwei's expression was very dissatisfied. Chen Ning had hit him and still hadn't come to apologize to him. He worked hard to support the mother and daughter. He worked hard for this family and still caused trouble all day long. What illness can she have? She's just pretending to be crazy. And Jinwei's mother rolled her eyes and said. And Jinwei ignored Jinwei's mother's nagging and prepared to go to the bedroom to talk to Ningxu about going to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. He also wanted him to apologize to him. However, the door was locked. And Jinwei's expression changed. What was this person doing in the room? And Jinwei asked his mother to find the key. When he opened the door, he saw the mother and daughter lying on the bed sleeping comfortably. And Jinwei didn't think that he was an angry person, but he was so angry that he rudely shook Ningxu awake. Ningxu opened her eyes and stared straight at Jinwei. You're hurting my wound. It hurts a lot. And Jinwei let go of Ningxu's shoulder and said, go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. I'm still in confinement. I can't be exposed to the wind. What if I get a disease during confinement? Ningxu asked. Now you're awake. And Jinwei's voice was sarcastic. Ningxu's face flushed red. She lowered her head and said shyly, my mother said that I have to take good care of my body and give birth to a son for you. It's still early to give birth to a son, and Jinwei said impatiently. What? Ningxu immediately straightened her back. Don't you want to have a son with me? Are you going to listen to your mother and divorce me? Ningxu's expression was cold and sarcastic. Then she curled her lips. I know you dislike me for not giving birth to a son for you. And Jinwei looked at Ningxu's behavior. Dark clouds rose in his heart. This woman was too fickle. Go to the hospital tomorrow. And Jinwei said and left the room. Anyway, he didn't stay at home. He didn't know if he went to work or somewhere else. Ningxu shrugged her shoulders. It didn't matter. Anyway, she had severe postpartum depression. Ningxu got out of bed and walked to the bedroom door. She said to Jinwei's mother, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. We just had lunch and you're hungry again. Where did you eat so much? And Jinwei's mother saw that her daughter-in-law was ordering her around. It was really overturning the sky. The lowest person in the family actually commanded her like this. A daughter-in-law had to command her mother-in-law to do things. Ningxu said, I'm in confinement now. I can't be hungry during confinement. You know, I have to feed Nan. How can I feed the baby if I'm not full? Don't you want to give me food? Ningxu asked with a frown. Why don't you give me food? I'm hungry, very hungry. Mother-in-law, do you want to starve me too? Death? Ningxu's face was aggrieved. Get her something to eat. It's really annoying. And Jinwei's father went out with his hands on his back. There were only mother-in-law, daughter-in-law and a child who didn't know anything at home. Mother-in-law, I want to eat meat. Ningxu said to Jinwei's mother. She turned around and closed the door. Then she began to cultivate. And Jinwei's mother was so angry that she had to serve her daughter-in-law. When she was a daughter-in-law, she served her mother-in-law well. How unlucky she was to meet such a daughter-in-law. And Jinwei's mother has a sense of superiority. She is already a mother-in-law, so her daughter-in-law will serve her well in the future. When you marry into the family, you have to follow the rules of the family. She gave birth to a girl and expected her to serve her daughter-in-law. And Jinwei's mother felt that her dignity as a mother-in-law had been insulted. Ningxu used all his qi to repair the wound on his abdomen. If a man saw a hole in the belly to take out the baby, he would probably be scared out of his mind. Men still took the pain of pregnancy for granted. Your role was to give birth to the baby, take care of the baby, and then solve the man's physiological needs. Other than that, you had no other role. You didn't need to have your own life. Because of the spiritual energy, Ningxu's wound healed very quickly. Now he could run around the house without any problem. However, Ningxu wouldn't look for trouble. He would do it comfortably during the confinement period. He wouldn't get better so quickly to serve the family. The point was that the other party might not be grateful even if he served them. Ningxu looked at the baby in the crib and sighed. And Jinwei's mother knocked on Ningxu's door when she finished cooking. And Jinwei's mother made a pot of meat, but Ningxu ate it all, which made Jinwei's mother stunned. Ningxu burped, feeling his stomach slowly squirming, and a warm feeling spread to his limbs. You eat a lot but don't do anything. Which daughter-in-law is like you? The Yin family is really unlucky to have married a daughter-in-law like you. And Jinwei's mother couldn't help scolding. Anyway, the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was quite tense now, and the Yin family didn't like her. Because she was disobedient, not virtuous, and a troublemaker. Ningxu turned a deaf ear to Jinwei's mother's scolding. He closed the bedroom door and went back to his room to cultivate. First, he changed the baby's diaper. Because of what happened during the day, Jinwei was quite dissatisfied with Ningxu. He didn't even enter the bedroom and slept in another room. He wanted to torture Ningxu by ignoring the Cold War. In addition, there was a baby in the bedroom. A woman who didn't bathe much during confinement and breastfeeding. The smell was really bad. The baby had to wake up several times a night and couldn't sleep at all. Ningxu didn't care about Jinwei's attitude at all. You can do whatever you want. It's as if I want to sleep on the same bed as you. Without you sleeping beside me, I can cultivate more quickly. This was the cold violence that the Yin family liked to use the most. Once they were dissatisfied with you, they would ignore you and not give you a good look. They would put the entire family in a low-pressure environment until you couldn't take it anymore and admitted your mistake. Early the next morning, the Yin family took Ningxu to have her nerves checked to see if she was crazy for going crazy at the slightest provocation. Perhaps it was related to the family's future decisions. This time, even Jinwei's father went with him. The family of 3 walked in front while Ningxu pushed the stroller behind them. They were a family, while she was an outsider. She felt that Chen Ning's existence was to serve this family. However, the Yin family's attitude was still high and mighty. If you don't have a job, the Yin family will feed you. Do the housework? That's what you should do. You should do what a daughter-in-law should do. Who asked you to rely on the Yin family? Damn, it felt like the Yin family was raising a servant, and they didn't even pay him a salary. The group took a car to the hospital and arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology department. The doctor asked about Ningxu's situation. How do you feel? I feel very tired and I want to cry. I'm sad for no reason. I can't control my temper. I'm worried about the child's health and the child's future. I'm very irritable and I'm very depressed. I'm afraid that my husband will divorce me because I didn't give birth to a son. Hearing Ningxu's words, the doctor couldn't help but shake his head. Is your diet normal? I eat a lot. I can't control myself, but I'm afraid of getting fat. I'm afraid that my husband will divorce me because I'm fat, Ningxu said with a hollow gaze. And Jinwei heard that Ningxu was afraid of divorcing him, which made him very irritated. It was as if a rock was pressing down on him, making him very unhappy. He felt like he was dragging a big burden. And Jinwei's mother looked a little proud. She was not a woman. Women were all afraid of being abandoned by men. And Jinwei's mother had a feeling in her heart that she wanted her son to abandon her. Seeing her abandoned and pitiful look, begging not to abandon her, just thinking about it made Jinwei's mother feel an inexplicable sense of pleasure in her heart. Chen Ning, who had given birth to a child, was too outrageous. She needed to be taught a good lesson. Hearing Ningxu's words and looking at Ningxu's absent-minded face, the doctor couldn't help but shake his head and say, the mother has severe postpartum depression. This is a kind of depression that is not neurological. And Jinwei didn't want to hear this kind of professional jargon. He only cared about whether it could be cured. Can it be cured? Generally, there's no need for drug treatment. It's just a psychological intervention for the mother to keep her in a good mood, the doctor said. And Jinwei frowned tightly with a look of impatience. He married a woman to take care of everything at home, but now she had this kind of illness. She had some delicate postpartum depression. She didn't do anything and still wanted to keep her in a good mood. And Jinwei already felt that his wife's mood was particularly changeable. Maybe she would explode at any time. Irritated, the woman not only couldn't take care of things at home, but also had to be treated like an ancestor. What was this called? And Jinwei was dissatisfied, and so were the old couple of the Yin family. Coming out of the hospital, the family was silent. Ningxu pushed the baby carriage and whispered to Jinwei, "Jinwei, you won't divorce me, will you?" And Jinwei frowned tightly and didn't say anything. "You won't divorce me, will you?" Ningxu asked again, as if she had to get an answer. And Jinwei looked at the aggressive Ningxu. She seemed to be holding back her anger, which made Jinwei very annoyed and disgusted. She interrogated him like a prisoner. "Jinwei, you won't abandon us, will you?" Ningxu looked at Jinwei's constipated face, held back her laughter and asked anxiously. "I won't." And Jinwei's voice almost came out from between his teeth. He was unwilling and had a perfunctory tone. Ningxu smiled and nodded happily. "I knew you wouldn't divorce me. You wouldn't abandon me and my daughter." And Jinwei felt that his whole person was not very good. In Jinwei's view, depression was mental illness. If other people and colleagues in the company knew that his wife was mentally ill, where would he put his face? How would he stand in the company and face the strange gazes of his colleagues? And Jinwei was extremely irritated. In his heart, he was abnormally annoyed and impatient with Ningxu. He even felt disgusted with his own daughter. And Jinwei actually didn't have any deep feelings for his daughter. He didn't change the baby's diaper and put her down after holding her for a while. Because the child was surrounded by an unfamiliar smell, when he held her, the child felt very insecure and cried. After a while, Jinwei didn't hold Nan, giving birth to a daughter with depression, and he didn't know when she would get better. If it continued like this, not only would he be busy with work, he would also have to raise a useless burden. Ever since Ningxu was diagnosed with severe postpartum depression, the atmosphere in the family had been very anxious. And Jinwei was even more impatient with Ningxu. When he saw Ningxu, he frowned and didn't even say a word to Ningxu. It was fine if he didn't talk to Ningxu, but Jinwei didn't care about his daughter at all. Ever since the child was born, Ningxu had taken care of the child alone. Moreover, because of Ningxu's qi gene, the child ate and slept well every day. She would only cry when she felt uncomfortable. Therefore, the child didn't have much of a presence in the family. In order to prevent Ningxu from going crazy, Jinwei said to his mother as soon as he returned home from the hospital, "Tie her up." Ningxu, who was holding the child, was speechless. There was nothing that couldn't be done. And Jinwei's mother, Ningxu, snorted and went to find a rope. There was no rope, so she tied Ningxu with the leather wire of the electric plug. Ningxu immediately curled her lips. "And Jinwei, how can you do this to me? I'm a patient, not a lunatic." "You are a lunatic," and Jinwei said impatiently with a cold expression. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu held the child and leaned against the child's back. She injected some qi gene into the child's body and made the child fall asleep. Then, she placed the child in the pram. Ningxu looked at the family members who were glaring at her and asked coldly, "Do you have to do this to me? I'm doing this for your own good. You're making everyone uncomfortable. I have to go to work every day. I can't let you make me so tired that I can't go to work the next day," and Jinwei said. "I'm the only one supporting the family now. Not only can you not take care of the family, but you're also causing trouble." And Jinwei looked at Ningxu. "Do you know how much pressure I'm under? I live like a dog in the company, and I have to face a mess at home. Can you think for me?" Ningxu was speechless. If she thinks for you, she deserves it. She's such a selfish person. This kind of husband was not someone who would share trials and tribulations. This kind of postpartum depression depended on the mother's mediation. He just needed to show some concern and help coax the child when it cried. It was such a simple matter. Once something happened, Jinwei would first consider his own gains and losses, his reputation, and his career. Moreover, Ningxu could tell that Jinwei still wanted a divorce. There were so many women in the world. He could just marry another one. He would find someone to help him tidy up the house. Once the house was done, he would be able to enjoy himself after work. Their status was even lower than that of nannies. At the very least, nannies paid them. They worked for free and had to warm the bed, give birth to children, and call people who were not their own parents their parents. "When you recover, we won't lock you up or tie you up," Jinwei said. Ningxu was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. How could he get better with such treatment? Ningxu could only kneel and write the word respect. Ningxu quickly walked in front of Jinwei. He raised his leg and kicked Jinwei's crotch. He had had enough of this selfish man. Men were calculated people. If a woman calculates something, a man calculates something that can destroy a person. Ugh. And Jinwei was kicked in the crotch by Ningxu. His eyes turned white and he fell to the ground. He curled up like a shrimp with his legs between his legs and made a sound. Jinwei, how could you do this to me? I'm so sad. Ningxu grabbed Jinwei's face. The veins on Jinwei's forehead bulged. He could not speak a complete sentence. He was panting heavily. B*TCH, how dare you hit my son? And Jinwei's mother picked up the wire and whipped it at Ningxu. Ningxu dodged and the wire ended up hitting Jinwei. And Jinwei cried out in pain. His face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with hostility. He reached out his hand and grabbed Ningxu's ankle. With a forceful pull, Ningxu's body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Ningxu groaned. He felt the knife wound on his stomach hurt. And Jinwei grabbed Ningxu's ankle tightly. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. I can't bear a woman like you. I want you to pay the price. Hurry up and tie her up. She's going crazy again. And Jinwei shouted at his mother. And Jinwei's mother immediately tied Ningxu with the wire. Ningxu punched Jinwei's mother in the eye. She was in so much pain that she cried out. And Jinwei was so angry that he wanted to die. His lower body was in pain. He grabbed Ningxu's ankle and dug his thumbnail deep into Ningxu's flesh. He even used all his strength to cut open her skin. Ningxu's ankle immediately started bleeding. And Jinwei's expression was abnormally ferocious with hatred. And Jinwei did not have any feelings for Chen Ning. Their marriage was the result of the elders of the two families. Now this woman was so insensible. And Jinwei hated Ningxu. With such a woman, he did not know how many strange looks he would receive. For a moment, Jinwei really wanted this woman to disappear. Ningxu kicked Jinwei's hand with her other foot. And Jinwei's hand was broken by Ningxu's kick. And Jinwei's father, who had been watching from the sidelines, also made a move to suppress Ningxu. Ningxu mobilized the qi gene in her body and kicked hard at Jinwei's hand that was holding her. And Jinwei's hand immediately made a subtle cracking sound. And Jinwei's hand was numb from the pain. He did not have the strength to grab Ningxu's ankle. Ningxu turned over and got up from the ground. She directly picked up the fruit plate on the coffee table and threw it on the ground. Then, with a bang, she overturned the coffee table. The marble coffee table was broken into pieces. You are simply. And Jinwei's mother pointed at Ningxu. Her face was twitching with heartache. Her eyes were dark. Rebellious. And Jinwei's mother saw the sleeping child out of the corner of her eye. She suddenly strode to the stroller and picked up Nan Nan. She fiercely shouted at Ningxu, if you dare to break things again, I won't let you be with the child. I don't want my granddaughter to be with a lunatic. And Jinwei's mother held the child very tightly. The child was very uncomfortable and cried loudly. And Jinwei's mother didn't coax the crying child at all. Instead, she shouted angrily, what are you crying for? You're here to collect debts. You and your mother are here to collect debts. The Yin family must have had 8 generations of bad luck to have you too. The child cried even louder. Chen Ning, put down the vase. And Jinwei's mother shouted at Ningxu. Ningxu took a deep breath. She really had a new understanding of the Yin family's ruthlessness. Now, they were using the child as a hostage to threaten her. This child was related to this family by blood. She was their descendant. Just because she was a girl, they treated her with contempt and disregard. If it was a boy, would he be willing to let her cry like this? He didn't even coax her. If the child cried too hard, she would get a hernia. Ningxu had an unprecedented feeling in his heart. Humans were for reproduction and survival, but what was the use of continuing the bloodline of such a family, cold-blooded and utilitarian? Not to mention for the entire human race, he couldn't even live a good life, let alone for the entire human race. Oh, everyone had been like this, so everyone had to live like this. Endure, 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 and in the end, their lives were over. They would die with a grand funeral and be satisfied with their lives. Ningxu held the vase and confronted the Yin family, using his own bloodline to threaten her, an outsider. Using a mother's love for her child. Ningxu's bottom line was refreshed again. He looked around at the 3 Yin family members, put the vase, and said, "Give the child to me first. She's crying so hard." The child's face was flushed red from holding it in. And Jinwei stood up from the ground with the help of the wall. His glasses were cracked, and his face was covered with Ningxu's fingernail marks. He looked very embarrassed. "Don't move. I'll tie you up first. Otherwise, you'll go crazy and hurt the child." And Jinwei arched his hips, and his movements were a little strange. "Postpartum depression will hurt the child. I'm worried about you if you go crazy like this," and Jinwei said. The negotiation scene was both funny and sad. "Let me coax the child first," Ningxu said calmly. "I'm very calm now, very calm." Ningxu felt his ankle hurt. He looked down and saw that the place wherein Jinwei had pinched was bleeding and flowing down his ankle into his shoes. His shoes were moist and warm. "Why should I believe you? Who knows if you'll suddenly go crazy again?" And Jinwei said coldly. At the same time, he stood in front of his mother, blocking his mother and child to prevent Ningxu from snatching the child. Ningxu couldn't see the child. He could only hear the child crying hoarsely. "Chen Ning, since you're awake now, let's talk about the divorce," and Jinwei said. "You're not suitable for me." Ningxu was expressionless. His legs hurt from standing, so he sat on the sofa. Ningxu's body moved, and the Yin family members could not help but take a step back. It seemed that they were still afraid that Ningxu would go crazy. "Divorce? Why do you want a divorce?" Ningxu brushed his hair and looked innocent. "You can get a divorce just because you say so. Let me tell you, according to the marriage law, during the woman's pregnancy, a year after delivery, or half a year after termination of pregnancy, the man is not allowed to file for divorce. Even if you file for divorce, the court will not accept it." Ningxu pointed at himself. "The court will only accept it if I ask for a divorce." Ningxu crossed his legs. "Besides, I have severe postpartum depression now. Do you think you can get a divorce?" If he wanted to get a divorce, he would get a divorce. It was like throwing away a burden. When he couldn't serve you anymore, he would immediately abandon you. He didn't have any human feelings at all. The 2 of them had been married for almost 2 years, but Jinwei had never bought anything for Chen Ning, nor had he given her anything for her birthday. These things were all external, and it wasn't that important whether they existed or not. However, Jinwei had never even said a word of thanks to her. "You." And Jinwei looked at Ningxu in shock. "How do you know this?" And Jinwei didn't know the details. He only thought that a divorce was a divorce, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Did he have to endure this lunatic for a year? Not to mention a year, he didn't want to endure a day. Not to mention a day, just staying under the same roof with this crazy woman was uncomfortable. It was so annoying. Ningxu smiled shyly at Jinwei. "Because I was afraid that you would divorce me, I checked all kinds of information." After all, he was someone who had been a lawyer. And Jinwei saw Ningxu smiling and felt disgusted. No matter how beautiful she was now, she was still a crazy woman. Besides, this woman wasn't very beautiful. And Jinwei looked away and said angrily, "Then what do you want? How can you get a divorce?" Ningxu said calmly, "Give me the child first. If anything happens to my child, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything." "No." And Jinwei refused without thinking. "If you agree to the divorce, I'll give you the child." Ningxu was speechless. "Jinwei, I won't divorce you even if I die." Ningxu didn't ask for the child anymore. And Jinwei was so angry at Ningxu's rogue attitude that the veins on his forehead throbbed. "But I hate you. I don't want to live with you anymore." Ningxu waved her hand and said earnestly, "Don't be so willful. Marriage isn't a game. Give me the child and we'll talk." And Jinwei was speechless. Crazy woman, she was different. And Jinwei rubbed his forehead and said to his mother, "Give her the child." "No, unless she agrees to the divorce," and Jinwei's mother said as she held the child tightly. "Give it to her first." And Jinwei looked at Ningxu, who was sitting leisurely with his legs crossed, and there was an irritation in his voice that couldn't be suppressed. "Give it to her and she treats it like a treasure." And Jinwei's father said to his wife in annoyance. His expression was the same as his son's, full of annoyance. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Ningxu, who was causing trouble. And Jinwei's mother glanced at Ningxu and didn't dare to go over. After all, she was punched earlier and her eyes still hurt. "Give it to her. I don't want a daughter-in-law like her." And Jinwei's mother carried the child to Jinwei. "Mom, how do you want me to go over?" He was kicked in the crotch by the crazy woman and was in so much pain that he couldn't walk. And Jinwei's mother had no choice but to hand the child to Ningxu. Then, she immediately moved away from Ningxu, afraid that Ningxu would punch her again. Ningxu coaxed the crying child. He probably smelled his mother's scent and stopped crying. Ningxu injected some qi into the child and coaxed him to sleep. The family of three looked at Ningxu without moving. After tearing apart their relationship as husband and wife, Chen Ning and Jinwei were even worse than strangers, and strangers who hated each other. Ningxu whispered the mind-clearing mantra and coaxed the child to sleep. Ningxu raised his head and looked at the three people. All three of them had cold faces and looked at Ningxu warily. Ningxu stood up with the child in his arms. And Jinwei said, "Let's talk." Before Jinwei could finish his words, he watched in a daze as the crazy woman ran away with the child in her arms. Did she have a relapse again? And Jinwei endured the pain in his crotch and chased after Ningxu. Ningxu climbed the stairs to the top floor of the residential area, and the family of three chased after him. Ningxu took off his shoes as he ran and smeared the blood on his ankle all over his calf. Then, he messed up his hair, making it look like a chicken coop. Ningxu ran to the top floor with the child in her arms. She stood on the edge of the balcony and looked down. "Damn, it's so high. How did Chen Ning have the courage to jump down?" And Jinwei caught up, panting and pale. Then the old couple also caught up. And Jinwei's father's face was livid. "Do you want everyone to know?" And Jinwei and Ningxu walked over and said in a low voice, "Stop it." Ningxu covered the child's ears and shouted sharply, "Don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll jump down." Ningxu moved a little to the side. And Jinwei stopped and scolded, "Chen Ning, come here. Don't make a fool of yourself. We'll talk when we get back. You're not allowed to come over. Don't come over." Ningxu shouted sharply. And Jinwei could only stop. Ningxu cried loudly. The whole community was attracted by the situation on the top floor. It was in their nature to watch a show, especially a show like this. Soon, a lot of people gathered below the house. Many people even climbed to the top floor. The top floor became lively all of a sudden. The family's faces couldn't be looked at. And Jinwei's face was full of disgust and hatred for Ningxu. Especially when he heard the discussion around him, he was so angry that his body trembled and he clenched his fists tightly. "Chen Ning, be good. We'll talk when we get back." And Jinwei said gently to Ningxu, but his eyes were full of disgust and impatience when he looked at Ningxu. Ningxu shook her head in horror. "I'm not going back. I don't want to go back. If I go back, you'll tie me up and stab me with something again." "Chen Ning, who stabbed you?" And Jinwei's mother couldn't help but shout. "My leg hurts." Ningxu touched her ankle and felt blood on her hand. The onlookers guessed how the wound was caused. They looked like they were watching a gossip. Some people even called the police. "Jinwei's mother, what's wrong with your daughter-in-law?" Some women asked Jinwei's mother. And Jinwei's mother's face darkened. "Who knows? She's crazy." "I'm not crazy. The doctor just said that I have postpartum depression. I don't need to take medicine. It won't cost a lot of money. Don't tie me up. Don't divorce me," Ningxu said while wiping his tears. His hands were stained with blood, and he wiped the blood on his face. The surrounding people looked at the family with strange eyes. What did this family do to force their daughter-in-law to death, using death to prove one's sincerity? Moreover, people sympathize with the weak. Ningxu knelt on the ground with a thud. His face twitched. Damn, it really hurts. Jinwei, hubby, don't divorce me. Next time, I'll definitely give birth to a boy. I'll definitely give birth to a boy for the Yin family. Ningxu cried out miserably, I can take care of Nan myself, don't divorce me ah. When the surrounding people saw how well she sang, they couldn't help but ask Jinwei's mother, your daughter-in-law hasn't finished her confinement yet, right? How did she end up like this? It's not my mother-in-law's fault. The doctor said that I have postpartum depression and sometimes my temper is a little irritable. Ningxu wiped his tears, as long as Jinwei doesn't divorce me, I can take care of myself and the child. When the incision is healed, I'll give birth to a boy for the Yin family. I'll definitely give birth to a boy. Ningxu's attitude was so humble and pitiful that it made the Yin family extremely angry. That's enough, Chen Ning. I didn't know you had such ability. Who are you trying to threaten by doing this? And Jinwei couldn't stand the gazes of the surrounding people. This crazy woman. If this matter were to spread to the company, how would he behave? Ningxu quickly stood up and moved a little to the side with the child in her arms. He said miserably, you still want to divorce me, right? I'm really not crazy. I just have postpartum depression. Why are you in such a hurry to divorce me? Ningxu os, damn, I can't move anymore. If I move anymore, I'll fall. The siren of the police car approached from afar. Soon, a policeman came up. Ningxu advised, don't kill yourself so easily. You still have a child in your arms. So what if it's a child? My in-laws don't like girls at all. They never cared for the child. They didn't change the child's diapers. She's not a boy. The Yin family wants a boy. Ningxu blabbered on and on. The people of the Yin family were like that. Ningxu's words made the Yin family extremely angry. Ningxu wouldn't be like Chen Ning. It was fine if he jumped down. After a long time, the Yin family would be fine. They would still live their lives. But now there was a precedent of forcing a daughter-in-law to death. Let's see which family would dare to marry their daughter easily. Even if they sold their daughter to marry him, it would definitely make the Yin family bleed. And they had to have a son. No woman could guarantee that she could have a son at once. Besides, it was up to the man to have a son. The policeman was also a little helpless. He whispered to Jinwei, now stabilize your wife's mood and say that you won't divorce her. Won't divorce? After going through this incident, he had to leave. And Jinwei pursed his lips and clenched his fists tightly. He didn't say anything for a long time. Ningxu opened his eyes wide and looked at Jinwei expectantly. Then, he looked more and more disappointed. I knew you wanted to divorce me because I didn't give birth to a boy. It's because I have a little postpartum depression. I just need to adjust myself for a while and I'll be fine. Can't you wait? Why do you have to divorce me in such a hurry? After the divorce, you're going to get married again. You don't like children now. When you get married again, the child will have a stepmother. What about my child? Ningxu wailed. It's better to die with me now so that you won't suffer in the future. The surrounding people looked at the Yin family even more strangely. The policeman couldn't help but say to Jinwei, your wife just gave birth to a child. Can't you be more considerate? Quickly tell her that you won't divorce. And Jinwei opened his mouth and finally said, I won't divorce you. Are you satisfied now? Really? Ningxu's tears turned into laughter. She took 2 steps forward and her face immediately changed. She took a step back and said, you must be lying to me. Trick me into going back and tie me up. I can't go out anymore. Then jump, Chen Ning. Don't go too far. And Jinwei was so angry with Ningxu that he lost his mind and poured a basin of feces on the Yin family's head. The Yin family's reputation was ruined by this woman. This woman did it on purpose. Ningxu blinked and blinked his tears. You hate me so much. If we can't divorce, you'll let me die. F***ck, the wind on the roof is so strong. It's a little cold. Quickly pull me over. The policeman had completely given up on letting Jinwei comfort Ningxiu. Seeing Jinwei like this, he knew that his wife was not doing well at home. She was injured and no one treated her. Under the repeated assurances of the police, they even promised to visit Ningxiu every 3 days to make sure that the Yin family would not do anything to Ningxiu. With Ningxiu's current strength, the Yin family really couldn't do anything to Ningxiu, but she still asked hesitantly, "Really? Will they tie me up with wires?" And Jinwei's face was so dark that it couldn't be looked at. His family's dirty linen had become the laughingstock of the whole community after dinner and tea. "This lunatic, the police moved to Ningxiu's side and said to Ningxiu, "We will definitely ensure your safety. Don't worry." The police reached out and pulled Ningxiu to a safe place. Ningxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to be exposed to the wind. Ningxiu also asked Jinwei, "Honey, you said you wouldn't divorce me." And Jinwei looked at Ningxiu viciously and turned to leave. But his walking was a little strange, like a duck. Ningxiu blinked and cried silently. The Yin family turned and went downstairs. No one came to help Ningxiu hold the child. Not killing Ningxiu was already considered a form of restraint after causing so much trouble to the Yin family. Ningxiu lowered her head, looking extremely lonely and scared. She limped downstairs with the child in her arms. The police sent Ningxiu back to the Yin family and educated the Yin family not to abuse their daughter-in-law. Ningxiu returned to the bedroom with the child in her arms. She put the child in the crib and shook her arms. After holding the child for so long, her arms were sore. Ningxiu went to the bathroom to wipe the blood off her legs. Looking at the wound on her ankle, she was ruthless, and so was Jinwei. Anyway, there was a deep hatred between them and they wanted to kill each other. The Yin family was a mess. Ningxiu locked herself in the bedroom, and the work fell to Jinwei's mother. If Chen Ning had the lowest status in the family, then Jinwei's mother was the second from the bottom. That was why Jinwei's mother liked to look for superiority in Chen Ning. Jinwei's mother cleaned up the trash, broken glass, and porcelain. The father and son of the Yin family sat on a chair, facing each other in silence. "Dad, I want to divorce Chen Ning. The Yin family doesn't want such a daughter-in-law." And Jinwei said, "We have to divorce her, no matter what the price." And Jinwei's father shook his head. "Now is not the time to get a divorce. After what she did, if we get a divorce immediately, what will others think of our family? We are at a disadvantage. What if she blackmails us?" And Jinwei's father said, "She still dares to blackmail us. It's already good enough that we didn't ask her to return the 100,000 dowry." And Jinwei's mother said indignantly, "What right does she have to blackmail us? You're such a lazy woman. Why don't you help take care of the children? Why do you only know how to play mahjong and square dance with the women in the neighborhood?" And Jinwei's father pointed at her and scolded, "Don't you also play cards and chess every day?" And Jinwei's mother retorted, "I have a retirement salary. Do you? These things should be done by you women. Do you want me, a father-in-law, to take care of my daughter-in-law? I can't believe you can think of something like that." And Jinwei's father pointed at her. "I just said a few words, and you're talking back." And Jinwei's mother felt very wronged. "I didn't go through the confinement period like this when I gave birth. Why is she so precious and so pretentious that she committed suicide? I think she did it on purpose. Okay, I just want to divorce her now." And Jinwei said, "I don't want to live with such a woman for a minute. Wait a little longer. Don't be in the teeth of the storm." And Jinwei's father sighed. Ningxiu opened the door and said to the Yin family, "I'm hungry. I want to eat meat." "Go eat sh*t," and Jinwei's mother scolded Ningxiu. "You still have the nerve to ask for food." Ningxiu tilted his head and looked at the Yin family expressionlessly. And Jinwei's father scolded, "Go cook. What are you waiting for?" And Jinwei's mother had not finished cleaning up the garbage in the living room, and now she was being ordered to cook. She threw the broom in her hand away angrily and went into the kitchen to cook. Ningxiu glanced at Jinwei's phone on the table and ran over to grab it. And Jinwei immediately stood up and shouted, "Chen Ning, what's wrong with you? You want to divorce me? Do you have another woman?" Ningxiu swiped Jinwei's phone, and the phone was snatched away by Jinwei. "Chen Ning, I'm warning you. Don't challenge my patience." Jinwei put the phone in his pocket. "Don't think that I won't divorce you because I'm afraid," Ningshu said without changing his expression, "but before that, you have to endure my moodiness for a year. You see, I'm awake now, but I don't know what I'll do in the next second. I really want to die. Maybe I'll drag you down with me," Ningshu said with a smile. "Hubby, can't we just live a good life? Was this like living a good life?" Jinwei slammed the door and left. Ningshu shouted at Jinwei's back, "Hubby, today is the weekend. Where are you going?" Jinwei didn't pay any attention to Ningshu and left without looking back. Ningshu shrugged and looked indifferent. He turned and saw Jinwei's father staring at him. He asked, "Father-in-law, do you have something to say to your daughter-in-law? You don't want to commit suicide now. What's the point of acting on your own?" Jinwei's father said, "What grievances can't you say? Why do you have to make a scene like this? Even if I say it, you won't care. You'll only blame me for making trouble." Ningshu said, "Depression is like this. I can have thoughts of suicide at any time. Maybe I'll die with a jump, or maybe I'll suddenly get through it, and then I'll try to commit suicide again. Over and over again. Father-in-law, don't you think it's painful?" Ningshu's tone was light, with an indescribable gloominess. It was obviously a disease, but few people cared about it. Why? Because women were in a weak position, their families would only think that they were pretentious and meddlesome. In addition, depression was not a disease that many people took seriously. There was no justice in this family. It relied on the sacrifice of some people to maintain peace and happiness, and there was no compensation for the sacrifice. "Do you really want to live with Jinwei?" Jinwei's father, Ningshu, said. "Yes, I want to live with him, but he doesn't want to live with me." Ningshu smiled and said, "It's not so easy to divorce." Ningshu grinned and said, "One night as husband and wife, 100 days of grace. Father-in-law, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to tear down a marriage. You won't let Jinwei divorce me, will you?" Jinwei's father looked at the smile on Ningshu's face. Now he really understood why his son insisted on divorcing her. He was really crazy. She was irritable and temperamental. One moment she cried, and the next moment she was as gloomy as if she was possessed by a ghost. How tiring it was to live with such a woman. Moreover, she couldn't do anything for the family at all. It was a waste to raise her. Jinwei's father was very dissatisfied with Ningshu's daughter-in-law. He threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray. The room was filled with thick smoke. Ningshu turned and left. "Wait a minute." Jinwei's father called out to Ningshu. "Some things should be made clear. Logically speaking, these things should be told to you by your mother-in-law. Your mother-in-law does not do things properly. Do you know why Jinwei insisted on divorcing you?" Jinwei's father asked. "Why divorce?" "Afraid of trouble, afraid of losing face, because you are not a good daughter-in-law. How can there not be any bumps and bruises in life? You are making a fuss just because you are wronged. You don't care about the honor of a family," Jinwei's father said. "What good will it do you to make a fuss like this?" Ningshu only grinned. There must be some benefits for him to do so. "Father-in-law, I can be a good daughter-in-law, but my in-laws are not good. I can be wronged, but now that I am at a low point in my life, you are abandoning me. Then what about the grievances I have suffered in the past?" Ningshu said lightly. "When things are unfair, they cry out. Anyway, you should endure. If you are wronged, you should endure. If you want a family to accept you, why can't you be wronged a little? These grievances can make the family accept you and treat you as a member. But look at what you are doing now." Jinwei said. "Whether it is on the ground, whether it is work or family, there are sacrifices to be gains. Only then can people accept you. The things you are doing make it so that we can't accept you. After getting married, you are here to contribute, to be wronged, to beg a family to accept you. Are you in a hurry?" "Ha ha ha." Ningshu couldn't help but laugh. "How can family compare to work? At least the grievances I suffer at work give me money to survive. But the grievances I suffer at home, I have to do endless things every day, and I have to give birth to children. These things are just for the family to accept me. Ningxu chanted Amba in his heart. Fortunately, he died and became a mission enforcer, breaking away from the marriage and reproduction of ordinary humans. Sacrifice and dedication also depended on whether it was worth it, especially for people who were not blood related to him. She was willing to meet a good person, but she met a cold-hearted person. Don't tell me there's nothing for you to eat at home? And Jinwei's father said with a sullen face. Ningxu nodded. Yes, but it's like asking for food. It's like charity. I'll just find a job and earn some money to eat, drink, and poop. It's better than serving you guys at home. Ningxu suddenly realized that he was destined to be alone for the rest of his life. Usually, a woman's success depended on how many men liked her, and how many men loved her. In this way, she was a complete failure. No matter how successful a woman is, no matter how successful her career is, but no man likes her, she will be mocked by other women. Look at her, so what if she earns a lot of money? No man likes her, and she can't get married. No one wants her. Ningxu was speechless. If you think so and feel that the Yin family has wronged you, then divorce Jinwei and find a place where you don't feel wronged, and Jinwei's father said. No matter how much he said, he was still abandoning her, a useless wife. Ningxu took a deep breath and smiled. Father-in-law, you said that I should endure the grievances, but you talked to me while I was in confinement. You want me to divorce your son? It would be strange if I could endure it. Father-in-law, smoke less. There's a pregnant woman and a baby in the family. Why don't you know how to sacrifice for the family? TSK TSK TSK. Ningxu raised his hand and waved the smoke away, then turned around and entered the bedroom. The Yin family was tolerant and strict. Back in the bedroom, Ningxu took out his phone and called in Jinwei. Hey, where are you? Come back. If you don't come back, I'll take the child to look for you. Chen Ning, now you even want to care about my affairs outside? And Jinwei was very angry. Chen Ning, let me tell you, I don't want to see your face. You have no right to interfere in my affairs. And Jinwei's tone was like, who do you think you are? What right do you have to interfere in my affairs? Ningxu shrugged and hung up the phone. Who the hell cares about you? Ningxu turned on the GPS and monitored in Jinwei's current location. It showed that he was in a hotel. Hotel? Ningxu narrowed his eyes. A place like a hotel was quite suitable for catching adulterers. Ningxu put his phone aside and glanced at the child in the crib. Then, he began to cultivate his ultimate martial arts. Martial arts were very important. If not for his martial arts, he would have been tied up at home by the Yin family and would not see the light of day. After the suicide scene, the Yin family did not dare to do anything to her for the time being, but the news had passed. The suicide incident was quite big. Her family had received the news. Chen Ning's mother quickly came to see Ningxu. The first thing she said was, "Why are you getting a divorce? You can't get a divorce." Ningxu said indifferently, "Since it's like this, it's better to get a divorce." "Where will you live after the divorce?" "Your sister-in-law said that one of your previous rooms was too small, so she renovated the 2 rooms. You know, young people nowadays like spacious and fashionable rooms," Chen Ning's mother said. Ningxu was speechless. What a mess. What exactly is it that has to get a divorce? Can't you just bear with it? Take a step back and it'll be over. Chen Ning's mother said, "How can there be nothing wrong with 2 people living together? Didn't we all come here by quarreling? There's nothing that can't be over. That's how everyone came here." Ningxu was speechless. He felt suffocated. It was because everyone was living like that she had to live like that. Only those who were in it would know how painful it was. Ever since she entered this mission, she had been holding back her anger. She knew that she had to endure everything. She did not know why. What was she asking for? What was she after? Ningxu said perfunctorily, I know. I know what I'm doing. It's good that you know. You have a child. You have to think about the child. Chen Ning's mother Ningxu said, and Jinwei is a good person. He has a stable job and doesn't have any bad habits. you still want a divorce. Don't you think you're asking for it? The shoes are not on your feet, but you only know how to say that the shoes are so beautiful. So beautiful and of good quality. What else are you not satisfied with? Think about the child. The most annoying thing was to talk about the child. The child was an adult at the age of 18 and could start a new life, but the woman had to endure until she died. It had been decades. Ningxu was unfamiliar with Chen Ning's mother. He was probably afraid that she would become a burden to the family after the divorce. She was despised wherever she went. Because she had no value, she was treated as a burden wherever she went. Ningxu talked to Chen Ning's mother for a while. Chen Ning's mother kept telling Ningxu not to throw a tantrum and not to get a divorce. Once they got divorced, it would be an earthquake for both families. They might become enemies if they had two different surnames. Chen Ning's mother also vaguely said that the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift from the Yin family had been used up for all kinds of electrical appliances in the house. In other words, she wanted Ningxu to bear with it for the sake of 100,000 yuan. If the Yin family asked for 100,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, the family couldn't afford it. Ningxu was speechless. Chen Ning, you've never let the family worry about you since you were young. You're a sensible girl. If you're wronged, look at the child. The child is still so young. Chen Ning's mother touched Ningxu's head. Women are like this. Everyone has been like this. Ningxu's expression was wooden as he nodded. I know. I know what to do. Your brother is getting married soon. Don't cause trouble with our son-in-law and make your brothers-in-laws unhappy, Chen Ning's mother said. Ningxu asked casually, has the date been set? We're discussing the date. When the time comes, we'll invite you and our son-in-law to come over and have a good talk with him, Chen Ning's mother said. Oh, Ningxu replied. Chen Ning's mother brought over some eggs for Ningxu to nourish his body. Ningxu curled his lips. Thank you. Before Chen Ning's mother left, she told Ningxu not to have any conflicts with her son-in-law. Ningxu hummed insincerely. As for the original owner's brother's wedding, Ningxu hadn't decided whether to go. Ningxu hadn't met Chen Ning's brother, but he felt that he was quite indifferent. He didn't come to see his sister after she gave birth and used her sister's betrothal gift money to decorate and get a wife. Sigh, it seemed that this was basically the life of a woman nowadays. Ningxu shrugged and felt tired, so he lay on the bed to rest. As for her family, Ningxu didn't care. She was definitely going to get a divorce. Did he really think that she wanted to live with Jinwei? The person who showed her trump card first was likely to lose. Because of the law, Jinwei couldn't get a divorce within a year. Even if he brought it up, the court wouldn't accept it. She now had the upper hand. Ningxu, who was sleeping, was woken up by a noise. He opened his eyes and saw Jinwei taking clothes from the wardrobe and putting them in a box. Jinwei glanced at Ningxu, his face incomparably cold and annoyed. He put his tie, shirt, and suit jacket into the box. Ningxu asked, "Where are you going?" "I won't be living at home anymore." "Tell me when you've decided to divorce," Jinwei said coldly. Ningxu didn't care. "Who cares where you are? You use this kind of method, and you use this kind of indifferent way to torture people." Ningxu didn't say a word. He just looked at the baby in the crib. Jinwei was angered to death by Ningxu's cold attitude. In Jinwei's heart, when he was about to leave home, the other party should be in fear and trepidation to keep him and beg him not to leave. What did he want such a woman for? "Chen Ning, I'll tell you directly. I'm definitely going to divorce you." Jinwei said, "As long as we live apart for a long time, I may also file for divorce with the court. Our relationship is broken." Broken relationship? What kind of relationship was that? How could it be broken? Ningxu nodded. I see. Then I wish you all the best. It would be best if you moved out. No one would serve you tea, cook for you, and wash for you. How long would your salary last? Jinwei took a deep breath. Don't challenge my patience. Sooner or later, I'll kick you out of this house. Jinwei slammed the lid on the box and left with it in his hand. Jinwei's mother grabbed him and refused to let him go. She begged Jinwei not to move out and scolded Ningxu. And Jinwei's mother's eyes were filled with tears. And Jinwei had never left home. She would be very worried if he went out. And Jinwei insisted on leaving. He pulled away in Jinwei's mother's hand and left with the box. And Jinwei's mother rushed to Ningxu's room and looked at Ningxu with hatred. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make Jinwei leave? Ningxu held the child in his arms and covered the child's ears so that he would not be frightened by Jinwei's mother's hoarse voice. Even if someone were to leave, it would be a woman like you. Chen Ning, you've grown up. Find Jinwei for me. And Jinwei's mother, Ningxu, roared, her face full of disgust. Ningxu said, his legs are on his body. I can't stop him from going anywhere. Can I cut off his legs? You're still quibbling. And Jinwei's mother, Ningxu, shouted, go find him, even if you have to kneel and beg him to come back. Ningxu was expressionless. I'm in confinement. You want me to go out and find him? Everything was blamed on her, and he had to kneel and beg her to come back. What kind of person was he? Ningxu held the child and ignored Jinwei's mother. And Jinwei's mother kept nagging and scolding Ningxu. She said all kinds of unpleasant things. Granny, you're scolding me like this. I feel so bad. Ningxu grinned at Jinwei's mother, showing his white teeth. Ningxu carried the child out of bed. And Jinwei's mother was so scared that her face turned pale. She turned and quickly walked out of the room. Ningxu sneered and followed him out of the room. He said to Jinwei's mother, Granny, why are you running? I haven't finished talking to you. I want to drink some radish soup tonight. Stewed radish with pork ribs. Go eat *tea. You pissed Jinwei off and still have the mood to eat. Dream on. And Jinwei's mother rushed into the kitchen and took a kitchen knife. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of you just because you're crazy. You tortured my son to such a state and still have the face to ask for food. Just because you have a problem, you want others to spoil you. If you want to die together, then die together. Ningxu tilted his head and said, it's disgraceful for me to ask for food. Your son left on his own. What does it have to do with me? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have a knife in your hand. Anyway, I don't want to live anymore. Then let's die together. Ningxu said without a care. If you didn't make Jinwei unhappy, if you didn't make him feel bad in this house, why would he leave? And Jinwei's mother's eyes were red. He never left home. It's all because of you. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Whether he left home or not has nothing to do with me. You're a black-hearted woman. You don't care about your husband at all. You only want to live a happy life. The Yin family has 8 generations of bad luck to marry a woman like you. And Jinwei's mother raised her hand and patted her knee. You can't carry on the Yin family's ancestral line and give birth to a girl. Ningxu was expressionless. You don't believe in Yin. You keep talking about Yin family all day long. TSK, Tisk, what are you doing? You really can't rest for a minute. And Jinwei's father, who was smoking on the balcony, came in and saw the confrontation between the mother and daughter-in-law. Put down the knife. And Jinwei's father was irritated by the messy atmosphere in the house. He was very dissatisfied with his wife and Ningxu. Get out of here if you continue to make a fuss. Why are you yelling at me? My son is gone. Can't I say a few words? And Jinwei's mother threw the kitchen knife on the ground with a clang. She covered her face and ran into the room crying. And Jinwei's father's face was even darker. He looked at Ningxu, who was holding the child, and said in a low voice with resentment, Are you satisfied now? You'll only be happy if you make this house a mess. Why should I be happy? Why should I be unhappy? I'm just hungry after confinement and want to eat something, Ningxu said indifferently. My mother-in-law wants to take the kitchen knife and die with me. I can't cook for myself right now. Why do you have to make something for yourself? For the sake of the family, you can't even bear this little grievance. Why do you have to make a fuss like this? Ningxu shook his head and entered the bedroom with a helpless expression. He didn't even look at his father-in-law's face. Ningxu returned to the room and closed the door. After feeding the child, he sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated. His wounds were almost healed now. The qi gene he cultivated was used to strengthen his body or to inject some qi gene into the child. Since he was discharged from the hospital, the child hadn't been sick, which saved Ningxu a lot of trouble. While cultivating, Ningxu vaguely heard the sound of quarreling in the opposite room. It was obviously Jinwei's parents arguing. He vaguely heard Jinwei's mother's sharp voice. "I've worked so hard for this family, now I have to take care of my wife. Damn old man, you're ruining me like this." Ningxu pursed his lips. "You've worked so hard for the Yin family, so now you think it's Chen Ning's turn." It seemed that the Yin family had always been like this. And Jinwei's mother was a daughter-in-law who became a mother-in-law. Ningxu closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, excluding the noise from the outside world. He didn't know how long he cultivated, but Ningxu's cultivation was interrupted by a broken sound. And Jinwei's father scolded, "Look at yourself. Why should I serve a daughter-in-law? Isn't it enough for me to serve you and your father? Now I have to serve that woman." And Jinwei's mother roared. "Back then, I gave birth to Jinwei as my first child. It was a boy, and he wasn't that delicate. I had to serve him. I'm a mother-in-law, a mother-in-law." Ningxu opened the door and saw Jinwei's father coming out. There were scratches on his face. It was obvious that his wife had scratched him. And Jinwei's father glanced at Ningxu and left. Ningxu glanced at the opposite bedroom and saw Jinwei's mother sitting on the bed, crying. Ningxu felt that it was really boring. What era was this? He felt that the Yin family was still a feudal family. And Jinwei's mother had suffered when she was young. Now that she had a daughter-in-law, she felt that her daughter-in-law should do everything and take care of the family. He should enjoy it and find a sense of superiority from his wife. Ningxu closed the door and continued to cultivate. He could do whatever he wanted. It didn't matter if the family blew up. Stability and peace relied on people's sacrifices and unspoken rules. Once someone was unhappy and wanted to break the rules, they would definitely not be able to maintain peace and stability. And Jinwei's father went out and still hadn't returned when it was dark. Originally, Jinwei's mother was quite angry, but after waiting for so long, she panicked and called everywhere to ask. And Jinwei's mother was so anxious that tears came down her face. She sat in the living room and cried. Her son and husband had left. What should she do? It's all your fault. It's all because of you. You're such a troublemaker. Since you were born, the Yin family has never had a comfortable day. You're such a troublemaker. And Jinwei's mother pointed at Ningxu and scolded her. As she scolded, she burst into tears. Ningxu was expressionless. What was there to cry about? How could such a big person get lost? And Jinwei's mother had been tortured to the point of masochism. And Jinwei's father didn't treat her well, but she couldn't leave him. This father and son pair were very good at using emotional violence. Just like now, they didn't say anything and ran away on their own. They didn't return home when it was dark. They deliberately made you anxious and deliberately tortured you. And Jinwei's mother was worried that something had happened to him, but she was also worried that he had climbed into a woman's bed. She paced around the living room anxiously. Ningxu wasn't in the mood to quarrel with Jinwei's mother. He closed the door and clicked on the GPS to see where Jinwei was. When he had nothing to do, he still had to go around the hotel. Maybe something would happen? Chen Ning, open the door. And Jinwei's mother knocked hard on the door. Ningxu opened the door and asked, Is the radish stewed pork ribs ready? Eat, eat, you only know how to eat. And Jinwei's mother reached out and grabbed Ningxu's arm. She shouted angrily, Come with me to find your father-in-law. He's old. He's not home so late. Is he in danger? Ningxu pried Jinwei's mother's hand away. It's cold at night. I'm in confinement. Confinement is more important than being in confinement. Chen Ning, I've never seen a woman as cruel as you. And Jinwei's mother glared fiercely at Ningxu. Ningxu rolled his eyes. He's not a 3-year-old child. How could anything happen to him? I called all his friends in the neighborhood. They said he didn't go over. His face is covered in bruises because of you. How could he go to his friend's house? The Yin family's men were all very prideful. They puffed themselves up at their own cost. He's probably with your son now. When Ningshu checked the GPS, he found 2 red dots. They were always together. It was probably Jinwei's father. Ningshu didn't buy it at all. These people had nothing to do with him. Ningshu wouldn't even blink if they died in front of him. Because he didn't care, there was no reaction. These people's cold violence could only be used on people who cared about them. When Jinwei heard Ningshu's words, she immediately called him. She probably knew where her husband was. She let out a long breath and sat on the sofa. Ningshu looked at her as if the sky was falling. Now, he relaxed as if his spirit had been sucked out. She was just another person who was enslaved by the Yin family. She still had to feel superior in front of her daughter-in-law. Ningshu went to the kitchen to get something to eat. After eating, he closed the door and ignored everything. Ningshu opened the GPS again and found that the 2 red dots were both there. It seemed that the father and son were really together. For the next few days, the father and son slept in the hotel. And Jinwei's mother seemed very frustrated when her husband didn't come home. She called her husband, but he hung up immediately. And Jinwei's mother's eyes turned red. Ningshu didn't feel anything. He ate, slept, and cultivated every day. His body was very strong. Usually, in such a situation, the first to collapse was the weak person. And Jinwei's mother personally went to the hotel to find her husband. She didn't know how Jinwei's mother managed to get her husband to come back. She probably just pretended to be weak and said nice things. As soon as Jinwei's mother got home, she said to Ningshu, "Go and get Jinwei back. Do you know how hard Jinwei is living in the hotel? No one washes his clothes. He spends so much money and doesn't eat well," and Jinwei's mother roared at Ningshu. "He has a family. If he stays in a hotel, others will only say that you are not a qualified wife." Ningshu glanced at Jinwei's father. "If you can get your father-in-law back, why didn't you get your son back? Why do you have to wait for me to get him back? Do you want me to kneel and kowtow like an emperor? It's useless even if you go. Jinwei said that he will come back when you get divorced," and Jinwei's father said coldly and turned to the door. "Where are you going?" And Jinwei's mother asked quickly. "It's annoying to stay at home. I'm going out to play chess with them." And Jinwei's father walked away with his hands behind his back. "Come back early for lunch." And Jinwei's mother glanced at Ningshu. She was probably afraid that her husband would leave in anger again. She didn't dare to make a fuss with Ningshu and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Ningshu went back to the room and turned on the GPS. He found something interesting. The red dot that represented Jinwei was followed by another red dot. The 2 of them were like shadows. They went to the restaurant, the movie theater, and basically went to the places where couples played. Ningshu carried the child on his back and prepared to go to the hotel to see what Jinwei was doing. "Where are you going?" And Jinwei's mother looked at Ningshu warily. She was afraid that Ningshu would run to the top floor and jump off again. Ningshu said, "Aren't you going to get Jinwei back?" "I'm going to kneel and kowtow." "Really?" Ningshu carried the child and left. Ningshu arrived at the hotel according to the GPS. It wasn't dark yet, and Jinwei hadn't returned to the hotel yet. Ningshu waited in the convenience store opposite the hotel and bought some food. When the evening lights came on, Ningshu found out from the GPS that Jinwei was heading towards the hotel. Ningshu saw Jinwei enter the hotel with a woman holding his arm. Ningshu followed him into the hotel. Because of the GPS, he didn't need to ask the front desk where Jinwei's room was. However, Ningshu was standing at the door of the guest room. Without the key, there was no way to enter. He didn't know if the 2 of them had gotten to the point. She should take a shower and prepare the atmosphere. No matter what, she had to wait for the 2 of them to take off their clothes and change into their pajamas. Ningshu waited at the door. After about 10 minutes, Ningshu pressed the doorbell and said, "Sir, your red wine is here." In the room, the 2 of them were wearing bathrobes after taking a shower. The woman was lying seductively on the bed. And Jinwei was about to do something when he heard the hotel waiter bringing the red wine. He was a little puzzled. He didn't order red wine. And Jinwei opened the door and was stunned to see Ningshu holding the phone. He was about to close the door when Ningxu kicked the door and entered the room. "What are you doing here? Get out." And Jinwei dragged Ningxu out of the room. Ningxu shook off Jinwei's hand and held the phone to record the woman on the bed. The woman on the bed immediately pulled the loose bathrobe to cover her body. She lowered her head and covered her face with her hair before running out of the room. Ningxu's voice was inexplicably shocked. "And Jinwei, you're calling a prostitute and not paying? Who told you to record? Give me the phone." And Jinwei's face darkened. He reached out to grab Ningxu's phone. Ningxu put the phone in his bag and ran out of the room without saying anything to Jinwei. And Jinwei wanted to chase after Ningxu, but he was wearing a bathrobe and there was nothing inside. And Jinwei gritted his teeth and put on his clothes. He casually stuffed the clothes into the suitcase and was ready to check out and go home. After being recorded that kind of video, and Jinwei wanted to prevent it from being leaked. And Jinwei wanted to kill this crazy woman. How dare she? Ningxu took her phone and saved the video in her email. Then, she went back. "I knew you couldn't call Jinwei back." And Jinwei's mother said in disdain when she saw Ningxu coming back alone. Ningxu smiled. Maybe he will come back later. She had the evidence of Jinwei's affair in her hands. It would be strange if Jinwei could sit still. In just half an hour Jinwei rushed back. As soon as he entered the room, he lifted the suitcase and threw it at Ningxu. His face was full of anger and disgust. Ningxu wouldn't stand there stupidly and let the suitcase hit him. He dodged it at once. The suitcase hit the ground with a bang and the small wheel fell off. And Jinwei's sudden action made the two elders look at each other. And Jinwei's mother quickly asked, "What's wrong with you? Ask her what she did." And Jinwei was so angry that his face turned blue. He pointed at Ningxu. "Don't think you can threaten me with that kind of video." "What is it?" And Jinwei's father asked with a frown. Ningxu took out his mobile phone and played what he had filmed. "Oh, he's talking about this." Ningxu said bitterly, "You find other women. I feel so bad. How can you do this to me? Why can't I find other women? You are pregnant and I need relief." And Jinwei said with a cold face. And Jinwei's father asked, "Who is this woman?" "I just met her online." "Meeting her won't hurt the family," and Jinwei said. "The next day, we will go our separate ways," and Jinwei said lightly. Ningxu understood. It was an online hookup. He didn't know if this was Jinwei's first time or if it had been many times. "Jinwei, what kind of woman is she?" And Jinwei's mother asked politely. "She had the intention of looking for a daughter-in-law. I won't bring such a woman home." And Jinwei said, "Playing with that kind of woman is enough. It's just to relieve each other's loneliness. Find a woman, find a good woman," and Jinwei said. Ningxu was speechless. So what are men like? They want to sleep with other people's wives and girlfriends, but they also want their girlfriends and wives to be virgins. That's how it should be. Marry a virtuous wife. That kind of woman will only make the house a mess. And Jinwei's father nodded and said. Ningxu, did Jinwei do something good? Shouldn't the main point be that he cheated? Ningxu coughed. And Jinwei, you are not loyal to your marriage. I am not loyal. You can divorce me. And Jinwei said coldly. Ningxu sneered. Chen Ning, if you really have a backbone and think that I betrayed you, divorce me. If you can't stand it, I'll definitely agree to divorce you. And Jinwei stared at Ningxu with disdain. Obviously, he thought that Ningxu didn't have the courage to divorce him. Ningxu thought, damn, I'm so bad-tempered, I've never seen an affair so self-righteous. Do you think you can seize the opportunity to divorce me? Ningxu lifted her foot and stepped on the sofa expressionlessly. She had just recorded such shameless words. She didn't know what kind of comments it would cause on the internet. What are you talking about? You want to divorce me? Ningxu looked indifferent. Say it again. Who do you want to divorce? Ningxu bent down and picked up an apple. She tossed it in her hand and was about to throw it at Jinwei. And Jinwei's eyes followed the rise and fall of the apple. He couldn't help but move to the side and yell at Ning Shu with a sullen face, "Chen Ning, are you going crazy again? Put it down. I'm just sad that you want to divorce me. I can endure anything. Please don't divorce me." Ning Shu begged, but her face was gloomy, as if she was about to start a fight. "Chen Ning, aren't you a bitch? Why don't you divorce me? Anyway, I must divorce you." And Jinwei looked particularly disdainful. "Who are you calling a bitch?" Ning Shu tilted her head and looked at Jinwei. The apple was directly thrown at Jinwei. And Jinwei had been prepared for Ning Shu. Although he dodged, he was still hit. And Jinwei hissed. He felt as if he had been hit by a stone. It was burning. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, apples hit him one after another. He suddenly cried out in pain. "Chen Ning, what are you doing?" When Jinwei's mother saw that her son had been beaten, she was so angry that her face turned green. Her son couldn't even bear to lift a finger, and was beaten by this crazy woman one after another. And Jinwei's mother had long wanted to tear this woman apart. And Jinwei's mother stretched out her hand to hit Ning Shu, but Ning Shu dodged in a flash. "You still dare to hide?" And Jinwei's mother's eyes widened. Her eyes were bloodshot as she ferociously looked at Ning Shu. "Why are you blaming me when you can't hit me? How can you be so unreasonable?" Ning Shu said indifferently. "Chen Ning, let's talk things out. Don't get physical," and Jinwei's father said sternly. Ning Shu lightly said, "I'm already being very polite by not cutting off his manhood. Maybe I'll go crazy and cut off his manhood. I heard that it's not illegal for a mental patient to kill someone. I have severe postpartum depression, and I'm often in a trance. Even though I'm high up, it's as if I'm walking on flat ground. Last time in the bathroom, I felt like I was tied up inside. I couldn't get out no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't shout, so all I could do was bang my head against the wall," Ning Shu said indifferently. "I think I'm already crazy." "You." And Jinwei looked at Ning Shu in anger. He couldn't help but clamp his legs together, afraid that Ning Shu would cut off his life grid. Even those who didn't care about their lives were afraid of lunatics. Who knew what lunatics would do? And Jinwei coughed and tried his best to soften his voice. "Chen Ning, can we have a good talk? There's no point in arguing like this. Then talk to me properly. I can't hear anything reasonable from you. Cheating is so natural. If I hear it, I'll beat you up once." Ning Shu sat on the sofa and pointed at the apple on the ground. "Wash an apple for me. I'm thirsty." The Yin family stood motionless. Ning Shu pointed at the apple on the ground again. "Wash it. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you wanted to have a good talk? I want to eat an apple now. Wash it for me." Ning Shu propped his chin up and looked at Jinwei. "Hurry up. Go wash one," and Jinwei's father said to his wife. "Wash one." And Jinwei's mother pursed her lips and bent down to pick up the apple. "Seriously, you think you're the Empress Dowager? Let my dear wash one for me." Ning Shu pointed at Jinwei. "Go wash it. I've always been the one serving you. Today, it's your turn to serve me." Ning Shu's expression changed. "Why? Aren't you washing it?" And Jinwei took a deep breath, took the apple from his mother's hand, and went to the kitchen to wash it. "Wash it clean. If you don't wash it clean, I won't eat it. If I don't eat it, there's no way to have a good talk." Ning Shu propped his chin up and said lazily. And Jinwei washed the apple and handed it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu glanced at it. "There's water." And Jinwei took out a piece of paper, wiped the water on the apple, and handed it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu pointed his fingers, took the apple, and began to chew. "Can you talk now?" And Jinwei said. "Before we talk, give me the video." "I'm eating an apple." Ning Shu said indifferently. The Yin family stared at Ning Shu eating the apple alone. And Jinwei's mother stared at Ning Shu, her eyes almost popping out. Ning Shu handed the apple core to Jinwei. "What now?" And Jinwei asked with a look of displeasure. "You can't expect me to talk with the apple core." Ning Shu reached out to Jinwei. "Throw it away." And Jinwei was so angry that he let out a long breath. He took the apple core from Ning Shu's hand and threw it into the trash can. He sat opposite Ning Shu and bared his teeth. The place where the apple hit his body was red and swollen, and it was burning. Then let's talk. And Jinwei looked at Ning Shu and said, "Do you really want to live like this with me? Why can't we live like this?" "Because I'm sick now, and you want to divorce me." Ning Shu propped his chin up and said, "In order to avoid trouble, you want to get rid of me. You can't dump me like this." "Then what do you want?" "The Yin family doesn't want a daughter-in-law like you. You're an unqualified daughter-in-law." And Jinwei's mother said loudly, "How can you shamelessly stay in this family?" Ning Shu ignored the noisy mother-in-law and glanced at the Yin family's father and son. He said indifferently, "Drag it out as long as you can. Anyway, you can't get a divorce within a year. Moreover, you cheated and are the wrong party in the marriage. What do you think will happen in court?" Ning Shu raised his phone. "If I hand this phone to the judge and get a divorce because of cheating, I don't know what your colleagues will think of you." "Are you threatening me?" And Jinwei said with a cold face. Ning Shu nodded. "I'm threatening you." "Then what do you want?" "What do you want?" And Jinwei looked at the phone in Ning Shu's hand. "Under certain conditions, I can satisfy you. It's not impossible for me to get a divorce. If you want the things in the phone, it depends on what price you can offer. It has to be a price that I'm satisfied with. Take note, this is something you bought, so I set the price," Ning Shu said casually. As Ning Shu spoke, she dug at her fingernails, then turned them over to look at her hands. She clicked her tongue and said, "It's been less than 2 years since I got married, but my face has turned yellow, my hands have become rough, and my waist and back are aching. I don't want to hear this. What do you want? How much do you want?" And Jinwei said impatiently. "Look at the price you're offering." Ning Shu said. $20,000. And Jinwei stretched out 2 fingers. Ning Shu, sigh. Ning Shu flicked his fingernails, 200,000, and the child will be raised by you. Otherwise, we won't divorce. 200,000? Why don't you go to heaven? And Jinwei's mother jumped up in fright, getting married and getting divorced for 200,000? You're cheating. You're leaving and leaving the child behind. You want to take 200,000 and have fun? Dream on. And Jinwei's mother pointed at Ning Shu, "Do you think you're Yang Yuhuan? You can sell it for 200,000? Ning Shu dug his ears, "How many times do I have to say it? I'm selling something. If you buy your son's reputation again, you'll piss me off. Tomorrow, I'll post this video online and send it to your colleague's mailbox." "Oh right, after the divorce, you still want to get married. After you get married, you have to treat my daughter well. Otherwise, I'll come back. I'll make everyone restless," Ning Shu said with a smile. And Jinwei was angered by Ning Shu to the point that his chest violently heaved up and down. His face was ashen as he said in disgust, "You're such a disgusting woman. You can even abandon your own flesh and blood. Hypocritical and vain. Why did I marry you in the first place? Don't tell me I don't want to start over? It's not good for me to marry again with a burden. Besides, Nan Nan is your family's blood," Ning Shu said indifferently. He was speechless in his heart. He couldn't even fulfill his responsibility as a father, yet he wanted a woman to show maternal love and love for her child. If she didn't love her child, then she wasn't a good woman. If a man had to choose between a house and a child, he would definitely choose the house. The child would be given birth to by a woman. How expensive would the house be? Ning Shu played with his phone. "If you hesitate any longer, I'm going to release the video. Jinwei, come here. I have something to tell you." And Jinwei's mother tugged at her son's clothes. And Jinwei followed in Jinwei's mother to the balcony. And Jinwei's mother said in a low voice, "Jinwei, you can't let that girl stay. If you really divorce Chen Ning, you'll definitely get married again. With such a girl around, the girl won't be willing to be a stepmother. Give this girl to Chen Ning. Also, 200,000 yuan is too much. She still wants 200,000 yuan. I can't give it to her. I definitely can't give it to her. When Jinwei's mother said 200,000 yuan, her face trembled with pain. I understand. Jinwei nodded. He walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. Ningxu said, I'll give you 50,000. The child is yours. It seems that there's no need to talk about it anymore. Ningxu stood up and stretched. Actually, I don't want to divorce. As for your infidelity, I can tolerate it. Let's raise Nan well and let her have a happy family. How about that? By the way, this video. If you have a one-night stand next time, I'll directly post it on the community forum. You'll be pointed at as soon as you go out. Ningxu and Jinwei smiled gently and turned to go back to the room to rest. Wait a minute. Since you're not satisfied, I can still talk about it. Jinwei said. Ningxu said impatiently, don't you understand human language? I'm selling things. You're buying things. You're giving a beggar so little money. I won't sell at the price you offered. Also, this child is your family's blood. What do you mean by insisting that I raise her? Don't be so high and mighty. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Anyway, I'm sick now. I'll rely on you for as long as I can. By the way, I won't do housework in the future. Maybe I'll go crazy and pour hot oil on your face. Ningxu said with a smile. Sit down. Business is all about talking. Since you're not satisfied with the price, we'll just increase it. Jinwei's father stared at Ningxu and said. Ningxu tilted his head and sat down. I want 200,000. Not a penny less. The child is yours. 80,000. The child is yours. Jinwei said, we won't take this child. This child will affect my remarriage. Ningxu was not surprised that the Yin family did not want the child. The child was not welcome from birth. Ningxu was definitely going to take the child away. He could imagine how the child would be treated in the future if he stayed. Ningxu shook her head. No, 200,000. I can't have the child. I want to pursue my own happiness. The child might affect your remarriage, but does that mean it will affect mine? Will the man I marry in the future be willing to raise someone else's child? After all, this child belongs to your family. If I raise a child, what will I do? Ningxu's face was full of dissatisfaction. I don't want this child. You're her mother. Why don't you want it? Jinwei's mother looked at Ningxu with eyes full of disdain. You're her grandparents. You're still her father. Why don't you raise her? Ningxu rolled his eyes. 100,000. The child is yours. Then you have to give me the video. Jinwei said, this is my bottom line. If you don't agree, then I'll wait for a year and divorce you. Then you won't get anything. Ningxu shrugged indifferently. It'll only take half a minute to upload this video to the community forum. If I insist on not divorcing and tolerate your mistakes and your infidelity, the judge won't divorce us. Jinwei took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. Ningxu's shamelessness had probably angered him to the point of being speechless. Chen Ning, don't be so ruthless. We'll meet again in the future, Jinwei's father said. Ningxu looked surprised. How can we meet again in the future? We're enemies now. How can we be friends in the future? It's normal that we don't talk to each other. Then what do you want? Jinwei pulled his tie irritably. 200,000 is impossible. Chen Ning, don't push me too far. 150,000. The child is yours. Jinwei said, this is my last price. Since you agree, then forget it. I can only think of other ways. I can't guarantee what will happen. Ningxu glanced at the Yin family's faces. This was probably their bottom line. Ningxu curled his lips. 180,000. I don't want the child. 150,000. The child is yours, Jinwei said. Ningxu looked annoyed. 150,000. I don't want the child. If you don't want the child, then give the child to me. Anyway, the price has been set, 150,000. Now it's the problem of ownership of the child. And family doesn't want children, and Ningxu doesn't want children. Now the child is being kicked around like a ball, and they don't want it. 150,000, I'll give you the child. Tomorrow morning, we'll get the divorce certificate together. And Jinwei said. I can't. I'll get the divorce certificate first. If you don't give me the money and give me the child back, who will I cry to? Ningxu rolled his eyes. Don't you still have my video? And Jinwei rubbed his eyebrows and said. Ningxu shook his head. Sometimes it's terrible when people are shameless. If you divorce first, you won't care about this video at all. What if I give you the money and you don't divorce? And Jinwei said. As long as you give me the money, I'll definitely divorce you and give you the memory card immediately. Ningxu said. And Jinwei rubbed his forehead. If you lie to me, I'll go to your mother's house to make trouble. Anyway, no one can live in peace. Okay, anyway, the monk can run but the temple can't run. Ningxu yawned. Then tomorrow we'll go to the bank to transfer the money. I'm going to sleep first. Ningxu turned his head and said, Don't expect to steal my cell phone at night. There's a fruit knife under my pillow. If I stab someone when I'm in a trance, I may not be able to guarantee what will happen. Good night, have a good sleep and have a good dream. Ningxu said with a sweet smile. Ningxu took the child back to the room. Looking at the sleeping child, he sighed. He didn't know anything about the child. Ningxu put the child on the crib and began to sit cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. He cultivated until the next morning. Ningxu changed the baby's diaper, fed him milk, carried him on his back and left the bedroom. And family was sitting at the dining table early in the morning. There were fried dough sticks, soy milk and porridge on the table. Ningxu sat down and ate breakfast. The family members didn't look too good. It was obvious that they hadn't slept much all night. And Jinwei's mother looked at Ningxu with eyes as sharp as knives. Hearing the sound of Ningxu eating porridge, she couldn't help but say, The family has 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have a daughter-in-law like you. Yes, you must have done too many immoral things in your previous lives. Ningxu said with a smile, If I don't want a child, then you really don't want this child. This is the blood of your family. Who wants this girl? Ever since she was born, the family hasn't lived a good life. They haven't lived a peaceful life. She's a jinx, a debt collector. And Jinwei's mother said in disgust. Ningxu pursed his lips. Fortunately, this child didn't know anything now. If the child could remember and be sensible, who knew how he would feel after hearing this? What era was this? Still so patriarchal. And family was really a suffocating place. There was no warmth of family, only indifference and a utilitarian hierarchy. If you don't want her, then give her to me. Ningxu was very dissatisfied and said to Jinwei, We'll transfer the money to the bank later. After breakfast, the family went out. When they arrived at the bank, Jinwei said, If you lie to me, I will never forgive you. One hand over the money, one hand over the goods. Ningxu said lightly, I don't have a job. I have to support my children. I need money very much. Why would I lie to you? And Jinwei took a deep breath and asked Ningxu for the bank account number. He went to the counter to transfer the money. Ningxu sat on the chair and waited. A few minutes later, Ningxu received a text message from the bank. Her card already had 150,000 yuan. Give me the thing. And Jinwei reached out to Ningxu. Ningxu gave the phone to Jinwei. I'm not sure if you have a backup. And Jinwei said. I'll give you the phone. Ningxu gave the phone to Jinwei. And Jinwei took the phone and glanced at Ningxu. His fingers slid over and over again before he gave the phone to Ningxu. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. And Jinwei said coldly. Ningxu rolled his eyes. When the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jinwei seemed to be afraid that Ningxu would go back on his word and use the fastest speed to get the divorce certificate. Ningxu also made herself Nanan's guardian and signed the document. From then on, Nanan was her child and had nothing to do with family. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jinwei let out a sigh of relief. Ningxu also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. To be able to get such a result was not easy. Now go home and pack up your things. Hurry and leave my house. And Jinwei directly got into the car and left without even looking at Ningxu. Ningxu's face was indifferent. He first found a hotel to settle down. Ningxu first went to book a room and then slowly went home. As soon as she got home, Ningxu saw the clothes in the living room piled up in a mess. The suitcase was thrown on the floor, and Jinwei's mother was sitting on the sofa with a condescending look on her face. "Get out of my house after you took the money." Ningxu was expressionless. "Who did this to my clothes? This makes me very unhappy. When I'm unhappy, I can't guarantee what I do. When I go crazy, even I'm afraid of myself. Tidy up my clothes and put them in the suitcase. Otherwise, I'll smash all the pots and pans in your house today." Ningxu was eager to try. And Jinwei's mother's face darkened. She wanted to show off her might. She didn't expect this woman to be so arrogant when she was about to be kicked out. "Pack it up for her." And Jinwei's father impatiently said to his wife, "Don't make trouble." And Jinwei's mother could only fold the messy clothes and put them in the box. She was very dissatisfied. In front of outsiders, she didn't know how to give her face. "Things are packed. You should hurry up and leave. And family can't keep a big Buddha like you." And Jinwei's father said, "Yes, it can't accommodate me. My future is the sea of stars, not the pot." Ningxu sat on the sofa, picked up an apple, and wiped it on her clothes. Then, she began to chew on it. And Jinwei's father looked at Ningxu's arrogant appearance. "As an elder, I'll tell you. With your character, no matter where you go, you won't have a good life. You think you'll have a good life after leaving in family?" "Yes, I think I'll have a good life after leaving in family." Ningxu nodded. "At least I don't have to serve your family. Don't talk to me about what a daughter-in-law should do. I don't buy it now. In this society, I can't make a living. I have to live like a slave under your hands." Ningxu threw the apple core into the trash can. And Jinwei's father's face was cold. "Then I'd like to see which family can tolerate your unforgiving temper." End of chapter 949. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.